As soon as I opened my eyes, a wave of exhilaration washed over me. A beautiful young lady, clad in the uniform of a flight attendant, lay beside me in bed. What troubles you? I pondered. It dawned on me that I had been reborn 10 days prior to the apocalypse. In my previous life, the onset of the apocalypse brought with it a frigid superstorm, plunging the world into an icy abyss. Following this relentless cold, a virulent zombie virus erupted, leading to catastrophic tsunamis that submerged the globe, transforming it into a world of water. The most tragic aspect was that humanity was granted but a year's worth of energy from the outset. Once this energy was depleted, death would ensue. To survive, one must not only evade disaster, but also continually procure energy and resources to sustain life. In my former existence, I met my demise in such a harsh and zombie-infested world. This time, I vowed to become the sovereign of this realm. My inaugural task was to construct a secure haven for the impending doom. I amassed a substantial stockpile of survival supplies and commissioned apocalypse-ready heavy trucks, off-road RVs, and luxurious yachts. Having completed these preparations, only 2.5 hours remained before the apocalypse would unfold. Just as I was about to drive to the sanctuary, my phone rang. To my surprise, it was my half-brother, Xiao Yang, who called. Upon answering, I was greeted by his playful laughter. If you don't want your girlfriend, Mu Wanxing, to be mistreated, hurry to the Zijin Mountain Villa. I was taken aback. How had Mu Wanxing become entangled in this? However, since he had delivered himself to my doorstep, I saw no reason to seek him out. I hastily drove back, remembering to call my stepmother, Zhongli, urging her to join me at the villa for a serious discussion. Neither of them could be neglected. Upon arriving at the villa, I noticed a business van and a Lamborghini parked outside. As I returned, Xiao Yang emerged from the Lamborghini, followed by a group of 8 or 9 individuals spilling out from the van. To my horror, Mu Wanxing was bound with tape over her mouth and her hands restrained, being dragged from the vehicle. Behind her trailed Wang Min, a classmate I had encountered at the seaside restaurant. Upon seeing Wang Min, I quickly deduced the situation. Of course, we will discuss matters inside. I gestured toward the villa. Look at how you've turned the exterior into a prison. I must see how you've desecrated the interior. Xiao Yang huffed in indignation. As I entered the villa, I was seized from behind, thoroughly searched for weapons before being released. Look what you've done my villa. It resembles a refuge. Are you planning on playing survivalist? Xiao Yang exclaimed. Exasperated at the state of the villa, I paid him no mind and turned to Mu Wanxing, calmly stating, release her. I have no connection to her, and using her to threaten me is futile. Since you have no ties to her, it makes matters even simpler. A girl as pure and lovely as she is has caught my interest. I believe I shall indulge myself tonight. You wouldn't mind, would you? He laughed ominously. As Xiao Yang spoke, he loosened the buttons of his collar. Why is it so hot in here? He mused. Shall I take it off now? How about I give you a live performance? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Yang couldn't help but exclaim, while Mu Wanxing was momentarily taken aback, expressing her protest yet managing to remain composed. She glared fiercely at Xiao Yang, as if wishing to devour her. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh, contemplating how this girl, usually so demure, could turn fierce in the face of danger and dare to challenge others with mere glances. Xiao Yang, however, maintained his calm demeanor and addressed Xiao Yang. What will you do to me if you let her go? Our grievances are ours to settle. Xiao Yang chuckled heartily. Very well, then kneel and beg me. Xiao Yang replied helplessly. Are you really going to bully a woman? Xiao Yang immediately cast a lecherous gaze at Mu Wanxing. Am I not a man? Just watch my performance to... As he spoke, he reached out a tug at Mu Wanxing's clothing. You dare? I'm truly giving you face, Xiao Yang retorted. With that, he suddenly struck, targeting the throats of the two behind him. They instinctively protected their necks from the pain. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yang struck one of them in the solar plexus, causing both to curl up on the ground like shrimp, stripped of their ability to resist. Xiao Yang sneered, thinking that his 10 years of survival in the apocalypse were not in vain. Though he had a rough edge, he was merciless when confronted by those who posed a threat to his life. He was confident that he could rescue Mu Wanxing from Xiao Yan's grasp. While the two were still reeling from the surprise, he dashed toward Xiao Yang, intent on subduing him first. However, before Xiao Yang could close the distance, Xiao Yang had already reacted. He swiftly drew a dark revolver from his waist, aiming it at Mu Wanxing. Don't move. If you do, it'll shoot him. Xiao Yang bellowed at Xiao Yang, who abruptly halted. It was unexpected that this brat possessed a gun. Uncertain of its authenticity, Xiao Yang was unwilling to gamble with Mu Wanxing's life, Realizing that someone had brought him right to the door, it would be better to rescue her. For his own survival, I am not moving, don't get agitated, Xiao Yang said, stepping back. Just as they reached a standoff, two figures entered the village: Li and Wang Jian. Upon witnessing the scene, both were momentarily taken aback. Weren't we here to talk? Why is everyone fighting? And why does his son have a gun? They were astounded by the reckless display, for wielding a firearm was against the law. Xiaoran, put down a gun. Is it necessary to take such a huge risk to deal with a waste like Xiao Yang? Zhongli urged his son. Xiaoran shot a glance at his mother. Stay out of this. He then turned to Xiao Yang. Resolving this matter today is simple. Return everything you own, including the villa, and bowed down to apologize. As for this woman, I will keep her for the night and return her to you afterward. I want you to experience the taste of being loved by someone else. Zhongli observed that her son was not jesting and felt at a loss for how to counsel him. At that moment, Wang Jian interjected, Xiao Yang, you must promptly acquiesce. Must it come to loss of life before you find satisfaction? Quickly consent, Xiaorun, lest he unleash his fury and strike your legs, leaving you to crawl for the rest of your days. Upon hearing Wang Jian's words, Zhongli echoed, Indeed, and what of this girl? One encounter will surely cost you dearly, I promise you. I shall provide you with 1 million tomorrow. Take this young lady and flee, as my final gesture as a stepmother. Yes, Mu Wanqing, with your allure, young Master Xiao Ran could indulge once. I advise you to comply obediently to avoid jeopardizing your life. Wang Ming seized the opportunity to flatter. Xiao Yang observed their banter, feeling an absurd amusement at their collective folly, realizing that a minor mistake on his part had led to their theatrics. He glanced at the clock, 11:59 p.m. A smile crept upon his face. The moment had arrived. As the clock struck midnight, a wave of sharp pain surged through the minds of those in the room, accompanied by a relentless ringing in their ears. Xiao Yang, however, was prepared for this sensation. Unlike the others who instinctively clutched their heads in discomfort, sinking to their knees, this was the opportunity Xiao Yang had awaited. In a swift motion, he brandished a riot baton, catching them off guard, and struck the gun from Xiao Ren's grasp, quickly securing it for himself to test its authenticity. He aimed at Xiao Ran's leg and fired. The gunshot echoed, met with a scream from Xiao Ran that startled everyone present. My leg! Xiao Ran cried, clutching his injury and wailing. Xiao Yang, how dare you? You have crossed the line. Zhongli, suppressing her headache, screamed in a frenzy. That is a real gun. Xiao Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. The ensuing events would be far simpler. He glanced at his left forearm, which displayed the time as 00:00:364 days, 23:59. His recent actions had taken a mere 10 seconds. He pulled Mu Wanqing behind him, untying her restraints, and aimed the gun at Xiao Ren's head, addressing the others. Have you all noticed the time on your left forearms? Instinctively, they looked down, stunned into silence. If you wish to avoid my gunfire, follow my instructions precisely. Xiao Yang seized Xiao Ren's left hand with his left, coldly conveying through thought, transfer your time to me, leaving only 10 minutes for yourself. Having been shot in the leg, Xiao Ren was terrified. Despite doubting the benefits of compliance, fear of death compelled him to comply hastily. Soon, his time read only 10 minutes. Xiao Yang, satisfied with the increase in time, pressed the gun firmly against Xiao Ren's head. And for the rest of you, should you wish to spare Xiao Ren's life, adhere to my earlier instructions. Quickly, calm down, Xiao Yang. Please do not harm Xiao Ran. We shall comply. Wang Jian rushed forward to placate him. Xiao Yang observed Wang Jian's anxious demeanor, while Zhongli seemed to care more about Xiao Ran. He couldn't help but inquire, why is it that you are everywhere? Curiously, he wondered if Xiao Ran could possibly be Wang Jian's son. With a piercing insight, Xiao Yang struck a nerve, causing both Wang Jian and Zhongli's expressions to shift uncomfortably. Noticing their reactions, Xiao Yang suddenly realized the truth, exclaiming, Oh my, Wang Feng, you've been cuckolded. Ha ha. No wonder Wang Jian's presence is ubiquitous truly. He's like an unguarded neighbor. Well then, today, I, Xiao Yang, shall cleanse your doorstep and repay your generosity. You two are indeed a pair of shameless lovers. And oh wonder Xiao Ren possesses such a pig-like visage he must take after Wang Jian. Xiao Yang jested, though Wang Jian could only stifle his indignation. Enough of the delay. Come quickly and relay the time to me. You all know, I am quite serious. I could very well eliminate him this instant. As he brandished a gun at Xiao Ren's forehead, Wang Jian hastily urged, Quickly, do as he says. Tomorrow, I shall reward each of you with 1 million. The crowd understood Xiao Yang was not jesting. Though they harbored concerns that transmitting the time might have repercussions for themselves, they had just witnessed Xiao Run comply without consequence. Moreover, the allure of 1,000,000 was enticing, prompting them to follow suit. Delighted by the time energy received from the 11 individuals, Xiao Yang declared, "You may leave now." With a swift kick, he sent Xiao Rin sprawling across the floor, expressing his disdain for the illegitimate child's blood staining the villa. While Xiao Yang could easily dispose of them, he found satisfaction in offering false hope, only to later let them descend into despair, adding to his own amusement while sparing himself the burden of cleaning up their remains. Zhang Li and Wang Jian hurriedly assisted the gravely injured Xiao Ran, with Wang Jian glaring fiercely at Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, regardless of your confidence, prepare to face the consequences of that gunshot. You will find yourself languishing behind bars." With that, he signaled for others to lift Xiao Rin into a vehicle and rush him to the hospital. Seizing the moment when Xiao Yang was distracted, Wang Min attempted to slip away, but was swiftly intercepted by Mu Wanqing, who blocked his path. "Halt!" she commanded, delivering 3 sharp slaps across Wang Min's face, causing blood to trickle from his lips. "My brother has always taught me that those who treat us well shall be repaid in kind, while those who seek to harm us will face our wrath doubly. I do not instigate trouble, but that does not imply I am easily bullied. From this day forth, I shall strike you each time I encounter you," she proclaimed, her resolve unwavering. Wang Min, gazing into Mu Wanqing's icy eyes, felt as though he was confronting a stranger. Was this truly the innocent sweetheart of their academy? A wave of fear washed over him, rendering him speechless as he fled in disarray, only to realize outside that no vehicle awaited him. He had been forsaken. A chilling sensation enveloped him, leaving him to ponder the source of his dread. Inside the villa, which radiated warmth like spring, Xiao Yang stood in stunned silence, witnessing Mu Wanqing transform before his very eyes. "Miss Mu, I am deeply sorry today. I have brought you trouble," he began, yet before he could finish, Mu Wanqing burst into tears, turning to embrace him, enveloping him in a soft embrace that bore a faint, alluring fragrance. Caught off guard, Xiao Yang was momentarily dazed. He could only pat Mu Wanqing's back gently, offering her a soothing gesture. Gradually, he began to comprehend the depth of her anxiety. The young woman had been tense and fearful all along, merely putting on a brave front. Now, with the danger subsiding, she could no longer maintain her composure. Nonetheless, Xiao Yang couldn't help but admire her resilience. At that moment, Mu Wanqing's heart was also in turmoil. She was puzzled as to why, at her breaking point, she had clung to Xiao Yang as if it were the most natural thing to do. He, too, was gripped by fear ever since being deceived by Wang Min and forcibly taken away. Dread had consumed him. However, upon stepping out of the vehicle and seeing Xiao Yang, he realized that these captors were merely leveraging his existence against him, and suddenly, his fear dissipated. Without explanation, perhaps it was instinct or simply a woman's intuition, she had faith that as long as Xiao Yang was present, nothing would go awry. As they embraced for a while, Mu Wanqing's emotions began to stabilize, and she shyly released her grip on Xiao Yang. Suddenly, she glanced at the time displayed on her left arm and curiously inquired, "What is this?" "You seem to understand it well." Feeling an emptiness as the beautiful woman distanced herself, Xiao Yang thought, "Couldn't we hold on a little longer?" He hesitated, knowing he couldn't provide a clear explanation at that moment, yet he emphasized, "Just remember this. Never let the time reach 0, for it signifies death." Mu Wanqing froze, realizing the gravity of his words. If what Xiao Yang said was true, then those people had less than 10 minutes left. The thought was unbearable. Despite her hatred for them, she had never wished for their death. Was Xiao Yang too ruthless? His earlier demeanor, calm and unhesitating while drawing his weapon, suggested either exceptional mental fortitude or a history of violence. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing felt a twinge of fear toward Xiao Yang, who now seemed somewhat unfamiliar to Mr. "Xiao, it's getting late. I think I should leave," she said, eager to distance herself from the situation. "You cannot leave," Xiao Yang replied nonchalantly. Mu Wanqing's heart sank. What did he mean by that? What was he planning to do? Just as her mind raced with thoughts, she heard Xiao Yang say, "The temperature outside has likely dropped to -30 degrees. You would freeze to death." She found his claim absurd. How could one freeze to death in the middle of summer? Opening the door, a gust of frigid wind rushed in, chilling her to the bone. Mu Wanqing stood there, stunned. Meanwhile, on the winding roads of Purple Gold Mountain, a car sped along, with Xiao Ren shouting frantically, "Mom! Uncle Wang!" Hurry and get someone to kill me. Rest assured, Mother will avenge you. I will ensure Xiao Yang meets a miserable end, Zhongli replied through gritted teeth. Don't worry, they'll secure connections by tomorrow to have Xiao Yang apprehended, and then we can take care of him quietly. Wang Jian's sinister laughter echoed ominously. It's so cold, and there are only 10 seconds left on this timer on my arm. I have a dreadful premonition. What is this? Xiaoran exclaimed, glancing at the time with rising fear. Suddenly, the timer hit 0. Xiaoran froze in place, his expression unchanging, his eyes forever closed in eternal slumber. Son, what's wrong? Both Zhang Li and Wang Jian shouted in unison, drive faster. Wang Jian shouted at the driver. Both Wang Jian and Zhang Li felt their hearts shatter. Their son had been perfectly fine just moments ago. How had everything changed so suddenly? Their hearts plunged into a frigid abyss. If anything happens to Xiao Yang, I will make you wish you were never born. Zhang Li seethed, his eyes reddening with rage. Yet, all sound abruptly ceased. The car accelerated wildly, careening out of the intersection and plummeting down the mountainside. Wang Min, who had just stepped out of the villa district, was now shivering uncontrollably. He simply could not fathom how such a scorching day could turn into one of biting cold. The relentless passage of time on his arm filled him with dread. Mu Wanqing, how dare you threaten me? Your arrogance won't last long. Just give me the chance, and I shall make you beg like a dog, he taunted, his voice trembling, the blood at the corner of his mouth crystallizing into icy shards. His laughter sending chills down the spine. However, in the next moment, he collapsed to the ground, a smile still lingering on his lips. Mu Wanqing had long retreated indoors, feeling as though everything was but a dream, surreal and disconcerting. What was happening to this world? Why had it grown so cold all of a sudden? What was the meaning behind the time displayed on his arm? All these anomalies begged for an explanation. Yet, one person could provide the answers. Mu Wanqing glanced at Xiao Yang, who was feeding the little crow, recalling the events of the past few days. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Xiao Yang was not what he seemed. It was as if he had foreseen everything. Initially, Mu Wanqing had thought him deluded, perhaps even mad for constructing a doomsday shelter. But now it appeared that he was a prophet of sorts. Who was he truly? He approached Xiao Yang, seeking an answer. Mr. Xiao, it seems you knew this was all going to happen. Why? Why? I had a dream, Xiao Yang replied with a smile. Mu Wanqing pondered for a moment, then nodded. It seemed the only plausible explanation. Moreover, in the dream, this was merely the beginning. After the cold wave, half of the world would perish from freezing or starvation. But that was not the end. The global temperature would remain below 0 for a full 2 months, during which earthquakes would strike, and the dead from the snow disaster would rise as zombies, while animals would undergo mutations, preying upon the surviving humans. Later, as the weather warmed, torrential rains, typhoons, tsunamis, and floods would follow in succession, submerging all land beneath water. Xiao Yang recounted this calmly, leaving Mu Wanqing in disbelief, his mouth agape. Is that truly possible? Observing Mu Wanqing's incredulous expression, Xiao Yang smiled faintly. However, this is merely the beginning. The weather will only grow hotter. The water will gradually evaporate. Volcanoes will erupt, and humanity will slowly perish from heat and thirst, ultimately facing extinction. That Mu Wanqing gasped in horror. The prospect was utterly grim. If this were to be the case, what would be the point of living? He fixed his gaze on Xiao Yang, searching for a hint of jest in his eyes. But all he found was a calm demeanor, as if he were merely stating a fact. And indeed, the cold wave was undeniably upon them. This was the proof. Death was imminent. Many suddenly thought of his brother, Mu Guang, and could not help but feel concern for him. He wished to call Mu Guang, yet his phone had long been confiscated by the group earlier. Can you please call my brother? I am worried about him, Mu Wanqing pleaded earnestly. Of course, Xiao Yang replied, extracting his phone to check for signal. To his relief, there was still connectivity. He located Mu Guang's number and dialed, but it indicated the phone was switched off. Mu Wanqing's eyes brimmed with anxious tears. What should I do? What if something has happened to my brother? Do not fret, perhaps your brother is simply at home, asleep, comfortably tucked under his blankets, unable to charge his phone, Xiao Yang reassured her. Mu Wanqing shook her head. That's impossible. He called me this afternoon, saying he had taken on a renovation job and was taking the boss to the bathhouse for the night. He wouldn't be home. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Oh really? You've even borrowed his renovation work? Why didn't you invite me to the bathhouse for the night? Initially, he had been somewhat worried about Mu Guang, but now he thought, let him freeze in the bathhouse. Yet, despite his thoughts, he continued to comfort her. Do not worry, the bathhouse has hot water and heating. Who knows, there might even be someone to warm his bed. Your brother will be fine. That Mu Wanqing was unconvinced. How could there be someone to warm his bed? They're all grown men, wouldn't that be disgusting? But hot water and heating are surely guaranteed, she conceded, feeling somewhat reassured. Sighing, Xiao Yang remarked, you are still so innocent. Noticing Mu Wanqing's thin attire, he said, wait here for a moment. I will fetch you a thicker nightgown. After your shower, change into it. For the next few days, remain here quietly until the cold front passes, then we shall go out together to find your brother. Does that sound agreeable? Mu Wanqing understood that being anxious was futile at this point, so she accepted the suggestion. Xiao Yang retrieved a women's nightgown from a space for her, and she proceeded to take her shower. Thankfully, the villa was thoroughly renovated otherwise. Taking a bath would have been impossible. While Mu Wanqing was in the shower, Xiao Yang took the opportunity to bring out various vegetables and meats from his space, placing them in the refrigerator. He also set out an abundance of snacks, drinks, fruits, and even beer and red wine on the dining table, creating a warm atmosphere that he found quite satisfying. A few candles would make it even better. He mused that, to be honest, the recent event had indeed taken him by surprise. He had originally intended to deal with that mother and son duo and return alone to relax comfortably. However, the unexpected arrival of Mu Wanqing had disrupted his solitary plans in the villa. Yet it turned out to be quite pleasant. Having a beautiful companion added a touch of charm to the situation, not to mention his adorable little coal ball. Xiao Yang gazed at the little crow, coal ball, who had just eaten her fill and was now playfully riding on his back, melting his heart. This little coal ball had long accepted him as her mother, being quite clingy. During the day, if she could not see Xiao Yang for a moment, she would call out loudly, only ceasing when he appeared. Ah, this little clingy cutie. Just as Xiao Yang was occupied with entertaining the little coal ball, Mu Wanqing emerged from her shower, clad in her nightgown. Upon turning around, Xiao Yang exclaimed, my heavens! The woman, just emerged from her bath, exudes an undeniable allure. What was it called? Ah, yes, the embodiment of a water lily. Her damp hair cascades loosely, imparting a sense of languor. Coupled with that captivating visage, even Xiao Yang finds himself momentarily entranced. Clad in a fitted black nightgown, Mu Wanqing's elegance and graceful figure are accentuated. Feeling somewhat self-conscious under Xiao Yang's gaze, Mu Wanqing adjusts her hair and attire, pondering if something appears amiss. Xiao Yang, returning to reality, reassures her, no, it's merely your beauty that nearly bewitched me. He smiles brightly, yet Mu Wanqing senses a glint in his eyes that suggests otherwise. But by the way, are you hungry? She inquires. There are snacks on the table. If they don't suffice, there are ingredients in the fridge, but you'll have to prepare them yourself, as my culinary skills are rather lacking. Following the direction of Xiao Yang's finger, Mu Wanqing's eyes widen at the sight of a table laden with an array of snacks, fruits, and beverages. A wave of delight washes over her. Xiao Yang had just remodeled the villa and already stocked it with provisions. Some of the snacks are even her favorites. Could it be that he meticulously prepared the doomsday supply list she had once shared? Her admiration for Xiao Yang grows as she realizes he harbors many secrets waiting to be uncovered. Upon glancing back at Xiao Yang, she notices bloodstains on his clothing. She gently reminds him, perhaps you should wash up and change into something clean. Xiao Yang's eyes light up at the suggestion. Yes. However, sensing his mischievous demeanor, Mu Wanqing hastily clarifies, it's just that a shower would surely be more refreshing. Chapter 15. The Doomsday Carnival, Part 1. Xiao Yang laughed heartily. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going to take a shower now. If you're hungry, eat. If you're thirsty, drink. Just make yourself at home. He walked into the bathroom, which was still damp. Thinking about the image of Mu Wanqing bathing here just now made Xiao Yang's heart race a little. After enjoying a comfortable hot shower, Xiao Yang took out a set of pajamas from his space, specifically choosing one that was similar to what Mu Wanqing was wearing, making it look more like a couple's outfit. When he walked into the living room, he found Mu Wanqing gazing out the window in a daze. Hearing the movement, she turned around and was momentarily stunned by Xiao Yang's outfit. He must have done this on purpose. How come he has dressed so similarly to me? She thought. However, he looked quite handsome in it. At 8 meters tall, Xiao Yang didn't have much muscle, but his figure was well proportioned, and he had a star-like face with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looking very sunny and handsome. This appearance matched Mu Wanqing's aesthetic quite well. This was also one of the reasons she agreed to go out for dinner with Xiao Yang. If he were a greasy middle-aged man, She wouldn't have accepted the invitation regardless of his status as her brother's major client. What were you thinking just now? You seem so focused, Xiao Yang asked. I wasn't thinking about anything. I just feel quite lucky. It's so cold outside. Yet I have benefited from this misfortune and don't have to suffer from the cold and hunger in the freezing night. Mu Wanqing said seriously as she looked at Xiao Yang, expressing her true feelings. Xiao Yang smiled, pulled out a dining chair, and gestured for Mu Wanqing to sit down. Then don't just stand there. Come over and eat. Mu Wanqing smiled slightly, sat down gracefully, and playfully said, Then I thank you, President Xiao, for your warm hospitality. Hee hee. Hey, can you stop calling me President Xiao from now on? It sounds so distant. Xiao Yang suggested. Mu Wanqing blinked. What should I call you then? Xiao Yang thought for a moment. How about calling me Brother Xiao? Mu Wanqing pondered for a while and nodded. Okay. After all, you are older than me. Xiao Yang was very happy and then asked, What should I call you? Whom should I call you, Sister Qing? Mu Wanqing's face turned red. That sounds a bit inappropriate. Why don't you just call me Wanqing? All right, Wanqing. Xiao Yang laughed as he opened a bottle of red wine, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Mu Wanqing. Here, Wanqing, let us have a toast. Mu Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but still took the glass. I don't really drink, but I will drink this glass tonight. She raised her glass and clinked it with Xiao Yang's. This glass is for you. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Xiao Yang hurriedly advised, if you can't drink, don't down it all at once. Just sip it a little, and keep me company for a while. Mu Wanqing shyly smiled. Okay. Mu Wanqing obediently took a small sip, while Xiao Yang raised his head and downed his glass in one go. At that moment, the howling wind outside made the glass windows buzz, contrasting sharply with the warmth inside the villa. In the entire villa area, almost all the villas lit up their lights, probably because the sudden cold had awakened everyone. In the university town down the mountain, the dormitories were also noisy, filled with constant screams. The entire city had experienced countless car accidents due to the sudden headache at the beginning. Then came the cold wave, making an already chaotic city even more disorderly. All the emergency calls were flooded, but it was of no use. Most people wandering outside, unless they found a suitable shelter, ended up freezing to death. Even hiding in cars was futile. Slowly, the city became quieter until it was completely silent. However, for everyone in the world, it was a sleepless night. Just like now, in the Zijin Mountain Villa, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were wide awake, not feeling the slightest bit sleepy. Mu Wanqing switched her drink to a non-alcoholic beverage and continued to drink with Xiao Yang. As they chatted more, they gradually became more familiar with each other, and their interaction became more harmonious. Xiao Yang learned that Mu Wanqing had been orphaned since childhood, raised by her older brother Mu Guang. The 2 siblings depended on each other. Mu Guang had dropped out of school early to work hard to support his sister's education. Their journey had been quite difficult. Thus, to change their fate, both of them worked tirelessly. Mu Guang worked hard to earn money and still hadn't started a family. Mu Wanqing focused on her studies and had never been in a relationship. Although there were many suitors in the academy, even from other schools, she had never paid them any attention. Mu Wanqing also learned about Xiao Yang's family grievances. With their shared hardships, the 2 seemed to grow closer in heart. They chatted back and forth until dawn, and only then did they start to feel sleepy. Let us go to bed. Xiao Yang stood up and said. Mu Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. It sounded like they were going to sleep together. She hurriedly asked, Which room will I sleep in? Xiao Yang chuckled. With so many rooms, you can sleep in whichever one you want. But I suggest you sleep on the 3rd floor. The view is good and will be close. So if you need anything, you can call me directly. Mu Wanqing's face turned red. Xiao Yang's words often made her think differently. However, she nodded in agreement. She felt that this would give her a greater sense of security. Xiao Yang then went to the 2nd basement level to add some coal to the boiler. He brought Mu Wanqing to the 3rd floor, arranged her in the guest room next to the master bedroom, and ensured that her room was warm and draft-free before returning to his own room with peace of mind. Looking at his phone, it was already past 5 a.m., but there was still a signal. Taking advantage of the signal, Xiao Yang opened a certain map app and downloaded the 3D maps of the entire Haiqing city and a mountain town in the southwest of Longhua. After doing all this, he finally lay down in bed and fell asleep peacefully. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Yang was startled awake by a series of knocks. Brother Xiao, are you awake? Hearing Mu Wanqing's voice, he checked the time. It was already noon. He quickly got up and opened the door. What's wrong, Wanqing? Brother Xiao, I boiled a pot of noodles. If you're hungry, come down and eat. Xiao Yang was pleasantly surprised and asked, You can cook? Mu Wanqing shyly replied, I can only boil some instant noodles. I'm not very good at anything else. Xiao Yang sighed. He couldn't cook either. However, he had plenty of ingredients, like self-heating pots and hot pot ingredients. Wanqing, yes? Do you want to eat hot pot? Mu Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. I see there are plenty of vegetables and meat in the fridge. Do you have hot pot ingredients? Xiao Yang chuckled. Of course. It's so cold outside. Having hot pot will be so enjoyable. Come on, let us split the tasks. You can prepare the soup and seasonings, and I'll handle the ingredients. How does that sound? Hot pot was Mu Wanqing's favorite, so she was eager to agree. That sounds great. The two went downstairs, and with a flurry of activity, they prepared a sumptuous hot pot that filled the dining table. Xiao Yang took out some beer, and Mu Wanqing grabbed a drink. Cheers for the hot pot. Chapter 16. The Doomsday Carnival, Part 2. Outside, the weather was freezing, and countless people were struggling on the brink of death. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were enjoying food and drink in a warm villa. On the third night, after the cold wave hit, the power went out. The sudden darkness startled Mu Wanqing, who was sitting on the bedroom sofa listening to music. She looked out the window and saw that all the lights in the villa area were out, leaving the outside pitch black. She hurriedly got up, leaned against the wall, walked to the door, and opened it, instinctively wanting to find Xiao Yang. Just then, she heard Xiao Yang opening the door and stepping out as well. Did the power go out? Yeah, don't worry, I'll go turn on the generator. Just as Xiao Yang was about to leave, Mu Wanqing reached out and touched him. Wait, are you dressed warmly enough? It's so cold outside. However, when she felt Xiao Yang, who was bundled up like a ball, she couldn't help but smile. He really had prepared everything. When she reached his collar, she noticed that the zipper was not fully zipped and instinctively helped him pull it tight. Hurry back. And be careful. Xiao Yang was taken aback. This feeling was so warm, since his mother passed away, who had cared for him like this. Suddenly, Xiao Yang grasped Mu Wanqing's hand, which felt soft and warm. Mu Wanqing seemed a bit flustered, but didn't pull away. Don't worry, I'll be right back, Xiao Yang said gently. He went downstairs, opened the small side door of the villa, and was met with a gust of cold wind. It was indeed cold, and his face felt as if it were being cut by knives. He couldn't help but wonder how those without heating and electricity were surviving. He rushed into the generator room, which was relatively warm. After much effort, he managed to turn on the generator, letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were no issues. The lights in the villa lit up again. Xiao Yang quickly ran back to the villa, opened the door, and saw Mu Wanqing anxiously waiting at the entrance. Are you okay? Are you cold anywhere? Mu Wanqing examinet Xiao Yang closely. Yes, my hands are cold. Xiao Yang pretended to act as if he were in great pain to tease her. What? Let me see. Mu Wanqing believed him and quickly grabbed his hand. Examining it carefully, seeing her serious expression, Xiao Yang laughed, but after you touched it, it suddenly doesn't hurt anymore. Turning around, Mu Wanqing saw Xiao Yang's mischievous smile and immediately pulled her hand away, looking very angry. You're a liar. I'm not talking to you. With that, she turned to leave. Xiao Yang grabbed her, grinning, Hey, don't be mad, I was just joking. Otherwise, every day would be so boring. Mu Wanqing continued to ignore him. Are you tired? How about we go watch a movie? Xiao Yang tried to coax her. Mu Wanqing was indeed tempted. A movie? But we don't have internet now. How can we watch it? Hell, what can stump me? Xiao Yang waved his hand, and suddenly a USB drive appeared in it. Look, I bought this online before. It has 1,000 HD movies on it, all for you to choose from. Mu Wanqing immediately became delighted. She had been feeling bored, and a movie was just what she needed. Let's go celebrate that we still have electricity and watch a movie. The two joyfully rushed to the private cinema on the basement floor. In the following days, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing lived a carefree life, eating, sleeping, and watching movies. When they got tired of movies, they played with the little crow, which had learned to fly and loved to perch on Xiao Yang's shoulder. Its curious little eyes always watching him. Sometimes it would fly onto Mu Wanqing's head, helping her comb her hair, often making her giggle. After spending so much time together, the little crow probably considered them its parents. The three of them lived happily in the warm villa. On the 9th day, the wind outside had stopped. However, the sun was still nowhere to be seen. After 9 days of revelry, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing gradually grew closer. After all, the handsome man and beautiful woman in such an environment could easily develop feelings for each other. Moreover, Xiao Yang not only had enough food, but was also genuinely good-looking. However, they began to worry about their meals. Eating hot pot, instant food, and snacks every day was getting old, and they were losing interest. Mu Wanqing nostalgically said, I remember the dishes from the Sea Corner restaurant. I miss them so much. After swallowing, she rested her chin on her hand and said, Haha, I feel like if someone could bring me a few plates of Sea Corner restaurant's dishes right now, I would definitely marry him. Mu Wanqing was just joking. But Xiao Yang, who was nearby, suddenly perked up. Wait, is she saying that to me? Is she hinting at me? He had a whole table of sea-corner restaurant dishes in his space, untouched, and even brought the table along. This was a great opportunity. Besides Su Xiao on the plane, Xiao Yang hadn't been with a woman in a long time. During the apocalypse, he had once traded a sausage for a woman's favor. But she only cared about the sausage and eagerly ate it while they were in the middle of it, which left Xiao Yang speechless. After a hasty conclusion, he never sought out women again. But now, having a beautiful woman like Mu Wanqing around him every day was quite unbearable. If he could make her his woman, everything would fall into place. Determined, Xiao Yang decided to take advantage of the time while Mu Wanqing was showering that night to bring out a table of sea-corner restaurant dishes from his space. As for how to explain it to Mu Wanqing, he would wait until she became his before explaining. The dishes were still warm and fragrant, just like they had just been served. He quickly took out 2 bottles of red wine and poured a glass for himself and Mu Wanqing. It would be even better if he could light 2 candles. Everything was ready. He was just waiting to surprise Mu Wanqing. Sure enough, when Mu Wanqing walked out of the bathroom, she sniffed the familiar aroma. She hurried into the living room and saw a table full of dishes. All signature dishes from Sea Corner Restaurant, personally cooked by Chef Liu. She couldn't quite believe it, rubbed her eyes, and ran closer to take a look. After confirming it was real, she looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief. Oh my God, where did you get this? It's still hot, and even the plates are from the restaurant. Xiaoge, how did you do this? Where were you hiding it? I never noticed. Xiao Yang smiled at the excited Mu Wanqing and coughed lightly. Wanqing, that doesn't seem to be the point you should be focusing on. Mu Wanqing suddenly froze, looking at Xiao Yang in disbelief. Nervously, she said, You mean? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Xiao Yang didn't clarify, just watching what Mu Wanqing would do. Mu Wanqing looked a bit dazed, feeling excited. She had liked Xiao Yang for a long time, but she was afraid she wasn't good enough for him. He was handsome, a wealthy man, and took such good care of her, while she felt like she couldn't help him at all. Chapter 17 Harvesting Mu Wanqing's heart, however, Xiao Yang had already done so much. Should she still be pretentious? There were so many suitors in college, and she had never agreed to any of them because she hadn't met her Prince Charming. But the moment she saw Xiao Yang, she realized her heart was moved. After that, she accidentally found herself stuck in Xiao Yang's villa. This must be what they call fate. Therefore, she should be more proactive and win Xiao Yang's heart. With this thought in mind, Mu Wanqing made up her mind and said seriously, Xiao Yang, can I be your girlfriend? Hearing Mu Wanqing's confession, Xiao Yang finally smiled. He leaned closer to her ear and said, Sure. Seeing Mu Wanqing's blushing face, Xiao Yang lifted her chin, wanting to take advantage of the moment to kiss her. But upon seeing Xiao Yang's burning gaze, Mu Wanqing seemed to guess what was about to happen and shyly closed her eyes. Just as Xiao Yang was about to make a move, the sound of the little crow, Cold Ball, interrupted. Both of them shuddered. Shut up. The ambiguous atmosphere was broken, and Xiao Yang felt frustrated. This little creature ruined his good intentions. Cold Ball squawked a couple more times, expressing its dissatisfaction with Xiao Yang. Both Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing exchanged awkward smiles. It was impossible to continue now. With such a sumptuous dinner on the table, they decided to eat first. It was a pleasant dinner. They gradually adapted to each other's new roles, moving from initial awkwardness to comfort. Xiao Yang drank glass after glass of red wine, while Mu Wanqing surprisingly did not switch to another drink, quietly sipping along with him. Xiao Yang couldn't help but marvel at the dishes made by Liu Yu. Each dish had its own characteristics, leaving a lasting impression. It seemed he would have to visit the Cape restaurant again when he got the chance. He wondered if Liu Yu was stuck in a restaurant. When he left, he had tossed Liu Yu 10,000 yuan to keep the restaurant open a bit longer, hoping to keep her there. What a great place it was with food and drink, so they wouldn't starve, making it convenient for him to find her. If he could bring Liu Yu to the villa, he wouldn't have to worry about meals anymore. In a post-apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy such delicious food was definitely a treat. After a satisfying meal, Mu Wanqing tidied up the leftovers, brushed her teeth again, and then hurriedly ran upstairs without saying a word. Xiao Yang didn't stop her. Where could she run in the villa? After taking a careful shower and brushing his teeth twice, Xiao Yang finally went upstairs contentedly. He saw that Mu Wanqing's door was closed. He knocked on the door and called, Wanqing, are you asleep? I'm already asleep. You should go to bed too. Mu Wanqing's voice came from inside, sounding very unnatural. Xiao Yang chuckled, trying to hide. No way. Oh no, I drank a bit too much, and I'm feeling dizzy. I can barely stand. Can you help me back to my room? Mu Wanqing covered her head with a blanket, thinking, I don't believe you. Oh no, I can't walk straight. I can't even find the wall. Xiao Yang continued to pretend outside the door. Mu Wanqing lifted the blanket to peek out and worriedly asked, Did you really drink too much? Xiao Yang secretly smiled. Oh, When have I ever lied to you? Oh no, I guess I'll sleep in the hallway. Mu Wanqing was worried that he might really be too drunk to sleep in the hallway and freeze. Forget it. Helping him a little wouldn't hurt. He wouldn't eat me, right? She quickly got out of bed and opened the door, seeing Xiao Yang leaning against the wall with hazy eyes looking at her. Looks like you're really drunk. I'll help you into the room, and then I'll hurry back out. You just cover yourself with a blanket. Okay. Xiao Yang wrapped his arm around Mu Wanqing's shoulders and slowly walked toward his bedroom. This action was quite ambiguous, causing Mu Wanqing's cheeks to flush. But she couldn't pull away, so she had to endure it. Upon entering the bedroom and reaching Xiao Yang's enormous double bed, Mu Wanqing attempted to let go and lay him down. However, suddenly, Xiao Yang used force to push Mu Wanqing down unexpectedly. A wave of fragrance hit him, and Xiao Yang took a deep breath. Mu Wanqing, feeling flustered, tried to get up but couldn't move at all. She said in a flustered tone, Xiao Yang, you tricked me. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yang kissed her. Mu Wanqing's mind went blank. Her first kiss was gone just like that. The night was long, and the dream was short. It wasn't until the next afternoon that Xiao Yang slowly woke up. Opening his eyes, he found Mu Wanqing gazing at him affectionately. Seeing him awake, her face flushed, and she angrily said, You liar. Xiao Yang laughed. What did I lie about? You tell me. Mu Wanqing giggled at Xiao Yang's teasing you. You lie to me, In the end, she was still too shy to say it out loud. They rested for a while before finally getting out of bed. After taking a hot shower, Xiao Yang thoughtfully brought Mu Wanqing some new food to help her recover. Looking at the still warm food, Mu Wanqing hesitated several times before speaking. Xiao Yang knew what she wanted to ask, but how could he tell her? Forget it. Mu Wanqing was now his. They would be living under the same roof. And he couldn't keep avoiding her. I awakened a spatial ability. I have some supplies stored in my space. Xiao Yang said, and like magic, a down jacket appeared in his hand. Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief, finding it hard to accept such a miraculous thing. However, Xiao Yang did not reveal all the supplies in his space. Some things could wait until he was strong enough to let others know. Mu Wanqing took a moment to collect herself and seemed to suddenly remember something, excitedly asking, So you have all the supplies I listed for you? Yes, I stored some. Xiao Yang replied. Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang and softly said, You really keep surprising me. Just because of a dream, you did so much. Aren't you afraid the dream is fake? Mu Wanqing asked, somewhat puzzled. Xiao Yang touched his nose, choosing not to answer. Some things should remain reserved. Beautiful lies are harmless. Well, this dream feels very real. Anyway, what I did was right, wasn't it? Mu Wanqing thought about it and agreed. Who cares why? The result was good. So that was enough. Even if Xiao Yang had some secrets, perhaps they belonged to him alone, and she had no right to pry. So when will I awaken my powers? Mu Wanqing asked eagerly. Xiao Yang thought for a moment. He had awakened his powers after the cold wave in his previous life. While he wasn't sure if everyone would awaken on the same day, it shouldn't be too far off. Don't worry, it should be in the next few days. Xiao Yang was also curious about what kind of powers Mu Wanqing would awaken. Xiao Yang calculated that the 10-day cold wave was about to pass, and the temperature would rise to around minus 30 degrees tomorrow, making it possible to go out. With a super heavy-duty off-road RV, he wasn't worried about the temperature. Currently, there were two things he needed to do. One was to help Mu Wanqing find her brother, and the other was to go to the Cape restaurant to see if Lu Yu is still there. Of course, even in the store, if luck is not on her side, she might just end up being a cold corpse. However, Xiao Yang wants to take a chance. Chapter 18. Half a bucket of water for 20 days of energy. Early the next morning, Xiao Yang took out the Conqueror heavy-duty off-road RV from his space, started the vehicle in advance, and turned on the air conditioning inside so that it would be warm when they went out shortly. He also took out the revolver he had seized from Xiao Run, which still had 5 bullets left. Firearms were quite useful in the early stages. They saved time and effort when it came to killing, but the number of bullets was a bit low. Such guns were commonly equipped by police officers in police stations. So the next step would be to try to get more bullets from the police station. After waking up the exhausted Mu Wanqing, the two began to put on their clothes. Xiao Yang initially didn't want Mu Wanqing to come along. He thought she should rest in the villa since it was very safe there. However, Mu Wanqing insisted on going, wanting to see her brother as soon as possible if he happened to be at home. Of course, mainly, she felt safe only when she was by Xiao Yang's side. Xiao Yang took out 2 Tang swords from his space and handed one to Mu Wanqing for self-defense. Just in case there was danger, you know? Xiao Yang made a gesture of cutting his throat. Mu Wanqing took the sword and nodded seriously. With everything ready, the two got into the RV and set off. Xiao Yang was not used to driving such a large vehicle for the first time. He only had a Class C license and had never driven such a long vehicle before. However, there weren't many cars or people on the road, so he was worried. He slowly drove the vehicle out of the villa and didn't see a single person along the way. In this temperature, without strong thermal protection, one couldn't go out. But he knew that with such a loud vehicle, many survivors in the surrounding villas must have noticed them. As they drove down the winding mountain road, a frozen corpse in the middle of the road caught Mu Wanqing's attention. That looked like Wang Min. The scene from 10 days ago was still fresh in her memory, but in the blink of an eye, Wang Min had turned into a corpse. Mu Wanqing sighed. This is fate. She glanced gratefully at Xiao Yang, thinking that if he hadn't taken her in, she might have met the same fate. Feeling Mu Wanqing's gaze, Xiao Yang smiled and said nothing, pressing down on the gas pedal and driving over the corpse. The RV sped past, leaving behind a pile of flesh. In the university district at the foot of Purple Gold Mountain, many cars were parked haphazardly on the streets. Scattered bodies could be seen by the roadside, and there were quite a few in the cars as well. Hiding in a car was of no use against the cold. Xiao Yang didn't stop and drove directly to Mu Wanqing's residential area under her guidance. The community wasn't far from the university town, and Xiao Yang crashed through the gate, driving in. Arriving at the building where Mu Guang lived, they climbed to his floor, and Mu Wanqing eagerly knocked on the door. As expected, there was no response. It seemed Mu Guang was indeed not at home. To confirm that Mu Guang hadn't frozen to death inside, Xiao Yang took out a crowbar from his space and pried the door open. The room was empty, with no one inside. Mu Wanqing felt both happy and worried. She was happy that her brother hadn't frozen to death at home, but worried that he might have frozen to death at the bathhouse. There were many bathhouses in the entire Haiqing city, and Xiao Yang couldn't afford to search them one by one. Not only would it be a waste of time, but it was also dangerous. Mu Wanqing understood this and didn't insist further. Just as the two were about to leave, suddenly, a resident from the opposite unit opened the door. A disheveled woman, wrapped in a quilt, stood at the door. Hello you. Are you here to rescue? Help? The woman asked, shivering from a cold. Mu Wanqing recognized her. She was the neighbor living across from her brother. Someone she occasionally encountered when she returned, but had never exchanged greetings with. No, Xiao Yang replied. The woman looked disappointed upon hearing this, but continued to ask, Do you have water? If you have, could you give me a little? My child is really very thirsty. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing thought of the half bucket of purified water still left in her brother's room, which, although frozen, could be thawed by warming it in a quilt. Yes, wait a moment. Mu Wanqing turned back to the house to get the half bucket of water. Just as she was about to step forward to give it to the woman, she was stopped by Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang looked at the woman and said lightly, We have water, but it's not free. You have to trade something for it. The woman was taken aback and hurriedly replied, I really don't have anything to trade at home. My phone is dead, and I can't transfer money. Xiao Yang smiled and said, You don't need items or money. You can trade time from your arm. The woman was surprised and asked, That could be exchanged? How do we exchange? Xiao Yang took the water from Mu Wanqing's hands and asked, How much is your monthly salary? The woman didn't understand what he meant and instinctively replied, 3,000. Xiao Yang continued, In this situation, how much would you be willing to pay for this half bucket of water? He raised the water bucket for the woman to see more clearly. The woman licked her lips, thought for a moment, and said, I can offer 1,000, no. I can offer 2,000. Xiao Yang replied, That is 20 days of salary. All right, you transfer 20 days worth of time energy from your arm to us, and this half bucket of water will be yours. The woman extended her left arm from under the quilt to check. She still had over 354 days left. She didn't know what this was, but felt that trading 20 days for half a bucket of water was worth it. She and her child wouldn't die of thirst. Okay, under Xiao Yang's guidance, the woman transferred 20 days of time energy to Mu Wanqing, and she happily received the half bucket of water. Just as she was about to leave, the woman suddenly asked, Can you tell me what this time really represents? Xiao Yang replied without turning his head, It represents life. Just remember, don't let it become zero, or you will die. The woman stood there, stunned. In the RV, Xiao Yang noticed Mu Wanqing hesitating to speak and smiled. Are you wondering why we didn't help them for free? Mu Wanqing nodded, feeling that it was just a small effort for them. Xiao Yang put away his smile and said seriously, Wanqing, you must remember that there's no free lunch in this world. To get what you need, you must pay the proper price. If we want to survive well, we must become strong. The only way to become strong is to gain more time energy. Do you understand? Mu Wanqing carefully pondered Xiao Yang's words and understood his intention. If what Xiao Yang had said earlier was true, this world was about to face complete destruction. Therefore, being able to survive was the only chance to find a way out. Having compassion for strangers was a great irresponsibility to oneself. Moreover, if it weren't for Xiao Yang, perhaps she would need that half bucket of water even more. Chapter 19. Lu Yu's encounter inside the Cape Hotel. Lu Yu and a waitress were trapped in a small room on the second floor. This was a room that Lu Yu had reserved for her own rest, equipped with a bed and a sofa. However, there was only one blanket in the room, which Lu Yu wrapped around the waitress while she pulled down the mattress from the bed and wrapped it around herself. The two of them huddled together on the sofa. At that moment, Lu Yu was staring blankly at the door, recalling the night when the cold wave hit. After Xiao Yang left that night, she indeed did not allow anyone else to go upstairs. Thinking about the possibility of Xiao Yang returning, she had specifically left 2 waitresses to work overtime. At that time, there was also a table of diners downstairs who were drinking and showed no intention of leaving. Time passed quickly to midnight. As the drunken diners finished their bill and were about to leave, suddenly everyone felt a headache. After the pain subsided, they all noticed changes in their bodies. And just when everyone was confused, the cold wave hit. It was hot, and they were dressed lightly. The sudden cold wind made them shiver. Although they didn't know what was happening, Lu Yu kindly let the table of diners take shelter inside the hotel and close the door. She thought that perhaps it would get better after a while, but unexpectedly, the temperature continued to drop, becoming bone-chillingly cold. Fortunately, there was no power outage. So Lu Yu adjusted the air conditioning to warm air, but it had little effect. Helpless, Lu Yu and the 2 waitresses could only retreat to her lounge on the second floor, while the table of diners took shelter in a storage room downstairs. Besides being cold, the hotel had plenty of food, and they could still drink some white wine to warm themselves. Lu Yu checked the private rooms on the second floor and found that all 9 rooms were empty, not even a table left, which left her momentarily stunned. But she couldn't think too much about it. Fortunately, in the last private room, there was still an untouched table of dishes. This table of dishes was a great help, allowing them to eat for several days. Everything seemed to be going relatively smoothly. However, after the power outage, the temperature dropped sharply to a level unbearable for humans. The 5 diners left downstairs were clearly not good people. After finishing the white wine, they drunkenly came upstairs to cause trouble. They insisted on squeezing into the same room as them. Lu Yu knew that they wanted to enter the room for ulterior motives. After Lu Yu firmly refused, the 5 remained undeterred. When one waitress went to the bathroom, they forcibly dragged her away and assaulted her. The waitress ultimately succumbed after being exposed to the air for too long and sweating profusely. After this, the 5 became even more rampant, turning their attention to another waitress. However, the second waitress had a severe fever and was on the verge of death, so they mustered the courage to prepare to target Lu Yu. The reason they initially didn't dare to touch Lu Yu was that she had some background in Haicheng, and they feared the consequences. These 5 were local bullies, accustomed to throwing their weight around and fearless. Plus, they were all drunk every day. What wouldn't they do? Fortunately, Lu Yu was on guard, and the door was sturdy, so they did not succeed. But today, as the temperature suddenly rose, the 5 became restless again. Just thinking about Lu Yu's voluptuous figure made them feel aroused. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent kicks against the door echoed. Lu Yu was startled and quickly picked up an empty wine bottle from the ground, watching the door with caution. Hurry up. Open the door, you filthy woman. Let us relieve ourselves, and I guarantee you'll be comfortable, shouted a drunken man outside. Exactly. You're just a woman, still acting like a pure maiden. What are you pretending for? Let me tell you, in this area we are the kings. What can we handle? If you serve us well, we'll protect your hotel in the future. Hurry up. Do you hear me? Once we break down the door, we want to be so polite. Lu Yu listened from inside, trembling with anger. She cursed, "You beasts, I took you in out of kindness, and you repay me with ingratitude. Let me tell you, none of you will escape. You will definitely face retribution." Retribution? It's been several days, and we haven't seen any retribution. The phone can't be reached, and we haven't seen a single person. Don't waste time with her. Hurry up and break down the door. I can't take it anymore, just hearing her voice. The group outside stopped talking and began to violently charge the door. With each successive impact, the door started to crumble, and it seemed they were about to break through. Lu Yu's expression hardened. She gripped the wine bottle tightly and smashed it against the ground, shattering it and leaving a sharp piece in her hand. She had decided to fight back. If she couldn't escape, she would take a few of them down with her. With a loud crash, the door finally couldn't withstand the repeated blows and fell to the ground. The faces of the men outside twisted with excitement as they lunged into the room. The first man who lunged at Lu Yu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He screamed and quickly retreated, looking down to see a cut on his belly. Whoever comes over will die, Lu Yu said resolutely, her teeth clenched. Damn you, you filthy bitch, dare to hurt my brother? Just wait and see how I'll torture you. One of the men signaled to the remaining three, and they split into two sides, surrounding Lu Yu. Seeing the situation was dire, Lu Yu thought, no, she could never endure this humiliation. Even if she died, she wouldn't let them succeed. She raised a shard of the wine bottle, ready to stab herself in the neck. Suddenly, a man rushed up from the side, snatching it away from her. Oomph. Want to die? Not so easy. Wait until we've had our fun before you die. After saying this, the two men pinned Lu Yu down on the sofa. Big brother, you go first. The man referred to as Big Brother grinned lewdly. All right, I want to be polite. The man idly standing next to them pulled back the blanket from the waitress and felt she is still alive, still warm. I'll relieve myself with her first. Hey, could you at least bandage me up? The wounded man sitting on the ground moaned. Wait a minute. That little wound of yours won't kill you. We can't wait any longer. Just as they were tearing off Lu Yu's clothes and beginning to assault her, two loud honks rang out from outside the hotel. The sound startled the men, making them jump. They looked at each other, confused. What's going on? Are the rescuers here? Old 5, go check the window and see what's happening. The man who was about to assault the waitress stood up, dissatisfied, and walked toward the window, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Let us see who's ruining my fun. Chapter 20. Saving Ru Yu. Xiao Yang drove straight to the entrance of the Haijiao Hotel. He honked the horn twice, hoping to see if there was any response from inside. If Ru Yu were there, she would definitely respond. But after waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Was she not at the hotel, or had she frozen to death inside? No, after coming all this way, it was better to get out of the car and take a look. One must see the living and the dead. If she was really dead, at least it would put his mind at ease. Xiao Yang got out of the car, and Mu Wanxing followed him. They walked to the hotel entrance, banging on the door and shouting, Sister Yu, are you inside? Sister Yu, can you hear me? At that moment, a man peeking from the window upstairs hurried back into the room. Big brother, a young man drove a heavy-duty RV here. It seems he is looking for Ru Yu. There is also a woman with him. Hearing that Ru Yu was being sought by just two people, one of whom was a woman, the leading man was intrigued. The key was the heavy-duty RV. If something happened, it would definitely come in handy. It's true that what you lack will come, he chuckled. Second and third, you two block that woman's mouth. Don't let her make a sound, and just stay hidden in this room. Fourth, sit to the side. Don't let him see you when he comes up. Fifth, go downstairs and open the door to lure them up. I'll hide in the opposite box. When I give the signal, we'll all attack and subdue them. Okay. At this moment, Ru Yu, who had temporarily escaped disaster, was puzzled about who was coming to find her at this time. But no matter who it was, this might be her only chance to escape from their clutches. She absolutely could not let these people succeed. Otherwise, it would be all over. Xiao Yang stood at the hotel entrance, seeing that there was no response after a long time. He was about to use a crowbar to pry open the door when suddenly, the hotel's roll-up door was lifted, revealing a scruffy-looking man inside. Xiao Yang was taken aback. How was there still a man? With such a fierce appearance and reeking of alcohol, he didn't look like a hotel staff member at all. Who are you? Where's Sister Yu? Xiao Yang asked warily. Oh, I'm a friend of Sister Yu, and I happen to be stuck here. She is not feeling well and can't come down from upstairs. She asked me to take you up to see her. The man speaking was the fifth member of the group, trying his best to maintain a smile, although it looked more like a grimace. Xiao Yang thought for a moment. All right, lead the way. With just this one person, Xiao Yang didn't take him seriously. The other man didn't have any weapons, which posed no threat to him. They entered the hotel, and when the fifth man saw Mu Wanxing's beauty, his eyes suddenly lit up. What a gorgeous and young woman. Today is my lucky day. Feeling the man's lecherous gaze, Mu Wanxing shot him a disgusted glare. The fifth man, seeing this, became even more excited. She has personality and temper. I like that. As the two entered, the fifth man quickly pulled down the roll-up door. The light in the hotel instantly dimmed. What with pulling the door? Mu Wanxing asked cautiously. Isn't it cold? Come on, let us hurry upstairs. Sister Yu is waiting for you. The fifth man rubbed his hands and urged them on. Seeing the fifth man turn toward the stairs, Mu Wanxing tugged on Xiao Yang and whispered, I feel like this guy has a problem. He doesn't seem like a good person. Don't worry, I'm here. It'll all be fine. Xiao Yang has red hair. Xiao Yang also felt something was off about this person, but if this man really was Ru Yu's friend, acting now might make things worse. Just then, as they reached the stairs, a sound of a glass shattering came from upstairs. The three of them stopped in their tracks. The fifth man was startled and turned to look at the two suspiciously, saying with a smile, "Your sister you might have accidentally knocked over a glass. Let us hurry up and check." While saying this, he thought to himself, what is going on with the boss and the others? They can't even keep an eye on a woman. Mu Wanqing stared hard at the fifth man, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness. The fifth man's voice echoed in her head. What is going on with the boss and the others? They can't even keep an eye on a woman. Mu Wanqing was stunned. What was happening? Was she too nervous and imagining things? After the fifth man said that, he didn't speak again. So where did that voice come from? She couldn't be careless and leaned closer to Xiao Yang's ear, whispering, "Be careful. There are other people upstairs. He.S. not Ru Boss's friend." Xiao Yang looked at her in confusion and whispered back, "How do you know?" Mu Wanqing frowned, unsure how to explain. She just said softly, "I'm not too sure, but it's better to be cautious." Xiao Yang glanced at the fifth man and snorted. If he was Ryu's friend, that would be fine. If not, and he dared to attack him, then he wouldn't hold back. "Wanqing, wait here. I'll go check on Sister Yu." Since there might be danger, it was better not to let Mu Wanqing go up. If something unexpected happened, having her nearby would only complicate matters. Mu Wanqing understood his intention and took a few steps back, saying, "Okay." Seeing that Mu Wanqing wasn't going up, the fifth man became a bit anxious. But thinking that there was only one Xiao Yang, who was unarmed, taking him down would be a piece of cake. Once he controlled him, how could he let this little woman escape? Xiao Yang followed the fifth man upstairs, quietly taking out a military knife from his space and holding it in his hand. When Xiao Yang was brought to the door of Ryu's room, suddenly, someone burst out from the box behind him. "Attack!" The fifth man suddenly turned around and lunged at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang had been prepared and pulled out the military knife, stabbing behind him. The leader of the gang hadn't expected Xiao Yang to have a weapon. Caught off guard, he was stabbed in the thigh and let out a howl as he retreated. The fifth man was so scared that he tried to back away. But before he could react, Xiao Yang kicked him away, leaving him unable to get up. "Be careful, he has a knife." The stabbed leader shouted loudly into the room. Xiao Yang didn't hesitate and rushed up to stab the other leg of the leader. The leader let out a miserable scream. "All you come out." Xiao Yang shouted at the room. There was a sudden commotion inside, and soon two men dragged a woman to the doorway. The woman was Ryu, with her neck held by the one called the second man, who was pressing a broken bottle against it. Ryu saw Xiao Yang and was momentarily stunned. "Why is he here? Your sister Yu is in our hands. Put down your knife, or I'll kill her." The second man said fiercely. Xiao Yang would never be threatened by them. He scoffed. "It seems you've got it wrong. You should let Sister Yu go, or I'll kill him." Xiao Yang pressed the knife against the leader's neck. The second and third men were stunned. How had they been threatened in return? "Don't think we won't dare to act." The second man exerted a bit of pressure, and the broken bottle cut a small gash on Ryu's neck, trying to force Xiao Yang to submit. Xiao Yang was furious. He stabbed the leader's leg again. "Don't force me. I'll hit hard." Chapter 21. Ryu joins the group. The boss, who had been stabbed, was writhing in pain, gritting his teeth as he said to the second and third men, "Do you want me dead? Let that woman go now." The second man, helpless, replied, "I can let her go, but you have to let my brother go first." Xiao Yang shook his head, remaining silent as he raised his military knife to stab the boss's leg again. All right, let her go." The second and third men were panicking. This kid was ruthless, ready to kill over a single word. "You, Sister Yu, hurry downstairs. I'll handle this." Xiao Yang shouted to Ryu. Ryu looked deeply at Xiao Yang, not understanding why he came to save her, as they had only met twice. However, this did not diminish her heartfelt gratitude towards him. If it weren't for him, she didn't dare think further. Dressed in tattered clothes, she could only shiver and make her way toward Xiao Yang. At that moment, Mu Wanqing also rushed upstairs, holding a tang knife. She had heard the commotion downstairs and quickly returned to get the knife before rushing back. "Wanqing, take care of Boss Ru and wrap her in a coat," Xiao Yang said, glancing at the exposed skin of Ryu. Mu Wanqing hurriedly took off her coat and draped it over Ryu, relieved that she was wearing something thick, so missing a coat wasn't too much of a loss. "All right, we've let her go, so you can let my brother go now," the second man said. Xiao Yang smiled. "Don't rush, I still need to take something from you." With that, he grabbed the boss's left hand with his left hand. "Do you see the time on your arm? Come on, keep half an hour for yourself, and transmit the rest to me with your mind." The others were confused, instinctively looking at their arms, still not understanding what was going on. What is this?" The boss stuttered. "Don't ask so much, just do as I say," Xiao Yang replied impatiently. The boss was reluctant. Although he didn't know what the time represented, he felt it must be very important, or else this young man wouldn't specifically want it. You little brat. Don't go back on your word, or I'll fight you. The third man shouted as he saw Xiao Yang not letting them go. Xiao Yang pulled out a gun and shot the legs of the second and third men, who screamed and fell to the ground. Everyone except Mu Wanqing was stunned by the gunfire. The second and third men were in agony, thinking that if he had pulled out the gun earlier, they could have transmitted the time sooner. Can I do it this way? Xiao Yang said coldly. The boss didn't dare hesitate and quickly complied. Then, Xiao Yang left him and walked over to the second and third men, extending his left hand. They didn't waste any more words, enduring the pain as they transmitted the time to Xiao Yang. He then walked over to the unconscious fifth man and kicked him, saying, "Stop pretending. I know you're awake. Hurry up and do it." Earlier, when he fired the gun, Xiao Yang had seen the fifth man shiver on the ground, and now he was still pretending to be dead. After collecting the fifth man's time energy, Xiao Yang looked inside the room and saw an injured man sitting in the corner and a half-naked female waitress lying on the sofa. Approaching the man, Xiao Yang checked and realized he had bled out and succumbed to the cold. He thought it was a pity, then went to the female waitress, checked her pulse, and found she was already cold. Shaking his head, he walked out. "Sister Yu," the female waitress inside, "is already dead." Ryu sighed, nodded, and said, "I understand. Thank you for saving me." Xiao Yang smiled. "It was just a small effort. Let's go." "Wait," Ryu suddenly said, looking at the groaning thugs on the ground with hatred in her eyes. "Give me a chance to personally kill these beasts. Otherwise, I won't be at peace." Xiao Yang wanted to say that they wouldn't live long anyway. However, since Ryu wanted to personally take revenge, he decided to fulfill her wish. He handed the tang knife from Mu Wanqing to Ryu, who stepped forward with the knife, while Xiao Yang followed behind with his gun. "Boss Ryu, please spare me. I know I was wrong," the boss pleaded, but Ryu didn't give him a chance to finish his sentence. With a swift motion, she severed half of his head. Ryu was taken aback. The knife was so fast. Xiao Yang was also stunned. This woman was really ruthless. The remaining three men, seeing this scene, crawled away in fear, continuously begging for mercy. Ryu was unmoved. These men had nearly violated her and killed two of her waitresses. If she didn't kill them, she couldn't quell her anger. With swift strokes, she hacked them to death. Even the already dead fourth man didn't escape Ryu's vengeance. His lower body was chopped to pieces. Ryu took a blanket to cover the female waitress's body, then grabbed another quilt to cover a body in the bathroom downstairs. It was then that Xiao Yang realized there was another body on the first floor. Ryu was really unlucky to have encountered such a group of thugs. After doing all this, Ryu returned the knife to Xiao Yang, expressing her gratitude. "Although I am a woman, I know that a life-saving grace should be repaid with my own life. You are my lifesaver, and from now on, my life belongs to you." Xiao Yang accepted the knife, nodding, "All right, let's go home." Of course, Xiao Yang took all the remaining alcohol from the restaurant and loaded it onto the RV. It couldn't go to waste. As Ryu walked out of the restaurant, she glanced back at the establishment she had built with her own hands, and then got into Xiao Yang's RV without looking back. Inside the RV, Ryu had changed into warm clothing, covering her long, snow-white legs. She was lost in thought, gazing out at the chaotic streets through the window, where crashed cars were left unattended, and frozen corpses were occasionally seen by the roadside. This was far worse than she had imagined. Xiao Yang felt regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have let her wear his clothes. The RV had heating, so she wouldn't have been cold. Ryu seemed to have thought of something, retracting her gaze to look at Xiao Yang in the driver's seat. "By the way, benefactor, I still don't know how to address you." She only knew him, but hadn't asked for his name. "Just call me Xiao Yang." Ryu responded with an O, but felt it was a bit awkward to call him by name, as it seemed disrespectful to her benefactor. Xiao Yang seemed to sense Ryu's predicament and smiled. "Sister, you should be older than me. You can call me little brother from now on, so it doesn't feel too distant, haha." Upon hearing this, Ryu thought it was a good idea. I'm 35 this year, so I should be quite a bit older than you. Then I'll call you Xiao little brother from now on." Xiao Yang was naturally pleased. This was the best. Mu Wanqing exclaimed in surprise, "Sister you really don't mind being called old. How do you maintain yourself? If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were only 28. Ryu smiled. "Wanqing, you really know how to flatter." Mu Wanqing was taken aback. "How did you know my name is Wanqing?" Ryu replied, "Just now in the restaurant. Didn't Xiao little brother call you that? I heard it." Chapter 22. Mu Wanqing's abilities. Xiao Yang did not stop along the way and drove straight back to the villa. The entire villa area was still lifeless, with no activity. Light snow had begun to fall from the sky, and Xiao Yang knew that after this snow, another disaster would descend. After the heavy snow, the temperature would rise to around -10 degrees, and this would become the norm, often accompanied by blizzards. But that wasn't the most deadly part. The most lethal aspect was the corpse transformation. A virus inside the bodies of the deceased would be activated, capable of controlling the nerves of the dead, turning them into zombies. These zombies had no self-awareness. They would attack all surviving humans and animals, spreading the virus to those bitten, turning them into zombies as well. Although these zombies were not as agile as normal people, they were not easy to kill. They felt no pain, and no matter how much one attacked them, they would not be afraid. To kill them completely, one had to strike directly at their forehead, where there would be a crystal-like object. This contained the remaining time energy of the person before death. Obtaining it could replenish one's energy. Of course, if a person died because their time energy reached zero, they would not turn into a zombie. Without the crystal to sustain them, the virus could not survive either. Xiao Yang sighed, realizing that after this zombie disaster, humanity would truly be left with only a fraction of its population. After parking the car in the yard, Xiao Yang and the others got out and walked into the villa. Luyu was amazed at the layers of protection surrounding the villa. This must have been prepared in advance, right? Upon entering the villa, they were immediately enveloped in warmth. There was actually heating inside the villa. Mu Wanqing turned on the lights in the living room, and Luyu was stunned again. There was no power outage. The little crow, upon seeing Xiao Yang return, flapped its wings and flew onto Xiao Yang's shoulder, incessantly pecking at his hair to express its dissatisfaction. Why did you take so long to come home without saying you were bringing me along? Oh, this annoying bird. Xiao Yang dodged and laughed. I want to add some coal to the boiler. Wanqing, take Yujie to have a hot shower. Luyu was already numb, compared to her own restaurant. This villa was simply paradise. It had electricity, heating, and hot water, which was the happiest thing for Luyu, who hadn't showered in 10 days. Moreover, how leisurely were these two people that they even had the heart to raise a bird. This bird was so ugly, all black. After bringing Luyu to the bathroom, Mu Wanqing also got her a nightgown and placed it at the bathroom door. After Xiao Yang added the coal, he went upstairs and happened to see Luyu coming out of the shower. TSK, TSK. Xiao Yang couldn't help but marvel. This mature woman had a unique charm. Luyu was inherently a seductive woman, with a voluptuous figure, and paired with a fitted nightgown, it was hard not to let one's imagination wander. Seeing Xiao Yang looking at her, Luyu smiled gracefully and generously said, "How about it? Does my outfit look good, Brother Xiao?" At her age, she had experienced everything and wouldn't act shy like a young girl just because Xiao Yang was looking at her. Being prompted by Luyu, Xiao Yang became even more enthusiastic. Good looking, good looking. Hee hee. TSK, TSK. Mature women are indeed great. Oh, by the way, Yujie, you must be hungry. Why don't you eat something first? After looking for a while, Xiao Yang decided to change the subject. Gulyalu. As soon as Xiao Yang mentioned it, Luyu's stomach growled. She smiled awkwardly. I really am hungry. Luckily, the 10 tables of dishes you order were not taken away otherwise. At this point, Luyu suddenly paused, as if recalling something, and asked in confusion, by the way, you ordered 10 tables of dishes. What happened to the 9 tables? Even the tables are gone. I thought I was seeing things. Xiao Yang smiled and said nothing. With a wave of his hand, a table appeared in the living room, filled with dishes. Luyu was stunned. What kind of magic is this? And these dishes, aren't they all the specialty dishes from my restaurant? Wow, even the table is from her restaurant. Luyu's mouth formed an O shape as she looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief. Brother Xiao, are you a magician? Xiao Yang replied with a smile. Well, you could say that. Luyu took a deep breath, sniffed the aroma of the dishes, touched a plate with her hand, and exclaimed in surprise, my God, the dishes are still hot. She really couldn't understand how Xiao Yang managed to do all this. Come on, Yujie. Welcome to join us. From now on, we are family. This meal is to welcome you. Xiao Yang invited Luyu to take a seat, pulled out a few bottles of wine, and called Mu Wanqing down from upstairs, preparing to start the meal. Xiao Yang poured a glass of wine for everyone and raised his glass, saying, cheers to Yujie. From now on, we are all our own people. Luyu quickly raised her glass and said, no, this glass should be for me to toast you. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, how could I be sitting here enjoying such a wonderful time? After finishing her sentence, Luyu, to show her respect, directly downed a glass of red wine. Seeing Luyu's boldness, Xiao Yang also downed his drink. Mu Wanqing couldn't hold her liquor well, but she also took a big sip, putting down her glass. Mu Wanqing looked troubled. Xiao Yang asked with concern, Wanqing, what's wrong? You seem distracted. I was thinking about what happened today at the seaside restaurant. I remember hearing that person's voice. Indeed, there were others upstairs. Mu Wanqing, furuit herberais. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Xiao Yang slapped his thigh and said, you didn't mention it. And I almost forgot. Liu asked curiously, Wan Qing, what happened? I'll explain. At that time, the two of us were being led by that man, and we're about to go upstairs to find you. When we heard the sound of a cup falling, we became very cautious. At that moment, it seemed like Wan Qing heard that person's voice, realizing there were others upstairs, and even controlled you. However, I know that person clearly didn't say anything. Xiao Yang explained first. Yeah, I thought it was auditory hallucination, but the situation upstairs was indeed as I heard. I really can't understand. Mu Wanqing shook her head. Liu was also intrigued. Could it be that you have special abilities? Hearing this, Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. It must be that Mu Wanqing had awakened her abilities. However, he had never heard of such abilities before, so he wasn't quite sure. He needed to verify it first. Wanqing, if I'm not mistaken, you should have awakened your abilities. How about we verify it? Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? I have abilities now. How do we verify it? Xiao Yang thought for a moment and said, I guess you might have heard that person's thoughts at that time. So, concentrate and look at me. I'll think of something and then see if you can hear it. Okay, Mu Wanqing said eagerly. Xiao Yang looked at the table full of dishes, continually thinking in his mind. The dishes made by Yu Jia are really delicious. Mu Wanqing gazed intently at Xiao Yang, and suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. The dishes made by Yu Jia are really delicious. Chapter 23, From Now On. I'll leave it to you. Mu Wanqing was once again shocked by the sudden voice that appeared in her mind. This voice was so vivid, and she knew that Xiao Yang hadn't spoken out loud. What you were thinking just now was Sister Yu's cooking is really delicious, right? Mu Wanqing confirmed. Wow, awesome. Xiao Yang gave Mu Wanqing a thumbs up. Completely correct. Congratulations, Wanqing. You have awakened your special ability, and it's quite unique. Xiao Yang had heard of and seen many abilities, but most of them were either combat-based or magic-based. For instance, in the late apocalyptic period, many strength-type survivors would comprehend swordsmanship and knife techniques, which belonged to the combat category. These types of awakeners relied heavily on weapons, although they had strong combat power. The factor of weapons played a significant part. On the other hand, abilities that could produce lightning and fireballs belonged to the magic category. Then there were special abilities like Xiao Yang's spatial ability, which were extremely rare. Mu Wanqing's ability should also belong to a special category. The powerful aspect of this ability was that it allowed her to hear other people's thoughts, leaving no privacy for them in front of her. Xiao Yang was a bit excited. He didn't expect that by accident he had stumbled upon someone like Mu Wanqing. It was truly a gain. With her help, he would be able to read people's hearts when he formed his team in the future. Awesome. Are you two in cahoots to mess with me? There really is an ability? Liu Yu expressed some disbelief. She had no idea that such abilities existed. Sister Yu, if you don't believe it, you can also try it out. Let Wanqing listen to your thoughts, Xiao Yang said with a smile. Okay. Liu Yu could no longer contain her curiosity and was eager to try it. Mu Wanqing focused her attention on Liu Yu, and after a moment, she heard Liu Yu's voice in her mind. However, Mu Wanqing's face turned red. Xiao Yang was curious about what Mu Wanqing had heard that made her shy. What is Sister Yu thinking? Seeing Mu Wanqing not speaking, Liu Yu became anxious. How is it, Wanqing? Did you hear my thoughts? Say it out loud to verify. Mu Wanqing, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Sister Yu, you were thinking Xiao Yang is really lucky to have such a beautiful girl like Wanqing, right? Liu Yu exclaimed, excitedly slapping the table. That's amazing. Not a single word off. She then looked at Xiao Yang and asked, little brother, was that magic-like thing you did also an ability? Xiao Yang felt there was no need to hide anything from Liu Yu, so he explained everything in detail, of course, without revealing how many supplies were actually in the space. He also fabricated his experiences before his rebirth as a dream and told Liu Yu about it, which made her gasp in surprise. Little brother Xiao, if what you said is true, I kind of regret being saved by you. It's going to be so hard living like this in the future. Liu Yu couldn't help but feel worried about the future. Xiao Yang smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, Sister Yu. With me around, I will definitely make sure you all live comfortably. Please trust me. Looking into Xiao Yang's firm and calm eyes, Liu Yu inexplicably felt an immense sense of trust, as if having him around gave her a sense of security. Just the warm villa and the delicious food they had were things that ordinary people couldn't provide. Liu Yu raised her glass to Xiao Yang and said, come, I'll toast to you, little brother. From now on, I'll leave it to you. Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned. It sounded as if Liu Yu was saying that she would be his from now on. He wasn't sure if Liu Yu was doing this on purpose. Leave it to me, rest assured. Xiao Yang also raised his glass and said with a meaningful tone, oh, by the way, Sister Yu, I'll need your help with one more thing. After finishing his drink, Xiao Yang put down his glass and said, say it. Lu Yu replied straightforwardly. Well, neither Wan Qing nor I can cook, so I'll leave the cooking to you from now on. Is that okay? Lu Yu, upon hearing this, was surprised. Is that a problem? Little brother Xiao, I can't say anything else, but cooking is my specialty. You saved my life, so this is what I should do. I promise to keep you both well fed. Of course, you have to ensure there are enough ingredients. Haha. Xiao Yang was very satisfied and imitated Lu Yu, patting his chest and saying, You can rest assured about that, sister Yu. There will be plenty of ingredients. The snow was getting heavier and had turned into a snowstorm. The dining in the villa had already ended, and Mu Wanqing, having used her ability several times, felt mentally exhausted and went upstairs to rest early. There was no helping it. Her time energy was too low at the moment, and her physical condition was still relatively poor, making it hard for her to withstand the mental consumption of her ability. Once her time energy increased in the future, it would be better. This time energy was like levels in a game. Could a level 1 compete with a level 100? Of course not. Therefore, the next step for Xiao Yang was to prepare to acquire more time energy. The zombie virus was about to break out. Wasn't the opportunity coming? Lu Yu chose to sleep in a bedroom on the first floor. Xiao Yang initially wanted her to sleep in Mu Wanqing's original room on the third floor. However, Lu Yu refused, saying it would be more convenient for her to cook in the morning. Xiao Yang didn't insist further, prepared fresh bedding for her, and filled the fridge with various ingredients before going upstairs. In her room, Lu Yu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Too much had happened today, and suddenly arriving at such a comfortable place made her restless. Maybe it was because of her own experiences. She had killed someone. Maybe it was because of the apocalyptic scenes Xiao Yang had described to her. In short, she just couldn't fall asleep. She staggered out to the living room and gazed out at the heavy snow outside in a daze. Suddenly, some indescribable sounds came from upstairs. Lu Yu was momentarily stunned. Then the corner of her mouth lifted into an enchanting smile. Young people really know how to stir things up. They had been working all day and still didn't know how to rest. She thought to herself, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 50 minutes. Lu Yu was dumbfounded. Was this little brother, Xiao, really that amazing? She felt a bit dry in her throat, but couldn't help but want to listen. An hour and a half later, the noise upstairs gradually quieted down. Meanwhile, Lu Yu downstairs was already a bit flushed. As for her, Lu Yu had also had a few relationships and even a failed marriage. She had seen quite a few men. However, she had never experienced anything like this for such a long time. After her divorce, she had focused all her energy on her career and hadn't tried dating again. Hearing the sounds from upstairs seemed to awaken a bit of desire deep within her. She actually had some physiological reactions. The handsome face of Xiao Yang unconsciously appeared in her mind, and she felt a longing. Ugh, what am I thinking? How can I do this to Wanqing? Lu Yu quickly suppressed that expanding desire, calmed her rapid breathing, and hurried back to her bedroom. Coincidentally, as she passed the staircase, she bumped into Xiao Yang, who was coming down shirtless to add coal to the boiler. Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Yu. What are you doing standing here in the dark, sister Yu? Why aren't you sleeping? Lu Yu panicked for a moment and quickly covered, I'm just going to the bathroom. Chapter 24. Lu Yu's superpower. Early the next morning, Xiao Yang felt incredibly refreshed. He looked at the time energy on his arm, which had already accumulated for over 15 years. Xiao Yang could sense a significant change in his body. Before his rebirth, he had over 1,000 years of time energy, and ordinary knives and tools posed no threat to him. He had seen those with 10,000 years of time energy, and ordinary firearms felt like mere tickles to them. Therefore, enhancing his strength required acquiring more time energy, which would be his next focus. Not only for himself, but also for Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. Both needed to be strengthened. However, he needed to make himself stronger first. He glanced at Mu Wanqing, who was still sleeping beside him. The snow outside continued to fall, covering the ground in a blanket of silver. Xiao Yang kissed Mu Wanqing on the cheek, tucked her in, and headed downstairs. As he reached the first floor, he caught a whiff of the aroma of food. In the living room, the dining table was already set with 2 dishes, stir-fried pig kidneys and okra drizzled with oil. The person preparing these dishes was still busy in the kitchen. Lu Jia, is it really necessary to make such a lavish meal so early in the morning? Xiao Yang asked, puzzled. Lu Yu poked her head out of the kitchen, smiling. It's just 2 dishes, not that extravagant. Young people need to replenish their energy. I also have a health porridge that will be ready soon. Huh? What do you mean by that? Do we really need this much nourishment with pig kidneys and okra? Xiao Yang shrugged, thinking that as long as the food was good, he wouldn't complain. After washing up in the bathroom, Xiao Yang came out just in time to see Lu Yu bringing the porridge to the table. Where's Wanqing? Call her down for breakfast, Xiao Yang said. He rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. She's a bit tired. Let her sleep a little longer. Lu Yu shot him a reproachful glance. Young people are so reckless, not knowing how to cherish delicate things. I'll cook for her when she wakes up. Let us eat first. All right. The food was quickly devoured by Xiao Yang, who finished it in a whirlwind, while Lu Yu barely touched her meal. Satisfied, Xiao Yang let out a contented burp and praised. Lu Jie, having you around makes life complete. Lu Yu smiled but didn't respond, quickly clearing the dishes. Xiao Yang hurried to help. Let me do it, Lu Jie. Lu Yu pushed him away. What are you doing, big man? Leave this to me. You go do what you need to do. Oh, and don't forget to feed your little bird. It's been chirping for a while now. Xiao Yang couldn't help but marvel at how nice it was to have a woman at home who could cook and was willing to do housework. The morning passed quickly as Xiao Yang played with the little crow, Coalball. The crow was becoming smarter and could understand a lot of what Xiao Yang said, becoming much more obedient. Crows are known for their high intelligence. After all, they can use tools, and the way crows drink water is a typical example. Xiao Yang decided to raise Coalball and keep it by his side. If trained well, it could make a good pet. By noon, Mu Wanqing finally woke up and came downstairs. Hey, Wanqing is up. Hurry and wash up. I'll make you breakfast, Lu Yu said with a smile. Thank you. Lu Jie. Mu Wanqing went to the washroom, and Lu Yu began bustling about in the kitchen again. Xiao Yang sat on the sofa, facing the kitchen, watching Lu Yu's busy figure. He had to admit that Lu Yu had a great figure, curvy in all the right places. They say chefs are usually round, but Lu Yu only had the roundness in her backside. However, her waist was surprisingly slender. From this angle, she resembled a ripe peach, making one salivate. Suddenly, Lu Yu let out a loud shout. Xiao Yang's thoughts were interrupted, and he quickly ran into the kitchen to check what was happening. Mu Wanqing also rushed out from the washroom. What happened, Lu Jie? Lu Yu looked visibly flustered, having thrown her spoon aside. She stared at it in horror, saying, I just held the spoon and suddenly released a powerful electric current. Mu Wanqing quickly took Lu Yu's hand to check, looking concerned. Did you get electrocuted? Are you okay, Lu Jie? I didn't feel anything, but that current was so strong, it really startled me. Lu Yu said, still shaken. Xiao Yang, deep in thought, approached the stove and checked the frying pan, where the food had already burned. He unplugged the induction cooker and touched the edge of the pan. A crackling sound of small electric currents could be heard, and his hand felt a bit numb. He picked up the spoon, and it also had an electric current. Xiao Yang gestured with the spoon. Lu Jie, you're saying that while you were cooking, an electric current appeared from the spoon and hit the pan, causing the food to burn? Yes, that's exactly it. Lu Yu nodded vigorously. Xiao Yang smiled. He understood now. Congratulations, Lu Jie. You've awakened your superpower. I have a superpower too? Lu Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, you've awakened a lightning superpower. The current you released just now was an unintentional manifestation of it. Xiao Yang had seen lightning superpower users in his past life. Those of lower rank produced currents like this, while higher rank users could unleash lightning orbs with explosive power comparable to firearms. He didn't expect that Lu Yu, a beautiful chef, would awaken a magical lightning superpower. This truly surprised Xiao Yang. This lightning comes from your hand, not from a spoon. You can try to release the current again. Xiao Yang guided Lu Yu on how to unleash the current. Lu Yu focused her energy and gently clapped her hand towards the frying pan. Ziz! Bang! A visible current, the thickness of chopsticks, shot from Lu Yu's palm, striking the frying pan a meter away. The frying pan flipped over and fell to the ground. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded. This lightning superpower was truly impressive. This was only level 1. It could probably knock out an adult. What would happen if it reached level 9? Lu Yu was trembling in fear, wondering if this superpower was too dangerous. She repeatedly examined her palm, completely puzzled about how the lightning was released. It was so magical. Lu Jie, with this awakened superpower, no one will dare to bully you anymore. If someone is foolish enough to provoke you, just give them a taste of this. And I guarantee they'll be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Xiao Yang said with a smile, genuinely happy for Lu Yu. This added significant strength to his side. With this, Lu Yu should be able to protect herself in emergencies. As long as she mastered the lightning technique and increased her level, she would definitely become an indispensable force in the future. Lu Yu was overjoyed. She had finally awakened her superpower and wouldn't be a burden to Xiao Yang anymore. I not only want to cook in the kitchen, but I also want to fight on the battlefield. Chapter 25. Zombie virus. Lu Yu was in an excited state and tried to unleash lightning twice. But each attempt was weaker than the last. She only stopped when she felt completely drained. The original frying pan was definitely unusable. so Xiao Yang prepared a new set for her. The lunch consisted of the hot leftovers from last night, and Liu additionally made a bowl of chicken soup for Mu Wanqing. As soon as Xiao Yang took a bite of the food, he was stunned. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but it felt like there were popping candies in his mouth, crackling away. Xiao Yang looked at Liu, who was staring blankly at the top of his head. What's wrong? Xiao Yang asked. Buzlet. Your hair is all standing up. Liu pointed at his head, asking in amazement. Xiao Yang hurriedly touched his hair, and with a crackle, there was a sound of static electricity. Wow, it really is. Mu Wanqing giggled, picked up her bowl, took a sip of chicken soup, and then her expression suddenly froze. Liu cautiously asked, What's wrong, Wanqing? Is it not good? Mu Wanqing quickly placed the bowl back on the table, surprised. Sister Yu, this chicken soup has static electricity. Really? I didn't feel anything just now, Liu said, somewhat incredulous. Xiao Yang reached out and placed his hand on Mu Wanqing's head, and her hair stuck to his palm. Wow, this static electricity is pretty strong. Sister Yu, did you generate electricity again while cooking? Xiao Yang laughed helplessly. Liu felt embarrassed to be exposed and shyly said, I got a bit distracted while cooking and didn't notice. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing exchanged glances. Sister, you need to be more careful in the future. This food almost shocked us to death. Liu's face turned red from being teased. I'll definitely pay more attention next time. Suddenly, a crow's scream echoed. The three quickly looked toward the little coal ball, which was lying on the ground with its claws in the air. Xiao Yang hurried over to check, and saw its two black eyes spinning around, with a fresh pile of poop behind it. Xiao Yang picked it up, and static electricity crackled at his fingertips. He looked up at Liu. Liu flusteredly said, I saw it didn't have water, so I poured it a bit. The snow had stopped, and the outdoor temperature had risen to around -10 degrees. Most people would not suffer too much as long as they had enough warmth. Just as everyone was secretly relieved that the disaster was about to end, another, greater disaster struck. On the street, covered with a thick layer of snow, suddenly, a frozen, bluish hand emerged from the snow. Slowly, a body began to rise from the snowdrift, moving as if it were dancing to mechanical music. The body was still dressed in summer clothes, having been frozen for several days, yet it was somehow alive again. Its eyes were hollow, its movements stiff, and only a faint white light shone from its forehead. It stood there dazed, swaying left and right, not knowing where to go. In a small room of a hotel nearby, a female college student was trembling under the covers cold. Beneath the bed lay a cold corpse, her college boyfriend. They had just checked into the room to discuss life when a cold wave hit. During their intense discussion, the temperature dropped sharply, and her boyfriend, having sweated, caught a cold. The outcome was predictable. He didn't survive 3 days, and his life ended. She was scared, desperate, and powerless, but fortunately, there were instant noodles and 2 bottles of water in the room, preventing her from starving to death. A raspy sound came from her throat. Nervously, she pulled back a corner of the blanket and saw her boyfriend standing up in a strange posture. Her mind went blank. Hadn't he died? She was a bit scared, but also hoped for a miracle. She softly called out, baby. Her boyfriend suddenly turned around, his empty gaze and bluish-purple face devoid of any expression. She screamed in fright. It was as if her boyfriend had heard some kind of call. His body froze for a moment and then lunged toward her, biting down on her throat. On the nearby streets, these zombie-like creatures had unknowingly gathered, and upon hearing the scream, they all rushed madly towards the source of the sound. Scenes like this were playing out in every corner of the world. At this moment, humanity had turned into a hell on earth. The zombie virus had officially broken out. In Xiao Yang's villa, the first thing the little coal ball did after waking up was to scream at Liu. Coal ball, what did you do to me? Liu rolled her eyes. This little thing still held a grudge. I didn't do it on purpose. The little coal ball stood on its perch, glaring at her angrily. Suddenly, a wave of screams erupted outside the villa. The three of them froze, looking at each other. Xiao Yang quickly got up and said, Let us go upstairs and take a look. The zombie virus must have broken out. Mu Wanqing followed closely, and Liu hesitated for a moment before following as well. Arriving in Xiao Yang's master bedroom, there was a huge floor-to-ceiling window that provided a clear view of the entire villa area. At that moment, the entire villa area was in chaos, filled with screams. Some people even disregarded the cold outside, wrapping themselves in blankets and running out, followed by zombies making biting motions. Those who ran slowly or stumbled would be pounced on by the zombies, who would bite into their bodies, leaving large bloodstains in the snow. Xiao Yang coldly watched this scene, seemingly a bystander enjoying a show. Mu Wanqing and Liu turned pale at the sight, trembling all over. Although they had heard Xiao Yang describe the scenes of a zombie outbreak, witnessing such horrors with their own eyes was overwhelming for both of them. Xiao Yang turned around and patted Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu on the shoulder, saying this was bound to happen. Just adapt gradually. We need to prepare. We'll start harvesting energy tomorrow. After saying that, he went downstairs without looking back, ready to gather some combat supplies. Heaven, Xiao Yang was right. This is what a zombie looks like. Lu Yu said, her voice trembling with emotion. Mu Wanqing stared blankly at everything before her, sadly saying, they are so desperate. But we are powerless to help. Lu Yu sighed, I'm becoming more and more curious about Xiao Yang. Without him, I might have ended up being chased and bitten, ultimately becoming a piece of meat in a zombie's mouth. Yeah, I might have also become one of those chasing others to bite. Mu Wanqing said with a sad smile. The two quietly watched, both relieved that they were not among those people. They felt grateful to Xiao Yang for providing them with a warm and safe haven. Chapter 26. Clearing the zombie-infested villa area in the space. Xiao Yang took out many sets of winter training suits, military boots, and gloves. These clothes were thick and would generally not be easily torn or bitten through by zombies. He then took out 3 tang knives, 3 military knives, and the only revolver he had, which still had 3 bullets left. The tang knife was the best weapon for killing zombies. Its blade was long enough and particularly sharp, and with the right amount of force. One could decapitate a zombie with a single strike. After preparing all this, he called down Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, who were still on the 3rd floor. Filled with emotions, and seriously said to them, you both need to try on the equipment. Tomorrow, we will go out to kill zombies together. What? The two were taken aback and couldn't help but feel nervous. Do we have to go? Xiao Yang replied sternly, of course you have to go. Sooner or later, we will have to face this. I'm doing this for your own good. This villa area has a total of 100 villas, and the total population is estimated to be around 700. This is already a very low population density. A low density means zombies are relatively dispersed and not concentrated, which is the best training ground for both of you. But Mu Wanqing hesitated, but before she could finish, she was coldly interrupted by Xiao Yang. There are no buts. In this apocalypse, the only way to survive is to continuously strengthen ourselves. I don't want to see you die in front of me. Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang's cold gaze and suddenly felt a bit fearful. This man was so brutal in everything he did. Wasn't he quite gentle before they got together? Seeing Xiao Yang's attitude, Lu Yu thought for a moment and resolutely said, you saved my life. For you, I'm willing to do anything. Xiao Yang looked at her and shook his head, correcting her. Remember, it's not for me. It's for us. Lu Yu looked deeply at Xiao Yang, nodded, and said, right, it's for us. In the remaining time, the 3 of them tried on their equipment and weapons. Xiao Yang explained some techniques for killing zombies and repeatedly warned the 2 of them not to shout or scream no matter what happened, as that would attract more zombies. That night, after dinner, the 3 went to bed early to rest. The next morning, Lu Yu woke up early to prepare a sumptuous breakfast, ensuring that everyone would eat enough to have the energy to kill zombies. After eating and drinking enough, the 3 changed into their clothes, took their weapons, and prepared to go out. Remember, when we go out, I will be in front, Wanqing in the middle, and Yu Ji at the back. We will search through one villa at a time. If we encounter zombies on the way, don't move, just watch how I kill them. Only when we encounter a lone zombie in the villa can you practice. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu quickly nodded. As they walked out of the villa gate, Xiao Yang looked at the smooth snow on the road in front of him, which showed no signs of being trampled, proving that no zombies had been in the vicinity. He decided to start clearing from the villa directly in front of them, and then check the others in order. Arriving at the entrance of the first villa, the door was closed, but such a door could not stop him. He took out a crowbar and gently pried the door open. Suddenly, a zombie, possibly hearing the noise, lunged directly at the door. Xiao Yang was not at all flustered. He quickly drew his tang knife and drove it straight into the zombie's forehead. The zombie immediately stopped its attack, and when Xiao Yang withdrew the knife, it collapsed to the ground without a sound. Xiao Yang stepped forward and skillfully pried open its skull, extracting a white cylindrical crystal from its forehead. He turned around and displayed the crystal to Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, only to find that both were covering their mouths, their faces pale, staring at him in shock. Xiao Yang was puzzled. Why do women always cover their mouths when they get nervous? Have you seen it clearly? We must retrieve this thing. He waved the crystal in front of them. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu watched the red and white object in front of them swaying back and forth, feeling nauseated, and finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Ugh, ugh. The 2 of them immediately started to vomit. Xiao Yang was dumbfounded. You two have such weak stomachs. But thinking back to his previous life, he remembered that he had also gone through a similar phase, so he didn't say anything. Fortunately, the two managed to control their noise, preventing any zombies from being attracted. With the distance between each villa, as long as the sound were not too loud, they were safe. Seeing that the two were almost done throwing up, he quickly urged them to enter the villa. The door inside was open, and Xiao Yang led them through room by room, discovering two zombies, a large one and a small one, both female, presumably a mother and daughter. The male zombie he had killed earlier at the entrance indicated that this family of three had not escaped. Xiao Yang easily dispatched the mother zombie, then took out a baton and pinned the smaller zombie against the wall, rendering it immobile. Yu Jie, go and kill it, and do it my way. Xiao Yang commanded Lu Yu first, as she had experience with knives. But she is still a child. Lu Yu's hand trembled holding the knife. Unable to make the move, Xiao Yang scolded. Remember, they're no longer human. They're just walking corpses. Hurry up. Lu Yu had no choice but to grit her teeth, close her eyes, and swung the knife at the clawing little zombie. The knife cut through, and the little zombie's head was directly severed in half. Xiao Yang was very satisfied. This is different. Your strength is good. He put away the baton, and the small zombie fell to the ground. Yu Jie, well done, but next time, you can't close your eyes. Doing so is very dangerous. Xiao Yang encouraged her while warning. Lu Yu looked a bit dazed and absent-mindedly replied with an okay. Wanqing, go and extract the crystals from the foreheads of the two zombies. Xiao Yang turned to the terrified Mu Wanqing behind him and pointed to the two corpses on the ground. Me? Mu Wanqing felt a bit panicked. Yes, hurry up, Xiao Yang urged. Although Mu Wanqing resisted internally, she understood that Xiao Yang was helping her overcome her disgust. She had to slowly approach the zombie, took out her military knife, hesitated for a long time, and finally mustered the courage to stab it into the zombie's head, stirring it around to extract a white crystal. Then, she approached the other zombie, tilted her head, and awkwardly retrieved another crystal. After doing all this, Mu Wanqing felt like she was about to pass out. It was so disgusting. Xiao Yang watched quietly and was quite satisfied with her performance. Not bad, but next time, you need to do it more cleanly and quickly. Also, this crystal is very important. Once extracted, you must put away quickly. It is our lifeline. Mu Wanqing nodded, not arguing, and quickly held the two crystals in her hands. Seeing that the two were still not fully adjusted, Xiao Yang let them rest for a while. After all, women are different from men. They needed some time. Chapter 27, Absorbing Crystal Energy. After resting for half an hour, Xiao Yang felt it was about time and began to lead Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu to clear the next villa. The door of this villa was still closed, and Xiao Yang quickly pried it open and entered. Inside, they discovered a total of 5 zombies, 2 older ones and 3 younger ones. The zombies had no wounds on their bodies, indicating they had died before the virus outbreak. This should have been a happy family, but unfortunately, they all fell victim. Xiao Yang eliminated 4 of them, leaving 1 younger zombie for Mu Wanqing to practice on. Mu Wanqing mustered her courage, imitating Xiao Yang, and aimed for the zombie's head. However, she ended up stabbing it in the neck, splattering blood all over her face. Startled, Mu Wanqing dropped her dagger and quickly stepped back. Pick it up. You must stay calm at all times. If you miss your strike, you can try again, but you must never drop your weapon. If you were facing a zombie alone, you would probably be bitten to shreds by now. Xiao Yang scolded sternly. With tears in her eyes, Mu Wanqing reluctantly picked up the dagger from the ground. She raised it again, aiming for the zombie's forehead, and with determination, she stabbed it in. The sound of the skull shattering echoed, and the zombie collapsed, motionless. Mu Wanqing stared at her handiwork in a daze. This was a significant breakthrough for her. Yu Jie, you go retrieve the crystal from its forehead this time. Lu Yu, not wanting to delay, stepped up and extracted all the crystals. Although she felt quite disgusted, she did a commendable job. Let's go. Next villa. Without pausing, Xiao Yang led them to the next villa. Following the same pattern, by noon, the 3 of them had cleared 10 villas. Inside the villas, Xiao Yang collected all usable supplies into his space. During this time, Xiao Yang intentionally left 2 younger zombies for Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu to kill by themselves, refraining from intervening and only watching from the side. This was a huge challenge for them. In a moment of panic, Lu Yu missed her first strike and only managed to chop off one of the zombie's arms. However, this did not stop the zombie from lunging at her, but fortunately, the younger zombie wasn't very strong. Lu Yu quickly took a second strike and severed its head. Mu Wanqing's performance surprised Xiao Yang. When a zombie lunged at her, she struck directly at its forehead, cleanly dispatching it. In total, They killed 50 zombies across the 10 villas. Xiao Yang felt they had achieved their goal for the day, and fearing that Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu might not handle more, he decided to head back home. Upon returning to the villa, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu eagerly took off their jackets and headed to the shower room to wash up. Xiao Yang rinsed all the crystals, and after the two finished bathing, he proceeded to distribute them. Mu Wanqing had previously gained 20 days of energy, leaving her with a little over a year. Lu Yu had been consuming energy consistently and only had about 350 days left, not even a full year. Xiao Yang himself had over 15 years, nearly 16 years of energy, the most among the three. 10 for Wanqing, 10 for Yujia, and 30 for me. Xiao Yang allocated the crystals. Lu Yu saw the amount allocated to her and quickly refused. I can't take this. It's all your achievement, Xiao Laudi. I'm just dragging you down. Yes. You should keep it for yourself. Killing zombies still depends on you. Mu Wanqing also pushed the crystals back. Xiao Yang shook his head and pressed the crystals into their hands, saying, remember, from now on, we are all in this together. You both need to raise your time energy to over 10 years, making it easier to kill zombies and not hold me back. Seeing that the two were about to refuse again, Xiao Yang waved his hand and said, all right, no more arguments. Just do as I say. Now, let me teach you how to absorb these crystals. Xiao Yang picked up one of the crystals and pointed to the numbers on it, saying, do you see this? This shows the remaining time energy. The only difference from the time on our arms is that the time on this crystal is static. He extended his left arm to compare. If you want to convert all the time energy in the crystal into your own, you must first memorize the time on the crystal. For example, this one shows 0 years, 364 days, 19 hours, 30 minutes, and 20 seconds. Memorize this time in your mind, grip the crystal tightly with your left hand, and then use your thoughts to absorb this time energy. Xiao Yang demonstrated, then opened his hand, showing that the time on the crystal had become 0, and all the energy was transferred into his body. But remember one thing. You must remember the time accurately. If you remember too much, the transfer will fail due to insufficient energy. If you remember too little, you'll have to transfer the remainder again. Do you understand? Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu looked on in amazement and nodded in unison. All right, now try to absorb the crystals. After saying this, Xiao Yang absorbed the remaining 30 crystals one by one. His time energy now showed over 45 years. Stretching his muscles, he noted, my physique has clearly improved a bit. This enhancement was comprehensive. Strength, agility, physique, and spirit were all strengthened. Of course, intelligence wouldn't increase. Those who were foolish would still be foolish. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu were new to this, so their progress was slow. It took them a full 5 minutes to absorb their respective 10 crystals. However, the changes in their physiques were evident. After standing up, Lu Yu stretched and shook her arms, saying, this stuff is really amazing. I feel like I can lift a 20-pound pot with one hand now. Xiao Yang Chocolate, a chef can't help but talk about cooking. Mu Wanqing also stood up, happily exclaiming, I feel so much lighter and more energetic. I can eat 3 bowls of rice. Yujia, make more today. All right, no problem. Lu Yu replied with a smile. By the way, did you notice that these crystals, once the energy is absorbed, can be reused? They work like storage cards. You can also transfer time energy back into them. If you don't want to shake hands when trading time energy with others, these can serve as a substitute. Xiao Yang pointed to a pile of used crystals on the table. Oh, got it. The two replied in unison. Okay, Yujia, go cook. After eating, we'll take a good rest and review today's combat experiences. By the way, Yujia, try using your lightning ability to attack zombies tomorrow. That's your trump card. All right, Xiao Laudi, Lu Yu said, energized as she dashed to the kitchen. After she left, Mu Wanqing, with misty eyes, looked at Xiao Yang with shame and said, Xiao Yang, did I perform poorly today? Am I particularly stupid? Xiao Yang's heart softened as he pulled her tightly into his embrace, stroking her hair and saying, no, you did very well. I was just too anxious, but I did it for your own good. Mu Wanqing buried her head deeply into Xiao Yang's embrace and softly replied, I understand. Suddenly, Xiao Yang remembered something and leaned down to whisper in Mu Wanqing's ear. Didn't you say your spirit has improved after absorbing the energy? How about I test it tonight? Chapter 28. Attacked by zombie dogs. Mu Wanqing was blown by Xiao Yang's breath, making her face red. She punched him in the chest and said, you bad guy, always bullying me. Xiao Yang laughed heartily. I just like to bully you. While they were flirting, Lu Yu had already finished cooking. After the three of them had dinner, it was still not dark, so Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing went to bed early. Downstairs, Lu Yu experienced another torturous auditory feast. The next morning, the three of them got up early, had breakfast, and got ready to set off. Lu Yu specially observed Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing, finding that both of them looked good and full of energy. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Youth is indeed great. This time, they continued to clear the villas one by one from where they left off last time. Compared to yesterday, today's progress was much faster. Firstly, both Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing had significantly improved their physical condition. Secondly, both had passed the psychological hurdle, and their endurance had become stronger. Eventually, the three of them worked together more and more seamlessly, and dealing with 3 zombies at the same time was no longer a problem. Lu Yu also took this opportunity to use her lightning ability to attack. Although her level was too low to kill a zombie in one hit, she could stun or knock them down, making it easy to finish them off afterward. The hit areas always turned charred, and occasionally a smell of cooked meat wafted through the air. Hey, you guys smell that? Does it smell like barbecue? Xiao Yang joked. Shut up. Can't you be less disgusting? Mu Wanqing glared at him and said irritably. They stopped after clearing the 48th villa. After roughly calculating, they had killed about 300 zombies today, which is a pretty good haul. Let's clear 2 more villas and then head back. This time, we'll split up. You two will clear 1 villa together, Xiao Yang said, then walked toward a villa further away. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu had no choice but to brace themselves and enter the nearest villa. Just as they walked through the villa's entrance, they unexpectedly encountered a teddy dog. Originally a very cute dog, it now looked quite terrifying. Its body was covered in scars, and its lower lip was torn, revealing its menacing teeth. There was no need to say, this teddy had also turned into a zombie. As soon as the teddy saw them, it let out a low growl and lunged at them with its rotten mouth open. Lu Yu didn't dare to be careless. Dogs were different from humans, and their movements were agile, even as zombies. She shielded Mu Wanqing behind her and stabbed the lunging teddy zombie with a knife. Since it wasn't a one-hit kill, the teddy zombie exhibited the characteristics it had when it was alive, continuously howling. The sound was piercing and relentless. Mu Wanqing cursed under her breath at the dog. Quickly raising her tang knife, she stabbed it into the teddy's forehead. Finally, the teddy quieted down, but the noise had already attracted the attention of nearby zombies. At this moment, Xiao Yang heard the commotion and rushed over, but he had already heard numerous rapid footsteps approaching. Not good. Quick retreat. Xiao Yang sensed that the situation was dire and shouted at Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. But it was too late. A group of dogs was running toward them from the front. Behind them, another group of dogs had blocked their way. Xiao Yang cursed internally. Damn, after clearing so many villas, I haven't seen a single pet zombie. Turns out they all went out in packs. Looking at the 2 groups of dogs, there were golden retrievers, teddy dogs, Pomeranians, Labradors, border collies, Alaskans, Huskies, Akitas, Corgis, German Shepherds, street dogs, mixed breeds, and even a little Pekingese. It was a zombie dog mobilization. Some had their eyeballs hanging out, some had holes bitten in their noses, some had layers of skin torn off, revealing fresh meat underneath, and some had their intestines dragging on the ground. It was a horrific sight. However, Xiao Yang didn't have time to sympathize with them. If so many zombie dogs launched a simultaneous attack, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu would be finished. Suddenly, the 2 groups of zombie dogs seemed to have seen their owners, and they crazily rushed toward Xiao Yang and the 2 inside the villa. Quick, close the door. Xiao Yang shouted urgently at Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. But the front door of the villa was already broken, and Lu Yu could only block the entrance to prevent the rushing zombie dogs. Xiao Yang quickly took out a blast shield from his space to brace against the incoming zombie dogs, then seized the opportunity to swing his knife, directly chopping off half the head of a border collie in the front. The blast shield was hit with a loud bang, while Xiao Yang took the chance to continuously slay the zombie dogs. Suddenly, Xiao Yang saw a German Shepherd leap over Lu Yu's head and into the villa, startling Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. Yo, use lightning to hit it, Xiao Yang shouted in a panic. Lu Yu came to her senses, saw the German Shepherd rolling on the ground and preparing to pounce, and hurriedly shot a current at it. Zzz. Bang! The current directly hit the German Shepherd's head, causing it to collapse on the ground. Mu Wanqing quickly went up to deliver a finishing blow. The sound of the electric shock seemed to further excite the zombie dogs outside, making them more frenzied as they lunged inside. Lu Yu quickly retreated and zapped another Akita, trying to jump in, but she felt herself getting weak. I can't do it anymore, bro. I'm out of strength, Lu Yu shouted weakly. Originally, Lu Yu could barely unleash a few lightning strikes, and being able to use it twice was already her limit. Xiao Yang thrust his knife into the forehead of Corgi and shouted, Lu Yu, step back. Mu Wanqing, step up. I'm coming right over. Mu Wanqing didn't hesitate and moved forward, chopping off the head of a husky that had just poked its head out. However, just then, a golden retriever and a Labrador jumped into the villa where Mu Wanqing was. This time, even Xiao Yang panicked. Then, another Alaskan leaped in. Xiao Yang realized that Lu Yu was already out of strength, and Mu Wanqing was struggling alone. He himself was surrounded by zombie dogs and couldn't break free for a moment. With a sweep of his big knife, he killed 2 zombie dogs in front of him, then charged toward the villa recklessly. Just at that critical moment, a pleasant sound of musical instruments suddenly rang out. The previously snarling and aggressive dog pack suddenly seemed enchanted, turning their heads and running toward the source of the music. Xiao Yang was taken aback and looked up to see a woman playing a flute at the window of a villa nearby. Xiao Yang's first reaction was that she was a survivor. As for why the zombie dogs ran toward her after hearing her flute, he had no idea. The woman pulled the flute from her mouth and said to Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing, "Run. I can only distract them for a little while." Xiao Yang understood that this woman had helped him out of a tight spot at a critical moment. He cupped his fists toward her and quickly ran to grab Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, heading toward his villa. After the woman saw them escape safely, she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she quickly closed the window and returned to her bed. Chapter 29. Crystals and Animal Bodies. Xiao Yang and the others retreated to their villa. Today had been incredibly dangerous. His personal chef, Lu Yu, had almost lost her life. If it hadn't been for that flute-playing woman who came to their aid, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It seems that they can't afford to be careless in the future. They must strengthen their defenses and quickly improve their strength. Thinking of the flute-playing woman's figure, Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. What kind of magic power did that woman possess to be able to attract zombies? She must have awakened a special ability. He decided to visit her villa tomorrow to learn more about her. If possible, Xiao Yang wanted to recruit her. After all, her abilities were very important to him. After the 3 of them took their showers, Xiao Yang didn't let Lu Yu cook since she was feeling a bit weak. He took out a lot of instant food from his space, including self-heating pots, ham sausages, spicy strips, and laid everything out on the table. He also poured some drinks for everyone to help calm their nerves. While drinking, Xiao Yang took out the crystals they had obtained today. He counted them. Exactly 300. All right, 10 crystals each. Absorb them quickly after dinner, Xiao Yang said as he handed out the crystals. This time, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu didn't refuse. They knew Xiao Yang had a strong opinion, so they just followed his arrangement. With this, all 3 of their time energies would break through the 20-year mark, and their strength would increase significantly. Then, encountering those zombie dogs would be much easier. Of course, they still needed to avoid being overwhelmed. Xiao Yang regretted not having absorbed the crystals immediately. If he had, they wouldn't have been in such a predicament. It's important to note that there are almost no people with 100 years of time energy right now, because many have not communicated with each other, and they don't even know how time energy is transmitted. Even if they killed zombies and found crystals, they wouldn't know how to use them. Xiao Yang remembered that in his previous life, he only learned about the function and use of time energy a month later from someone else. As for who discovered it first, that remains unknown. Therefore, he needed to cherish this opportunity. This was an information gap, and he had to make good use of it to reap the benefits. After dinner, the 3 of them absorbed all the crystals. At the moment when their time energy broke through the 100-year mark, they all felt a tremendous change in their bodies. They felt an endless surge of strength. Their skin became smoother, and their senses sharpened. Finally, Xiao Yang's time energy stabilized at over 325 years, while Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu both reached 20 years. All right, let's rest early tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll visit the flute-playing woman's villa. She helped us today, so we should express our gratitude. If she is willing, it would be great to have her join us. Xiao Yang shared his thoughts with the 2. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu nodded in agreement. That night was very quiet. The next morning, the 3 of them were full of energy. Lu Yu fried 3 chicken legs and made a pot of sea cucumber soup. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, they geared up and headed out to the flute-playing woman's villa. As they passed the villa where they had fought yesterday, Xiao Yang retrieved the crystals from the killed zombie dogs. The crystals from animals were different from those of humans. They were spherical, completely black, and Xiao Yang referred to them as crystal cores. These crystal cores could not be converted into time energy, but they enhanced human abilities. These crystal cores are divided into levels, usually having 9 levels. The difference in levels is indicated by the stars on the crystal core. 1 star represents level 1. 2 stars represent level 2, and so on. However, most animal zombies do not have stars unless they are mutated beings. For example, in his past life, Xiao Yang accidentally obtained a 6-star crystal core, which elevated his space ability to level 5 perfection, just a bit shy of reaching level 6. The reason he didn't reach level 6 was that the crystal core was slightly defective. Crystal cores from animals can be consumed directly, unlike human crystals, which are more complicated. Interestingly, despite being so hard, these crystal cores are particularly sensitive to saliva and stomach acid. Once ingested, they digest slowly, much like sugar. Of course, Xiao Yang couldn't consume these crystal cores now. They had no stars and would not benefit his abilities at all. 10 one-star crystal cores could elevate an ability from level 1 to level 2, and 10 two-star crystal cores could elevate it to level 3. Similarly, 100 one-star crystal cores could also elevate an ability from level 2 to level 3. Therefore, Xiao Yang's base ability was already at 5 level 99. 9. Just a step away from level 6, which he estimated could be achieved with a 4-star crystal core. However, 4-star crystal cores would definitely be found on 4-star mutated beings. And with Xiao Yang's current strength, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. At the very least, he needed to have over 1,000 years of time energy to be capable of fighting a 4-star mutated being. Xiao Yang looked at the crystal cores in his hand. He could save these for little Cole, as they would be excellent food for animals to grow in size and strength. After putting away the crystal cores, Xiao Yang led Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu to the villa where the flute-playing woman lived. The villa's front door was wide open, and the snow in front was quite messy, with many paw prints, likely from the group of zombie dogs from yesterday. The three of them quietly entered the yard and saw 2 zombie dogs, a small mutt and a Pekingese. Xiao Yang looked at the small Pekingese, which was no bigger than his military boots, and thought, "You little thing dared to bully me?" He was annoyed upon seeing them, took out his tang knife, and swiftly dealt with them. After checking the yard and confirming that no other dog were around, the 3 of them entered the villa. There were no zombies on the first floor or the underground level, so Xiao Yang headed straight to the second floor. He remembered that the flute-playing woman was on the second floor. On the second floor, there was only one room with the door closed, and outside the door, a zombie golden retriever and a middle-aged zombie were wandering around. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang went up and eliminated them, while Lu Yu efficiently collected the crystals and crystal cores. After confirming that there were no zombies, Xiao Yang knocked on the door. "Hello, is anyone there?" he asked tentatively. "Who?" A woman's cautious voice came from inside, sounding just like the woman from yesterday. "Hello, we're the ones who were surrounded by the zombie dogs yesterday. We came to thank you today," Xiao Yang said sincerely. After a while, the door opened a crack, and a woman with messy hair peeked out. When she saw Xiao Yang with 2 women behind him, she opened the door fully. Xiao Yang carefully observed the woman in front of him. She was wrapped in a quilt, holding a flute in her left hand. Although her complexion was haggard, it was still clear that she was a very elegant beauty. When the flute-playing woman saw Mu Wanqing, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Wanqing!" Mu Wanqing was taken aback by the call, took a closer look at her, and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Sure, sure." Chapter 30 Lin Sure Sure, Xiao Yang, and Lu Yu were also stunned. "Wow, can we really run into acquaintances here?" Lin Sure Sure happily said, "I'm so glad to see you." Mu Wanqing quickly stepped forward and hugged Lin Sure Sure, saying, "Lin Sure Sure, you're alive. That's wonderful." Although they hugged each other, Mu Wanqing was wearing thick clothes and Lin Sure Sure was wrapped in a blanket, so their heads couldn't even touch. Xiao Yang found it quite amusing. "Wanqing, who is she?" Xiao Yang asked curiously. Mu Wanqing hurriedly released Lin Sure Sure and turned to Xiao Yang, saying, "Oh, let me introduce you. This is my college roommate and also my good friend, Lin Sure Sure." Xiao Yang and Lu Yu quickly greeted Lin Sure Sure. "Hello, Miss Sure Sure." Lu Yu greeted with a smile. "Hello, Miss Sure Sure. Thank you for helping us yesterday," Xiao Yang said with a smile. Lin Sure Sure glanced at Xiao Yang and Lu Yu and asked Mu Wanqing, "Who are these 2? "Oh, let me introduce them. This is Xiao Yang, my boyfriend," Mu Wanqing said shyly while introducing Xiao Yang, as they had only recently confirmed their relationship and felt a bit embarrassed because others didn't know yet. Lin Sure Sure's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked Xiao Yang up and down. "Oh my god, Mu Wanqing, when did you get a boyfriend?" "I didn't know." Mu Wanqing, feeling shy, replied, "It just happened in the past few days. I'll tell you about it later." She quickly changed the subject and pulled Lu Yu over, saying, "This is Lu Yu. We all call her Sister Yu, the owner of the Haijiao restaurant, remember?" Lin Sure Sure's eyes widened again as she stared at Lu Yu, surprised. "No wonder you looked familiar. Your boss, Lu. I love the dishes you make." Lu Yu smiled at the compliment and patted Lin Sure Sure. "Say, Miss Sure Sure, since you're Wanqing's good friend, you're my friend too. Just call me Sister Yu." Lin Sure Sure obediently nodded and said, "Okay, Sister Yu. Miss Sure Sure, if you have any needs, just let us know. We will definitely satisfy you," Xiao Yang said. Hearing this, Lin Sure Sure hesitated for a moment and finally said, a bit embarrassed actually, "I I shouldn't ask for anything in return for helping you, but I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten for several days. Could you give me some food? I don't need much, just a few steamed buns or instant noodles will be fine. I'm really starving. By the end, she was almost in tears. Xiao Yang and the others exchanged glances, astonished by her low request. Seeing that they were silent, Lin Shirshir thought they were also short on food and felt awkward. I understand. Your food must be tight too. Miss Shirshir, what's so good about steamed buns and instant noodles? Come on, I'll take you home to eat well. Eat as much as you can, until you feel sick. Xiao Yang interrupted her, feeling pained by her difficult expression. Huh? Lin Shirshir looked at Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing in surprise. Do you have a lot of food? Yes, definitely enough for you. Come on, let's go home. Mu Wanqing said as she pulled her outside. As they passed by the middle-aged male zombie that Xiao Yang had killed, Lin Shirshir glanced down and felt sad. However, she didn't stop and followed Mu Wanqing out. Do you also live in this villa area? Lin Shirshir asked. Yes, in that building at the top. Xiao Yang replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Shirshir couldn't help but look at Xiao Yang deeply again. This Xiao Yang was not only handsome, but also quite wealthy. At such a young age, he already had a villa. Plus, she had seen him bravely killing zombies yesterday, like a warrior with decent combat power. Wanqing is really lucky to find a boyfriend who is good-looking, rich, and capable. She felt happy for Mu Wanqing for finding such a perfect boyfriend. When they walked back to Xiao Yang's villa, Lin Shirshir was stunned by the villa's security measures. With such high walls and heavy iron gates, it seemed unlikely that anyone or any zombie could attack from the outside. Upon entering the villa, Lin Shirshir was even more shocked, speechless. There was heating, electricity, and water. Everything was just like before the disaster. For her, this place was simply paradise. Xiao Yang walked into a room alone, took out a set of pajamas from his space, and also retrieved a lot of food, bringing it all to the living room. At this time, Lin Shirshir had already taken off the blanket wrapped around her, revealing a Chong Sam underneath. Xiao Yang's eyes brightened. Wow, perfect! The Chong Sam was so suitable for girls, especially for someone with a good figure like Lin Shirshir. The design of the Chong Sam showcased the feminine curves perfectly. The slits on both sides extended up to the thighs, igniting a man's desire and creating an urge to explore deeper. At this moment, Lin Shirshir was also holding her flute, looking like an extraordinary fairy. Xiao Yang couldn't help but stare in a daze. Xiao Yang, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring the food over. Mu Wanqing called out urgently when she saw Xiao Yang standing still. Oh, coming. Xiao Yang came back to his senses and quickly walked over, stuffing all the food into Lin Shirshir's hands. Eat as much as you want. Seeing the large bag of various foods in her hands, Lin Shirshir was so touched that she was about to cry. Thank you, but I can't eat so much. I could just take a few. Lin Shirshir felt that this might be all the rations Xiao Yang and the others had, so she was touched but felt embarrassed to eat too much. Miss Shirshir, don't worry about it. Just eat. We have plenty of food. This is just to tide you over. We will have a big dinner tonight. Xiao Yang smiled and encouraged her. Huh? A big dinner tonight? Lin Shirshir's mouth formed a Na shape in disbelief. Yes, go ahead and eat. Mu Wanqing quickly urged. Seeing the confident looks in Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing's eyes, Lin Shirshir felt reassured and finally started to eat ravenously, as she was truly starving. Wanqing, after Miss Shirshir finishes eating, take her to take a shower and change her clothes, Xiao Yang said as he handed the pajamas to Mu Wanqing. You stay at home with her and explain the current situation to her. Sister Yu and I will go out to continue clearing zombies. We'll have a big dinner when we come back. When Mu Wanqing heard that Xiao Yang and Lu Yu were going out, she felt a bit worried about their safety. But then she thought that Xiao Yang had been around for over 300 years, so these zombies probably weren't a problem for them. Moreover, Sister Yu's combat power was even stronger than hers, so there was really nothing to worry about. She agreed to Xiao Yang's arrangement. Before leaving, Xiao Yang secretly glanced at Lin Shirshir and her Chong Sam, and the particularly rounded hips wrapped in the dress, swallowed hard, and reluctantly left the villa. Chapter 31. Duo Team Xiao Yang and Lu Yu continued their progress from yesterday, starting to clear the remaining 50 villas. With Mu Wanqing absent, the two had to develop their teamwork even more to become competent partners for each other. Sometimes they moved one in front and the other behind. Sometimes one to the left and the other to the right, and sometimes back to back, alternating spins and taking turns to attack. By the time they reached the 90th villa, Li was already sweating profusely, and both of them were so hot that they had to take off their jackets. In this villa, they found 5 zombies gathered, along with a zombie cat. Xiao Yang and Lu Yu instinctively leaned back against each other to prevent the zombie cat from launching a sneak attack from behind. With their backs pressed tightly together, Xiao Yang could feel Lu Yu's soft curves and elasticity. Every time this happened, he felt an exhilarating thrill. The two worked together to take down 4 zombies, and after Lu Yu knocked down the last one with a lightning strike, suddenly, the zombie cat launched an attack on Lu Yu from the side. The cat was inherently more agile than dogs and moved quickly, and since Lu Yu had just used her special ability, she didn't have time to react and defend herself. Xiao Yang had just killed a zombie when he saw the zombie cat attacking Lu Yu. Without thinking, he turned around, wrapped his arms around Lu Yu from behind, and pushed her down to the ground, shielding her with his body. Then, he swung his knife sideways, just in time to slice through the cat's head. The zombie cat let out a wail and fell to the ground, silent. That was close. The cat's attack was too cunning, Xiao Yang said as he lay on Lu Yu's back. Being pinned down by Xiao Yang, Lu Yu felt that this action was a bit too ambiguous. Hearing Xiao Yang's warm breath close to her ear made her cheeks flush instantly. Little brother, get off me first. I can hardly breathe, Lu Yu gasped. Oh, okay. Xiao Yang, feeling that the position was not very appropriate, quickly got up and helped Lu Yu to her feet. Seeing that Lu Yu's face had turned slightly red, Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned. This married woman looked quite charming when she blushed, especially after that contact. Even though it was through clothes, he could still feel her curves. Lu Yu was already in her 30s. She didn't have the bony frame of a young girl, but rather a more voluptuous figure. It was just the right amount of fullness. Too much would be too much, and too little would be insufficient. Lu Yu didn't dare to look at Xiao Yang. She was surprisingly flustered, feeling this way for the first time in many years. She self-consciously took out the crystals and cores from the zombies and turned to leave the villa. How about we call it a day? It's getting dark, and I'm really tired, Lu Yu said without looking back. Xiao Yang thought for a moment. There were only 10 villas left, and it wouldn't be too late to clear them tomorrow. There were still 2 beauties waiting for him at home. Just thinking of Lin Shishir and a Qipao made Xiao Yang eager to return. Ahem. Mainly, he was very interested in her special ability. So, he followed closely behind Lu Yu, heading back to his villa. In the Zijin Mountain Villa area, the last 10 villas that Xiao Yang hadn't cleared were located at the entrance of the entire villa area. The property management office was also built here. Inside a storage room, there were no less than 20 people, both men and women, sitting against the walls. This room only had a small window, making it particularly dark inside when night fell, but it was relatively warm. Don't crowd in any further, do you hear me? A man shouted angrily. Don't push. Can't you hear our captain speaking? Another person echoed. Seriously, what a nuisance. I should have never taken you in. Someone else said. Sorry, it's just that it's too cold at the door. I wanted to move in a bit. A woman explained weakly. Cold? Who isn't cold? You keep crowding in here, disturbing our captain's rest. Who will go out to find food for you tomorrow? One person retorted loudly. We participated in finding food too. It's not just your security team's credit. Someone countered. Hearing this, the first man became furious. You think you participated? Who was it that wet themselves in fear when those monsters came up? If it weren't for our captain, you would have been eaten by them long ago. I know, and we are very grateful to you. When help arrives, we will definitely thank you properly. The woman at the door said cautiously. Help? What help are you talking about? There is no signal on the phone, and the outside is full of those walking monsters. Besides us, have you seen any other living people in the entire villa area? The security captain sneered. Suddenly, a strong light shone on the woman at the door, and she instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Her hair was messy, but she still looked relatively young, wrapped in a banner. The security captain leered at her and said, Oh, you said you were cold? Then come over here. Hearing this, the woman turned pale with fear and quickly waved her hands, saying, No need, I can hold on for a while. The security captain didn't care. He told the 2 men beside him, Go pull her over to me. 2 strong men in security uniforms stood up, approached the woman, and directly dragged her to the captain. The security captain tore away the banner wrapped around the woman, scrutinizing her closely, and lifted her chin with his hand, saying, Aren't you going to thank me? I think there's no need to wait for the rescue to thank me. Let's do it now. The flashlight suddenly turned off, and the woman's terrified voice could be heard. What are you doing? Your hands are so cold. Let go of me. Rip. The sound of clothes tearing. No, I'm begging you. But the security captain didn't stop, and soon the room was filled with indescribable sounds. The other people in the room could only seethe with anger, but they had no choice. If they wanted to survive, they could only rely on the security team. They had seen the security team of 5 take down a monster that was about to attack them. Most of these people were owners of the first 10 villas. Previously, they would have bowed and scraped when they saw them. But now, The tables had turned, and it was their turn to fawn over the security team. Night completely fell, and the moans in the room continued. Everyone chose to remain silent. They still needed to rely on the security team to find food tomorrow, or they could kill the dozen zombies lingering at the entrance of the villa area, allowing them to go down the mountain to seek rescue. In Xiao Yang's villa, he and Luyu had finished washing up, cleaning all the crystals and cores they had obtained, and piled them on the coffee table. Luyu was very tired, and Xiao Yang, feeling sorry for her, didn't let her cook. Instead, while Lin Shishir was not in the living room, he brought out a complete table of food. Drinks and alcohol were all prepared. When Lin Shishir came into the living room and saw the table full of delicious dishes, her eyes lit up, and she almost drooled. My gosh, being able to eat these dishes, I wouldn't have any regrets even if I died. Chapter 32. No abandonment. No giving up, no betrayal. Come on, Miss Shishir. This banquet is prepared just for you. Feel free. Xiao Yang smiled and pulled out a chair for Lin Shishir, signaling her to sit down. After Lin Shishir sat down, she felt a bit flattered, saying, "Why do I deserve such extravagance from you? You must have saved the best for me." Xiao Yang smiled and glanced at Mu Wanqing, realizing she hadn't told Lin Shishir about her spatial abilities. Xiao Yang poured a glass of wine for no one, then raised his glass and said to Lin Shishir, "Thank you for your help yesterday. Cheers. I'll drink first in respect." Xiao Yang downed his glass in one go, and Mu Wanqing and Liu also raised their glasses and drank it all. Lin Shishir could drink too. Seeing how the others respected her, she quickly tilted her head back and finished her drink. "You really don't need to do this. I feel so embarrassed," Lin Shishir shyly said as she set down her glass. "All right, then let us eat," Xiao Yang said. Throughout the meal, the three of them mostly watched Lin Shishir eat alone. During the conversation, Xiao Yang learned that Lin Shishir was a student at the music department of Haiqing Art Academy, specializing in playing the xiao, a traditional Chinese flute. She was Mu Wanqing's roommate and a very good friend. The villa she was staying in belonged to her aunt. On the night the cold wave hit, she happened to be visiting and got stuck there. She was very lucky not to freeze to death. When the temperature rose a bit, she wrapped herself in a quilt and went out to find food. However, she happened to discover her uncle, now a zombie, wildly attacking her aunt at the staircase. This scene terrified her, as she couldn't help but scream. With that scream, her zombie uncle turned his attention to her. Realizing this, she quickly ran back to her room and shut the door. But the zombie uncle didn't stop. He began to pound on the door, and it looked like it wouldn't hold much longer. Habitually, she picked up the xiao and started playing to relieve her fear. Miraculously, when the sound of the xiao started, the zombie uncle outside suddenly quieted down. She didn't know why, but she stayed in her room and didn't dare go out. Once, she accidentally knocked over the bedside lamp, and the zombie outside heard the noise and started pounding on the door again. Frightened, she played the xiao again, and sure enough, it quieted down once more. At that time, she vaguely realized that playing the xiao could calm zombies. Until yesterday, when she heard survivors fighting with zombie dogs outside her window. Her curiosity led her to the window, where she saw the scene of zombies attacking Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing, and Luyu. She was shocked by Xiao Yang's fighting power and courage, so at a critical moment, she mustered her courage, opened the window, and wanted to help them. Indeed, when the zombie dogs heard her xiao sound, they immediately quieted down and scattered, running toward her direction. She called out to Xiao Yang and felt relieved only after seeing them retreat safely. Those zombie dogs gathered under her window, not howling, but looking up at her obediently. She quickly closed the window, and after a while, she heard the zombie dogs downstairs starting to growl and run away. The group listened in a daze, realizing that Lin Shishir seemed to have awakened her abilities, and this ability was quite special, as it could confuse zombies. "Miss Shishir, I suppose Wanqing has already explained the current situation to you?" Xiao Yang said. "Yes. Will this world really become like you said?" Lin Shishir was still somewhat skeptical, but with zombies rampaging outside, she couldn't argue against it. "Yes. It will only be worse and more serious than you can imagine. Fortunately, you have awakened your abilities," Xiao Yang said seriously. "Abilities? What is my ability? Is it the xiao?" Lin Shishir hurriedly took out the xiao to look at it when she heard about abilities. "It's not the xiao. Yours should be a type of mental ability. With this ability, anything you play will be effective," Xiao Yang explained to her. "Miss Shishir, this world is very dangerous now. Why not join our family? I, Xiao Yang, can guarantee that you won't suffer from the cold or be bullied, and you'll have delicious food to eat. What do you think?" Xiao Yang directly invited Lin Shishir to join. Lin Shishir glanced at Mu Wanqing and then looked at Xiao Yang, saying, "Well, Wanqing has already mentioned it to me. I don't have any relatives in Haiqing anyway. My parents are in a faraway city, and I don't know how they are doing now. I think you're all very nice, especially with Wanqing here. So, I'm willing to join you. Great. Xiao Yang was very happy. With Lin Shi's joining, they would be safer when killing zombies to obtain supplies in the future. However, Xiao Yang did not show too much excitement. Instead, he said solemnly, "But I must tell you, joining this family is not like playing house in a peaceful world. We are a community of fate, and we must bear our respective responsibilities and obligations. No abandonment, no giving up, no betrayal is our bottom line. Also, you must obey my commands. Can you accept that?" When Xiao Yang said this, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu were also listening seriously, and they both agreed with Xiao Yang's words. Lu Yu suddenly raised her right hand and said, "Xiao Yang, I, Lu Yu, will always follow your command. My life belongs to you. I will never betray you." Lu Yu was not foolish. She had to express her stance first to make it seem formal. Moreover, she was already living off Xiao Yang, and he contributed much more effort. The key was that he understood the apocalypse well, which was far better than her being novice. And she was willing to do so. Seeing Lu Yu say this, Mu Wanqing also raised her hand and said, "Well, as Xiao Yang's girlfriend, I will definitely always be of one mind with him. Those who regard Xiao Yang as family are also my family." Lin Shi looked at Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu making such a serious declaration, understanding that Xiao Yang held a particularly important position in their hearts. This also indirectly proved that Xiao Yang was a capable person. Looking at her current environment, warm as spring, with utilities available, delicious food to eat, and good friends around, it was like heaven compared to before she met Xiao Yang and the others. So, what else was there for her to hesitate about following them wholeheartedly? She raised her hand like the two of them and said, "I, Lin Shi, swear I am willing to join this family and obey Xiao Yang's commands. No abandonment, no giving up, no betrayal. If I go against this, may I die a terrible death." Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction, as this was the effect he wanted. Although this oath was worth less than a pile of dirt in the apocalypse, attitude still mattered. All right, from now on, we are all family. We share glory and suffer together. Come, let us drink this cup to welcome Miss Lin Shi to join us. Xiao Yang proposed, and the four of them raised their glasses together and drank it all. Chapter 33. A rich man has connections with everyone after a hearty meal. Xiao Yang gathered a few people around the coffee table in the living room and pointed to a large pile of crystals on the table. "Come on, today. Sister, you and I together obtained 320 crystals. Let's divide them." Lin Shi looked at the many crystals piled together and was still quite shocked. During the day, Mu Wanqing had already told her about the uses of these crystals, as well as the effects of time energy. Therefore, she understood what this pile of crystals represented. "Little brother, I have a suggestion," Lu Yu suddenly said. Xiao Yang looked at Lu Yu in confusion and asked, "Oh, what do you mean, Sister Yu? I think you should absorb these crystals yourself. You can't always share them with us. I feel that with over 20 years of time energy, it's more than enough to deal with those zombies. But you, as our backbone, should focus on quickly improving your own strength. Didn't you say that once your time energy reaches over 1,000 years, your physical condition will experience a qualitative leap? I suggest that once your time energy exceeds 1,000 years, you can then share the excess crystals with us. What do you think?" After listening to Lu Yu, Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. Indeed, if his time energy broke through 1,000 years, his physical condition would make a significant leap. Ordinary cold weapons would no longer harm his body. At that time, unless he encountered high-level mutated creatures or people with higher time energy or faced powerful individuals with machine guns and cannons, everything else would pose no threat to him. While it is certainly important to enhance the physical condition of team members, the core of it all still lies with himself. With him around, they would be safer. Moreover, now that Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu both had over 20 years of time energy, they were already unmatched in terms of physical condition. All right, you both have no objections, right? Xiao Yang looked at Mu Wanqing and Lin Shi. Mu Wanqing shook her head, indicating she had none. Lin Shi also chimed in, "I didn't contribute anything anyway, so I definitely won't take any." Xiao Yang smiled, pulled Lin Shi's left arm, and noticed her time energy was still less than 350 days. He stuffed 20 crystals into Lin Shi's hands and said, "You really can't refuse. Take these 20 to absorb, and that way you'll have over 20 years of time energy, greatly enhancing your physical condition. When we go out, you won't be a burden." How can this be? Lin Shi hesitated to accept, feeling guilty for receiving something without contributing. "Take it. Xiao Yang is right," Mu Wanqing urged. "Yeah, Sure, if your physical condition improves, you can come with us to kill zombies. Otherwise, with your small stature, you won't be able to keep up, Lu Yu said with a smile, patting Lin Shurshu's shoulder. Well, okay then. If there are more crystals in the future, you all can share more. Seeing that everyone was saying the same thing, Lin Shurshu finally stopped refusing. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu pulled Lin Shurshu to teach her how to absorb the crystals. Xiao Yang looked at the little crow, Coal hiding in the cage, and took out over 30 starless crystal nuclei from his pocket and walked over. This little crow was scared of Lu Yu. As long as she was around, it would never come to find Xiao Yang. Come on, Coal, look at what delicious food I brought you. Xiao Yang opened his palm and placed the crystal nuclei in front of Coal. The initially listless Coal suddenly brightened up upon seeing the crystal nuclei and became energetic. Perhaps it was animal instinct. It seemed to know these crystal nuclei were good things and directly swallowed one whole. After eating the crystal nucleus, Coal stretched its shiny black feathers in enjoyment. Then, it ate another one but couldn't eat any more. It's worth noting that these animal crystal nuclei varied in size, and the two that Coal just ate were the smallest among them, probably from the little Pekingese dog and cat, only about the size of a peanut. The others were about the size of a child's bouncy ball, and even if it wanted to eat, it couldn't swallow them. After putting away the remaining crystal nuclei and playing with Coal for a while, Lin Shurshu, under the guidance of Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing, finished absorbing the crystals. Xiao Yang looked over, and indeed, Lin Shurshu looked different now. Her complexion was rosy, her skin smooth and increasingly fair, and her skin looked as if it could produce water. Standing next to Mu Wanqing, they were of similar height, resembling sisters. Although she is currently wearing pajamas. If she were a chi pao, that would be even more wonderful. Xiao Yang never expected that after being reborn, he would have such fortune. Being able to be in the same room with such beautiful women, it was truly a feast for the eyes. Indeed, strength was very important. Without this villa and resources, would he even have such a connection with them? The answer was certainly no. He had never encountered this in his previous life. This perfectly embodied the saying, a rich man has connections with everyone. In the apocalypse, resources are like money. No matter how powerful a person is, they still need to eat and drink. And he had it all. After absorbing all the crystals, Xiao Yang's time energy had already reached over 620 years. His physical condition had nearly doubled compared to before. Now he was full of energy, radiant and spirited, with a more proportionate physique, coupled with his handsome face. It left the three women across from him somewhat dazed. It's still early. Let's go watch a movie together. Xiao Yang enjoyed the starry-eyed expressions of the three women and proposed on a whim. Lin Shurshu was excited, realizing that they could watch a movie in the villa. Great. I haven't used my phone to watch short videos for over 10 days. Watching a movie is just wonderful. Lu Yu did not refuse either. After a tiring day, watching a movie to relax was also nice. The four of them went to the private cinema on the basement level. Xiao Yang thoughtfully prepared fruits, snacks, and drinks. Well, he got a bottle of red wine and took out a pack of cigarettes. When it came to choosing what movie to watch, they all opted for an apocalypse-themed film. They felt that given the current world backdrop, watching an apocalypse movie would be more immersive. Xiao Yang directly played I Am Legend for them. Amidst the occasional screams from the three women, he leisurely sipped his red wine and smoked, enjoying this beautiful moment. After one movie ended, everyone was still unsatisfied and looked at Xiao Yang in unison. Xiao Yang thought to himself, since there were only 10 villas left in the villa area, and tomorrow's workload wasn't much, plus they didn't need to wake up too early, he played another movie, Waterworld. This also allowed them to understand the even harsher disasters they would face in the future. As the three women watched the film, they were filled with various worries about the future. But seeing Xiao Yang so carefree and enjoying himself, they thought to themselves, this man will definitely find a way. At the very least, in this freezing night with zombies roaming, they were in this warm private cinema, leisurely watching a movie. And all of this was provided by Xiao Yang. Chapter 34 called Daddy Ah. Xiao Laudi, hurry down. Early in the morning, Xiao Yang was awakened by Lu Yu's call from downstairs. Xiao Yang opened his eyes and saw that he was the only one in the large double bed. Mu Wanquan had spent the night talking with Lin Shurshu in the adjacent room on the third floor and apparently didn't come back. He got up and ran downstairs to ask Lu Yu, what's wrong, Yujie? Lu Yu, seeing Xiao Yang come down, panicked and pointed to the bird cage in the corner of the living room, saying, quick, look, your bird has grown bigger. Xiao Yang followed Lu Yu's finger and was immediately shocked, exclaiming, oh my gosh. The little crow, which was only palm-sized yesterday, had now grown more than double its size, nearly the size of an adult crow. Coal, Xiao Yang couldn't believe it. He tentatively called out the crow's name. Upon hearing Xiao Yang call it, the coal ball excitedly flew towards him and landed on his shoulder. Xiao Yang was relieved. It was indeed the coal ball. He had worried that a window or door had been left open, allowing another crow to take the coal ball's nest. But the coal ball's growth rate was too fast. Could it be because he fed it the crystal core last night? It must be, otherwise it can't be explained. The coal ball, seeing Xiao Yang still, tilted its head to look at his face. Suddenly, seeing Xiao Yang's starry eyes, it perked up and tried to peck at Xiao Yang's eyeballs. Luckily, Xiao Yang, quick on the draw, swatted it away with a slap. Get away. Those are my eyeballs, not crystal cores. What are you doing? Xiao Yang scolded the coal ball angrily. The coal ball seemed to sense Xiao Yang's anger and began to groom his hair, making Xiao Yang's scalp itch, causing him to laugh. All right, here. Have a crystal core. Xiao Yang immediately cheered up and took out 2 glass ball-sized crystal cores to feed the coal ball. The coal ball directly swallowed them without hesitation. After finishing, it kept staring at Xiao Yang, indicating that it wanted more. Xiao Yang put on a serious face and said, "You can only eat 2. You can't digest more. Be good." The coal ball tilted its head and listened carefully, as if it understood, then flew back to the perch. It surprisingly mimicked Xiao Yang's voice, saying, "Be good. Be good." Oh my gosh. Xiao Yang and Lu Yu were stunned on the spot. You Jiek and crows talk? Xiao Yang asket. Lu Yu shook her head, no. I don't know. Xiao Yang was puzzled. He had heard that magpies and parrots could learn to talk, but he had never heard of crows doing so. Could it be that he raised a fake crow? At this moment, Mu Wanquan and Lin Shishir also heard the commotion and came downstairs hand in hand. What happened, Xiao Yang? Mu Wanquan asked curiously. Xiao Yang pointed to the coal ball on the perch, and Lin Shishir exclaimed, "How did your bird get so big overnight? Not only has it grown, but it can also talk." Xiao Yang said, addressing the coal ball, "Come call daddy." The coal ball tilted its head, rolled its eyes, and said, "Call daddy. Call daddy." Xiao Yang's face immediately darkened. After Lu Yu prepared breakfast, Xiao Yang, Mu Wanquan, and Lin Shishir ended their joyful bird-raising time. After breakfast, Xiao Yang said, "There are 10 villas left in the villa area that haven't been cleared. They're just right for Shishir to practice." Saying this, he handed Lin Shishir a set of equipment and asked her to change. Although Lin Shishir felt very nervous, she obediently went back to her room to change into the equipment. She also wanted to be as brave as Mu Wanquan and Lu Yu, so she couldn't fall behind. Once everyone had changed into their gear, they headed straight to the area with the last 10 villas. Under the careful guidance and practical demonstrations of Xiao Yang and the others, Lin Shishir quickly overcame her psychological barriers and successfully killed a zombie. To help her hone her skills faster, the remaining villas were all cleared by Lin Shishir alone, with Xiao Yang and the others just following behind as a precaution. By noon, the 10 villas had been cleared. Finally, seeing that there were still a dozen zombies lingering at the entrance of the villa area, Xiao Yang did not let Lin Shishir go over. Instead, he instructed her to use her abilities to play a tune on the flute to attract those zombies. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Shishir played the flute, the zombies seemed to hear the call and began to converge towards her. However, these zombies approached quietly, showing no signs of wanting to pounce on Lin Shishir. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanquan remained on high alert to prevent any sudden attacks from the zombies. However, the zombies stopped a few meters away from Lin Shishir and started dancing to the lively flute music. Everyone's minds were a bit boggled. Weren't zombies supposed to be mindless? How could they dance to the music? However, this state didn't last long, as those zombies suddenly launched an attack on Lin Shishir and Xiao Yang. But they were quickly taken down by the already prepared group. Xiao Yang guessed that Lin Shishir's abilities had awakened the instincts of the zombies from their previous lives, which was why they danced to the music. However, because Lin Shishir's ability level was relatively low and the effect time was short, the zombies resumed their attacks. Nevertheless, this was already impressive during a critical moment. This brief window of time was definitely enough for a safe retreat. After collecting all the zombies' crystals, Xiao Yang discovered that there was actually a property office building nearby that he hadn't noticed before. He led the 3 of them to the entrance of the property office building and found a zombie that had been chopped to pieces on the ground. Are there survivors? Xiao Yang stirred at the zombie's forehead and dug out a crystal. It seemed that these survivors didn't know the secret of the crystals. At this moment, the security team hiding in the storage room of the property office was leading other survivors out to look for food. They happened to see Xiao Yang take something out of the zombie's head and put in his pocket. When they saw the 3 beautiful women behind Xiao Yang, the members of the security team almost had their eyes pop out. My goodness, Captain, there are beauties. Wow, they're really stunning, just like the stars on TV. Their figures must be great too. Look, there's only one guy with them, and he looks like a pretty boy. Captain, why don't we take him down and keep those 3 women for ourselves? Yeah, boss, I'm still a single man. Being able to sleep with such women would be worth it even if I died. The 4 security members chatted away, their eyes shining with excitement. How could the captain not be moved by such beautiful girls? They were definitely a million times better than the women he had entertained yesterday. Let's go, he called, leading the 4 security members and a group of men and women out of the property office building. What did you just take from that monster? Hand it over. We 5 killed that monster. The security captain looked down at Xiao Yang from a higher position, clearly unaware that this monster was called a zombie. Chapter 35. Eliminating the security team, Mu Wanqing and her 2 companions became very alert upon seeing so many people rush out, and they all drew their tang knives. The security team, upon noticing that the opponents were armed, quickly raised their steel pipes, kitchen knives, mops, and benches as weapons. The 5 leading security guards had more formidable weapons in hand, such as cleavers, riot forks, rubber rollers, and surprisingly, the security team leader even had an electric baton. Captain, they have knives. One security guard whispered. What are you afraid of? They're just decorations. They probably haven't even been sharpened. Look at you all, acting so timid. The security team leader reprimanded in a low voice. Xiao Yang, observing the tense standoff, appeared relaxed and disdainful. He smiled and pulled a crystal from his pocket, saying, Is this what you're talking about? The team leader, seeing the item, dismissed it as useless. He pretended to be angry and said, I clearly saw you pick up a pack of ham sausages. Are you trying to fool me with this? After that, he signaled a few of his subordinates, you guys, go search them and see if they've hidden anything in their clothes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was astonished. Are there really people who dare to extort me? As 3 security guards leered and approached Mu Wanqing and her companions, they hesitated, unsure whether to strike. After all, killing zombies and killing real people were not the same concept. Although Lu Yu had killed before, it was only her enemies. And these people held no significant enmity for her. She was waiting for Xiao Yang's command. In an instant, Xiao Yang swiftly struck, and a security guard's head rolled to the ground while his body remained standing, blood spraying from his neck like a fountain. This scene instantly stunned everyone. Lin Shishir covered her mouth in shock. Even Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, who had seen Xiao Yang in action before, were momentarily dumbfounded. They hadn't expected him to act so decisively without even saying a word. The headless body of the security guard crashed to the ground, startling everyone awake. On the security team's side, aside from the remaining guards, everyone else shrieked and retreated back into the property building. The team leader turned around and scolded. A bunch of useless fools. Not a single one of you is competent. See, Captain, his knife is as sharp. One guard stammered. I can see with my own eyes. No need for you to tell me. The team leader disdainfully shoved the guard aside and squinted at Xiao Yang and the others, saying, You all are quite something. How about joining me? I won't treat you unfairly, and I can overlook the matter of killing my subordinate. The reason the team leader was so confident was that after releasing his frustrations on that woman last night, he suddenly found that his agility and speed had improved. Although he didn't understand why, he could feel that he could now kill a zombie by himself. However, he hadn't told anyone, wanting to impress everyone during today's supply search, to instill more fear in his subordinates and stabilize his position as leader. Who would have thought he would run into someone as reckless as Xiao Yang before even leaving the property building? Still, he was confident that he could take Xiao Yang down in a single blow when Xiao Yang let his guard down. As for the remaining 3 women, he thought he could easily subdue them with a poke from the electric baton. Xiao Yang found it amusing that 5 people teamed up to kill a single zombie. Yet they wanted him to join them? Mu Wanqing secretly used her ability to eavesdrop on the team leader's thoughts. These 3 women are top-notch. I want to enjoy them. As for this pretty boy, I want let a man more handsome than me live. Hearing the team leader's thoughts made Mu Wanqing feel disgusted. She warned Xiao Yang, he has bad intentions. Be careful. The team leader, hearing her words, sneered and suddenly raised the electric baton, lunging at Xiao Yang with incredible speed. Indeed, his speed was much faster than an average person, but it was nothing compared to Xiao Yang. Initially, he thought the opponent might have awakened some special ability, but it seemed to be just an ordinary speed-type ability. This type of ability belonged to the martial power category, focusing on winning through speed. In the later stages, when developed further and combined with a powerful weapon, it could be formidable. However, in the early stages, one had to be cautious, otherwise they could easily be killed. Just as the electric baton was mere centimeters from Xiao Yang, he swiftly struck again. The team leader's hand holding the baton was severed, and a scream erupted. He looked at Xiao Yang in terror, realizing that his speed was even faster. Xiao Yang coldly gazed at the retreating team leader and said, "I really don't know where your confidence comes from." Then, with another swift blow, he decapitated the team leader. Turning around, he looked at Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir, saying, "You must remember, if someone shows hostility towards you, the only thing you must do is kill them before they make a move. Never show mercy, or you might be the one who ends up dead." Xiao Yang was quite dissatisfied. After he killed one security guard, Mu Wanqing and the others hadn't acted. If the opponent were strong, they would definitely suffer. Now, deal with those 3 remaining guards. Xiao Yang pointed to the 3 guards who were terrified and paralyzed on the ground. Lu Yu no longer hesitated. She drew her tang knife and swiftly dispatched one guard, who didn't even have a chance to retaliate. For her now, killing a person was no different than chopping a chicken. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir hesitated a bit. But Xiao Yang suddenly said coldly, "Have you forgotten that they were about to attack you just now? Please spare us. We were wrong. It was all the team leader's orders." The remaining 2 guards were so scared they wet themselves, crying out for mercy. "Go now. Xiao Yang urget." Mu Wanqing understood Xiao Yang's good intentions and finally steeled herself, ignoring the guard's pleas for mercy. With one strike, one guard fell silent. The last guard, seeing this, felt hopeless and suddenly went mad, lunging at Lin Shishir, who was still wrestling with her thoughts. Just as he was about to close the distance, Lin Shishir instinctively raised her knife and pierced through the guard's chest. They were all people who had the energy of over 20 years. Such small fry could not harm her. She simply couldn't get over her mental barrier. With all the guards dealt with, Xiao Yang said to the 3 of them, "Remember, once someone harbors thoughts of killing or malice towards you, don't expect them to change. The moment they have the chance, they will not hesitate to take you down. In this world, there are 2 things that cannot be looked at directly. One is the sun, and the other is the human heart. Being soft-hearted towards enemies is equivalent to suicide." Looking at Xiao Yang's cold gaze, the 3 women all lowered their heads. Chapter 36. 2 gatekeepers do not provoke me, and I will not provoke you. If you provoke me, I will certainly retaliate. This has always been Xiao Yang's principle of dealing with matters. Who enjoys killing without reason? However, in the apocalypse, if someone tries to snatch resources from him, then killing is necessary. Seeing that Mu Wanqing and the others were relatively receptive, he said nothing more and walked directly into the property management office. Inside, the group of survivors instantly became panicked, raising their hands defensively with the items they had. Xiao Yang chuckled. Killing this ragtag bunch would be as easy as chopping vegetables. However, he wasn't a killing machine. It was clear that these people were coerced by the security team and hadn't helped them against him earlier. Therefore, he had no intention of attacking them. "You don't need to panic. Put down what you have. I want to kill you." Xiao Yang sheathed his knife to avoid making them overly tense. The group had long witnessed his power and ruthlessness. If he wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. They were already frightened out of their wits, and upon hearing Xiao Yang speak, they immediately threw their weapons to the ground, allowing him to decide their fate. "I have already cleared out all the zombies in this villa area. From now on, this entire area is my territory. Therefore, you cannot stay here." Xiao Yang had long thought this through. The besieging mountain villa area was strategically advantageous, easy to defend, and with so many villas, it was most suitable to be used as his base. This was also the reason he chose to take a villa here in the first place. "Can we go down a mountain now?" someone asked cautiously. Many had wanted to go down for a while. Here they had no food or water, and going down to the city might allow them to find something to eat. However, the entrance was full of monsters, the zombie Xiao Yang referred to, and they dared not make a move, which forced them to hide in the property office. Now that the zombies had been cleared out, they naturally couldn't wait to hurry down the mountain. Of course you can, but there's one condition. As soon as Xiao Yang spoke, everyone tensed up again. In situations like this, it was certainly not a good condition. Clean up all the zombie remains in the villa area before you leave. Xiao Yang thought about it. Those zombie remains were indeed a bit disgusting. How long would he have to clean them up by himself? With these people available, why not utilize some free labor first? Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Putting in some effort didn't cost them anything. Besides, they wouldn't even be able to go out if he hadn't cleaned up the zombies. Okay, everyone replied in unison. However, I must say in advance that I want to provide food. You'll have to figure that out yourselves. Xiao Yang quickly added, seeing how readily they agreed. He didn't want to waste his food on these people. There were remnants of food in the villas that would be enough to fill their stomachs. Everyone thought about it. With so many villas, Wouldn't they be able to find something to eat? They immediately agreed, and no one voiced any objections. All right, don't just stand there. Hurry up. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can go down the mountain. With Xiao Yang shout, everyone rushed out as if they had been injected with adrenaline. However, slowly, they began to regret it. The villas looked as if they had been ransacked. There were only some frozen and rotten vegetables and fruits left, and finding a pack of instant noodles was a luxury. Even more unbearable were the zombie remains. Half a head here, intestines all over there. It was truly nauseating. The little junk food they had just eaten quickly came back up, enduring this torment. It wasn't until dark that they finally managed to clear out all the zombie remains in the villa area. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiao Yang with eyes full of reverence. What kind of powerful person could have killed so many zombies? Moreover, most of them were killed with a single blow. They were glad they hadn't gone against Xiao Yang. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have even left a whole corpse behind. All right, you can leave now. Xiao Yang was very satisfied with their efficiency. Upon hearing this, everyone bid farewell to Xiao Yang, leaving only 2 women behind. Why aren't you leaving? This is my only home. I truly don't know where else to go, said one of the female villa owners. I've always worked in property management. My hometown is thousands of miles away, and I also don't know where to go, said the other woman. These 2 women were not foolish. They could tell that Xiao Yang was definitely a person of strength, and staying with him was far safer than going elsewhere. Have you 2 awakened any abilities? Xiao Yang carefully looked at the 2 women. Apart from being young, their looks were average and their figures were decent, but they didn't catch his eye. If they had awakened abilities, keeping them around to do some chores would be fine. What are abilities? One of them asked. Have you noticed any changes in your body compared to before the disaster? After thinking for a while, the 2 women felt that besides being hungrier than before, there were no other changes, so they both shook their heads. Xiao Yang sighed. Then there's nothing I can do. I don't keep useless people. Just as he was about to drive them away, the female owner suddenly pleaded, Big brother, I beg you, how about this? The villa area is so big, and you don't even have a gatekeeper. How about I guard the door for you? Yes. Big brother, as long as you can keep me, I'm willing to do anything. Xiao Yang thought about it. True, he needed a gatekeeper. He couldn't let Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir guard the door, could he? In such a large villa area, if someone sneaked in, he wouldn't be able to guard against it at all. Xiao Yang nodded. All right, then you can stay as temporary gatekeepers. Go find your own clothes and bedding in the villas. I want be responsible for food and drink. As he spoke, he tossed them a walkie-talkie and a lighter. Find wood for heating yourself. If there's any situation, call me directly on the walkie-talkie. Lin Shishir, hearing how harshly Xiao Yang treated the 2 female survivors, couldn't help but feel that her life was truly good. Compared to her own treatment, it was simply like heaven and earth. All right, in the future, when we go down the mountain for supplies, one of you can follow along to find some food and conveniently improve your strength. Keeping you 2 is just temporary. If you still don't show any progress, I want to keep useless people here. The 2 women quickly nodded. The conditions were a bit harsh, but being able to stay was great. They immediately went to the villas to find bedding, warm clothes, and some toiletries. And then they gathered some wood to set up camp on the 2nd floor of the guardhouse. The 2 even divided their shifts by time, ensuring that one person was always on duty at all times. Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction and led Mu Wanqing and the others back to his villa. Chapter 37. Prioritizing romance over friendship. Back at the villa, everyone took a hot shower. Cold Ball quickly flew to Xiao Yang's shoulder, wanting to eat crystal cores. After taking out 2 crystal cores to appease Cold Ball, Xiao Yang directly took out hot pot ingredients and asked Lu Yu to prepare a hot pot to ward off the cold. With the help of Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, all the hot pot ingredients were ready in less than an hour. At that moment, in the warm dining room, the hot pot was bubbling with steam, and the air was filled with the aroma of spicy broth, making everyone's appetite soar. Looking at this cozy scene, Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir fell into deep thought. They remembered the 2 female survivors who were on guard duty. Those 2 were probably suffering from hunger and cold in the freezing guardhouse. And what about themselves? They had no worries about food or water, and every meal was different. All of this was because they had gained Xiao Yang's recognition and were treated as family. They sighed at the unfairness of fate while feeling grateful to Xiao Yang from the bottom of their hearts. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and eat, Xiao Yang urged as he noticed the 3 of them with their heads down in silence. The 3 snapped back to reality and quickly cast grateful glances at Xiao Yang. He felt confused by their looks, paused for a moment, and suddenly hit his forehead, saying, Look at me, I forgot. How can we have hot pot without beer? You were asking me for beer, right? Huh. With a clatter, he took out a case of beer from his space and set on the floor. After opening a bottle for each of them, Xiao Yang raised his bottle and said, "Come on, let us drink to our adventures." Saying this, he tilted his bottle back and downed one. The three women didn't expect Xiao Yang to misunderstand their meaning, but they were also inspired by his enthusiasm, raising their bottles and tilting their heads back to take big gulps. Xiao Yang watched the three of them, their fair necks and throats moving as they swallowed. It was quite alluring. Girls who can chug a bottle are really charming. Lu Yu finished first, showing her empty bottle to Xiao Yang. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, being younger, were slower. Due to the pressure, beer sometimes spilled from the corners of their mouths, flowing down their necks into their collars. Xiao Yang wished he could catch it with his hands. What a waste. After finally finishing their bottles, both girls had wet collars. Xiao Yang quickly handed them tissues. If you can't chug, then don't. Look, you're all wet. Hurry up and wipe it off. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir's faces turned red, feeling embarrassed. Oh no, this is so embarrassing. All right, come on. Let us eat. The lamb is cooked. Hey, why are there 2 kidneys in this pot? After enjoying their meal, Lu Yu led Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir in cleaning up the dining room. Xiao Yang lounged on the sofa in the living room, leisurely absorbing the over 70 crystals he had acquired that day. This hot pot was a blast. Xiao Yang drank an entire case of beer by himself, while the 3 women together drank another case. Xiao Yang noticed his alcohol tolerance was increasing, likely due to his improved physique. If his time energy reached 10,000 or 100,000 years, he could probably drink a whole truck's worth in one sitting. At this rate, he would definitely run out of what he had stored as space. Resources are really important. Seeing the 3 of them finish their tasks, Xiao Yang called them over. Come, I have something to discuss. He sat up to appear more serious. The entire villa area has been cleared, and from now on, this will be our home. You 3 have gained varying degrees of training, and with your current strength, you would be top-notch anywhere. However, we must be vigilant because our current strength is still far from the peak. Therefore, starting tomorrow, we will go down the mountain to clear more zombies and acquire more crystals to continually improve our strength. Additionally, we need to gather supplies. We can't just sit here and eat everything up. In fact, the supplies in Xiao Yang's space could last them for hundreds of years without any problem. But he wouldn't tell them that. He understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. Of course, Mu Wanqing and the others would obey unconditionally. Now, Xiao Yang's words were like imperial edicts to them. He was their guiding light and the leader of their shared destiny. Regardless of the situation, they would follow his lead. Seeing the 3 of them becoming more obedient in front of him, Xiao Yang felt quite pleased. However, he maintained a stern face and solemnly warned them. But I still have something to tell you. There are always bigger mountains and greater people outside. The outside world is vast with all kinds of dangers. While we are not murderers if we see something wrong, we must act decisively. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to leave behind a hidden danger. Xiao Yang's gaze was sharp as he scanned the eyes of Mu Wanqing and the other 2, sternly asking, "Do you understand?" Hearing his tone, the 3 women immediately sat up straight, puffed out their chests, and replied in unison, "Understood." "Good. Now, get some rest. We'll set off early tomorrow." Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir went upstairs together, and Lin Shishir wanted to pull Mu Wanqing to sleep with her. Xiao Yang immediately got annoyed. "If you pull my girlfriend to sleep with you again, I'll sleep with you both, believe it or not." Lin Shishir's face turned red. How could he be so shameless? She wasn't used to sleeping alone and felt a bit scared. Shishir is next door. If anything happens, just call out. Mu Wanqing felt that since she had a boyfriend, she shouldn't leave him hanging. Prioritizing romance over friendship. Hurry up and go be affectionate. Lin Shishir rolled her eyes at Mu Wanqing, angrily entered her room, and slammed the door shut. Xiao Yang smiled and quickly took Mu Wanqing's hand, saying, "Let us go, Wanqing. Let us hurry up and sleep. I missed you after just one night apart." Mu Wanqing blushed and smiled shyly. "How much did you miss me?" Very much suddenly, Lin Shishir's room door opened. "Can you 2 stop showing off your affection at my door?" Xiao Yang laughed. "Come on, Wanqing. Let us go back to our room and continue showing off." "Umph." Lin Shishir angrily closed the door. Half an hour later, Lin Shishir, tossing and turning in bed and unable to sleep, heard noises from the next room. She perked up her ears to listen closely. Slowly, her face turned red. "Oh my gosh, these 2 are really killing me with embarrassment. It should wrap up soon, right? I can hold on. I can hold on." An hour and a half later, Lin Shishir was going crazy. Is Xiao Yang even human? He is too ruthless. No way. Tomorrow I must drag Mu Wanqing to sleep with me. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. But if I sleep with Mu Wanqing, would Xiao Yang really dare to come to her bed and sleep with us? Oh my god. Lin Shishir couldn't even imagine. Chapter 38. Play the square dance music. The warm sun on a snowy day is so beautiful. Waking up early in the morning, Xiao Yang felt refreshed. He shook Mu Wanqing, who was lying in his arms, but she only made a nasal sound and turned over, leaving him with a perfect view of her back. Xiao Yang suddenly felt a bit restless. Quickly suppressing his desires, he got out of bed and went downstairs. Although Mu Wanqing currently had the physique of over 20 years of energy, she still couldn't withstand his teasing. Downstairs, the virtuous Lu Yu had already started making breakfast. Seeing Xiao Yang come down, she turned and said, "Look at your little coal ball, it's getting bigger." Xiao Yang looked over at the coal ball and exclaimed, "Wow, that size is almost as big as a hen." The coal ball saw Xiao Yang and excitedly flew over, calling out, "Daddy, Daddy." Xiao Yang's eyes widened in surprise, and even Lu Yu turned her head in disbelief. Xiao Yang joyfully said, "You finally dropped the call part. That's not easy. Come here, good son. Here are 2 crystal cores as a reward." Huh, wait a minute. How can I be sure it's a good son? What if this coal ball is a little hen instead? Xiao Yang grabbed the coal ball, turning it belly up, and carefully examined it for a long time. The coal ball squawked in protest, its sharp beak pecking at Xiao Yang's hand. "Sigh, forget it. I don't know how to tell. Let's just assume you're my son, all right?" Xiao Yang released his grip, and the coal ball hurriedly flew back to its nest to digest the crystal cores. After washing up, Xiao Yang sat on the living room sofa, facing the kitchen, admiring Lu Yu's busy figure. Plump, especially when she bent over her. She was no worse than the beauties often seen in short videos. After admiring for half an hour, breakfast was ready. Xiao Yang looked and exclaimed, "Whoa, there's stir-fried kidney again, and sausage, fried eggs, milk, and congee with century egg and lean meat." Xiao Yang looked at Lu Yu meaningfully. "How come every time I toss and turn at night, the breakfast you make is particularly nutritious? Is it intentional to nourish me? Wow, how does she calculate so accurately? Could she be eavesdropping?" Seeing Xiao Yang staring at her, Lu Yu shook his eyes with her hand. "What are you doing? Hurry up and call them down for breakfast. It's fine for Wanqing to sleep in, but why is Lin Shishir up so late?" Xiao Yang hurried upstairs, waking Mu Wanqing and knocking on Lin Shishir's door. Lin Shishir opened the door while yawning, her dark circles glaring as she glared at Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing. "I'm moving to the 2nd floor tonight. Also, Wanqing, it's a pity you don't go to our music department's soprano class with that voice of yours." After Lin Shishir finished speaking, she angrily went downstairs, leaving Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing feeling embarrassed. Mu Wanqing shyly whispered, "Is my voice too loud?" Xiao Yang comforted her by wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Don't listen to her nonsense. Eavesdroppers have no reason to complain." Breakfast ended in a rather delicate atmosphere, with the 3 women tacitly avoiding the stir-fried kidney, which looked like a special nutritious meal prepared for someone. After eating and drinking enough, they all felt energized. Even Lin Shishir no longer felt sleepy. The 4 of them geared up, and each was given an anti-explosion shield. The shield could not only block zombies, but also bullets. It's better to be cautious when going out. Xiao Yang took out his phone and checked the 3D map of High City he had downloaded in advance. The university town at the foot of Besieged Mountain was the closest, only about 10 kilometers in a straight line. There were quite a few surrounding residential buildings, and the key was that there were many students, making the population relatively dense, the best place to obtain crystals. There were also large shopping malls and supermarkets nearby, so supplies wouldn't be lacking. "That's it, let's go," Xiao Yang called out, and they boarded the heavy-duty off-road RV. Stepping on the gas, they sped out of the villa, and the gates slowly closed behind them. The electric gate is so convenient. Arriving at the entrance of the villa area, the 2 female gatekeepers, hearing the commotion, hurried down from the guardhouse and opened the gate. Xiao Yang leaned out the window, looking down at them. "Which one of you is coming with us today?" One of the female homeowners said, "I just finished my shift, I'll go. But I must warn you, there will be dangers, so stick close once we get there, or I can't guarantee your safety." Xiao Yang reminded her. The woman nodded, understanding. "Get in the car." Half an hour later, the heavy-duty off-road RV stopped in front of a residential building. This was on the outskirts of the university town, with old-style residential buildings inhabited mostly by older people. Xiao Yang chose this place because, based on his experience, there would definitely be many zombies here. With the cold wave coming, the ones most likely to freeze to death would be the elderly. They simply can't withstand it. No matter how much they dance square dance, it's useless. However, cleaning up here was a bit troublesome. Most zombies were at home, so they had to go door to door to kill them. The few wandering around the community garden were easily dealt with by Xiao Yang and the others. After clearing one building, Xiao Yang found it too time-consuming. The indoor spaces were small, and they had to collect supplies while defending against zombies. What was even more troublesome was that these elderly people lived simply, and their homes had very little stored food. They all preferred fresh food, buying and cooking as they eat. In the entire house, there were plenty of medicines, but not much else. The key was that they didn't need those medicines. Xiao Yang thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Sure. Sure, take out your flute, play a square dance song, and see if you can attract those zombie grandmas. Everyone looked at Xiao Yang in surprise. What kind of magical idea is this? What was that song called? The most dazzling national style? Yes, that's the one that the grandmas love. Come on, play it. Lin Sure chuckled. You're talking about an ancient square dance song. Nowadays, grandmas listen to Old Dream. Xiao Yang awkwardly smiled. Is that so? Hee. Then play Old Dream, blow it hard, and try to let all the grandmas in the community hear it. All right, I'll give it a try. Lin Sure took out her long flute, pressed it to her ruby lips, and the beautiful flute version of Old Dream began to play. Sure enough, as the music played, the entire community became lively. In the nearby buildings, Xiao Yang could already hear the frantic banging of zombies on doors. Before long, more than 200 zombie grandmas had gathered in the community garden square. Some of the grandmas were even holding broken door frames, as the wooden doors in these old communities couldn't withstand the zombies' rampage. They surrounded Lin Sure, dancing in rhythm with the music, and their movements were quite synchronized. Indeed, square dance had already become part of their blood. Chapter 39. Scavenging the mall, Xiao Yang saw that the timing was right, found a suitable position, and prepared to start harvesting. He pushed a zombie old lady, who was standing at the front, back a little, and took her spot. The zombie old lady was momentarily delayed by Xiao Yang and suddenly lost her rhythm. She was instantly enraged. Hey, young man, dare to steal my spot. The zombie old lady resumed her fierce state first and lunged at him with her mouth open. Xiao Yang struck down with his knife, instantly killing her. Sigh. Even as a zombie, still fighting for a spot with the young ones, is that interesting? In less than half an hour, a group of zombies was wiped out by Xiao Yang and his companions as if they were slicing fruit. Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction. Their efficiency was impressive. The female gatekeeper, who had been following them, was truly shocked by this scene. The strength of Xiao Yang and his group exceeded her imagination. She became increasingly sure that her choice to stay in the villa area as a gatekeeper was correct. Being around such a strong group of people was much better than being alone. Although they felt they had no power and were useless, she would work hard to become stronger and become one of them. That way, no one would dare to bully her again. So, she mustered her courage and walked up to Xiao Yang, nervously asking, could you lend me a knife? I want to. Are you thinking of searching for supplies? Yes. Xiao Yang handed her the tang knife, saying here, but you need to come back before we finish collecting the crystals. The female gatekeeper took the knife, bowed to Xiao Yang, and hurried into the nearest building. Of course, Xiao Yang and his companions wouldn't waste time searching house by house for supplies. It was more practical to go directly to a supermarket or mall. About half an hour later, the female gatekeeper returned, carrying half a bag of rice and half a bag of flour. Just in time, Xiao Yang and his group had also finished collecting all the crystals. The female gatekeeper approached and took out a crystal from her pocket, saying here, I thought this might be useful for you guys since I saw you all collecting them, so I took it out. Xiao Yang looked at the crystal in her hand, genuinely surprised. Did you kill a zombie in the building? The female gatekeeper nodded yes. I happened to run into one, so I copied what you did and killed it. Xiao Yang began to see this woman in a new light. She wasn't entirely useless after all. She was willing to learn and had a bit of courage. What's your name? Xiao Yang realized he didn't even know her name before, as she hadn't caught his attention. Sutong. Sutong? Great. You can keep this crystal for now. I'll have them teach you how to use it later. Oh, okay. I'll return this knife. Sutong sensed that he didn't think much of her crystal, so she obediently put it away and prepared to return the knife to Xiao Yang. Since you have the guts to kill zombies, keep the knife for now. Practice on more zombies when you have the chance. Xiao Yang didn't take the knife back. He felt that since she was so eager to learn, he would give her an opportunity to train herself. Sutong looked at Xiao Yang gratefully and said thank you. The group returned to the off-road RV and continued to the next neighborhood. On the way, Sutong learned how to absorb crystals and noticed that the time on her arm had doubled. She felt a bit more energetic than before. What is the use of this time? She asked curiously. I'll explain it to you slowly later. Just remember not to let the time reach zero. Xiao Yang didn't give her too much explanation. She couldn't yet be considered a member of his team, at most just a hired hand. For the rest of the morning, Xiao Yang and the others continued to clear out 3 more old neighborhoods, collecting a total of over 600 crystals. Su Tong also followed behind and killed 3 zombies, obtaining 3 crystals. Lin Shishir was experiencing severe mental fatigue, and her effectiveness was declining. Xiao Yang decided to continue the clearing the next day. In the afternoon, they planned to check out a large mall for supplies. At noon, they rested in the RV for a while and had a simple meal. Xiao Yang unceremoniously absorbed all the crystals they had obtained. When there were 300 crystals left, his time energy surpassed the 1000 year mark. His physical condition underwent a tremendous change. He no longer feared attacks from ordinary knives, guns, or clubs. In his previous life, he had to survive for 10 years to accumulate over 1000 years of time energy. Now, having been reborn, he was about to reach that level in just over half a month, which was incredibly fast. At this rate, he would soon break through to the 10,000 year mark and reach a higher level of strength. By then, he could walk confidently in Haicheng. As Xiao Yang thought about this, he couldn't help but smile. Subsequently, he distributed the remaining 300 crystals to Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir. After they absorbed the crystals, their time energy also broke through the 100-year mark, leading to a qualitative leap in their strength. The 3 were ecstatic. After their rest, Xiao Yang drove the off-road RV to a large mall. This mall was the largest in the university town. Due to the height of the off-road RV, it couldn't enter the underground garage. So Xiao Yang parked it directly at the entrance of the mall. Su Tong, stay here to watch the car. If anything happens, use the walkie-talkie to call. Xiao Yang handed Su Tong a walkie-talkie, took the car keys, and walked into the mall with Mu Wanqing and the other 2. The outer door of the mall was open, but iron gates had fallen in various areas inside. The iron gates showed no signs of being tampered with, indicating that no one had come in yet, or those who did realize they couldn't get in. This was good news. At least it meant the supplies inside hadn't been touched. The iron gates were sturdy, but they couldn't stop Xiao Yang. He took out a crowbar and, relying on his physique, easily pried open a corner of the iron gate. Once inside, he headed straight for the supermarket on the first floor. The supermarket was large and well-stocked. Xiao Yang was unrestrained and directly collected all the items, including the shelves, into his space. This scene left the 3 women behind in awe. They had seen Xiao Yang take supplies out of his space, but they had never seen him put supplies in. The entire supermarket was emptied by Xiao Yang in less than 2 hours. The 3 women couldn't help but marvel at how large Xiao Yang's space was to hold so much. After finishing the supermarket, they went to the clothing areas on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and Xiao Yang wasted no time in collecting all the clothes there as well. Although they were mostly summer clothes, they would be useful in the future, especially for bras and underwear, which Mu Wanqing and the others would certainly need and change often. Xiao Yang even sorted the bras by size. This breathable black one is suitable for Wanqing. This one is slightly smaller, perfect for Lin Shishir. And this larger one is definitely best for Yu Jie. Chapter 40. Captain Tang Ying. After collecting all the clothes, the group went to the 4th floor. This level was filled with dining establishments, and there weren't many usable supplies, so they hurried to the 5th floor. This floor had a cinema, and the rest were gyms and clubs. Xiao Yang felt there was nothing useful, while Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, under Lu Yu's guidance, each took a yoga mat. Lu Yu said she wanted to do yoga with Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, and upon hearing this, Xiao Yang thought, yoga sounds great. He would have the pleasure of watching them, so he immediately offered to sponsor yoga outfits for them. Before the apocalypse, he had bought quite a few yoga clothes online. Just as he was imagining that wonderful scene, the intercom crackled to life. This is Su Tong. A few people are being chased by a horde of zombies and are running toward our RV. What should I do? Xiao Yang was taken aback. Were they being targeted or just passing by? Regardless, it was best to go out and check. Stay in the vehicle and don't come out. We'll be there soon. Xiao Yang replied and hurriedly took Mu Wanqing and the others downstairs. However, when they ran out of the mall, they found the RV surrounded by a horde of zombies. Looking around, there were only zombies and no living people. Could they have hidden inside the RV? Su Tong, Xiao Yang called out on the intercom, wanted to see if she was still alive. I'm here. Our RV is surrounded by zombies. Not long after, Su Tong's voice came through, deliberately lowered. What about the others? Xiao Yang pressed. They're in the vehicle. Su Tong's voice was a bit tense, indicating she felt it was wrong to let them into the RV without permission. Xiao Yang was furious. This Su Tong, not knowing whether they were friend or foe. Just let them into the RV? He looked at the zombies surrounding the RV. There were at least 100. Forget it. Let's deal with these zombies first. If those people were sensible, they should leave quickly. If they weren't, well, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. 100 zombies were just a piece of cake for Xiao Yang and the others. They drew their tang knives and quickly dispatched the zombies. When they arrived in front of the RV, Lu Yu quietly raised her hand behind Xiao Yang, ready to let the people inside taste the power of lightning if anything went wrong. Su Tong opened the door. Xiao Yang showed that the RV door opened, and the steps extended out, revealing Su Tong as she came down. Seeing that Su Tong wasn't being controlled, the group felt a bit relieved. It seemed the other side had no ill intentions. Why did you take it upon yourself to let them in? Xiao Yang asked, his tone unfriendly. They're officers from the security team, so Su Tong started, but before she could finish, a woman stepped out of the RV. She had short hair, fair skin, and a clear gaze that radiated righteousness. Just her presence made one feel her extraordinary spirit. She was a police officer. Xiao Yang had seen police officers before, but he had never seen one as beautiful and graceful as this female officer. Hello, I am Tang Ying, captain of the security team at the city police department. The two behind me are my colleagues, and here is my identification. Tang Ying introduced herself and took out her ID. Xiao Yang took the ID and looked at it. The photo didn't do her justice. However, he couldn't help but smile internally, thinking, what time is it? And she is still showing her ID. Is it useful? Well, Xiao Yang admitted it was somewhat useful. After all, before the apocalypse, they were trustworthy. He believed that at least at this stage, she wouldn't have any malicious intentions. Hello, Captain Tang. Xiao Yang greeted with a smile. Tang Ying glanced at Mu Wanqing and the others behind Xiao Yang and praised, you guys are really impressive. The four of you managed to easily take down so many zombies. If we weren't injured and worried about causing you trouble, I would have come down to fight with you. Xiao Yang noticed that Tang Ying's clothes were torn in several places, indicating she had been through a fierce battle. Looking inside the RV, he saw a woman bandaging a man's hand. Xiao Yang suddenly became very alert. Did any of you get bitten by a zombie? He knew very well that if they had been bitten, they could not leave any survivors. The zombie virus was highly contagious. If bitten or scratched, one would likely transform within 3 hours. Tang Ying didn't understand why Xiao Yang suddenly became so vigilant. Wasn't it normal to get injured? I accidentally got hurt while fighting the zombies with a female colleague. That male colleague was bitten on the hand, but it was just a little bleeding, nothing serious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's face immediately turned cold. Captain Tang, you need to get your colleague out of the RV right now. We have to leave. Tang Ying was puzzled as to why Xiao Yang's attitude changed so dramatically upon hearing that her colleague was bitten. Can we do this? Could you take us to the police station in the university town, and we can get off there? She tentatively requested. Xiao Yang immediately rejected her. I can take you and your female colleague, but your male colleague must get out of the RV right now. Tang Ying frowned, surprised by Xiao Yang's outright refusal. Meanwhile, her female colleague in the RV stood up angrily. What is wrong with you? Our captain has already said to take us to the nearby police station. If we hadn't killed over 50 zombies and gotten injured today, we wouldn't bother you. Cough, cough. Captain, how about I get out? And you and comrade Xiao Jiang go ahead? I can walk there. The male colleague of Tang Ying volunteered to get out when he heard that Xiao Yang didn't want him in the vehicle. Suddenly, a dog jumped out of the RV, barking furiously at Xiao Yang. He was startled and looked closely to find it was a German Shepherd police dog. It must have been hiding in a corner of the RV, which was why he hadn't seen it. Yang, stop barking. Tang Ying sternly ordered. Just as Xiao Yang was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that the police dog obediently stood at Tang Ying's feet and stopped barking. Wow, the dog is named Yang. When he was young, Xiao Yang's mother always called him Xiao Yang. Upon hearing it, he instinctively thought it was calling him. Who would have thought this dog shared the same name as his childhood nickname? Cough, cough. Is your dog named Yang? Xiao Yang pointed at the police dog and asked Tang Ying. Yes, I named it. Tang Ying replied. Xiao Yang was speechless, thinking to himself, great. Now I share a name with a dog. Seeing that Xiao Yang had fallen silent, Tang Ying felt that pressing the issue further would be rude. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Lu, get out. We'll walk to the police station. After telling her colleagues in the RV, Tang Ying turned back and saluted Xiao Yang. But we still want to thank you. Without you in this RV, we might have already perished. With that, she turned to leave with her colleagues and the police dog. Wait, Xiao Yang suddenly called out. Chapter 41. Who doesn't have a first time? Xiao Yang called out to Tang Ying and the others. Excuse me, do you have any advice? Tang Ying turned around and replied. I can take you to the nearest police station, but you need to keep an eye on your colleague. If he is bitten by a zombie, he will definitely become a zombie. No one can save him. The reason Xiao Yang changed his mind was not out of compassion, but because he suddenly remembered Tang Ying's name and her identity. In his memories from his previous life, this Tang Ying seemed to be the famous goddess of archery. What is the goddess of archery? She could take an enemy's head from 100 miles away. That is the goddess of archery in the apocalypse. It was said that before the apocalypse, this goddess was a security team leader. The Tang Ying in front of him perfectly matched this information. If he could bring her into their group, wouldn't their chances of survival be greater? Therefore, Xiao Yang had to help her. When Tang Ying and the others heard Xiao Yang agreed to take them to the police station, their expressions relaxed a bit. But when they heard that their injured colleague would also turn into a zombie, their faces immediately tensed up. Tang Ying walked over to Xiao Yang, looking serious, and whispered, "Are you serious?" Xiao Yang nodded. "Is there any way to save him?" Tang Ying looked at Xiao Yang with a glimmer of hope. Although she had witnessed her colleague being disemboweled by a zombie, she still thought that if he was just bitten lightly, there should be hope. If he was just bitten and immediately had his arm cut off, there might still be hope. But now, Xiao Yang shook his head. It's a certainty he will die. After hearing this, Tang Ying was momentarily stunned, then tried to keep herself calm. "Then let's hurry and set off. We will try not to cause you any trouble." Tang Ying immediately turned around, helping her injured colleague back onto the RV. Xiao Yang also hurriedly called everyone to get in the vehicle, stepping on the gas and heading straight for the police substation in the university town. In less than 20 minutes, the RV drove directly into the police station's courtyard. It was clear that this place had also suffered a zombie attack, as the yard was littered with decapitated zombies. The glass doors of the police station building were shattered, indicating that the situation inside was not optimistic. Everyone got out of the vehicle, and Tang Ying and her female colleague, Xiao Yang, each took out a dagger for defense. "Thank you for bringing us here. You can leave now." Tang Ying saluted Xiao Yang and then turned to her colleagues, instructing Xiao Yang, "You take Xiao Lu and find a room to stay in. I'll go check the equipment room to see if there are any ammunition left." Suddenly recalling something, she walked over to Xiao Yang and whispered a few words in her ear. Xiao Yang listened carefully, glanced at Xiao Yang, then at her colleague Xiao Lu, and nodded seriously. Xiao Yang helped Xiao Lu find the nearest office and went in. Tang Ying then continued deeper into the police station building with the police dog. Xiao Yang had no intention of leaving. His goal had not yet been achieved, and he was also looking for some ammunition. This was a good opportunity that he couldn't miss. He said to Mu Wanqing and the others, "You stay here and keep watch. I'll go take a look inside." He then drew his Tang knife and followed Tang Ying. Seeing Xiao Yang following with a knife surprised Tang Ying. "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you following me?" Xiao Yang chuckled. "Captain Tang, we are all in this together. I see you're short-handed, so I came to help. Once we ensure it's safe here, we'll leave." Tang Ying gave Xiao Yang a scrutinizing look, but he seemed sincere, showing no other intentions. Considering Xiao Yang's combat ability was not weaker than her own, Tang Ying tacitly accepted it. The police dog Yang Yang cautiously sniffed ahead. Tang Ying was in the middle, and Xiao Yang followed behind. As Xiao Yang observed the scene before him, he suddenly thought, "Two Yang Yangs are protecting you. You should feel lucky." They walked further in, and at the end of the corridor, there was a staircase leading to the basement. The password door at the stairway was open, and Xiao Yang directly followed Tang Ying down. As soon as they entered the basement, it became dark due to the lack of windows. Xiao Yang took out a powerful flashlight from his space and turned it on, shining it ahead. The sudden bright light startled Tang Ying, who turned to look at the flashlight in Xiao Yang's hand, thinking that this guy was well equipped. She shot him a glare, implying that he should have warned her before turning on the flashlight. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly. He had intended to help, but ended up causing a problem instead. Watching Tang Ying's cautious demeanor made him feel that their efficiency was too slow. He walked over, patted her shoulder, and signaled her to step back. Then, he gently knocked on a door nearby. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the entire basement to hear. Tang Ying immediately raised her dagger, bracing herself. After a while, when nothing happened, Xiao Yang relaxed his guard. "All right, there are no zombies in this basement. Remember, zombies are very sensitive to sound. If there were any, they would have come out as soon as they heard the noise. Why make it so difficult?" "Got it." Tang Ying was still humble in accepting Xiao Yang's guidance, but she was curious why he was so experienced. Who exactly was he? However, it was not the right time to ask, so she continued searching for the equipment room. Once they confirmed it was safe, they quickened their pace and soon found the equipment room. The door to the equipment room was also open, which made Xiao Yang and Tang Ying feel both happy and worried. The good news was that the door was very heavy. If it had been closed, they would have had to put in a lot of effort. The bad news was that the door was open, indicating that someone had been inside, which likely meant that the ammunition had already been taken. Overthinking was pointless. They would figure out once they went in. Tang Ying went in first. and Xiao Yang followed closely behind. He shone the flashlight all around, revealing a chaotic scene with cabinets opened. Several handguns lay scattered on the floor, and some bullets were placed on the cabinets. Tang Ying immediately went forward to grab the bullets, and Xiao Yang followed suit. Taking advantage of Tang Ying's inattention, he used his spatial ability to secretly take a few boxes of bullets and a handgun. He didn't know if these bullets and guns matched, but he decided to take them anyway. Then he also collected some scattered handcuffs, batons, and other usable equipment into his space. Tang Ying packed all the bullets and filled the handgun, feeling a bit more confident. Turning to see Xiao Yang staring blankly, she said impatiently, "What are you standing there for? Look for anything useful and take it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang chuckled to himself. He had nearly emptied the equipment room, yet she didn't seem to notice. However, he still pretended to be pleasantly surprised and picked up a handgun from the ground. "Can you use it?" Tang Ying asked mockingly when she saw him pick up the gun. "Come on, who hasn't had a first time? Just shoot once, and you'll know how to do it." Xiao Yang retorted angrily at her tone. Chapter 42. Not recognizing a good person's heart. Hee. Without bullets, you can't shoot either. Dang ding dizet. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow. "Hey, this woman is getting enthusiastic." He stepped forward, pressing closely against Tang Ying, and said playfully, "No bullets, but it's still hard. If I poke you, will it hurt?" Tang Ying felt Xiao Yang's breath close enough to tickle her high nose, making her feel a bit itchy. Hearing Xiao Yang's words seemed to carry double meanings. She rolled her eyes at him and pushed him away, raising her gun. "Stay away from me, or it might accidentally go off." Just as Xiao Yang was about to retort, they suddenly heard a scream from upstairs. The two exchanged glances and immediately ran upstairs. When they reached the entrance on the first floor, they found Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu surrounded at the door of an office. That was where Tang Ying's two colleagues were. The police dog Yang Yang was the first to dive into the room beneath everyone's legs. "What's going on?" Xiao Yang hurriedly asked. "That male officer has turned into a zombie and has bitten that female officer," Lin Shishir said. Tang Ying immediately pushed them aside and entered the office. The room was in disarray, with a large pool of blood on the floor. The zombie male officer had a large hole in his head, lying still on the ground. The female officer, Xiao Jiang, had a bloody bite mark on her neck, with blood oozing out. The police dog Yang Yang was whining and licking her face. Tang Ying rushed to Xiao Jiang's side, picked her up, and pressed her hand against the wound, trying to stop the bleeding. "What happened?" Xiao Yang asked Mu Wanqing. "We heard the scream and came to check, and found that the male officer had already bitten her neck. Although she had a knife, she couldn't bring herself to use it. It was I who had to stab that zombie officer." Mu Wanqing recounted what had just happened, and Xiao Yang sighed deeply. Tang Ying, holding Xiao Jiang, choked up. "Didn't I tell you? If Xiao Lu turns into a zombie, don't hesitate. Protect yourself. Why don't you ever listen?" Xiao Jiang weakly said, Captain, Xiao Lu is my comrade. I couldn't bring myself to do it." Sigh. Everyone felt a deep sense of regret. "Silly girl. Dang Jing Guy. Captain, huh? Am I going to turn into someone like Xiao Lu?" Tang Ying didn't answer, just held Xiao Jiang tightly. "Captain, I don't want to become that kind of monster. Please give me a quick end." Xiao Jiang used her last bit of strength to open her eyes wide. Looking at Tang Ying, her eyes filled with pleading. Woo-woo. The always strong Tang Ying finally couldn't hold back her tears upon hearing her colleague's last request. "I'm begging you." Xiao Jiang's gaze began to fade. Slowly, the virus started invading her brain, and she began to show signs of becoming a zombie. Xiao Yang, watching from the side, felt anxious. "Tang Ying, don't follow in your colleague's footsteps." "Captain Tang Yu, I know, please all you go outside." Xiao Yang wanted to remind her, but was pushed out by Tang Ying. The few of them left the room, and Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir all had tears in their eyes. Xiao Yang was speechless. They really hadn't seen much of the world. He had seen many such scenes. In the apocalypse, human life is the least valuable. You have feelings, but others don't, and zombies are even more ruthless. Therefore, being a bit ruthless is the only way to survive longer. Bang! A gunshot rang out from inside the room. Xiao Yang nodded. "Captain Tang, once you get past this hurdle, you will truly grow." After a long while, Tang Ying finally came out with the police dog. Her eyes were red, and she didn't say a word. She closed the office door and saluted it. Then, she took out two handguns and handed one each to Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. "This is for my colleague. Keep it for self-defense. The bullets are already loaded. Remember to protect yourselves." After saying that, she took the police dog and headed upstairs. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir stood there stunned, both having never touched a handgun, let alone shoot one. "We don't know how to use it," Mu Wanqing said. Who isn't T at a first time? Just shoot once, and you'll know how. Tang Ying said without looking back. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang suddenly became interested in Tang Ying. This woman had learned quickly under pressure. Put the guns away, wait here. I'll go up with her to take a look. Xiao Yang instructed and followed her upstairs. Tang Ying led the police dog, searching each room, with Xiao Yang following closely behind. After finishing searching the second floor, they went to the third floor. What are you still following me for? Are you here to watch me make a fool of myself? Laughing at how I can't even protect my colleagues? Tang Ying finally exploded, unable to hold back any longer as she saw Xiao Yang trailing her. Xiao Yang didn't expect Tang Ying to get angry at him, feeling utterly baffled. Captain Tang, I just wanted to help you. I meant no harm. Tang Ying sneered. Do you think you're so great? Hee hee. You are strong, but I don't need it. Xiao Yang was speechless, truly, like a dog biting a ludong bin, unable to recognize a good heart. If it weren't for the fact that you're an apocalypse sharpshooter goddess, would I follow you? Suddenly, a zombie scream came from the innermost office. Xiao Yang and Tang Ying both froze, then instinctively walked toward the source of the sound. They reached the director's office at the end and stopped. The sound was coming from inside. Xiao Yang kicked the door open and found a zombie in uniform standing inside, who had likely been a police officer in life. On the ground lay another zombie, just in ordinary clothing. Seeing the uniformed zombie lunging toward the door, Tang Ying raised her gun to shoot, but was stopped by Xiao Yang. Just this one, don't waste bullets. Xiao Yang stepped forward and slashed, cutting the zombie's head in half, and it collapsed to the ground. Xiao Yang checked the zombie on the floor. It had been dead for a long time. It seemed that the zombies had attacked here, and this officer had killed one but was accidentally bitten and then turned. It appeared that there were no survivors in this entire police station. Just as Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were preparing to leave, they suddenly heard someone calling for help. Hey, is it the rescue team? Xiao Yang and Tang Ying followed the sound and discovered a hidden door in the office. Xiao Yang kicked open the hidden door, and the person inside screamed in fright. I'm Li Gang from the city police station. Who are you? Xiao Yang found that it was truly a different world inside, with beds and sofas fully equipped. At that moment, a man in uniform was hiding in the corner, shouting at him. Tang Ying, upon seeing the man, exclaimed in surprise, Li Yang? How did you end up here? The man called Li Yang, upon seeing Tang Ying, immediately shouted joyfully. Tang Ying, it's really you? Did you come specifically to save me? I knew you still cared about me. Tang Ying frowned suddenly upon hearing this, and said coldly, Comrade Li Yang, I'm very glad you are alive. However, please do not overthink. Chapter 43, your RV has been requisitioned. Li Yang, however, was unconcerned by Tang Ying's indifferent attitude towards him. With a smirk, he approached her and said, Tang Ying, I know you actually have feelings for me, right? Tang Ying took a step back, clearly disgusted, and replied, Sorry, you're mistaken. Xiao Yang, singly escapantic de mianor, felt sickened. It was truly a disgrace to his image as a police officer. The girl clearly had no interest in you. How could you feel so good about yourself? Perhaps sensing Xiao Yang's gaze, Li Yang looked him up and down, realizing that Xiao Yang was much more handsome than him, which made him feel a twinge of jealousy. He puffed out his chest, trying to appear taller, and then looked at Xiao Yang with a condescending attitude. Comrade, you're also from the police system, right? Do you know who my father is? Xiao Yang sneered. Was he still playing the family card at this point? I'm not a police officer, and I have no interest in knowing who your dad is. My dad is Li Gang. Li Yang proudly exclaimed when he noticed Xiao Yang didn't seem to care about him. Xiao Yang was bewildered. What does your dad being Li Gang have to do with me? If your dad were Wang Gang, then that would be a mess. Xiao Yang retorted angrily and turned to leave. He really didn't want to waste another word with this kind of person. Beside them, Tang Ying almost laughed at Xiao Yang's comment, but held back because Li Yang was there. Seeing that Xiao Yang wasn't buying his act and even stood up to him in front of his goddess, Li Yang felt a surge of anger. Suddenly, he noticed the Tang knife in Xiao Yang's hand, and his expression turned serious. Wait, you said you're not a police officer, but you're holding a controlled weapon. Do you know this is illegal? Xiao Yang, who was about to leave, was so amused by this that he laughed out loud. Even Tang Ying looked at Li Yang as if he were an idiot. Idiot! Xiao Yang didn't want to waste time with such a person, so he threw down those two words and turned to walk away. Li Yang, hearing this, was filled with rage and chased after him. Who are you calling an idiot? I'll report you for insulting a police officer. Suddenly, Li Yang's voice stopped abruptly. Xiao Yang turned around to see that Li Yang was so frightened by the two zombies lying on the ground that he couldn't even speak. Seeing him like that, Xiao Yang knew he was a coward. Looking at the two zombies on the ground, Xiao Yang seemed to guess something. What, are you scared now? If you had been hiding in the dark and helped your colleague back then, he wouldn't have sacrificed himself. Would he? Xiao Yang directly voiced his speculation. Li Yang, upon hearing this, seemed to collapse, looking at the corpse of the police zombie and repeatedly saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Seeing Li Yang's reaction, Xiao Yang knew he was right and shot him a disdainful glance before turning to leave. Tang Ying, seeing Li Yang like this, also understood something. This Li Yang was simply a disgrace to the police department. The more she looked, the more annoyed she felt, so she followed Xiao Yang out. Hey. Tang Ying, where are you going? Wait for me. Li Yang, realizing what was happening, hurriedly followed after them. By the time they reached the entrance on the first floor, no one had paid any attention to Li Yang. It wasn't until Li Yang saw the off-road RV at the door and Mu Wanqing and the others beside it that he suddenly froze. There were actually 3 beauties inside, all of whom were as stunning as Tang Ying. Wow, when did the police department get new recruits? How come I didn't know? Could they be from Tang Ying's public security team? Seeing so many beautiful women, Li Yang instantly perked up. He straightened his posture to appear more charismatic. Clearing his throat, he pretended to be serious and said, Ahem, Captain Tang, are those female comrades from your public security team? No, Tang Ying replied curtly, not want to talk to him any further. Then who are they? They're my people, what's it to you? Xiao Yang coldly replied. Li Yang squinted his eyes. Looking at Xiao Yang, he realized that not only was Xiao Yang handsome, but he also had so many beautiful women around him. He felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Glancing at the several women holding knives, Li Yang threatened, Your people are all holding controlled weapons. Are you a gang? Do you believe I can arrest you? Everyone was stunned by Li Yang's words. Is this guy out of his mind? Does he not know what's happening outside? Go ahead and try to arrest us. Xiao Yang's expression turned cold. He had seen idiots before, but never one this idiotic. Li Yang took a step back. Intimidated by Xiao Yang's gaze, he could feel that Xiao Yang must have killed before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a strong aura of intimidation. All right, you have the upper hand now, but I want to argue with you. Once society returns to order, I will definitely take you down. This will be my chance to shine. As for those beautiful women, they must have been coerced by him. He would be the one to help them escape suffering later. Then, using some means, they would have to comply and be grateful to him. Thinking this, he sneered coldly. He didn't dare look at Xiao Yang's face anymore and directly bypassed him, approaching the RV. Whose car is this? It's mine too. Xiao Yang turned to look at him, expressionless. Li Yang felt angry inside. How could this guy have everything? No wonder he had so many beautiful women around him. Just this RV alone could attract a lot of people. In the current chaotic city, having an RV was like having a mobile castle. If he had such an RV, he could safely return home. As a police officer, I'm notifying you that your RV has been requisitioned. Tang Ying, get in the car. I'll take you home. Li Yang announced solemnly, as if his words could make the car his. Seeing that no one was responding, he proudly said to Mu Wanqing and the others, And to these beautiful ladies, my dad is the chief of the Haicheng Police Department. If you're willing to follow me, I'll have my dad protect you well. Li Yang looked at Xiao Yang, feeling very pleased with himself. Huh, trying to compete with me? I can make you lose everything in an instant. He turned around and opened the RV door, ready to get in. Suddenly, he felt a knife pressed against his neck. You dare to get on? The voice was cold but melodious. Li Yang couldn't believe it as he slowly turned his head and saw Mu Wanqing's frosty expression. Xiao Yang looked on with appreciation. As expected of my woman, she's improving. Stealing a glance at Tang Ying, he found that she was just coldly observing everything and didn't intervene. It seemed that Tang Ying also disapproved of Li Yang's behavior. Miss, don't be impulsive. You should know that this kind of behavior is assaulting a police officer, and you could go to jail. Li Yang stood there, not daring to move, merely attempting to verbally warn Mu Wanqing. If it weren't for your uniform, I would have already cut you down. Get away from our RV. Mu Wanqing shouted disgustedly. All right, don't be impulsive. I'm leaving. Chapter 44. If dogs can enter, why can't you? Li Yang slowly retreated to Tang Ying's side, feeling much safer, and immediately pointed at Xiao Yang and the others, shouting, Captain Tang, did you see that? This group of rascals wants to rebel. You're the captain of the city security team, and you just stand by and watch them do whatever they want? Tang Ying shifted slightly to the side, keeping some distance from Li Yang. Li Yang, you are really embarrassing our police station. Xiao Yang looked at Li Yang's performance like he was watching a monkey. If it weren't for Tang Ying being nearby, he would have cut him down with one blow already. However, since Li Yang dared to offend them, Xiao Yang had already sentenced him to death in his heart. He definitely wouldn't let Li Yang leave alive. With his father's background and his malicious intent, keeping him around was just laying a huge risk for himself. Captain Tang, what are your plans next? Xiao Yang directly ignored Li Yang and walked over to ask Tang Ying. I still don't know. My colleagues have either sacrificed or scattered, and I haven't figured out what to do next, Tang Ying said sadly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang saw an opportunity. Captain Tang, since you haven't made up your mind yet, why not come back with us? We have plenty of space, and we've cleared out all the zombies. It's very safe. We can settle down first and think about the next steps later. Xiao Yang really wanted to win Tang Ying over to his team, but he knew that someone like her wouldn't easily submit to others. However, if he could keep her by his side for now, there would be a chance. Xiao Yang didn't believe he couldn't win her over eventually. Tang Ying was indeed a bit tempted by Xiao Yang's invitation. She had seen the strength of Xiao Yang and his group. If she joined them, she wouldn't have to deal with any burdens and wouldn't find it so exhausting. Moreover, the fact that so many girls were willing to follow Xiao Yang showed that his character was probably fine. Most importantly, she didn't feel any aversion toward Xiao Yang. Her earlier anger was merely because she felt her pride was hurt in front of him. She thought that if she had to choose teammates, she would definitely choose Xiao Yang without hesitation. No reason, just her woman's intuition told her that Xiao Yang was reliable. After all, he was much more dependable than Li Yang. Captain Tang, come with us. I believe you will be pleasantly surprised when you get there. At this moment, Mu Wanqing also stepped forward to invite her, having a good impression of Tang Ying, not only because Tang Ying was the captain of the security team, but also because she was genuinely touched when Tang Ying gave her that gun earlier. Yes, there are just a few of us there if you go. It will be lively. Lin Shishir also came forward to invite her. Captain Tang, if you come back with us, I can make you something delicious. Liu Yu also stepped forward, trying to tempt Tang Ying with food. As soon as Tang Ying heard the mention of food, her stomach betrayed her and grumbled. In the past few days, she had only eaten 2 packs of instant noodles, had a few bites of snow, and fought a battle with zombies, leaving her famished. She glanced apologetically at Liu Yu, and seeing the sincere expressions on the faces of the others, Tang Ying said softly, Well then, I guess I'll impose on you. Great. Let's go, Captain Tang, get in the car. Xiao Yang was secretly pleased. These women were truly becoming more sensible. For this assist, he would give them full marks. Li Yang saw that this group of people actually ignored him, treating him like air. Just as Tang Ying was about to get in the car and leave with them, he hurriedly stepped forward to grab her. Captain Tang, you can't leave me behind. We're colleagues in the same system. Seeing the pleading look on Li Yang's face, Tang Ying felt a bit guilty. It wasn't her style to abandon a colleague. She irritably swatted Li Yang's hand away and looked at Xiao Yang, feeling a bit troubled. She knew that Xiao Yang was the leader of this group. Xiao Yang smiled. He understood Tang Ying's meaning. He was thinking about how to deal with this guy anyway. So since Tang Ying had made a request, he might as well do her a favor. As long as Li Yang went to the villa area, Xiao Yang would definitely not let him survive the night. Since he is Captain Tang's colleague, then let him come along too. We have plenty of houses, Xiao Yang said with a smile, making Tang Ying feel that he was indeed a very generous man. After how Li Yang treated them earlier, he still didn't hold a grudge and was willing to take him in, worried that she would be put in a difficult position. At that moment, Xiao Yang's impression in Tang Ying's mind improved significantly. Li Yang, seeing that Xiao Yang agreed, hastily got into the RV first, fearing that Xiao Yang might go back on his word and leave him behind. Everyone felt disgusted at Li Yang's actions. They had never seen such trash. On the way, the several women chatted casually to get to know each other better. Li Yang noticed that Xiao Yang was focused on driving and ignored him. So he tried to strike up a conversation. You need a Class A license to drive this car, right? Do you have one? I'm telling you, if your driver's license doesn't team match, it's illegal. Get lost. Xiao Yang thought that talking to him was a waste of time. Li Yang hit a wall, feeling bored, and started to tease Tang Ying's police dog Yang Yang. However, the police dog Yang Yang did not want to pay him any attention, sometimes even baring its teeth at him. Xiao Yang couldn't help but want to laugh. Garbage like him was even ignored by a dog. What a failure. They drove all the way to the entrance of the Zijin Mountain Villa area, and the off-road RV came to a stop. The female guard at the gate had already opened the door and was waiting. Su Tong got out of the car, carrying half a bag of rice and flour, and Xiao Yang reminded her to communicate more with the other guard for experience. Next time they went out, she should come along. Su Tong nodded seriously, and Xiao Yang drove on to his villa with satisfaction. Arriving at the front door of his villa, the electric gate slowly opened. We're going home. You can get out now. Xiao Yang issued an eviction order to Li Yang. Li Yang was stunned, confused. It's so cold outside. Where do you want me to go? With so many villas here, go wherever you want. Xiao Yang replied impatiently. No, I'm with Captain Tang. Wherever she goes, I go. If she doesn't get out, I won't get out. Liang suddenly started to play dirty and refused to get out of the car. Tang Ying frowned, growing increasingly annoyed with Li Yang. Mu Wanqing, seeing Li Yang's shamelessness, stepped forward, grabbed him, opened the car door, and directly threw him out. Li Yang fell into the snow, landing hard, and his head buzzed. Before he could react, Xiao Yang drove the car into the villa yard, and the gates slowly closed behind them. Inside the car, Tang Ying was shocked by Mu Wanqing's earlier action. No matter how trashy Li Yang was, he was still a man weighing over 100 pounds. Yet he was so easily lifted and thrown out by Mu Wanqing. Is this girl really that strong? Her skills seemed to be no worse than mine. The others invited Tang Ying to get out of the car, and she finally came back to her senses from the shock. At that moment, they heard Li Yang's furious shouting from outside the gate. Good. Even that dog can enter, but I can't, right? Xiao Yang laughed out loud when he heard this and looked at the police dog Yang Yang. Ha, you're right. If dogs can go in, why can't you? Chapter 45. Eating to satisfaction, no one paid any attention to Li Yang, who was left outside the door. Tang Ying was warmly led into the villa by Mu Wanqing and the others. Xiao Yang secretly took out his walkie-talkie and called Su Tong. Su Tong, keep an eye out. If that guy named Li Yang runs out of the villa area, contact me immediately. Got it. Inside the villa, Tang Ying was still in shock. This place was simply unbelievable. From the moment she arrived and saw the electric gate, to entering the villa with electricity and heating, she had been in a daze. After so many days, this was the happiest and most stable day she had felt. Even her police dog, Yang Yang, was happily frolicking around. However, soon it was fixated on the coal ball. The sudden appearance of a dog seemed to threaten the coal ball, making it restless. It continually flared its wings and squawked at Yang Yang. Yang Yang, on the other hand, was very interested in the coal ball, circling around under it. Occasionally, it would bark at the coal ball above. But each time, Tang Ying would scold Yang Yang, and it would feel wronged and lay on the ground whining. Xiao Yang was initially worried that Yang Yang might get too close to the coal ball, but seeing Yang Yang's well-behaved demeanor, he felt relieved. After Mu Wanqing and the others finished their showers and changed clothes, they called for Tang Ying to wash up. Hearing that there was a place to take a shower, Tang Ying was extremely happy. It had been nearly 20 days since the disaster struck, and she hadn't taken a single shower. She was already smelling bad. For a woman, this was the most unacceptable thing. Xiao Yang thoughtfully handed a set of pajamas to Tang Ying. I don't know if it fits, but Wanqing and Shishir are about the same height as you, so it should be fine. Try it on after your shower. Tang Ying took the pajamas, feeling a bit shy. After all, it was intimate clothing given to her by a big man, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Thank you, Tang Ying said before running into the bathroom. Xiao Yang found it amusing. A dignified captain of the security team, a brave woman, would actually feel shy. Xiao Yang, what do you want to eat tonight? There aren't many vegetables left in the fridge. Lu Yu looked into the fridge and saw it was almost empty, then turned to Xiao Yang and asked. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yang decided that since it was Tang Ying's first visit, the meal should be a bit more lavish. Well, she was a foodie. Maybe one meal would win her heart. After pondering for a while, Xiao Yang suddenly thought that it had been so long since they had seafood. He had stored quite a bit of seafood in his space. So why not have a seafood feast today? Pairing it with some red wine would be simply exquisite. Taking advantage of the trip to the basement to add carbon to the boiler, Xiao Yang directly took out a variety of seafood from his space. King crab, Australian lobster, Australian abalone, sea urchin, and large conch. Let's also get a wild yellow croaker, some salmon slices, and caviar. That's perfect. Yujia, we're having a seafood feast today. When Xiao Yang brought a huge pile of seafood to the kitchen, everyone was shocked. Bro, this is way too much. Lu Yu exclaimed, surprised by the high-end ingredients. Are you planning to eat all this? Mu Wanqing didn't say anything, as she knew Xiao Yang had plenty of supplies in his space. Having a seafood meal to change things up is fine. Li Shishir looked at Xiao Yang curiously, unable to believe that he had so much food stored. This man was filled with mystery and was so strong. Ugh, what am I thinking? Lin Shishir quickly interrupted her thoughts and went to help Lu Yu. Mu Wanqing began setting the table, creating a peaceful scene. With nothing to do, Xiao Yang went to take a hot shower in the bathroom of the main bedroom on the 3rd floor. When he finished and changed into his pajamas, he found that Tang Ying, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir were already seated at the dining table. The table was piled high with seafood, looking delicious and appetizing. Lu just brought out the last dish, braised wild yellow croaker. Seeing Xiao Yang come down, Tang Ying immediately stood up, feeling a bit shy. Xiao Yang, thank you for your hospitality. I don't know what to say. Xiao Yang was taken aback. He hadn't even introduced himself, and she already knew his name. It seemed Wan Qing had told her. Looking at Tang Ying in her pajamas, he thought, the pajamas still seemed a bit small. Tang Ying was originally a police officer, and her figure was definitely sturdier than Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. Plus, her prominently raised chest was not as noticeable when she wore a coat, but now was quite striking. Her figure was comparable to Lu Yu's. However, Tang Ying was taller than Lu Yu, and with her medium-length hairstyle, she had a commanding presence. Especially now, with her hair tucked behind her ears, she looked particularly charming. The only slightly incongruous feature was her sharp eyes and brows. However, the more intense she looked, the more it stirred a man's desire to conquer. Ahem, bro, you should take a seat quickly. If you don't come, we can't start dinner. Lu Yu reminded him, noticing the captivated look on Xiao Yang's face. Oh, Captain Tang, there's no need to be so polite. We don't consider you an outsider. Of course, we have to serve you the most sumptuous food. Come on, don't be shy, eat. As Xiao Yang took his seat, he poured red wine for everyone. Let's welcome Captain Tang's arrival with a toast. Tang Ying picked up her wine glass and stood up again. I should be the one to thank you for your warm hospitality. I'll drink first. After Tang Ying drank, Xiao Yang and the others naturally followed suit. Captain Tang, there's no need to be so polite. Just treat this place as your home. Xiao Yang poured her another glass of wine, smiling. Come on, let's not just sit here and stare. Let us eat before it gets cold. Xiao Yang cracked open a long leg of the king crab and placed it in Tang Ying's hand. Looking at the crab leg, Tang Ying didn't care about her image anymore and opened her mouth to bite into it. It's so delicious, simply a heavenly taste. She then peeled open an Australian lobster, stuffing the entire lobster meat in her mouth, her cheeks bulging with the large lobster meat. This way of eating was simply too satisfying. The sea urchin was fresh and juicy, melting in her mouth. The abalone and conch had a firm texture and a nice chewy bite. So satisfying. Everyone present was enjoying this luxurious feast. They even had the illusion that this was life before the disaster. Such comfort and deliciousness seemed completely unrelated to the apocalypse. Soon, the seafood on the table was cleared, and everyone wore satisfied expressions. Even the police dog, Yang Yang, under the table, was benefiting from the feast. The shrimp shells and crab shells were simply too tasty. Chapter 46. The Archer Inside the Villa. Everything was harmonious, but outside, Liang was in a miserable state. Seeing that there was no hope of entering Xiao Yang's villa, he could only find a nearby villa to stay in. It was dark, with no lights, a stark contrast to the brightly lit villa of Xiao Yang. Under the moonlight, he rummaged through the place but found nothing to eat. Being unbearably thirsty, he had no choice but to grab a handful of snow from the ground and shove it into his mouth. He looked at Xiao Yang's villa with gritted teeth. Just you wait, kid. Once I meet my dad, I'll make sure you're the first one he arrests. And you, Tang Ying, you filthy bitch. How dare you side with other men? Don't blame me for being ruthless. If you don't take off your clothes and come to me voluntarily, I will never forgive you. And those little girls, get ready to endure my fierce assault. Thinking of these scenarios made Li Yang feel much better, and a lewd smile appeared on his face, as if everything he imagined would come true soon. Xiao Yang absorbed all the crystals he hadn't had time to absorb today, and his time energy directly broke through to 1,100 years. He stretched his muscles, and his whole body made popping sounds. His skin felt tighter and firmer than before. Although the changes weren't visibly obvious, he knew that now. Even a knife would struggle to cut through his skin. Ordinary cold weapons were like mere raindrops to him. At this level, he no longer feared attacks from ordinary zombies. If a zombie bit him, it would probably break its teeth. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as he didn't encounter hot weapons, Xiao Yang was practically invincible. At this moment, Xiao Yang exuded a kingly aura, radiating charm. Tang Ying sensed the change in Xiao Yang and looked surprised. Although she had just learned about the effects of the crystals from Xiao Yang, she couldn't believe that the time energy could lead to such a transformation. Mu Wanqing and the others had already understood the reason behind it, so they weren't particularly surprised. However, they were still captivated by the masculine charm emitted by Xiao Yang. Mu Wanqing felt sweet inside. My boyfriend is such a perfect man. Liu also felt quite proud. That's my little brother. Lin Shishir felt somewhat pleased too. Well, a good friend as boyfriend is also considered my half-boyfriend, right? By the way, Captain Tang, have you awakened your special abilities? Xiao Yang asked as he looked at the dazed Tang Ying. What are special abilities? Tang Ying suddenly snapped back to reality, somewhat confused. Have you felt any sudden special powers or changes in certain functions? Upon hearing this, Tang Ying's eyes lit up. If you put it that way, I do feel a bit different from before. What is different? Mu Wanqing and the others were very curious, while Xiao Yang already understood in his heart. However, he still wanted to confirm. Well, how should I put it? I've noticed that my shooting accuracy has improved suddenly, several levels above before. Also, I found that I can throw things very accurately. Look, Tang Ying said, picking up a crystal from the table and placing it in the farthest corner of the living room. Then she ran back to grab another crystal and said, see, I can hit it from this far. As she said this, she raised the crystal in her hand, aimed slightly, and then threw it. Whack! It hit the crystal in the corner perfectly. Mu Wanqing and the others were amazed. This accuracy is impressive. Actually, I feel I could hit something even farther away, as long as I have the strength to throw it. I wonder if this counts as a special ability? The other girls looked at Xiao Yang for verification. Xiao Yang was very happy at this moment. He had confirmed Tang Ying's identity as a sharpshooter. This sharpshooter ability belonged to a type of combat ability, but it was quite special. It enhanced a person's sense of precision. Someone with this ability was like a sniper in the military. In his previous life, Xiao Yang had heard about Tang Ying's prowess. With just a bow, she could easily shoot a squirrel from 10 kilometers away. Isn't that impressive? If there was a sharpshooter like her in the team, safety would be greatly ensured. A sharpshooter in the later stages could truly kill invisibly. Before you even realize she's there, you might already be dead. Xiao Yang's gaze toward Tang Ying became more intense. I must recruit this Tang Ying. She will be of great use in the future. When the Great Flood comes, almost all hot weapons will lose their effectiveness. All teams and forces will nearly lose their long-range strike capabilities. At that time, the importance of sharpshooter will be evident. Tang Ying felt a bit uncomfortable under Xiao Yang's gaze. That look seemed like he wanted to devour her. Ahem, Comrade Xiao Yang. Does this count as a special ability? Xiao Yang was awakened by Tang Ying's voice, and his mind turned, adding a little caution. Captain Tang, this also counts as a type of special ability. However, if you don't have a strong team to help you quickly enhance your strength, it will be difficult for this ability to develop. Enhancing special abilities consumes a lot of crystal cores, and mutated animals are not easy to deal with. Tang Ying was very happy to hear that she had awakened a special ability, but upon hearing that it would be difficult to develop, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Oh, I see. By the way, since you all know so much, does that mean you've also awakened special abilities? She suddenly became curious about Xiao Yang and the others. Come on, Yujia, show us one. Xiao Yang smiled, thinking it was time to showcase the strength of his team. Liu Yu ran to the kitchen without hesitation, holding a pot in one hand and a spoon in the other, then unleashed her lightning ability. Zzzzzzz Liu Yu tried to control the size of the lightning to avoid damaging the frying pan. Tang Ying watched in astonishment. This is just too amazing. Yujia, you're incredible. What about Wanqing and Shishir? What are your special abilities? Before Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir could speak, Xiao Yang spoke up first. Their abilities are a bit special. You'll know when the time comes. Seeing Xiao Yang's mysterious demeanor, Tang Ying figured it might not be convenient for him to say more, so she didn't press further. What about you? What special abilities do you have? She looked at Xiao Yang with great interest. Me? Haha. My special ability is to make all of you chubby and well-fed, so you won't have to worry about food and clothing in this apocalypse. How about that? Impressive, right? Xiao Yang subtly hinted at his abilities to Tang Ying, but only received an eye roll in return. Forget it. Xiao Yang felt it was better not to reveal everything right now, especially since Tang Ying hadn't truly chosen to join him yet. All right, it's getting late. Let's all rest. Xiao Yang was the first to stand up, pulling out 2 crystal cores to feed to the coal ball. The police dog Yang sniffed the air, seemingly sensing the unusualness of the crystal cores, wagging its tail and looking up at Xiao Yang eagerly. It wanted some too. Chapter 47. The desire for beauty is universal. Do you want it? Xiao Yang teased the police dog Yang. The police dog looked at the little bird and drooled at the crystal core in his hand. No way. I'll give it to you when you change your name. Xiao Yang suddenly put the crystal core away, leaving the police dog confused. It ran to Tang Ying, rubbing its head against her leg for comfort. As Tang Ying petted the police dog's head, she looked at Xiao Yang and said, "You big man, even bullying a dog. Captain Tang, let's change this dog's name." Yang doesn't suit it, Xiao Yang sincerely suggested. Why change it? I thought for a long time to come up with this name. Yang is great. Yang represents. Tang Ying was perplexed, wondering why he wanted her to change the dog's name for no reason. Suddenly, she thought of Xiao Yang's name. Xiao Yang? Tang Ying couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Look at this, we have the same name now, huh? Ha ha, That comrade Xiao Yang. My Yang is the Yang of the sun, which is different from your Yang. As soon as she said this, Mu Wanqing and the others sitting on the sofa seemed to realize something. Ha ha! The few of them immediately laughed uncontrollably. All right, Yang, get up. Yang, lie down. Ah, Yang, you actually licked me. The excited police dog, Yang, ran back and forth among the women, not understanding why these humans were suddenly so enthusiastic towards it. You women are truly unreasonable. Xiao Yang was somewhat speechless. They were deliberately teasing him using the dog. Hurry back to your rooms and sleep, or else. Xiao Yang grinned and raised his right hand, gesturing at them. Or else, do you believe I can make your pajamas disappear? Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shi, and Liu immediately stopped laughing. Wow, this Xiao Yang is too bad. To be honest, he can really make their clothes disappear into his space right away. Xiao Yang took a step forward, scaring the three into a hasty retreat. Only Tang Ying remained, laughing foolishly. Xiao Yang glanced at her pajamas, which were pushed out by a pair of peaks, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If I take her pajamas into my space, will she hit me? Huh? Are you scared now? Tang Ying didn't expect the others to actually run away, finding it amusing that Xiao Yang's words could scare them like that. Truly, ignorance breeds courage. Xiao Yang sighed and went upstairs. That night, Lin Shi indeed didn't sleep on the third floor, but stayed on the second floor with Tang Ying. There were 3 rooms on the second floor, one for each of them. Lin Shi sighed, glad she could finally sleep soundly. Meanwhile, Tang Ying lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. At this moment, her mind was filled with countless thoughts, replaying the various scenes she had experienced since the disaster began. From the night the cold wave hit, she led a dozen people on a mission and got trapped in a clothing factory. Fortunately, there were plenty of clothes there, and their physical fitness was high enough that they wouldn't freeze to death. As for food, a team member risked their life to go to the cafeteria and brought back a bag of potatoes. The dozen or so of them relied on that bag of potatoes to survive the cold wave. However, later, the zombie outbreak occurred, and almost all the workers in the clothing factory turned into zombies. During the battle with the zombies, they lost half of their team members. Finally, the remaining ones managed to return to the city's main police station, only to find it had long since fallen. Watching her former colleagues turn into monsters and attack her team members, her heart ached. After barely escaping, they were chased down the road by wandering zombies. It was only when they encountered Xiao Yang and his team that they were saved. She truly couldn't understand what was happening to the world. Why such an unbelievable disaster occurred. After so many days, this was the first time she could lie in bed and think about these issues so leisurely. Although she was the captain of the city's security team, she was also a woman. The drastic changes in the world had surpassed her capabilities. None of her team members survived, leaving her with a strong sense of helplessness. When she felt the warmth and harmony of Xiao Yang's team today, along with the way the women looked up to him, she couldn't help but feel envious. If her man were as strong, how could she have turned herself into a tough woman? The more she thought about it, the more heartbroken she felt. Tang Ying decided not to think about it anymore. She just wanted to get a good night's sleep. To hell with duty. She just wanted to be herself, a glutton who loves to sleep in. At this time, in the main bedroom on the 3rd floor, Wanqing, did you use your mind-reading ability on Captain Tang today? I did. Xiao Yang smiled, realizing Wanqing was quite clever. What did you hear? I listened twice. The first time was at the mall entrance when she thought our team was strong and admired us. The second time was just during dinner when she thought how nice it would be if she could live such a wonderful life every day. Mu Wanqing rested her head on Xiao Yang's shoulder, blinking her eyes at him. Her hand kept drawing circles on Xiao Yang's chest, making him feel a bit restless. Do you really want Captain Tang to stay? As soon as Mu Wanqing asked this, Xiao Yang's mind flashed to Tang Ying's heroic figure. She is good-looking, has a great figure, is capable, and has a strong sense of justice that radiates from her very being. All of these combined create a special charm that makes one feel a strong desire to conquer. If I were to push her down, a sudden pain shot through Xiao Yang's chest, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Mu Wanqing glared at him, applying more force, and angrily said, In front of me, you dare to think about other women. I know all men are no good. Xiao Yang cried out in misery. He had been careless and was caught by this little girl. This was simply without any privacy. It was outrageous. It was truly a reversal of fate to actually dare to pinch him. Xiao Yang pushed her little hand away, as the flesh on his chest was also a man's weak point. Don't think I don't know. You have ideas about Shi and Yoji too. I just haven't exposed you. Mu Wanqing gritted her teeth and said fiercely, The desire for beauty is universal. I'm just a normal man, Xiao Yang said very seriously. It seems your energy is too abundant. I need to think of a way. After saying this, Mu Wanqing suddenly leaped onto Xiao Yang. Come on, little Yanga, recharge me. Lin Shishir was sleepless again. Oh my god, I really have bad luck choosing the room directly below theirs. Chapter 48, I have to wait to collect your corpse, hey. That person just now wanted to enter our guardhouse, but I didn't agree. Now he has run into the property office building. Late at night, after a busy day, Xiao Yang heard Su Tong's voice coming through the intercom. Okay, I got it. After replying, Xiao Yang smirked. He was just thinking about finding Li Yang when Li Yang appeared on his own. This saved him a lot of trouble. Looking at the limp and unconscious Mu Wanqing, Xiao Yang smiled. He put on his clothes and quietly walked out of the bedroom. Li Yang woke up hungry in the middle of the night. He didn't dare go to Xiao Yang's villa and could only stagger to the guardhouse where Su Tong was. He knew there were guards here, so he hoped to get some food. Unfortunately, Su Tong completely ignored him. He wanted to knock on the door, but it was too thick, and he couldn't break it down. After hitting a wall, he had no choice but to sneak into the property office building. He found a storage room and temporarily hid inside to escape the cold. Damn it, you all wait and see. There'll be a time when you beg me. Just wait, I'll make you suffer. Li Yang muttered angrily, filled with envy and jealousy, especially towards that man. I will definitely make you kneel and beg me. He was chuckling sinisterly when suddenly, the door of the storage room was opened. Through the moonlight, Li Yang saw a tall figure outside the door. The sudden appearance of someone in the dark startled him. Are you talking about me? The person at the door coldly spoke, and from the voice, it was Xiao Yang. Li Yang never expected Xiao Yang to appear here at this time, and he even overheard his harsh words. Feeling somewhat guilty, he stammered, I didn't say you. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong light suddenly illuminated his face. He instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the blinding light. Xiao Yang walked up to Li Yang with a flashlight, expressionless, and said, Give me the time on your arm. Li Yang was taken aback by Xiao Yang's words. He knew the time displayed on his arm, but didn't know what it represented. He subconsciously replied, Why should I give it to you? Why? Hee hee. Xiao Yang chuckled. Then, in front of Li Yang, he took out a baseball bat from his space. With a smile, Xiao Yang said, Because if you don't give it to me, I will smash your head. Do you believe it? Although Li Yang couldn't see Xiao Yang's expression clearly, his tone felt anything but joking. Yet, he didn't want to appear too cowardly, so he bravely pointed at Xiao Yang with his right hand and said, Why you dare? As soon as he finished saying dare, Li Yang let out a miserable scream. He held his right arm with his left hand, his face contorted in pain. Xiao Yang had mercilessly struck his right arm with a bat, and he felt like his bones were broken. Now you know if I dare, right? Xiao Yang sneered. After taking a hit, Li Yang realized Xiao Yang was serious. Trembling, he said, I got it. Then hurry up and extend your left hand to transfer that time to me. Xiao Yang stepped forward and extended his own left hand. Li Yang, not daring to delay, immediately extended his left hand. How do I transfer it? He stammered. Xiao Yang grabbed his left hand, rolled up his sleeve, and looked at the time energy on his arm that was less than a year. Look at this time, leave 30 seconds for yourself, and transfer the rest to me. Hurry up. Li Yang was stunned upon hearing this. It turned out the time could be transferred this way. Moreover, seeing Xiao Yang's demeanor, he felt the time seemed very important. He was somewhat reluctant, but also feared Xiao Yang would hit him again. Forget it. A brave man doesn't suffer in front of immediate losses. I'll give it to him and get it back later when I have a chance. With that thought, Li Yang steeled himself and transferred the time energy to Xiao Yang. Now, only 30 seconds were left on his arm. Watching the decreasing seconds, Li Yang inexplicably started to feel anxious. Meanwhile, after receiving the time energy, Xiao Yang calmly took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his space. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep puff. Seeing that Xiao Yang had no intention of leaving, Li Yang nervously asked, I've given you the time. Why aren't you leaving? Xiao Yang smiled and calmly replied, Hee, I have to wait to collect your corpse. Hearing this, Li Yang was instantly dumbfounded. He asked in terror, You want to kill me? However, Xiao Yang shook his head upon hearing this. You're seeking death yourself. I'm just here to collect your corpse. Li Yang didn't understand what Xiao Yang meant and was about to threaten him. But before he could speak, the time energy on his arm hit 0. He collapsed directly to the ground, his face still showing a grimace of anger. Seeing this, Xiao Yang threw the cigarette he was holding to the ground and extinguished it. He looked at Li Yang's corpse and muttered, It's your own fault for not knowing the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. How could I possibly leave behind such a hidden danger? You should be grateful I let you live a few more hours. After saying this, he sneered and collected Li Yang's corpse into his space. Once he finished, Xiao Yang returned to his villa at ease. After returning, Xiao Yang lay down on the bed and fell asleep. After several nights of work, especially after exerting himself too much last night, even with his strong physique and abundant energy, he was still tired, especially since he went out again at night. He was completely exhausted. However, as soon as it was dawn, he woke up. Looking at the disheveled-haired Mu Wanqing, who was still sleeping beside him, Xiao Yang sighed with a smile. Silly girl, why bother? You don't have the ability to withstand the might of thunder and still want to drain my energy. You're just asking for trouble. Who was begging for mercy last night, huh? He chuckled. After tidying up Mu Wanqing's messy hair and giving her a kiss on the face, Xiao Yang got up and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains to look outside. It was still snowing, and visibility was not very clear. Sigh. The weather is unpredictable, just like wrapping a large intestine around a small one. This will be the norm for the next 2 years. Snow and wind will come and go, just get used to it. Picking up the intercom, Xiao Yang went downstairs. Passing the second floor, he saw that Lin Shirshir and Tang Ying's room was still closed. Looks like they are sleeping well. When he reached the first floor, he found Lu Yu sitting on the living room sofa, laughing joyfully. Curious, Xiao Yang walked closer to see that they were playing with the coal ball and the police dog. Xiao Yang smiled upon seeing this, rather than playing. It seemed more like the coal ball was bullying the police dog. He watched as the coal ball took advantage of the police dog's inattention, flying behind it and biting its tail. Whenever the police dog turned its head, the coal ball would fly back to its perch. No matter how well-trained the police dog was, it couldn't do anything about it. The angry police dog howled out on the ground, repeating this over and over. Having a great time. Chapter 49. Someone is trying to take over the territory. Sister Yu, you're up so early. Li looked up at Xiao Yang, sizing him up with a half-smile, and said in a teasing tone, some people just can't sleep at night and only know how to make a fuss. Just when it finally quieted down, those two little brats started up again. I'm not up early, I just can't sleep. Xiao Yang awkwardly smiled while running his fingers through his hair. Indeed, it's better to enjoy it together than alone. Otherwise, someone will hold a grudge. Why are you up so early instead of resting properly? Li Yu asked with a smile. Sigh. There's no helping it, I've gotten used to it. Xiao Yang replied with a smile. Since his rebirth, he had only slept in during the super cold wave for those 10 days. Otherwise, he always woke up early. This might be related to his experiences in his past life. In his previous life, during the apocalypse, he lived in constant fear, with each day uncertain, leaving no time for sleeping in. Li Yu nodded and then said with concern, Then let me make you breakfast. Since it's snowing outside, we won't be going out today, so I'll make you something good. Before Xiao Yang could respond, Li Yu had already rushed to the kitchen to get busy. Xiao Yang could only silently stare at Lu Yu's back for a long time, feeling that she was truly a virtuous woman. When Lu Yu brought the breakfast to the table, Xiao Yang was shocked again. Stir-fried yam, goji berry walnut black rice, and a pot of seafood soup made from last night's leftover seafood. Come on, young man, eat up. Indeed, Li Yu had everything planned. However, Xiao Yang wouldn't refuse her kindness because it was simply too delicious. He devoured the meal in one go. After a satisfying burp and patting his stomach, Xiao Yang felt invigorated. At this moment, Tang Ying, Lin Shirshir, and Mu Wanqing all came downstairs. Lin Shirshir was surprised to see Xiao Yang sitting at the dining table, picking his teeth and savoring his meal. Is this guy nuclear-powered? Isn't he tired? Tang Ying had no particular expression. She had been so tired the previous day that she slept soundly and didn't know what had happened. You're all up. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Lu Yu asked kindly upon seeing them. Sister Yu, whatever you make, we'll eat. No need to ask us. It's all you working hard. How can we dare to be picky? Mu Wanqing was very understanding of Lu Yu, being women. Lu Yu had contributed far more than they had. All right, then I'll just make whatever. As the few women were having breakfast, suddenly an urgent voice from the intercom came through. Hello, a few box trucks have arrived at our villa's entrance, and they insist we open the door to let them in. Everyone became alert upon hearing Su Tong's report. How many of them are there? About 50 people. Xiao Yang was taken aback. It seemed the other side had come prepared. As for whether they were coming for him or the villa area, it was unclear. Those who had conflicts with him will be dealt with. It seemed they were mostly here for the villa area. Forget it. Let's go take a look first. Xiao Yang said decisively, changing into combat gear. The girls quickly returned to their rooms to change into gear and grab their weapons, following Xiao Yang out of the villa. The snow outside was still heavy, and since they were some distance from the villa's entrance, Xiao Yang drove the off-road vehicle over. When they arrived at the villa's entrance, they found a crowd of people outside, shouting at Su Tong and her companions. Since Su Tong had locked the door, they couldn't get in for the time being. Su Tong and her companion ran over upon seeing Xiao Yang. What's going on? Xiao Yang frowned and asked. I don't know, a few box trucks suddenly arrived, and a group of people got out, insisting we open the door. But I saw someone familiar among them. They looked like the ones who were trapped in the property building a few days ago. As soon as Su Tong finished speaking, Xiao Yang guessed what was happening. It must be those he had let go, and someone among them was bringing acquaintances to try and take over his territory. Damn it, I kindly let them go, and now they want to repay kindness with malice? The group outside saw Xiao Yang and immediately started howling. Wow, there are really a lot of women. These few are way stronger than those two. Hey, beauties, are you hungry? We have good food here, let us in, and we'll definitely feed you well, haha. That's right, on such a cold day. Do you want us to warm your beds? I see you, and I'm feeling all warm. The group outside kept talking trash, with some whistling and cheering, which made the few women inside grit their teeth. Xiao Yang, however, turned a deaf ear. Those who dared to cause trouble on his territory were nothing but dead men in his eyes. He was merely observing the strength of this group. Most of these people were in their 30s, armed with weapons, steel rods, sabers, axes, and other ordinary weapons. Xiao Yang didn't care about these. Those weapons wouldn't hurt him anyway. He was just thinking that since the other side had come knocking, he shouldn't waste the time energy they had. 50 people. That's at least 50 years of time energy. While Xiao Yang was observing the people outside, one of them raised a large bag and said, "Hey, you inside. Do you know what's in here?" Seeing no one responding, the man placed the package on the ground and opened it, saying to himself, "Do you see this? It's all good food. You must not have seen these good things in a while. Our boss Qian said that as long as you open the door, this is just a meet and greet gift. If you're willing to join us, we can give you even more food." After this man finished speaking, another man added, "Did you hear that? Look how enthusiastic my cousin is. Hurry up and open the door. Let us find a few villas to stay in. On a snowy day like this, aren't you afraid we'll freeze?" Xiao Yang took a closer look at the speaking man, and he did seem a bit familiar. He appeared to be one of the survivors he had released that day. At this moment, Tang Ying, who was behind Xiao Yang, suddenly shouted loudly upon seeing the group outside, "Qin Yuquan, it's you bunch of scoundrels." Hearing Tang Ying shout, a burly man at the front of the group looked over at her. He scrutinized Tang Ying for a moment and suddenly showed a surprised expression. "Captain Tang?" Seeing that the other party recognized her, Tang Ying sneered. "That's right, it's me. What a small world." Xiao Yang noticed that Tang Ying knew the people outside, and it seemed there was some history between them. He turned to Tang Ying and asked, "You know them?" Tang Ying gritted her teeth as she looked at the people outside. "Of course I know them. They are employees of Tianqian Financial Company. The one in charge is Qin Yuquan, the boss of that company. Their company specializes in high-interest loans for college students, forcing female college students to take nude photos and using violence for debt collection. They even coerced female students who couldn't repay their loans into selling their bodies to pay off their debts. This company is notorious, and many victimized college students have reported them to the police, but I just can't do anything about it. I don't know who their protector is behind the scenes." Chapter 50. One move to defeat the enemy. After Tang Ying finished speaking, Xiao Yang responded with an "Oh." It seemed that this group of people was not good at all. At that moment, the burly man named Qin Yuquan smiled at Tang Ying and said, "Captain Tang, we really have a connection. However, I must advise you at this point, why are you still thinking about those past grievances? In my opinion, you might as well open the door and join us. Let's just forget the unpleasantness from before. I guarantee that you will have a good life following me from now on. How about it?" "Huh." Tang Ying immediately spat in disdain upon hearing this. "You scum. Do you think you deserve it?" Seeing Tang Ying's reaction, Qin Yuquan wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Captain Tang, to be honest, have you seen the 5 vans behind me? They're all filled with various foods and supplies. We've brought a small supermarket with us. Enough for us to live on for a while. If you let us in, I can take care of you. Get lost." Tang Ying couldn't help but curse. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuquan immediately stopped smiling, and his expression turned grim. "All right, Captain Tang, don't regret it later." After speaking, he turned his gaze to Xiao Yang and said, "Young man, I've heard from my brother that you're quite impressive. So how about this? I'll give you a chance today. You open the door yourself, and I'll make you my second in command. What do you think?" "Not interested," Xiao Yang replied coldly. "Haha, good, you got guts. Then don't blame me for being rude." The big man suddenly raised his right hand, making a slicing gesture towards the door. With a loud crash, the door opened. The women inside were stunned. The lock had been cut off by the big man's bare hands. Xiao Yang was also taken aback, realizing that this man had awakened a rare metal ability. This ability allowed his palm to become a sharp metal weapon, cutting through iron like mud. No wonder Xiao Yang thought he was unarmed. It turned out his trump card was his own hands. Once the door opened, the people outside rushed in wildly, shouting, "Don't move yet." The big man suddenly stopped his subordinates and looked at Xiao Yang and the others. "I'll give you one last chance. Put down your weapons and spare yourselves some suffering." At this moment, the survivor they had previously let go stepped forward, smiling at Xiao Yang. "Brother, I've seen your skills. You truly are a man, but I still advise you to be sensible. You are no match for us. No matter how sharp your knife is, it can't compare to my cousin's hands. Young man, you need to observe the situation and act according to your strength," Qian Yuquan added. Then, he glanced at the group of women behind Xiao Yang, smiling as he continued, "Ladies, stop resisting for no reason. As long as you give up, I guarantee that you can pick whatever food you want from the vans outside. I, old Qian, have no other skills, just the ability to pamper women. Yes, yes. Our boss loves pampering women. Hurry up and surrender, haha." The group of younger brothers behind Qian Yuquan chimed in. However, Mu Wanqing and the others remained indifferent, their expressions cold and unresponsive. This group of people truly looked like clowns. "Are you done talking?" Xiao Yang said coldly. "Done. What? Are you eager to surrender?" The previous survivor laughed. "I, Xiao Yang, hate one kind of person the most in my life. Those who repay kindness with enmity." Swish! Before anyone could react, Xiao Yang stepped forward and slashed at the man with a knife. The man's leg was instantly severed. By the time Qian Yuquan and his group realized what happened, the man was already lying on the ground, wailing, "FK, how dare you cut my cousin? Everyone get him! Kill him! Leave the women alive! I want to vent my anger on them." Upon hearing Qian Yuquan's command, the crowd charged at Xiao Yang and the others. Qian Yuquan led the charge. Directly targeting Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang wasted no time. He moved at lightning speed, bringing his knife down to sever Qian Yuquan's right hand. Then, he pressed the blade against Qian Yuquan's neck. This all happened in an instant, leaving Qian Yuquan's subordinates stunned. "Tell your men to stand down and hand over their weapons," Xiao Yang said coldly, looking at Qian Yuquan. Qian Yuquan felt the pain of losing his arm and began to tremble from the agony. His mind was foggy. He didn't even see how his arm was severed. He thought he was quite impressive, but unexpectedly, he was so vulnerable in front of this young man. Looking at the knife at his neck, he dared not hesitate. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he ordered his subordinates, "Hand over your weapons, quickly." Upon hearing this, his subordinates were shocked that their boss had been subdued so easily. However, no one was willing to hand over their weapons. In the back, 5 people realized the situation was dire and turned to run toward the vans. It seemed they had no intention of caring about their boss's life and wanted to escape by car. Bang, 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 bang. 5 gunshots rang out. The 5 who had just run a short distance fell to the ground, clutching their thighs and screaming. Xiao Yang didn't need to look back to know it was Tang Ying who had fired. "Your men don't seem to listen to you," Xiao Yang said, pressing the knife harder against Qian Yuquan's neck, making a cut that drew blood. Hey, please spare me, brave man." Qian Yuquan quickly begged for mercy, then shouted at his subordinates, "You bunch of brats, do you want me dead? Haven't I treated you well before? Hurry up and hand over your weapons." Hearing this, the subordinates finally complied with their boss's order. After all, Qian Yuquan still had some authority. Mu Wanqing and the others stepped forward to collect the weapons, then returned to their original position, waiting for Xiao Yang's instructions. "Now, let your men transfer the time energy from their arms into this crystal. You can keep 3 minutes for yourselves. However, you better not try any tricks, or your boss's life will be at stake." As Xiao Yang spoke, a packet of crystals suddenly appeared in his left hand, which he threw onto the ground. These were the empty crystals he had left behind earlier, and they came in handy now. Qian Yuquan and his subordinates instinctively looked at their arms. They knew about the time energy in their arms, but they didn't know it could be transferred. However, with their boss in someone else's hands, they had no choice but to comply. Furthermore, there was a female police officer pointing a gun at them, so they dared not disobey. Each of them took a crystal and placed it in their left hand, transferring the time energy into the crystal as Xiao Yang instructed. Then, they handed the crystals over to Mu Wanqing and the others one by one. Qian Yuquan also transferred his time energy to Xiao Yang through a handshake. After doing all this, Xiao Yang finally smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. These people's time and energy were not wasted. Chapter 51 Yoga closed as he watched these people about to die. Xiao Yang said to Tang Ying, "Captain Tang, do you have any more questions for him?" Qian Yuquan, hearing this, thought Xiao Yang was going to let him go, and he became a bit excited, saying yes. "Captain Tang, do you have any questions for me? I will absolutely tell you everything." Tang Ying thought for a moment, walked in front of Qian Yuquan, and coldly asked, "I do have a question. I want to know who exactly is the umbrella behind your company?" Although it was already the apocalypse, Tang Ying still cared deeply about this matter. She wanted clarity. When Qian Yuquan heard this, he knew Tang Ying would ask this, and he quickly replied, Captain Tang, the umbrella behind us is actually the director of your police headquarters, Li Gang. His son, Liang, is my sworn brother. Now you understand, right? Upon hearing this, Tang Ying immediately understood. No wonder she could never take down Tianqian Financial Company. It turned out their umbrella was her direct superior. Thinking about how hard she had been working was really laughable. She had been thinking about eliminating harm for the people. But the biggest harm was actually within the police station. Just as Tang Ying was lost in thought, Qian Yuquan looked eagerly at Xiao Yang and said, Big brother, I've done what I had to do. Can you let me go now? Xiao Yang put down the knife and smiled, sure. Let's go. Just as Tang Ying realized and was about to stop Xiao Yang from letting the tiger return to the mountain, she saw Qian Yuquan and his subordinates suddenly fall straight to the ground. Confused, Tang Ying hurriedly went to check each of them and discovered that they were all dead. She cast a suspicious glance at Xiao Yang, not understanding what method he had used to make this group of people die instantly. Could it be related to the time on his arm? However, even though she had doubts in her heart, she did not ask Xiao Yang, because he was now more concerned about another question. Have you seen Liang? I want to personally take down this scoundrel. Tang Ying walked up to Xiao Yang and asked. Xiao Yang shrugged and said with a smile, I don't know. This kid might have run away when he saw things were not going well. Tang Ying, upon hearing this, angrily said, no matter where he went, as long as I run into him, I will personally take him down. Xiao Yang smiled and did not respond to Tang Ying anymore. He put away the crystals and ordered the bodies to be cleared outside. Looking at the 5 vans parked outside the door, Xiao Yang opened the cargo door to take a look. Well, it was full of supplies. Xiao Yang smiled happily. This truly was a case of sitting at home while supplies came knocking at the door. Who here can drive? With so many cars, I'll have to make several trips myself. I can too. Lu Yu, Tang Ying, and Su Tong raised their hands to indicate. Only the 3 of them could drive, plus Xiao Yang, making a total of 4 people. Xiao Yang sighed. He would have to make one more trip. It seemed that in the future, he would have to let Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir practice driving when they had time. It was the apocalypse now. They should let the female drivers show off their skills. All right, come on. Help me drive these cars to my villa yard. Okay. Leaving Mu Wanqing and the others to keep watch, Xiao Yang and the others first drove 4 cars back to the villa. Then they returned to take the last car. Leaving Xiao Lu to guard alone, Xiao Yang pulled Su Tong to help unload the goods. When Su Tong walked into Xiao Yang's villa with the goods, she was shocked. She didn't expect Xiao Yang's villa to be so warm. With the lights on, everything was no different from before the disaster, especially after unloading the goods. Xiao Yang even called her to wash her hands. The water was even warm. Su Tong immediately thought, since there was hot water, then they could definitely take a shower. Since the disaster struck, she had taken a single shower. There was no way, it was just too cold. If she got sick with no medicine, she could easily die. However, in this villa, there was no need to worry about any of that. Su Tong was envious. She really wanted to take a nice hot shower, but she knew that with her qualifications, she didn't deserve such treatment. What is wrong, Su Tong? Why are you in a daze? Mu Wanqing saw Su Tong standing in front of the sink, lost in thought, and stepped forward to ask. Oh, it's nothing? Su Tong came back to her senses. Seeing her heavy-hearted appearance, Mu Wanqing's curiosity got the better of her, and she used her ability to eavesdrop on Su Tong's thoughts. I really want to take a shower, but unfortunately, I don't deserve it. Mu Wanqing was taken aback when she heard Su Tong's thoughts. While she could take a hot shower every day, something so easily attainable was actually a luxury in Su Tong's eyes. Mu Wanqing felt a wave of sympathy and pretended to sniff Su Tong. Oh dear Su Tong, you're sweating a lot. You smell a bit. Why don't you take a shower here? Su Tong was stunned, her heart filled with joy. Really, can I? She glanced meaningfully at Xiao Yang in the living room, knowing that he was the one who made the final call here. Mu Wanqing smiled, understanding her concerns. Xiao Yang, Su Tong has sweated a lot. Can she take a shower here? Hearing this, Xiao Yang looked over and saw Su Tong gazing at him with an expectant expression. Considering she had performed well these past 2 days and had put in so much effort, it wouldn't be too much to let her take a shower here. Okay, I'll get her a new set of clothes later. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's permission, Su Tong nearly jumped for joy. Great, I can finally take a shower. Oh right, and he was called Xiao Yang. She hadn't even known his name before. Xiao Yang, that's a nice name. Su Tong eagerly took her first hot shower since the disaster struck. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang took the opportunity while Su Tong was showering to get her a set of thicker training clothes and prepare a box of food for her. When Su Tong finished her shower and changed into new clothes, ready to return to the guardhouse. Xiao Yang handed her the food. Here, take this and eat with Xiao Lu. Su Tong took the box, feeling its weight. It seemed there was quite a lot inside. She stared blankly at Xiao Yang, her eyes slightly moist. She was so excited that she didn't know what to say, only deeply bowing to Xiao Yang before walking out of the villa. When she walked a little farther from the villa, Su Tong began to cry. She knew that although she didn't qualify to live in Xiao Yang's villa, he and the others were still quite good to her. She had initially thought Xiao Yang was aloof and somewhat heartless. But now it seemed he wasn't so cold after all. These people were all quite nice. Su Tong silently vowed to herself that she would become stronger and earn her place among them through her own efforts. At this moment, she felt renewed motivation for the future. Outside, the wind howled and the heavy snow turned into a blizzard. Although it was still noon, going out was impossible. Since they had already gathered quite a bit today, Xiao Yang decided not to go down a mountain today and to rest at home. Lu Yu stewed a pot of braised pork and steamed a pot of rice, which counted as today's lunch. After a hearty meal, everyone sat on the sofa in the living room to relax. Tang Ying still seemed troubled, as if she hadn't gotten over the matter of killing Li Yang. At that moment, Mu Wanqing walked up to Xiao Yang and extended her hand. Didn't you promise to give us a set of yoga outfits? She asked. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up, and he smiled as he asked, Oh, are you all going to start practicing yoga? Yes, since we have nothing to do this afternoon. Let's have you Jie teach us, she replied. We've been eating a lot lately, and we're starting to put on some weight. Xiao Yang was, of course, very willing. He had been wanting to see them in yoga outfits for a long time. He ran to his room and carefully picked out a few yoga outfits from his collection. Black looks good. Black is the most appealing. Nude is also nice. It looks like you're not wearing anything. Pink is nice too, so fresh. Chapter 52. Managing heaven and earth, but can you control my imagination? Xiao Yang eagerly took out several sets of yoga clothes and handed them to Mu Wanqing and the others. Seeing the sullen Tang Ying, Mu Wanqing went over and pulled her, saying, Come on, Captain Tang, stop sitting there. Let's exercise together. But I don't know how to do yoga. I usually just do fitness and combat. You can do it. Let her teach us. By the way, since you know combat, you can teach us too. Right now, other than being a bit stronger, we don't have much else. Tang Ying quickly waved her hands and said, How could I teach you? You all are much better than me. Oh, we just rely on brute strength. If you had as much time and energy, you could do it too. What we lack now is technique. Come on, let's go. Tang Ying was forcibly pulled upstairs by Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to change into yoga clothes. Liu also took her yoga outfit back to her room. Xiao Yang was eagerly waiting in the living room, feeling extremely excited. Wearing yoga clothes is great. It can directly showcase a woman's figure, and this time he would have a visual feast. While he was anxiously waiting, Lu Yu was the first to come out. Wow! Xiao Yang was stunned. Lu Yu was wearing a green yoga outfit, which added a youthful vibe to her otherwise mature appearance. Her voluptuous body filled the tight yoga clothes, looking like a ripe peach, ready to burst, incredibly tempting. Seeing Xiao Yang's infatuated expression, Lu Yu couldn't help but blush. She shyly tucked her hair behind her ears and turned her face, giving Xiao Yang a sidelong glance. Hey, little brother, don't stare at me like that. It's making me shy. Xiao Yang's excitement only grew at Lu Yu's expression. Her gaze seemed to captivate the soul, exuding a charm that came from deep within. This might be the allure of a married woman, and a top-notch one at that. Before Xiao Yang could fully enjoy the view, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir came downstairs, pulling Tang Ying with them. Oh my! Xiao Yang almost dropped his eyeballs. Mu Wanqing was wearing black yoga pants on the bottom and a flesh-colored yoga tank on top. In contrast, Tang Ying wore flesh-colored yoga pants and a black yoga tank. Incredible, they actually understood how to mix and match. Looking at Lin Shishir, she chose a pink yoga outfit, making her appear even more youthful. The three women were all about the same height, around 170 centimeters. However, it was obvious that Tang Ying was a bit fuller, especially her top, which was almost bursting at the seams. It seemed this was related to her regular workouts. In contrast, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir looked a bit slimmer. After all, they were still students, which might be related to not exercising often. However, upon closer inspection, it was noticeable that Mu Wanqing's figure was slightly more prominent than Lin Shishir's. Perhaps this is the difference between having a boyfriend and not. Those who understand will understand. When it came to looks, all the women were goddess level. Coupled with such figures, they were simply perfect, especially Tang Ying's medium short hair, which added a wild charm, making men want to conquer her at first glance. Xiao Yang was dazzled, his gaze constantly moving among the women. It was truly indescribable. Ahem, Mu Wanqing coughed toward Xiao Yang, waking him from his stupor. She shot him a glare and said to Lu Yu, "Sister Yu, this green looks so good on you. It makes you look several years younger." Lu Yu went over and touched their waists one by one, praising, "Ah, I'm getting old. You all are still young. Look at these slim waists. I can't help but want to hug you all, ha ha. Ha ha, Sister Yu, yours isn't too bad either. It's all soft and comfortable." The few of them playfully touched each other's waists and laughed. Not far away, Xiao Yang watched this scene, unable to help but swallow hard. "Let us go, Sister Yu. We're heading to the gym on the B2 floor." Mu Wanqing saw Xiao Yang's greedy look and quickly called the others to go downstairs. They laughed and headed down to B2, and the police dog Yang Yang, who was playing with a coal ball, followed after seeing Tang Ying come down. Xiao Yang thought for a moment. If even the dog went, how could he not? He quickly found a men's sports outfit from his space. Since no one was around, he changed clothes on the spot. Then, he eagerly followed them down to B2. Seeing Xiao Yang come down in sportswear, Mu Wanqing laughed and said, "Why are you, a big man, following us to do yoga?" Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. "Can't you see I'm in sportswear? I want to exercise too." "What kind of exercise? Are you going to do yoga with us?" No, I want to do yoga. I'll do push-ups." Saying this, Xiao Yang dropped to the ground and did 10 push-ups in a row. Mu Wanqing looked at him helplessly. This man, he just couldn't change his nature, a born lecher. She raised an eyebrow and shot him a warning look, pointing to her head. "Don't think too much." Thinking of Mu Wanqing's ability to hear thoughts, Xiao Yang felt uneasy. "Damn it, you can manage heaven and earth, but can you control my imagination?" Lu Yu began teaching the others how to do yoga, and for some reason, everyone was facing away from Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was secretly pleased. "Sister Yu really understands me." "Okay, kneel. Lean forward, chest to the ground. Tighten your abdomen, lift your hips. Relax, yes." Lu Yu demonstrated while teaching. Behind her, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Tang Ying followed along. From Xiao Yang's perspective, he didn't need to say more. He was blood boiling and feeling hot all over. "I can't take it anymore." He quickly averted his gaze and focused on doing push-ups. 1, 2, 500, 501, 1,000. Xiao Yang did 1,000 push-ups in one go to suppress his restless heart. It was just too hot. The boiler was on this floor, and he was sweating profusely. So he took off his shirt. Looking at Lu Yu and the others, they all stopped their yoga poses and looked at him with incredulous expressions. Xiao Yang felt a bit puzzled. "What's wrong?" Lu Yu said, "Little brother, I admire your physical fitness." Tang Ying added, "Impressive, impressive. I can't do 1,000 push-ups in one go." Lin Shishir glanced at Xiao Yang, then looked at Mu Wanqing and said, No wonder. I finally know why Wanqing you." Before Lin Shishir could finish her sentence, Mu Wanqing covered her mouth with her hand. What are you doing?" Lin Shishir struggled free, angrily saying, "You know too much, so I must." Mu Wanqing playfully lunged at Lin Shishir, and the two started playfully wrestling with each other. Lu Yu and Tang Ying, meanwhile, stared at Xiao Yang in a daze. Xiao Yang's exposed, well-built upper body, with its bronze skin, showcased male charm. With that resolute and handsome face, what woman wouldn't take a second look? Tang Ying thought to herself, "If I were to find a boyfriend, it would have to be someone like Xiao Yang." Chapter 53, 4 against 1. Just for fun, a few of them did yoga for about an hour, and then asked Tang Ying to teach them some combat techniques. However, Xiao Yang felt that these combat techniques were quite useless. In the face of powerful abilities, no matter how impressive the combat skills were, they were all in vain. Unless one had an exceptionally strong physique capable of withstanding the attacks of abilities. Nevertheless, having more skills is never a bad thing. At least it served as a way to exercise. Tang Ying's techniques were indeed quite good, at least they looked nice. High kicks, downward strikes, grappling, throat locks, and groin kicks. Xiao Yang couldn't help but tighten up at the thought of the groin kicks being a bit too harsh. He enjoyed watching their graceful bodies. It was quite exciting. By the way, Xiao Yang, you are now a 1,000-year energy being. Do you think we could team up and take you down? Mu Wanqing suddenly had an idea, wanted to see just how strong Xiao Yang's physique was. Xiao Yang heard this and said, "Come on, you just learned those groin kicks. Let's not do that. If one of you kicks me there, I might be done for." The girls burst into laughter at this. "Don't worry, we won't kick. If we do, Wanqing will get mad at us, haha." Lin Shishir looked at Xiao Yang's lower body and covered her mouth to tease him. "You Lin Shishir are such a chatterbox." Mu Wanqing pulled Lin Shishir's waist and began tickling her armpits. I was wrong. Ha! Lin Shishir bent down to beg for mercy. "All right, you two stop messing around. Xiao Yang, I think Wanqing's suggestion is pretty good. We can give it a try. Just for fun." Lu Yu stepped forward, raising her eyebrows and looking at Xiao Yang with a teasing smile. Only Tang Ying remained silent, but her eyes revealed a sense of anticipation. Seeing the eagerness of the girls, Xiao Yang felt a surge of joy. As long as they didn't kick him where it hurts, he was more than happy to play along, as this would allow for some close contact with them. Xiao Yang was a bit excited. Happiness had come so suddenly, and he wondered what Mu Wanqing was thinking. Was she setting this up for him? All right, then let us do it. But let us make it clear first, no groin kicks. Okay, let us get started. If we could take you down, you lose. Lin Shishir clapped her hands. All right, if I go down, it counts as my loss, but if you all go down, it counts as your loss. Xiao Yang replied and stood among them. Come on, you can take the first shot. Show me what you've got. Xiao Yang was not afraid. Knives and swords couldn't harm him, let alone their flashy techniques. The girls, seeing Xiao Yang's stance, immediately became motivated. They were determined to take him down today. They started throwing various punches and kicks at him. Tang Ying tried to lock Xiao Yang's throat, but she couldn't even budge him. With less than a year of energy training, she was still too weak compared to Xiao Yang. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing and the others clearly had more strength than her. Although they couldn't hurt Xiao Yang at all, the impacts were loud and clear. Wanqing and Shishir, grab his legs, you grab his waist, and I'll choke him. Let us all pull together and take him down. Seeing that their punches and kicks couldn't shake Xiao Yang, Tang Ying began directing the others to change their strategy. All right, go. Following Tang Ying's division of labor, they gritted their teeth and began to hold onto Xiao Yang's legs and waist with all their might. At this moment, Xiao Yang was incredibly relaxed and enjoying himself, feeling several soft bodies pressing against him. It was so comfortable. Wasn't this better than a massage chair? Seeing that the girls had such little strength, Xiao Yang chuckled. Is that all you've got? Pathetic. Now it's my turn. Saying this, he reached back with both hands and grabbed Tang Ying's arms. Then, with a strong pull, he lifted Tang Ying above his head and gently tossed her down to the ground. Next, he reached back again and grabbed Lu Yu's waist. So soft. Xiao Yang exerted a little strength and lifted Lu Yu up. He quickly pulled one hand back, spinning Lu Yu around his waist. Lu Yu screamed in surprise. He gently tossed Lu Yu aside and immediately bent down, wrapping his arms around Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir's waists. With a single motion, he lifted both of them up and hoisted them onto his shoulders. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir screamed in fright, but their waists were too thin, and Xiao Yang held them tightly, leaving them unable to escape. Xiao Yang turned in place 3 times while hoisting them, and in their screams, he gently tossed them to the ground. Xiao Yang smiled proudly. Did they really think they could compete with him? It seemed they truly didn't understand the strength of a 1,000-year-old energy being. The girls now looked at Xiao Yang with a mix of panic. He was too strong, treating them like weights. Seeing Xiao Yang's triumphant expression, Tang Ying felt dissatisfied. She suddenly jumped up like an octopus, firmly pressing Xiao Yang's head in her chest, while her long legs tightly locked around his waist. Xiao Yang's head was buried in Tang Ying's embrace, and an alluring scent filled his nostrils, making him a bit dazed. He was so soft that he found it hard to breathe. Wanqing, Shishir, quickly locked his arms. Tang Ying took a deep breath and shouted. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir immediately got up, one on each side, grabbing Xiao Yang's arms. With his vision obstructed and unable to escape, Xiao Yang could only exert strength to lift the 2 women. However, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir refused to let go, clinging to his arms like 2 monkeys, wrapping their legs around his thighs. Ugh, ugh. Xiao Yang felt like he was about to suffocate, wanting to speak, but being held too tightly by Tang Ying, he couldn't make a sound. Plus, as soon as he opened his mouth, something soft blocked it. Now, he couldn't breathe at all. Seeing this, Lu Yu squatted down behind Xiao Yang, grabbing his ankles and pulling back with all her might. But she couldn't budge him. At this moment, even the police dog Yang Yang, who had been watching from the side, couldn't stand it anymore. It ran over and bit Xiao Yang's pant leg, tugging him backward with all its strength. Haha bro, even the dog can't stand you. If you resist any longer, I might have to use my lightning ability. Lu Yu teased, threatening him. Hearing this, Xiao Yang was startled and instinctively relaxed. Lu Yu took the opportunity to pull his legs back, causing Xiao Yang's center of gravity to become unstable, and he fell forward. This fall caused the 3 women on him to hit the ground first. Xiao Yang landed directly on top of them. The 3 women screamed in pain. Xiao Yang felt no pain at all, with 3 soft bodies as cushions. It was incredibly comfortable. At that moment, his arms rested on Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir's chests, while his head pressed against Tang Ying's chest. Lu Yu chuckled and directly laid down on Xiao Yang's waist, using her body to pin down his legs. Brother, we took you down, you lost. Chapter 54. Is this Xiao Yang still human? Monkey, I'm crushed. Xiao Yang's head was tightly pressed by Tang Ying, making it hard for him to speak clearly. Upon hearing Xiao Yang concede, the few of them finally loosened their grip. However, they were truly exhausted, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Xiao Yang's head and arms rose and fell with their chests. All right, get up quickly, you're going to crush me. Lin Shishir complained, lifting Xiao Yang's arm. Xiao Yang, get off, my back hurt from falling. Mu Wanqing also lifted his other arm. Xiao Yang wanted to enjoy this human cushion a bit longer, but under the strong insistence of the two women, he had no choice but to get up. Hey no, Yojia, why are you still lying on me? I can't get up. Lu Yu was completely on his lower half, making it impossible for him to rise. Lu Yu laughed and quickly released him. Xiao Yang stood up and stared at the chest of the lying Tang Ying, saying, Captain Tang, your weapon is too big. You almost suffocated me. Tang Ying's face flushed as she recalled the earlier actions, realizing they were indeed a bit inappropriate. However, she hadn't meant it. She was just focused on knocking Xiao Yang down without thinking too much. She quickly covered her chest with one hand and pushed herself up with the other. I'm sorry, Tang Ying said somewhat embarrassedly to Xiao Yang. It's fine, you all just took it too seriously. Xiao Yang waved his hand, acting as if he had suffered a great loss. All right, enough of the cheap tricks. Now, tell me you lost. How are you going to be punished? Xiao Yang was taken aback. What? There's a punishment? You just threw us down like this. Not punishing you would be unfair after all the effort we put in. Lin Shishir insisted. Xiao Yang thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. How about I give you all a massage? Consider my apology, okay? Get lost, dream on. Lin Shishir rolled her eyes at Xiao Yang. Seeing his plan fail, Xiao Yang quickly laughed it off. How about this? Little brother, you're great at push-ups, right? How about we take turns sitting on your back while you do 1,000 push-ups for each of us? Lu Yu suggested, and the other three immediately brightened up. Great, let's see how we can tire him out. Lin Shishir raised both hands in approval. I think this idea is also good. Let's see how long you can hold on. Mu Wanqing also agreed with both hands. I'm going with the flow, Tang Ying said with a smile. Xiao Yang glanced at their gloating expressions and felt a bit uneasy. This was too harsh, but a man's pride cannot be lost. Xiao Yang directly lay on the ground, supporting his body with his hands and toes. Come on, don't go one by one, you all come at once. I'll do 4,000. The four women were stunned. Xiao Yang was really showing off. All right, you said it. Don't say we bullied you. Let us go. Mu Wanqing was the first to sit on his back. Xiao Yang immediately felt a weight on his shoulders. Next, Lin Shishir climbed onto his back. Then came Tang Ying. Finally, Lu Yu. All set, I'm starting. Wait, the dog helped out earlier too. Come on, let the dog get on. Lu Yu suddenly called to a halt. Tang Ying smiled knowingly and called Yang Yang over, who stood on Xiao Yang's calves. Xiao Yang had a dark expression, thinking, you guys are ruthless. Hey, don't you think we look like Tang Sung and his disciples riding a big turtle across the river? Lin Shishir suddenly exclaimed, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Yes, Xiao Yang is that big turtle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang nearly deflated. He angrily laughed and said, who are you calling a big turtle? Be careful, I flip you all over. All right, don't mess around anymore. Let us start, Xiao little brother. As soon as Lu Yu spoke, Xiao Yang immediately began doing push-ups. The four women moved up and down with his movements. 1, 2, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 3,999, 4,000. The four women counted above while Xiao Yang gritted his teeth and finished the last push-up, then collapsed directly. Wow, Xiao Yang, you're really amazing. I'm impressed. Lin Shishir said in admiration. Xiao Yang, you're indeed impressive. Tang Ying also gave him a thumbs up. Little brother, I've learned a lot today. No wonder you're my Xiao little brother. Lu Yu patted Xiao Yang's thigh in encouragement. Xiao Yang, you're great. Mu Wanqing touched Xiao Yang's head, looking quite proud. Woof woof. It was unclear what the police dog Yang Yang wanted to express. All right, we're done. You can get off now. I can't breathe. Haha. Okay. The four women and the dog got off Xiao Yang's back, and he finally felt a sense of relief. Lin Shishir looked at Xiao Yang, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, and couldn't he be happier? This time, you definitely won't have the energy to mess around with Wanqing tonight. Finally, I can sleep well. As for Tang Ying, she was genuinely shocked. With the four women and the dog combined, that was over 400 pounds. Is Xiao Yang even human? Lu Yu looked at Xiao Yang, deep in thought. Then, with a look of pity, she turned to Mu Wanqing. Wanqing, you really have it tough. Mu Wanqing, seeing Lu Yu's gaze, blushed and lowered her head shyly. However, she soon felt troubled. How would she deal with Xiao Yang in the future? Time passed, and the four women took turns having a hot shower. By the time Xiao Yang had rested enough and dragged his tired body upstairs, the four of them had already changed into pajamas and were chatting on the sofa in the living room. Xiao Yang's whole body was sore. Even with his 1,000 years of energy, he couldn't withstand such a beating. Yojia, what are we having for dinner tonight? Little brother, what do you want to eat? You're the most tired. We'll follow your lead. Ha. Xiao Yang thought for a moment. How about we have barbecue today? The four women's faces instantly lit up with surprise. Really? That's great. I haven't had skewers in a long time. Lin Shirshir exclaimed joyfully. Tang Ying couldn't contain her excitement either. She also loved barbecue. Agreed. Okay, I'll go get the ingredients and seasonings. Seeing that they all wanted to eat, Xiao Yang ran to the basement. He took out charcoal, a barbecue grill, and various barbecue ingredients from his space. Half a sheep, meat skewers, chicken wings, chives, several large kidneys, some shrimp, oysters, and vegetables, etc. All set. Xiao Yang handed these over to Lu Yu. Yojia, you handle it. Let them help you. I need to take a shower and rest. Several people saw such a rich variety of ingredients and were extremely happy. All right, I've called you. Just wait to eat. Xiao Yang saw them happily getting busy and, while taking a shower, thought about how the girls looked in their yoga outfits. It was wonderful, truly tiring, yet enjoyable. Xiao Yang really liked this feeling, if he could catch them all at once. Just thinking about it was exciting. However, when he thought of Mu Wanqing, he quickly stopped his endless fantasies. No, stay calm. Can't let Wanqing find out. Take it slow, no rush. And there's Tang Ying. I must win her over. Chapter 55. I am willing. Xiao Yang, come down and eat barbecue. Mu Wanqing's shout made it impossible for Xiao Yang to continue his daydreaming. He got up and went downstairs, where the entire living room was filled with the aroma of grilled skewers. The table was already set with a variety of grilled meat skewers, oysters, and more. You guys eat first. I need to finish grilling this leg of lamb, Lu Yu said while flipping the lamb leg on the grill next to the kitchen. Xiao Yang ran downstairs and brought up 2 boxes of Qingdao Ao Gute beer. He opened a bottle and handed it to Lu Yu, saying, Here you go. Yujia, thank you for your hard work. Let's drink while grilling. Seeing Xiao Yang being so thoughtful, Lu Yu said to everyone, Don't fight my little brother for those kidneys and leeks. Let him have more to replenish. I want to eat such disgusting things anyway. I'm not going to fight for them. Lin Shirshir pouted. Xiao Yang laughed and said, Humph, you don't know anything. Is there anything more delicious than kidneys? After opening a bottle of beer for everyone, Xiao Yang raised his bottle and said, Come on, enjoy the barbecue and beer, cheers. Xiao Yang spun another bottle, and the women casually joined in. Then everyone went wild, eating skewers, with oil dripping from their mouths. Especially the few girls, their lips glistening with oil, looking particularly tempting. When Lu Yu brought the grilled lamb leg to the table, the atmosphere of the barbecue reached its peak. Everyone clinked glasses and ate, drinking and having fun. What a joy! At this moment, Xiao Yang picked up a bottle and walked over to Tang Ying, looking at her seriously and saying, Captain Tang, let us drink a bottle together. Tang Ying quickly picked up her bottle and stood up, saying, Don't call me Captain Tang. With just me here, I can't be called Captain anymore. Just call me Tang Ying. Xiao Yang clinked his bottle with Tang Ying's. Then down in one go, Tang Ying followed suit without hesitation and finished hers in one gulp. Good. Mu Wanqing and the others quickly applauded. Dan Jing, what do you think of us? Xiao Yang directly got to the point. Tang Ying thought for a moment and sincerely said, Very good, very strong. And I have a good rapport with these sisters. As she spoke, she smiled at Mu Wanqing and the others. Sister Ying, we think you're very likable too. Lin Shirshir called her sister because she was of similar age to Xiao Yang. Yes, Sister Tang, I liked you the moment I saw you. Liu also said with a smile. Ying Jia, I think we can become sisters. Mu Wanqing stood up and took Tang Ying's hand. Thank you, you are all great. Tang Ying felt a bit moved. She had lost so many colleagues and teammates, and if it weren't for these few people accompanying her, she would have been even more heartbroken. Tang Ying, come join our big family. You've seen it, the world is already chaotic, and it will only get worse. Xiao Yang, can't promise much, but I can guarantee to keep you all well-fed and safe. I have the ability to protect you from the wind and rain, and you won't suffer from hunger or cold. I will also strive to make you stronger. Moreover, we really need capable people like you to join us. Are you willing? Xiao Yang looked intently into Tang Ying's eyes, sincerely inviting her. Tang Ying's eyes became a bit moist. She was very happy that Xiao Yang and the others valued her so much. When she met Xiao Yang's group for the first time yesterday and saw their powerful combat ability, she had considered persuading them to join her. However, after the battle this morning, she realized her combat level was far too inferior. She was not on the same level as Xiao Yang and the others, especially Xiao Yang, whose combat power was off the charts. It would probably take 10 of her to match him. Women only admire the strong. In Tang Ying's eyes, Xiao Yang was the strongest person she had ever seen. Not only was he formidable, but he also had a handsome face that she would never grow tired of seeing. Moreover, Xiao Yang's attitude towards outsiders and his own people was completely different. She could sense that Xiao Yang was someone who would protect his own, someone worthy of trust and reliance. Furthermore, with 3 beautiful women here, staying wouldn't feel awkward at all. So, she had long wanted to stay. Agree to him. Lin Shishir couldn't help but clap and shout. Mu Wanqing shot Lin Shishir a fierce glare, making her shrink her neck in fear. I messed up. Hith. Xiao Yang had a black line on his face. With Lin Shishir causing such a ruckus, it felt like he was proposing to Tang Ying. Tang Ying also felt a bit embarrassed, her face turning a little red. However, she took a deep breath and decisively said to Xiao Yang, "Okay, I am willing." "Yay, that's great. Sister Tang Ying, from now on we are family." Lin Shishir jumped up and said. Mu Wanqing also happily hugged Tang Ying, saying, "Welcome to join us." Ingjia. Liu picked up a bottle of wine and stood up, raising her bottle and saying, "Great. We should celebrate. Celebrate that we have gained another good sister." Now, the happiest person was Xiao Yang. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was already excited inside. He opened all the beers and placed them on the table, then picked up a bottle himself. We need to celebrate. I'll drink 3 bottles in a row." All right. Xiao Yang kept his word, and amidst the cheers of the women, he downed 3 bottles in a row without changing his expression. Influenced by Xiao Yang's emotions, Mu Wanqing and the others also each drank a bottle. I must say, ever since they followed Xiao Yang, their alcohol tolerance had improved. By the way, their essay process, right? Sister Tang Ying, please swear an oath to Xiao Yang. Lin Shishir reminded. Tang Ying was taken aback, huh? Do I have to swear an oath? Still, to Xiao Yang? Do we do that here? She looked at Xiao Yang in confusion, and he chuckled and said, No need, it's just a formality. It's fine not to do it. Lin Shishir was unwilling and pouted. What do you mean no need? You had to swear before. Seeing Xiao Yang a bit embarrassed, Tang Ying seemed to understand Xiao Yang's concerns. What is the most important thing in a team? Of course, it is loyalty and cohesion. She understood this. To avoid putting Xiao Yang in a difficult position, Tang Ying faced him, stood straight, and sincerely said, Xiao Yang, I don't believe in oaths. But I, Tang Ying, guarantee with my character that I will absolutely treat you all as my family. I will never betray you. Good. I believe you. Xiao Yang nodded solemnly at Tang Ying. And there is one more thing. You have to absolutely obey Xiao Yang's commands, Lin Shishir added. Before Tang Ying could respond, Xiao Yang quickly said, How about this? After all, Tang Ying has received professional training and has been a captain. She has more experience than us. In the future, for combat actions, let Tang Ying lead and command. This is after all Tang Ying's specialty. Xiao Yang paused here, then looked sharply at everyone, emphasizing his voice, but the overall strategy and deployment must be decided by me. This is something you must unconditionally obey, because I know the direction of future changes better than any of you. Chapter 56. The Yang team, seeing Xiao Yang so confident, Tang Ying wasn't sure why, but she understood that since he could inspire the others to become so strong, he must have the ability to do so. Moreover, Xiao Yang had already placed a lot of importance on her, and she wasn't someone who couldn't recognize a good opportunity. All right, I will comply. Upon seeing Tang Ying's agreement, Xiao Yang reverted to his harmless demeanor. He sneakily glanced at Mu Wanqing, who happened to be looking back at him. Seeing the look in Xiao Yang's eyes, Mu Wanqing understood what he wanted to ask. She gently nodded, and Xiao Yang smiled knowingly. Oh, got it. Pass. By the way, we already have 5 people now, so we can form a small team. How about we give our little team a name? Lin Shishir suddenly suggested. Xiao Yang noticed that Lin Shishir's mind was quite agile. She could think of anything. This was completely inconsistent with her temperament of playing the flute. However, Lin Shishir's suggestion was great, and Xiao Yang felt it was indeed time to establish a banner for themselves. Just as he was deep in thought, Lin Shishir suddenly clapped her hands and said, I've got it. I remember there was a mini-game that was really popular called Yang Luga Yang. Many people played it and scrambled to join the flock. Look, Xiao Yang's name has Yang in it, which sounds like sheep. How about we call our team the Yang Luga Yang team? This way, it also signifies that our team will grow stronger in the future. What do you think? As soon as Lin Shishir finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. They truly admired Lin Shishir's creativity. Not bad. I agree. I agree too. In the future, anyone joining our team will be joining the Yang group. Haha. Xiao Yang was very satisfied. Not bad, I like it. Just when he was feeling pleased, Lin Shishir suddenly said to Tang Ying, "But, Sister Tang Ying, your police dog is also called Yang Yang. Isn't that a bit conflicting?" Xiao Yang's smile suddenly froze on his face, and he glared at Lin Shishir. "Go away. Why bring up something that shouldn't be mentioned?" He glanced at the police dog Yang Yang, who was gnawing on a sheep bone under the table, and thought to himself, "This dog shouldn't stay for long." The blizzard outside had stopped, coming quickly and leaving just as fast. The five of them drank until midnight before finally wrapping up. During this time, Xiao Yang roughly explained the disasters that were going to happen in the future to Tang Ying, leaving her dumbfounded. Xiao Yang also unreservedly demonstrated his spatial abilities in front of everyone. He continuously pulled things out of his space, much like Doraemon. This allowed Tang Ying and Lin Shishir to thoroughly witness the power of his spatial abilities. Tang Ying, show off. You really know how to show off. However, Lin Shishir inadvertently discovered a pair of hollow black stockings among the items Xiao Yang brought out. "Xiao Yang, why do you have black stockings in your space? So sheer. Who did you steal them from?" Xiao Yang's face turned awkward. How did he accidentally bring this out? Mu Wanqing looked at the black stockings Lin Shishir was holding up and quickly turned her scrutinizing gaze toward Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang hurriedly snatched the stockings back, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Hee, these are for Wanqing. Don't make fun of me." The girl suddenly understood and stared at Mu Wanqing with their mouths agape. "Oh, so you like this kind of thing?" Mu Wanqing's face turned red instantly, and she shot Xiao Yang a glare. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I have no idea." Seeing that the others still didn't believe her and looked at her with smiles, Mu Wanqing directly got up and ran upstairs. I'm going to sleep first. You all chat." Once Mu Wanqing ran upstairs, Xiao Yang felt it was inappropriate to stay any longer. "I'll go to sleep too. Bye." After saying that, he took the black stockings and ran upstairs. The remaining Lu Yu, Lin Shishir, and Tang Ying exchanged glances. In the master bedroom on the third floor, "Wanqing, try this on and let me see if it fits." Xiao Yang tucked the black stockings into Mu Wanqing's arms and looked at her with anticipation. "I don't want to. It looks too sheer. Come on. That's exactly why you should wear it. Hurry up. Be good. Are you really planning to give me these black stockings?" "Of course. Who else would I give them to?" "Well, okay, close your eyes first. I'll let you see when it's time." "All right." A few minutes later. "Okay." Xiao Yang opened his eyes. "Wow. No way, no way. It's too tempting." Especially with Mu Wanqing's shy expression, it was simply stunning. Xiao Yang pounced like a hungry tiger, ready to attack, but was stopped by Mu Wanqing. "Xiao Yang, let's not today. You need to rest more." "I'm fine. I can handle it. Listen to me. I'm really doing this for your own good. Tomorrow, I'll definitely wear it again. Okay?" Mu Wanqing coaxed Xiao Yang. "All right then, just tomorrow. But you can't refuse again." Okay. After a rare quiet night, everyone slept particularly well. Until noon, everyone gradually got up and washed up. Lu Yu diligently prepared 4 dishes and a soup, filling Xiao Yang and the others to the brim. Looking at the time, it was still early, and the snow on the ground wasn't too thick, so Xiao Yang decided to go down the mountain again to harvest some crystals. Thinking of the crystals, Xiao Yang quickly took out the more than 50 crystals he obtained yesterday and gave them to Tang Ying. "Now's the time. Hurry up and absorb the energy from these crystals. Your time energy is the least right now, so you go first." Okay. Under Mu Wanqing's guidance, Tang Ying quickly finished absorbing the energy from the more than 50 crystals. Now, the time energy in her arms had reached 60 years. Tang Ying could truly feel the changes the energy brought to her body. She felt refreshed, as if she had boundless strength, and even her physical strength had increased several times. She couldn't help but exclaim how miraculous this world had become. Thinking about Xiao Yang's 1,000 years of energy, she finally understood why Xiao Yang's physique was so powerful. It seemed that these crystals were really important. Yet Xiao Yang, without a care, had given all these crystals to her, fulfilling his promise to make her stronger. Xiao Yang was a man of his word. This was the deepest impression he left on Tang Ying. After putting on their gear, Xiao Yang took out his pistol and the box of bullets he had. He realized they didn't match. Seeing this, Tang Ying directly took out some revolver-specific bullets from her bag and handed them to Xiao Yang. "Here you go. If you like using this gun, these bullets are all for you." "All right." Xiao Yang accepted the bullets without hesitation and loaded them into the revolver. Then he gave another pistol and other bullets from his space to Tang Ying. Tang Ying loaded the revolver with bullets and handed it to Lu Yu. "Sister Yu, take care of this. Wanqing and Shishir, make sure to take good care of the guns I gave you both." "Got it." The two answered together. Xiao Yang looked at her team now and was quite satisfied. Everyone had a handgun, and although the ammunition was limited, it was enough for the time being. Besides, ordinary zombies and survivors weren't worth wasting bullets on. Unless they encountered emergencies and dangers, they wouldn't waste any ammo. With everything ready, Xiao Yang fed the cold ball 2 crystal cores and set off with her Yang team. Chapter 57. 4-star mutant, the heavy-duty off-road RV arrived at the entrance of the villa area, and Xiao Lu, the security guard, was called over. This time, it was her turn to join in on the exercise. The entire winding mountain road was covered with a layer of snow, which would definitely cause a regular car to skid. However, for Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road RV, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. After going down the mountain, they headed straight for several nearby communities that had been cleared last time, continuing to clean the surrounding new residential areas. However, there were quite a few wandering zombies in the small gardens of the new communities. It was estimated they had chased survivors out of their homes. Lin Shishir played her flute to attract the outdoor zombies, allowing them to wait and ambush, making the task efficient and effortless. As for the zombies locked inside the houses, with their limited manpower, Xiao Yang and the others didn't have the energy to search every room. Those would be left for later survivors. In the following communities, Xiao Yang and his team repeated their previous tactics and quickly cleared the outdoor zombies. Of course, there were also many pet zombies, but they no longer posed a threat to Xiao Yang and the others. Once all the surrounding communities were cleared, they moved on towards the university area. It was too late for today, so Xiao Yang decided to start cleaning the university town tomorrow. When the cold wave hit, these universities hadn't yet closed for vacation, so there would definitely be many zombies in the dormitory areas. Of course, there would also be many survivors. Xiao Yang felt it was time to absorb some young members into his team. Relying solely on a few people every day would be exhausting. As long as they had abilities, were capable, and had good character, Xiao Yang wanted them. Moreover, one crucial point was that these university students had not yet truly entered society, had not experienced its harshness, and had not been tainted by its vices. They were more malleable and easier to recruit. Being young was inherently advantageous. If the team was made up entirely of old men and women, it would be a problem. Today, it was his leg hurting. Tomorrow, it would be her neck. No matter how much time energy they had, illness would still strike. Otherwise, why would there be so many medicines left? After sweeping through all the street shops in the community, they found no useful supplies. Many small supermarkets had long been ransacked, indicating that the survivors had begun large-scale actions. Another point that caught Xiao Yang's attention was that he discovered some zombies in the shops had been killed by survivors, and their crystals had been taken. This indicated that quite a few people were already aware of the secret of the crystals. Future competition would become more intense, and challenges would be greater. Fortunately, his strength had already surpassed that of most others. In this apocalypse, the strong would only grow stronger. Those who fell behind at the starting line would find it hard to catch up. Resources were limited and were gradually decreasing. If one person gained a bit more, another would inevitably get a bit less. It seemed that starting tomorrow, they needed to accelerate their pace. During this time, Xiao Yang had been too complacent. Driving towards the Zijin mountain villa area, although it was not yet dark, the sun was blocked by the mountains, making the winding road appear somewhat dim. Xiao Yang turned on the headlights and continued to look ahead. Suddenly, he saw a long black object lying across the snow on the road, extending beyond the edges of the road, and he couldn't tell what it was. The already narrow road was completely blocked by that thing. Xiao Yang slammed on the brakes. If he drove straight ahead, it would be easy to lose control on such a narrow road. He asked the women to wait in the car while he got out to check. If it was a fallen tree, he would call them for help. Using the light from the car, Xiao Yang approached the object to see what it was. Suddenly, he felt the object move. Xiao Yang immediately stopped in his tracks. But before he could react, the black object on the mountain's side suddenly stood up. A snake head the size of a basin appeared in front of him, its long forked tongue flicking out. 2 bulbous, bright eyes were fixed intently on Xiao Yang. In the center of the snake head, there was a bulge with 4 green glowing dots. Xiao Yang, already startled, broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing those 4 green lights. Damn! He had encountered a mutant python, and it was a 4-star one. Xiao Yang couldn't tell if he was lucky or unlucky. He just happened to need a 4-star crystal core to elevate his spatial ability to level 6, and today he had stumbled upon it. It seemed that the python was merely passing by, and they had crossed paths. However, the unfortunate part was that with his current strength, he might not be able to defeat it. This python was inherently stronger than a human, let alone being a 4-star mutant. However, relying on his energy physique from over 1,000 years, Xiao Yang was confident he could escape. But the off-road RV couldn't move. There was no way to turn around here. He couldn't just backtrack, right? Moreover, there were several women in the car. He couldn't just leave them behind. Now, Xiao Yang could only slowly back away to create distance from the python, planning to retreat back to the RV first. Xiao Yang slowly retreating. The mutant python also moved. Xiao Yang's heart sank. It didn't want him to leave. He quickly pulled out his revolver from his space and readied himself to shoot if necessary. He wanted to shout for the women in the car to come down quickly. But suddenly, he saw the mutant python's eyes flash. Immediately, Xiao Yang's body felt like it was caught in a nightmare, unable to move at all. Although his mind was still clear, he couldn't move. Xiao Yang felt a surge of panic. He knew he must have been affected by the python's ability. He had been staring into the python's eyes for too long, which was probably why he fell into its trap. As the python inched closer, Xiao Yang's heart raced. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck the python's body. Tang Ying was the first to notice something was wrong. She got out of the car and happened to see Xiao Yang in a standoff with an enormous python, and without hesitation, she fired her gun. The python felt the pain, swaying its body and retreating a few steps. The moment its gaze was broken, Xiao Yang suddenly found he could move again. However, the python, recovering from the shock, suddenly became furious, opening its massive mouth to launch an attack. Xiao Yang quickly aimed his gun at the python, shooting while retreating, warning the others. Be careful. This is a 4-star mutant. Don't look into its eyes. Shoot. However, aside from Tang Ying, Mu Wanxing and the others had never used a handgun before. They fumbled with it for a long time before realizing they hadn't even disengaged the safety. Meanwhile, the bullets from Xiao Yang and Tang Ying hitting the python did little to stop its furious charge. The python suddenly swept its tail, striking Tang Ying. She couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying 3 to 4 meters, landing in a snowdrift by the roadside. Chapter 58. In times of crisis, Xiao Yang's bullets had run out, and suddenly losing Tang Ying's firepower, the mutated python attacked even more recklessly. Xiao Yang quickly grabbed the gun from Mu Wanxing's hands. You go check on Tang Ying. He shot at the python again, temporarily forcing it back a few steps. Sister, you give me the gun. If the python attacks again, you release lightning on it. Okay. Xiao Yang held the gun with both hands and fired at the python again. However, the python's tough skin made the bullets unable to inflict fatal damage. It launched another attack, this time directly targeting Xiao Yang. As the snake's tail swept toward him, Liu Yu seized the opportunity and shot a bolt of lightning at the python's tail. A plume of black smoke rose, and the python, in pain, reduced its force, which allowed Xiao Yang to block it with his hands. Despite Xiao Yang's strong physique, he felt his arm go numb, almost losing grip on the gun. Seeing this, Liu Yu fired 2 more bolts of lightning at the python's body, completely enraging it. The python suddenly whipped its head and sent Liu Yu flying. The guard, Xiao Lu, quickly ran over to check on Liu Yu. Now, only Xiao Yang and Lin Shishir were left in front. Xiao Yang took Lin Shishir's gun and said, "Fall back. You can't withstand its attacks." Then he shot the python fiercely again. The python swayed side to dodge until Xiao Yang ran out of bullets. The python seemed to have taken several hits. Its blood had stained the snow red. However, this still didn't inflict fatal damage on it. Seeing Xiao Yang stop shooting, the python reared up and lunged at him. Xiao Yang immediately drew his broadsword and slashed at it. Zzz. The blade grazed the python's scales, leaving a deep scratch, but didn't cut through. The python's attack was unimpeded, and its body slammed into Xiao Yang. A foul smell filled the air as Xiao Yang was pinned down. Fortunately, his robust physique prevented him from being crushed to death, but it still made it hard for him to breathe. Before he could react, the python twisted its body, coiling around him. Feeling the immense pressure squeezing his body, Xiao Yang's face turned red. The bones inside him cracked, and he felt as if they were about to break apart. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been crushed into a meat pie by now. Xiao Yang struggled to hold on, and the python seemed to realize that this grip wouldn't kill him. It opened its massive jaws, aiming for Xiao Yang's head, wanting to swallow him whole. Xiao Yang was unable to move, watching as he was about to meet his end in the python's mouth, when suddenly, a sound of a flute rang out. The python, which was about to swallow Xiao Yang, suddenly paused, stopped its attack, and turned to the direction of the sound. At that moment, Lin Shishir was holding the flute, concentrating on playing for the python. The python seemed to react to the sound, and the coils around Xiao Yang slowly relaxed. Not daring to waste time, Xiao Yang took this opportunity to draw his broadsword and stabbed it into one of the python's eyes. A stream of yellow liquid erupted, and the python suddenly convulsed. violently throwing Xiao Yang off. His body crashed against the nearby mountain, leaving him dizzy. Struggling to sit up, Xiao Yang noticed that the python seemed to be severely injured, rolling around on the ground. It appeared that the eyes were the weak point of this mutated python. At that moment, seeing that Xiao Yang had escaped the python's grip, Lin Shishir hurriedly stopped playing and ran over to him. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing, with Xiao Lu's help, had managed to lift Lu Yu and Tang Ying together. Both were clearly injured. Xiao Yang, supported by Lin Shishir, stood up. He picked up the broadsword from the ground, ready to kill the python while it was vulnerable. However, the mutated python seemed to sense Xiao Yang's killing intent and suddenly reared up again, glaring at them with its remaining eye, opening its massive mouth, and lunging at Xiao Yang and Lin Shishir. Ignoring the pain, Xiao Yang charged forward with the sword, aiming to stab the python's intact eye with all his strength. Just as he was about to hit, the python suddenly twisted its head to dodge, and the broadsword plunged into its neck instead. This time, the force was great, and the blade pierced through the python's skin. The python, in pain, suddenly whipped its head, and before Xiao Yang could pull out the sword, he was thrown off again. His body was impacted once more, making him feel as if his internal organs were about to be displaced. The python did not stop attacking. It seemed to have locked onto Xiao Yang, opening its bloody mouth and rushing at him again. Lin Shishir quickly began playing the flute again, trying to distract the python. However, this time it had little effect. The python only paused slightly before whipping its tail on, sending Lin Shishir flying. Ignoring Lin Shishir, who had been knocked away, the python continued to charge at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang did his utmost to pull another broadsword from his space, pointing the blade at the python's gaping mouth. There was no way to dodge, and he was determined to stab it. At this critical moment, Mu Wanqing suddenly charged forward with a sword, stabbing it into the python's intact eye. Now, both of the python's eyes were blinded. In pain, the python whipped its head, sending Mu Wanqing crashing to the ground, causing her to cry out in agony. Although the python was now blind, it heard Mu Wanqing's voice and immediately lunged forward, wrapping her in its body. The python and the entangled Mu Wanqing rolled on the ground together, with Mu Wanqing occasionally letting out muffled groans of pain. Xiao Yang felt anxious. If this continued, Mu Wanqing would surely be crushed to death by the python. She didn't have Xiao Yang's strong physique. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yang stood up with great effort and charged forward with his sword. He aimed directly at the python's head, intending to stab the crystal core located at its forehead. However, the python was rolling continuously, making it impossible for Xiao Yang to find an opening. Each time, the 4 green light spots on the python's forehead vanished as it rolled, leaving Xiao Yang with no chance. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing's face had turned a purplish color from being squeezed, and it looked like she was about to lose consciousness. Xiao Yang felt anxious. He hated his own weakness, unable to deliver a fatal blow to the python. It was all his fault. His spatial abilities were so useless, providing nothing but storage. If he had combat powers, they wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. Filled with anger, Xiao Yang felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his eyes turning blood red. No, Wanqing cannot die. I must save her. I must save her. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled Xiao Yang's head. It was as if he had developed tinnitus, and the surrounding sounds faded away. He opened his eyes and found that the scene before him had suddenly changed. The python on the ground seemed to be still rolling, but its movements had clearly slowed down by more than 10 times, as if the video was being played in slow motion. Next to the off-road vehicle, Xiao Lu, who was watching over Tang Ying and Lu Yu, was in tears, looking toward him. However, the expression on his face seemed frozen in time. Chapter 59 Hospital. What's going on? The scenery around seemed to be in slow motion, while his own movements were unaffected. Xiao Yang felt a bit confused. However, he knew this was the last opportunity to kill the mutated python. Xiao Yang quickly picked up the gun from the ground, took out bullets from his space, and loaded them. Then, he aimed at the raised area on the giant python's forehead and fired fiercely. Bang, 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 bang. Streams of green liquid sprayed out as the bullets all hit the python's forehead. After several shots, Xiao Yang slumped down onto the ground, exhausted. At this moment, the surrounding scene returned to normal. The mutated python struggled violently for a while before falling silent, its body going limp. Mu Wanqing crawled out from under the snake's body, gasping for air. Seeing that she had escaped danger, Xiao Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing that the python was completely still, the guard, Xiao Lu, cautiously ran over to help Mu Wanqing up. Xiao Yang regained his strength, stood up, walked to the dead python, drew out a knife, and then dug out the 4-star crystal core. The crystal core was about the size of a walnut, completely black, and emitted 4 points of green light, weighing quite a bit. Xiao Yang immediately put the crystal core away and ran over to check the injuries of a few people. After a thorough examination, Xiao Yang felt a bit worried. Lin Shishir and Mu Wanqing were okay, just some bruises on their bodies. Tang Ying had just bumped her back where a long, deep cut had been made by a rock. It was still bleeding. As for Lu Yu, one of her arms might be dislocated and couldn't move at all. But none of them had any medical skills, and 2 people couldn't be left like this for too long. Xiao Yang quickly took out some bandages and iodine from his face, cleaned Tang Ying's back wound, and then wrapped it with gauze. Tang Ying gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound throughout the process. Are there any hospitals nearby? Xiao Yang asked. Just one large hospital in the university town. Mu Wanqing immediately replied. Let's go, let's get them in the car. We need to go to the hospital and hope for the best. Xiao Yang thought it over. To ensure safety, they needed to find someone with medical skills to stitch up Tang Ying's wound. Otherwise, if they weren't careful, the wound could get infected, and it could lead to death. Lu Yu's situation was similar. If her arm remained dislocated for too long, it would become useless. As for whether there were any surviving doctors in the hospital, that was left to chance. If it really came to that, Xiao Yang would have to use some primitive methods to treat them, but the effectiveness was unknown. The group got into the car, and Xiao Yang took out some anti-inflammatory medicine, letting Mu Wanqing feed it to Tang Ying and Lu Yu. He also gave them some ointment for treating bruises and let them apply it to each other. He ran back to the python's corpse and stored it in his space. Then he drove the RV to find an open space to turn around and headed towards the hospital in the university town. The hospital in the university town was located in the center of the entire university town and covered a large area. When Xiao Yang drove the car in front of the outpatient building, the roar of the engine immediately attracted a group of zombies inside the building. Xiao Yang had anticipated this. It's a hospital. How could it be without zombies? Xiao Yang turned on all the lights around the RV, illuminating the area a bit, then picked up his tang knife and calmly got out of the car, starting to slash at the zombies one by one. To speed things up, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir endured their pain and joined the fight. In no time, the 3 of them had cleared out hundreds of zombies. They didn't have time to collect the crystals and rushed into the outpatient building. The inside was too dark, so Xiao Yang took out 3 strong flashlights, giving one to each person. Once the flashlights were turned on, the interior brightened significantly. Are there any surviving doctors? If you hear me, please respond. For safety's sake. Xiao Yang shouted as he walked inside. This way, he could attract the zombies hiding inside, while also letting any survivors hear him. However, after checking all the floors of the outpatient building, he found no survivors, just a few scattered zombies. Could it be that everyone had either died or escaped? Xiao Yang was not ready to give up. Since there were no survivors in the outpatient building, he decided to check the ward building. He didn't believe that there wasn't a single living doctor in the entire hospital. Upon reaching the entrance of the ward building, Xiao Yang found that the door was actually locked from the inside. What was going on? Had it been locked beforehand, or had survivors locked it from within? Xiao Yang didn't have time to think about it. He instructed Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to stay alert behind him and began to pound on the glass door. After a long time of knocking, besides attracting a few zombies outside, there was no other response. Inside the ward building, not a single zombie appeared. It seemed hopeless. And just as Xiao Yang was about to give up and head to another ward building, suddenly, 4 people appeared behind the glass door. Xiao Yang shone his flashlight on them. There were 4 men, each holding a fire axe. Xiao Yang felt a surge of joy. Having survivors meant there was hope for a doctor to be alive. What are you doing? One of the men inside asked warily. Is there a surviving doctor here? We have injured people who need treatment. Xiao Yang asked anxiously. Were they bitten by zombies? Upon hearing this, the people inside immediately became tense and defensive. No. Is there a doctor here or not? Xiao Yang was getting impatient. There is, but not here with us. One man said through the door crack. Where? Can you tell us? I have a friend who needs immediate treatment. Xiao Yang's heart raced with excitement upon hearing this. As long as there was a doctor, Tang Ying and Lu Yu would be safe. It seemed he had come to the right place. In the pharmacy on the basement level of the office building. However, don't get too happy yet. Because there is no electricity, they don't see patients at night. The leader noticed Xiao Yang's cheerful expression and suddenly reminded him. Xiao Yang smiled. They had no electricity, but he had power. Thank you. Xiao Yang expressed his gratitude and promptly led Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir towards the hospital's office building. Entering the office building, he found the stairs leading to the basement were blocked by iron bars and had been locked from the inside. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang began to knock and shout. Doctor, is there a doctor there? After knocking many times, a frustrated voice finally came from below. Who's the fool making noise? Don't you know you can't disturb people at night? Get lost. They only heard the voice but didn't see anyone. It seemed the other party was too lazy to come up and explain to them. We have injured people who need treatment. Can you let us in? Xiao Yang tried to keep his tone polite, as they were asking for help. Can't you understand? It's dark. How can we treat anyone? Come back tomorrow. The voice replied angrily. No, this is an emergency. Treatment must be given immediately. It's dark, but I have a flashlight. Xiao Yang pulled out his flashlight and shook it downwards. Chapter 60. The lion's big mouth. The people downstairs saw the light from Xiao Yang's flashlight and suddenly stopped moving. After a while, 3 men came up the stairs. They were dressed in military coats and held axes in their hands. They walked to the fence and carefully examined Xiao Yang and the others. The leader, a tall man with a scruffy beard, spoke up. Which one of you 3 is injured? It's not any of us 3. The injured person is in the car. Was it bitten by a zombie? No. Seeing that Xiao Yang replied very firmly, the man glared and warned, don't lie. If we find out they were bitten by a zombie, don't blame us for being ruthless. With that, he raised his axe and lightly tapped it against his own head, implying that if it was discovered that the injury was from a zombie bite, they would mercilessly put a bullet in the injured person's head. I'm not lying, Xiao Yang responded. The man continued, we don't provide free medical treatment here, understand? Xiao Yang nodded. He could understand that, and he didn't expect anyone to be kind enough to offer free treatment. Understood. Just tell me what you want. Seeing that Xiao Yang was easy to talk to, the man nodded in satisfaction. What we want depends on the condition of your injured person. However, you 3 must leave us those flashlights. How about it? Xiao Yang certainly didn't mind giving up the 3 flashlights. He had plenty in his storage space. Okay, no problem. Seeing Xiao Yang agree so readily, the man was very pleased. All right, go bring your injured person. Xiao Yang took charge, leading Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir back to the RV and drove it directly to the office building's entrance. The 3 men were already waiting at the door. When they saw Xiao Yang's large off-road RV, their eyes lit up. Boss, what a big vehicle. Looks like it's a camper too. Look, the lights are still on inside. One of them whispered, I see it. This vehicle is really something. Boss, if we had a vehicle like this, it would be so much more convenient to go out. Another one also whispered. The leading man was immediately intrigued. With such a big off-road RV, they wouldn't have to worry about zombies chasing them. They could just run them over. Having this vehicle would definitely increase their strength. Looking at Xiao Yang and the others getting out of the RV, he started to formulate a plan in his mind. Xiao Yang left Xiao Lu to watch the vehicle, then carried Tang Ying down, while Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir helped Lu Yu follow behind. When they reached the entrance, the leading man suddenly stopped them, saying, no weapons allowed inside. Hand over your knives first, and we'll return them when you leave. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir frowned. Xiao Yang smiled and ignored him, turning to Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, saying if they don't allow us to bring knives, then let's just put them back in the car. Hand them over. Dream on. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir nodded and handed their knives to Xiao Lu in the car. The 3 men were somewhat annoyed that Xiao Yang didn't comply with their request. However, since Xiao Yang and the others were technically unarmed, they couldn't say much. They could only glare at Xiao Yang and reluctantly lead him and his group towards the pharmacy in the basement. You stay here and keep an eye on this place. At the stairway, the leading man signaled one of his companions. The man understood immediately and stood at the top of the stairs, not moving. The remaining 2 took Xiao Yang and the others directly down to the pharmacy. The pharmacy was large, and a flashlight beam could only reach the walls after shining far. In one corner of the pharmacy, there was a fire burning in a pot. Beside the fire, there was a table with several bottles of white liquor and about 7 or 8 cups. It seemed that these men had been drinking before Xiao Yang and the others arrived. But with so many cups, why were there only 3 men? Xiao Yang and the others were brought to the fire, and the leading man shouted behind a row of shelves. Come out, Dr. Yi, it's time to receive guests. Xiao Yang was taken aback. It sounded like a brothel. However, when he saw a woman walk out from behind the shelves, he was surprised. The woman called Dr. Yi was quite beautiful and young. Her long hair was tied up in a bun on her head, making her already delicate face look even more charming. Dr. Yi looked at Xiao Yang, then at Tang Ying on his back, and Lu Yu behind him. Then, with a blank expression, she asked, where is the injury? This one has a wound on her back, and the one behind has a dislocated arm. Xiao Yang answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Dr. Yi frowned and said to Xiao Yang, then you should first bring the one on your back inside. I need to take a look. After saying that, she went inside the shelves. Xiao Yang quickly followed her in and found that it was a makeshift medical room. Dr. Yi instructed Xiao Yang to lay Tang Ying face down on a bed. Then she took Xiao Yang's flashlight, removed the bandage from Tang Ying's back, and shone the light on the wound. Suddenly, Dr. Yi frowned and said, "The wound is too deep. The medical conditions are limited. There's no need to save her." Xiao Yang was instantly furious, his mind going blank. "What do you mean there's no need to save her? You haven't even tried to save her. You say there's no saving?" He was somewhat angry and shouted at Dr. Yi. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, hearing Xiao Yang shout, quickly supported Liu to come in and check. The two men also followed. "Dr. Yi, we should at least try to save her, right?" The leading man suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing the man's voice, a flash of disdain crossed Dr. Ye's eyes. However, she still nodded and said, "It can be tried." The man, seeing Dr. Yi agree, immediately smiled and said, "Yes, it can be tried, but since the injury is severe, the reward must be high. Is that right?" "Dr. Yi?" Dr. Yi responded coldly, "Yes." Xiao Yang glanced at Dr. Yi, then looked at the man and said, "The reward is not a problem. As long as you can save my friend, I'll pay anything." Hearing this, Dr. Yi looked up at Xiao Yang in surprise. The man clapped his hands and said, "Good, you're loyal and a real man. So, let Dr. Yi do her best to save her friend. In return, aside from these 3 flashlights, you must give us that heavy-duty off-road RV." As soon as he said this, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were taken aback. "Wow, that's a real lion's big mouth. This is just robbery in broad daylight. You're really bold to ask for a whole RV just for treating a wound?" Lin Shishir said angrily. The man sneered and said, "Haha, I thought you were all loyal and righteous, but it seems your friend isn't worth more than a vehicle in your eyes? How ridiculous." "You." Lin Shishir was about to retort angrily, but was stopped by Xiao Yang. "Okay, as long as you can cure my friend, the heavy-duty off-road RV is yours." Xiao Yang's expression was indifferent, seemingly not caring at all. In reality, he was sneering inwardly. "Humph, playing this game with me? You're really not far from death." Chapter 61. Dr. Ye's voice. Others may not know what Xiao Yang is thinking, but Lin Shishir and Liu frowned tightly. They could understand Xiao Yang's eagerness to save Tang Ying, but couldn't he see that those people were trying to extort him? "Doctor." He looked at Xiao Yang with newfound respect. Who would have thought that in such a chaotic world, there would still be such a loyal fool? When the two men heard Xiao Yang agree, their faces immediately lit up with smiles. Only Mu Wanqing overheard Xiao Yang's thoughts, and while she pretended not to know, she secretly increased her vigilance. "All right, I'm going to start operating on the injured. Please all go outside. And where are my assistants? Call them over to help." "Doctor." He began to shoo people away, and Xiao Yang and the others had no choice but to step outside. The leading man, however, laughed loudly and shouted into a dark corner, "Hey, those inside the small room, stop playing around. Hurry and get a few nurses over to work." Not long after he shouted, the sound of a door opening could be heard. Then, 4 disheveled women in nurse uniforms walked over, buttoning their clothes as they approached. Upon seeing Xiao Yang and the strangers, they said nothing and went straight into the shelves to help Dr. Yi. At this moment, 4 men walked out from the direction of the nurses. Each was draped in military overcoats, tightening their belts as they approached. "Boss, it's already night. Why are we taking on more work?" One of the men glanced at Xiao Yang and said, "This friend is willing to offer a heavy-duty off-road RV as a reward to save his friend. I was touched by his loyalty, so I made an exception and agreed." "Huh," the leading man explained cheerfully. The other 4 men looked over at Xiao Yang and his group. When their eyes landed on Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, they were stunned. "Wow, so many beautiful women." The front man's eyes sparkled as he hurried over, smiling and greeting Mu Wanqing and the others, completely disregarding Xiao Yang. When he saw no one responding, he wasn't too angry but said to the 3 men behind him, "You guys, quickly bring out our good food and drinks. Hurry up." Upon hearing this, the 3 men hurried off. Before long, each returned with a pile of cookies, bread, and drinks, filling a table. "Come on, beautiful ladies. You must be hungry. Come sit, eat whatever you like. If it's not enough, we have plenty more." The man sat down and waved his hand, cheerfully inviting Mu Wanqing and the others over, his face filled with pride as if he believed they would not refuse such delicious food. However, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir merely looked at him with disdain, turning away without acknowledging him. He felt a bit awkward, but wasn't too angry. He understood. The more beautiful the woman, the more reserved she is, with high standards. Is this not enough? No problem. You guys bring out the best stuff quickly. The 3 men hurried off again. Soon, they returned, each carrying a bunch of items to place on the table. Xiao Yang noticed there was quite a bit. There were ham sausages, spicy strips, packaged chicken legs, duck wings, and even half a bottle of red wine. Xiao Yang was somewhat surprised. He expected this group to have such abundant supplies. Come on, ladies, it's been a long time since you've had meat, right? Eat whatever you like. And after that, have a glass of red wine. It'll be delightful. This bottle of red wine. We've been drinking for 7 days, and still haven't finished it. You're in for a treat. The man spoke vividly, as if presenting these items granted Mu Wanxing and the others immense honor. Yet, Mu Wanxing and the others looked at the items on the table, only to sneer and turn away without a second glance. This time, the man was genuinely anxious. This doesn't catch your eye? This is my best treasure. These women really didn't appreciate it. Had they eaten delicacies these days, or were they just starved silly? They didn't appreciate such good things? He felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, slamming the table. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. The only reason I brought these out is that I saw your pretty faces and wanted to give you face. Acting all high and mighty here. Don't you know whose territory this is? Lin sure couldn't take it anymore and was about to retort when suddenly, Dr. Ye's voice came from inside. No noise outside. The injured friend is coming in. Upon hearing Dr. Yi speak, the man snorted coldly and fell silent, merely darting glances at the few people. Xiao Yang sneered. If it weren't for relying on Dr. Yi to save Tang Ying, that man would have been dead long ago. But it was merely a matter of time. These people were all going to die today. Xiao Yang walked into the medical room behind the shelves, with Mu Wanxing following him. Conditions are limited. I can only disinfect and stitch up your friend's wound for now. Whether she can hold on will depend on her fate. Dr. Yi pointed at Tang Ying, who was lying on the bed, her back already rebandaged. At this moment, Tang Ying had fallen into a coma, and no matter how Xiao Yang looked at her, he couldn't feel at ease. According to Dr. Yi, whether Tang Ying could survive safely was still uncertain. At this time, Mu Wanxing suddenly leaned closer to Xiao Yang and whispered in his ear, "This Dr. Yi actually has a way to cure Tang Ying, but she seems to have her reasons for hiding it." I heard her thoughts. Xiao Yang was taken aback. What did Dr. Yi mean? If she could cure her, why was she being secretive? Who was she guarding against? What about your other injured friend? Let me see her arm. Dr. Ye's words interrupted Xiao Yang's thoughts. He temporarily set aside his doubts and brought Dr. Yi to Lu Yu's side. Doctor. Yi examined Lu Yu's arm from top to bottom, then grasped her shoulder with one hand and her arm with the other. Suddenly, with a forceful pull, a crack was heard as Lu Yu's dislocated arm was set back in place. All right, your friend's arm is fixed. Just let it rest for a few days, and it'll be fine. Dr. Yi said casually, as if in her eyes, this was just a trivial matter. However, when she saw the time energy on Lu Yu's exposed arm, she suddenly froze. 119 years of time energy. How do these people do this? No wonder they value this woman so highly. It turns out she may be the strongest among them, but she's injured. Otherwise, with her strength, she might be able to get me out of here. Dr. Yi stared blankly at Lu Yu's arm, and her inner thoughts were long since overheard by the attentive Mu Wanxing. Mu Wanxing quietly whispered in Xiao Yang's ear, "This Dr. Yi is being coerced by this group of people. She wants to leave here." Chapter 62. This is nothing. Xiao Yang carefully pondered the information that Mu Wanxing had told him. This Dr. Yi clearly had a way to heal Tang Ying's injuries, but chose not to. Moreover, she wanted to escape from here. If they're not on the same side, then this should be easy to handle. At that moment, several other men noticed the time energy on Lu Yu's arm and gathered around. You actually have so much time energy? I really underestimated you. The leading man had no choice but to take Xiao Yang and the others seriously. The man who had just slammed the table also stepped forward, saying, "It really is over 100 years. This woman is quite impressive. You all must be with her, right?" After saying this, he smiled mockingly at Xiao Yang, thinking that with Lu Yu having so much energy, she must be the boss. While Xiao Yang and the others didn't seem strong at all. Besides, having one person with over 100 years of energy was already rare. It was impossible for a whole group to have that much. Among their group, aside from a boss with over 90 years of energy, the others had around 50 years. However, that was already quite formidable. In this hospital area, no one could beat them. But their energy wasn't earned by killing zombies. It was extorted from those they healed. For a box of medicine or an injection, they would demand an exorbitant price. They either had to provide enough supplies or exchange their own time energy. As for those near death, they would trick them into transferring their time energy when they were unconscious. It was through these means that they accumulated so much energy. Now seeing Lu Yu with so much, their greedy thoughts resurfaced. "Since our Dr. Yi has already healed you all, it's time for you to pay the price," said the leading man. "Right? The one inside is using an RV as payment, right? Then let this one use her time energy as payment. 119 years. Keep 1 year for herself, and transfer the rest to us." The man who had slammed the table said arrogantly, "Huh, are you trying to extort us?" Xiao Yang finally laughed in anger. He had seen greed before, but never such insatiable greed. "Heh, extortion? You're right. It is extortion. What can you do about it? Let me be honest, we all have over 50 years of time energy. My big brother has over 90 years, not much worse than your big sister. And you, your strongest person, is already injured. Are you going to obediently listen to us or not?" As the man spoke, he gestured for the others to surround Xiao Yang and the others. Xiao Yang laughed even harder. A group of people with less than 100 years of energy trying to extort someone with over 1,000 years of energy? They really did not know how high the sky was. "What if we don't want to?" Xiao Yang said calmly. Seeing Xiao Yang so composed, Doctor, he had to reassess him. Was he really the strongest? If they fought, would she have a chance to escape? Don't want to? Ha! Then none of you will leave today. I'll kill you first, and then let these women serve me well. The man seemed to find this the greatest joke, picking up an axe with a cold smile. "Well, since you were so arrogant, I want to be polite." Suddenly, a knife appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. Before the arrogant man could react, Xiao Yang swiftly beheaded him. His head fell to the ground, still wearing an arrogant expression. The speed and suddenness of the move left him no chance to react. Several nurses who had heard the commotion and come out screamed in shock upon seeing the scene. Dr. Yi also looked at Xiao Yang in surprise and hurriedly pushed the nurses back behind the shelves to hide. The other men were greatly shocked. This person was so strong. The man just killed was the second strongest among them, yet he couldn't even take one move from Xiao Yang. A few of them felt a bit intimidated. What a bold move to kill in front of me. Brothers, let us go together and kill him. The leading man raised the axe and charged at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang didn't even bother to dodge, swinging his knife at him. With a puchi, the man's right hand was chopped off, and the axe fell to the ground. "Ah!" The man reacted, kneeling on the ground, crying out in pain. Taking advantage of the other men being stunned, Xiao Yang ruthlessly attacked, and in no time, several men were injured and fell to the ground, howling in agony. He walked up to the man who was screaming and leaned down, saying, "Can't you just treat people properly? Why go the wrong way? Transfer all your time energy to me. Just keep 1 year for yourself. Hurry up. Otherwise, I'll let you die now." The few of them were already terrified, not daring to resist, and one by one, they transferred their time energy to Xiao Yang. After achieving his goal, Xiao Yang sneered, quickly finishing off all of them. "Oomph. If I hadn't tricked you, would you have obediently complied?" After dealing with those men, Xiao Yang walked towards the back of the shelves. The 4 nurses inside screamed in fright when they saw Xiao Yang enter with a knife. Dr. Yi remained relatively calm. When she saw Xiao Yang come in, she quickly explained, "We are not with her. We are also being coerced by them." Xiao Yang didn't listen to what she said, put away his knife, and walked closer to her, saying, "You have a way to heal my friend, right?" Dr. Yi was taken aback by Xiao Yang's words, her face showing a bit of fear. She couldn't understand how this person knew her secret. I don't know what you're talking about. I've tried my best." Xiao Yang sneered, "Stop pretending. Do you think we know nothing? Listen to me. As long as you can heal my friend, I can take you out of here. Moreover, I will arrange a good place for you. It's much better than here. Although, doctor, you didn't know how Xiao Yang and the others found out her secret. Since he had already said this, there was no need to hide anymore." However, she still felt a bit uneasy. Who knew if this person was like those beasts in the pharmacy? Just then, Mu Wanqing walked over. "Dr. Yi, don't worry. As long as you can save our friend, we can guarantee the safety of you and the 4 nurses behind you. If you don't trust him, you should at least trust us women." Mu Wanqing had long sensed Dr. Yi's worries and directly spoke to reassure her. "Doctor, evident hereyes." Staring at Mu Wanqing, how could this girl know what she was thinking? These people were truly extraordinary. Could it be that they also have some special abilities like herself? Looking at Xiao Yang again, if he were a beast, wouldn't she have been knocked down long ago? Why bother with such nonsense? "Fine, I agree to help you. But it's really too cold here. To treat your friend, we need to find a warm place and take off our jackets. Also, it will take some time." Xiao Yang smiled. "This is nothing to worry about." Chapter 63. Healing Technique. Xiao Yang let Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir take everyone back to the RV first. He needed to deal with the remaining person outside. Xiao Yang handed the tang knife to Mu Wanqing and, after seeing them leave, he used his spatial ability to collect all the usable supplies. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but whenever he used his spatial powers, he felt like the surroundings slowed down. He shook his head, realizing he was likely just recalling the moment he killed the mutated giant python. But why did it feel like everything was in slow motion at that moment? Xiao Yang was puzzled, looking at his right hand. Could it really be related to his spatial ability? Forget it. Let's head back first. When Xiao Yang returned to the RV, the man left behind was already dead. At this point, the RV was packed with people. Including Dr. Yi and 4 nurses, there were a total of 11 people inside. As soon as Xiao Yang got on the RV, he noticed a change in the attitude of Dr. Yi and the 4 nurses towards him. Was it reverence? Not quite. It was just that their gazes weren't as resistant anymore. Xiao Yang ignored them and drove directly to the outpatient building, extracting the crystals from nearly 100 zombie corpses. This stuff couldn't be wasted. After that, Xiao Yang sped toward the Zijin Mountain Villa. When the RV arrived at the entrance of the Zijin Mountain Villa area, Su Tong, who had already received the news through the intercom, immediately opened the door. Are those 2 okay? Su Tong asked with concern. They're fine. We found a doctor. Su Tong not dead. She was surprised to see several new people suddenly appear in the RV. Xiao Yang had quite a harvest today, bringing back so many women. However, she didn't dare to ask too many questions. It wasn't her business. After letting Xiao Lu out of the car, Xiao Yang drove the RV back to the villa. He got out, opened the door, turned on the lights, and carried Tang Ying to her room. Nurses, stay and help. The rest, please step outside. I need to undress the patient. Dr. Yi ordered, giving Xiao Yang a special glance. They had no choice but to step out and wait at the door. The 4 nurses busily went in and out for a while, and eventually Dr. Yi sent them out as well. Seeing that they had nothing else to do, Xiao Yang quickly asked a few of them to take turns showering. They were just too smelly. He even specially got each of them a new nurse uniform. This nurse uniform was originally intended for other purposes, but it ended up being used by the nurses. The 4 nurses stared blankly at the nurse uniforms in their hands. You can give us the nurse uniforms, but how about some underwear too? We can't just wear the nurse uniforms without anything underneath. Xiao Yang had no idea what they were thinking. He had no ulterior motives. He was just anxiously standing at the door, waiting for news from inside the room. Finally, an hour later, the door opened. Dr. Yi, with beads of sweat on her forehead, walked out looking very tired. How is it, Dr. Yi? Xiao Yang Unexpectedly. She's fine. Your friend is okay. Just needs to rest for a night. Dr. Ye's voice was a bit weak, probably too exhausted. Let's go in and take a look. Mu Wanqing and the others couldn't wait to go in, and Xiao Yang immediately followed, wanting to see as well. Tang Ying was still lying on the bed, covered with a blanket, only her smooth shoulders exposed. Dr. Yi, with such a long cut, will it leave a deep scar? If Tang Ying, oh my god, Lin Shishir asked as she lifted the blanket off Tang Ying's back, then gasped in surprise and covered her mouth. The other women also looked at each other in disbelief. What's going on? Let me see. Xiao Yang, unable to see clearly from the back, squeezed forward to take a look. Tang Ying's back was as smooth as snow, and the wound had disappeared as if she had never been injured. This. Xiao Yang's mouth dropped open in astonishment. All right, hurry up and go out. A girl's back shouldn't be seen by men casually. Mu Wanqing, seeing Xiao Yang panicking, pushed him out. Xiao Yang was speechless. Was he that kind of person? However, he was still filled with curiosity about why Tang Ying's back looked perfect again. Dr. Yi, this is truly amazing. Can you tell us how you did it? Lin Shishir asked in amazement. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu also looked at Dr. Yi with curiosity. Doctor. Yi hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell them. She knew that in front of these delighted people, there would be no secrets. She had already seen how things worked in the pharmacy. It was better to be honest and leave a good impression on them. Actually, I have a special ability. A few days ago, I suddenly discovered that my hands can heal wounds. As soon as Dr. Yi said this, the few women were shocked. Is there really such a powerful ability? They looked at Xiao Yang, who was full of joy but not surprised. Life healing technique. Xiao Yang blurted out. Doctor. Yi and the others looked at him in confusion upon hearing the name. This is called life healing technique. Dr. Yi confirmed. She only knew the effect of this ability, but didn't know its name. However, seeing Xiao Yang's expression, it seemed he knew. Yes, it's called life healing technique. Dr. Yi, you are truly remarkable. Xiao Yang praised, his heart already bursting with joy. He felt he had struck gold. Those who awaken the life healing technique are affectionately referred to as nannies by survivors in the apocalypse. If a team had someone like that, they would be treated like royalty every day. In the apocalypse, who didn't suffer from minor ailments. But with a nanny around, those would be nothing. Moreover, this was just a low-level nanny. Those with higher-level life healing techniques could heal team members in battle in real time. This greatly ensured the team's combat effectiveness and survival rate. Xiao Yang looked at Dr. Yi like she was a treasure, his eyes fiery, making Dr. Yi feel a bit flustered. You seem to understand my ability quite well. Doctor. Yi tightened her collar and stepped closer to Mu Wanqing. Seeing Dr. Ye's little action, Xiao Yang awkwardly smiled. He had been a bit too enthusiastic. Ahem. It's not that I understand very well. I just know a bit more than you. This life healing technique is truly amazing. It can completely heal wounds. Lin sure looked at Dr. Yi in admiration. Dr. Yi smiled but didn't respond, though she clearly felt proud. Seeing this, Xiao Yang thought, this won't do. Once this person gets proud, she might become hard to manage. He needed to take the opportunity to suppress her a bit. Although the life healing technique was powerful in healing injuries, however, Xiao Yang paused here, and upon hearing the word but Dr. Yi and a few women turned their attention to Xiao Yang, curious to hear what he had to say. Chapter 64. Yiling joins in, but you're not good at taking hits. With this kind of supernatural ability, you can only stay in the back. Without a strong team to protect you once you're attacked, you'll definitely die a miserable death. The girls nodded after hearing this, agreeing that it was indeed a bit weak. Dr. Yi, who had been proud, suddenly looked a little dejected. Yes, if you can't even protect your own life, how can you save others? So, Dr. Yi, you need to find a powerful team to join so you can better protect yourself. It will also allow your healing abilities to be of greater value. What do you think, Dr. Yi? Dr. Yi nodded seriously, feeling that Xiao Yang's words made sense. But where can I find a strong team? Thinking of this, Doctor, you looked at Xiao Yang, who was smiling at her. Could it be that he is indirectly inviting me to join them? These people are quite strong, and with so many female members, it is indeed a good choice. At least I want to have a group of men staring at me every day. And Xiao Yang saw that Dr. Yi had successfully fallen for his persuasion. Now he had to seize the opportunity and make her his own. He took off his outer coat, rolled up his sleeves, and showed Dr. Yi the time energy on his left arm. 1,400 years. Dr. Yi was stunned. No wonder he could easily kill that group of people. It turned out he was the strongest. They all had over 100 years of energy. So if you choose to join us, we can not only guarantee your safety, but also help you become stronger. Think about it. Mu Wanqing and Lin sure cooperatively showed their left arms to demonstrate their energy to Dr. Yi. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you. If you join us, you won't have to worry about supplies anymore. We have enough resources to support everyone. And as you can see, there is heating and water in the villa. Absolutely comfortable. Xiao Yang and Dr. Yi was indeed tempted. From any angle, Xiao Yang and their conditions were impeccable. In this weather and disaster, it was almost a perfect existence. However, Dr. Yi still had one last concern. If these people are so strong, why would anyone still be seriously injured? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Mu Wanqing walked over and stood in front of her. Doctor Yi, the reason some of us were injured today is that we encountered a mutated giant python. The strength of this mutated creature has surpassed what humans know. It is not an exaggeration to say that the strength of that mutated giant python could easily wipe out a team of 500 people. Hearing Mu Wanqing's words, Dr. Yi was completely shocked. She not only witnessed Mu Wanqing's ability to read her thoughts again, but was also astonished by their strength. At this moment, four nurses had finished their showers, changed into new nurse uniforms, and came over. Xiao Yang took a look and thought that in this outfit, the four nurses looked quite delicate. However, Xiao Yang seemed to notice that none of the four nurses were wearing underwear, just the nurse uniforms. TSK. Interesting. Doctor Yi, it's so comfortable to be able to take a hot shower here. You should hurry up and wash too. We will take care of everything. One of the nurses said joyfully to Dr. Yi. Upon hearing that she could take a hot shower, Dr. Ye's eyes lit up. That was wonderful. She hadn't showered in a long time, and just now, treating Tang Ying's back injury had consumed a lot of her energy, making her sweat profusely. She had been feeling uncomfortable for a while. She looked at Xiao Yang for permission. Xiao Yang smiled and said, "Why don't you go take a shower first and think it over? Give me your answer after you're done." All right. After Dr. Yi left, the four nurses went into Tang Ying's room to keep watch. Xiao Yang suddenly thought that if these four nurses were willing to stay, it would be bad to have them as helpers. They were thoughtful, could take care of people, and importantly, had nursing skills. Although they didn't look as good as Mu Wanqing and the others, they were still quite pleasant to the eye. Checking the time, he asked Mu Wanqing to send a set of pajamas to Dr. Yi. After a while, Dr. Yi put on the new pajamas and came to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's eyes brightened. He had to say that Dr. Ye's appearance was indeed impeccable. She looked mature and steady, probably related to her profession. Her figure was also perfect. Everything was in the right place. She completely met Xiao Yang's aesthetic standards. Dr. Yi walked up to Xiao Yang and said seriously, "I've thought it over. I'm willing to join you." While showering, she deeply realized the importance of a sanctuary. Living here was almost no different from before the disaster occurred. The temperature was comfortable, there was electricity and water, and she could take hot showers. The key was that the owner here was very strong and didn't seem like a bad person. What reason did she have to refuse? That's great. Welcome to the team, Dr. Yi. For now on, we'll be family. Xiao Yang smiled and reached out to shake Dr. Ye's hand. Just call me Yi Ling from now on. Yi Ling. What a nice name. Aladikt, Yi Ling. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. Xiao Yang. This is Mu Wanqing. This is Lin Shir. And this one is Lu Yu. The one lying on the bed is Tang Ying. After hearing Xiao Yang's introduction, the girls all greeted Yi Ling. Everyone was very happy about Yi Ling's joining. With Yi Ling's healing abilities, they wouldn't have to fear injuries in the future. Can we stay too? The four nurses asked Xiao Yang with pitiful expressions. Of course. Xiao Yang nodded. When the four little nurses heard this, they were instantly overjoyed. However, I need to make this clear first. Coming here isn't about enjoying life. I don't keep idle people. You will temporarily take care of some household chores and miscellaneous tasks. Moreover, you must take turns following me into battle to improve your strength. Otherwise, I will kick you out. Xiao Yang warned them very seriously. The four nurses looked at each other. They still had some fear of the zombies. However, they also understood that if they didn't become stronger, they would truly be eliminated by this world. Even such a strong team as Xiao Yang's still had injuries. If they didn't have the ability, no one would support them unconditionally. Having figured this out, the four nodded in agreement. All right, there aren't many rooms left here. So you four will temporarily stay in the nanny room on the second basement floor. Yi Ling will stay in the room next to ours on the third floor. Xiao Yang arranged. Okay. The others naturally followed the master's arrangement. After everything was settled, Xiao Yang relaxed his nerves and suddenly felt some soreness all over his body. Today was indeed too dangerous. He almost got killed by that mutated giant python. Even though he has a physique with over 1,000 years of energy, he definitely has many bruises on him, and moving even a little makes him feel uncomfortable all over. Suddenly, he saw Yi Ling's hand and his eyes lit up. Yi Ling, can you use your life healing technique to give me a full body massage and help me clear out the bruises? Chapter 65. What do you take me for? What? Using life therapy to massage? A powerful ability that can completely heal wounds. And Xiao Yang actually wants to use it for a massage? Yi Ling looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief, wondering if he was joking. What's wrong, Dr. Yi? I really hurt all over. Just take a look. Seeing Yi Ling staring blankly at him, afraid she might misunderstand that he was trying to take advantage of her, Xiao Yang quickly took off his upper clothing. His bronze skin, well-proportioned physique radiated a wild masculine charm. Yi Ling's heart raced as she looked at him. Although she was a doctor and had seen many patients without shirts, she had never seen anyone with such skin tone and physique as Xiao Yang. Coupled with his handsome, rugged face, Yi Ling thought he was the most perfect man she had ever seen. The four female nurses who saw this were even more starry-eyed. In their eyes, Xiao Yang was their idol. They even felt an urge to hug him. I'll take a look. At that moment, Mu Wanqing walked over with a concerned expression and started to examine him carefully. There are quite a few bruises. Sister Yi Ling, why don't you give Xiao Yang a massage? We all rely on him. Mu Wanqing pleaded for Xiao Yang with a bit of sympathy. Seeing that Mu Wanqing said so, Yi Ling felt it would be unreasonable not to agree. Besides, she was new and should do something for everyone. Xiao Yang was obviously the backbone of the team. Serving him was also appropriate. All right, I happen to have learned a bit of traditional Chinese therapy before, and I can combine it with life therapy to give you a massage. Upon hearing Yi Ling's agreement, Xiao Yang was overjoyed. Okay, I'll go wash up first. I'll call you over when I'm ready. Xiao Yang instructed Yi Ling, then turned to Mu Wanqing. You all go wash up and change your clothes. After Yi Ling gives me a massage, let us all have a late-night snack together. Okay, with everything arranged, Xiao Yang hurriedly ran to his bedroom. He washed himself thoroughly, then found a pair of shorts to wear from his space. He called out to Yi Ling downstairs and obediently lay on the bed, waiting for her arrival. Before long, Xiao Yang heard the sound of the door opening. How can you wear so little? Yi Ling exclaimed, her face flushing as she scolded him upon seeing Xiao Yang in just shorts. Xiao Yang looked up and noticed Yi Ling avoiding his gaze, not daring to look directly at him. Don't shout randomly. People might think I've done something to you. Seeing Yi Ling still a bit shy, Xiao Yang advised. Hurry up. Just treat me as a patient, and don't focus too much on what I'm wearing. Yi Ling immediately retorted, Who is focusing on your clothing? Then hurry up. Yi Ling thought for a moment. After all, Xiao Yang was just a patient. What kind of doctor feels shy in front of a patient? Thinking this, she relaxed. She walked to the side of the bed, asked Xiao Yang to move a bit, then adjusted her position and gently placed her hand on Xiao Yang's shoulder. Cool. This was Yi Ling's first impression of Xiao Yang's skin on her hand. However, it felt very comfortable. As for Xiao Yang, warm, very soothing. He could feel that Yi Ling's hands were soft and delicate. To be honest, just having her hands resting there was quite pleasant. Gradually, Yi Ling began to use the therapy techniques she had learned, combined with her life therapy ability, to gently knead the bruised areas on Xiao Yang's body. Wherever her hands went, the bruises slowly dissipated until they vanished completely. Xiao Yang now felt incredibly relaxed. Yi Ling's therapy technique was truly exceptional. However, what embarrassed Xiao Yang was that he was having some unusual reactions to Yi Ling's therapy technique. Now that the bruises on your back are taken care of, flip over, and I'll help you with the bruises on the front. Just as it happened, Yi Ling asked Xiao Yang to turn over. Xiao Yang felt a bit guilty. It wouldn't be good if he was seen lying there. Yi Ling noticed Xiao Yang fidgeting and not turning over for a long time, so she urged, "Come on, hurry up. Using life therapy for a massage is quite exhausting. I can't keep it up for long." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang steeled his heart. "All right, you asked me to turn." He performed a sudden flip and turned over. Yi Ling was startled by his sudden movement. Just as she was about to continue the therapy, she suddenly saw something. Yi Ling's face immediately turned red. Her hand hung in the air, unsure of how to proceed. What should I do?" Yi Ling felt flustered and a bit at a loss. Seeing Yi Ling frozen and not moving, Xiao Yang took a peek at her and found her staring off into space. Ahem. He quickly cleared his throat and awkwardly said, "Dr. Yi, I'm just a simple patient. Please continue your work." Yi Ling was taken aback and pulled her gaze back. What was wrong with her? Had she never seen a patient before? Why was she so distracted today? Calm down. She had to stay calm. Thus, she pretended she hadn't seen anything and continued the therapy. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang was trying to control his reactions. However, he couldn't hold it back, and it turned into an awkward situation. After finally finishing the therapy, Yi Ling felt a huge sense of relief. She had been too nervous. "All right, that's it. You can rest for the night, and you'll be completely recovered by tomorrow." After saying this, Yi Ling immediately stood up and was about to escape. Wait! Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang called her back. "What else is there?" Yi Ling asked, turning her back to him. Could you massage my head and squeeze my feet again? I've been so tired these days. My feet hurt and my head also hurts," Xiao Yang said shamelessly. Yi Ling tilted her head, looked at Xiao Yang, and angrily said, "What do you take me for? I'm a doctor, not a technician." Seeing Yi Ling getting angry, Xiao Yang quickly smiled and said, "All right, then just massage my head." Yi Ling glared at him, but with no other choice, she found a small stool and sat in front of Xiao Yang. She pressed her hands on his temples and began to gently knead. Due to their close proximity, Xiao Yang could smell a faint fragrance from Yi Ling's nose, which made him feel enchanted and relaxed. It had to be said that Yi Ling's therapy technique was indeed very comfortable. Suddenly, Xiao Yang told, would Yi Ling's life therapy be able to repair his burned brain cells? Or could it make a brainless person become smart? Could it help treat prostatitis? Could it treat psoriasis? And would the hair he had lost in recent days suddenly grow back? Right? If his hair suddenly grew back, then couldn't she treat hair loss? If I open a hospital on my own territory, wouldn't I make a huge profit? Chapter 66. Time ability. Xiao Yang didn't know when he had fallen asleep. When he woke up, he found that a blanket had been placed over him. Glancing around, he realized that Yi Ling had left at some point. Looking at the blanket on him, Xiao Yang smiled. Very thoughtful. Xiao Yang got up and stretched his body. Feeling great. Fully revitalized. He changed into his pajamas and went downstairs. The living room on the first floor was already filled with people. To Xiao Yang's surprise, Tang Ying was awake and was chatting with Yi Ling and the others on the sofa. Seeing Xiao Yang come down, the women all looked at him. Yi Ling glanced at Xiao Yang, then quickly shifted her gaze, her expression clearly a bit unnatural. Xiao Yang smiled and ignored her. He walked up to Tang Ying and asked with concern, "Why are you up? You should rest more." Tang Ying, however, dismissed his concern, saying, "I'm not that fragile. But it's all thanks to Yi Ling. Without her, I don't know if I could have made it." As she spoke, Tang Ying gratefully held Yi Ling's hand. "Don't be so polite. We are family now." "Yes, family." Xiao Yang was very pleased to see them getting along so well. "By the way, are you all hungry? What do you want for a late-night snack? Just say it. I'll satisfy you all." As soon as Yi Ling heard this, her stomach growled loudly. She was indeed hungry. It had been a long time since she had eaten, and her abilities had consumed a lot of her energy and physical strength. She felt she could barely hold on. The others felt the same, especially Mu Wanqing and the others, who felt they were almost out of energy. "It's so late. Let's just eat something simple. Just bring me a few hot dogs," Yi Ling cautiously suggested, feeling that eating a few hot dogs would already be quite luxurious. The four little nurses nodded in agreement. They didn't dare hope for a lavish late-night snack. As for Mu Wanqing and the others, Their attitude was even clearer. Whatever Xiao Yang brought, they would eat. After all, there was nothing that wasn't delicious from Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang shook his head, saying this won't do. We can't settle for less. Since you all aren't saying anything, I'll take charge. Ignoring their opinions, he directly walked to the empty space in the dining room and took out a table full of dishes from the restaurant. This immediately startled Yi Ling and the 4 female nurses. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking they must have seen it wrong. Xiao Yang had actually conjured up a table of food out of thin air. Moreover, some of the dishes were still steaming. They thought they were hallucinating, but the aroma of the dishes wafting through the room proved that everything before them was real. You, is this your ability? Yi Ling stammered in surprise. Yes. Xiao Yang deliberately revealed this trick in front of them, since they were all on the same side. There was no need to hide it. All right, everyone come over and eat quickly. After eating rest, everyone hurried over and sat around the table. Seeing such a lavish feast before them, the 4 nurses couldn't hold back their tears. I never thought I would get to eat such delicious food again in my life. Thank you, Brother Xiao Yang. Me too, Brother Xiao Yang. From now on, whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. Brother Xiao Yang, I am willing to work hard for you. Brother Xiao Yang, from now on, you are my idol. The 4 nurses expressed their gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion. All right. Hurry up and eat. Otherwise, it'll get cold. This sumptuous late-night snack ended amidst everyone's ravenous eating. The 4 female nurses were very considerate and took care of the dishes and cleaning. The others returned to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, after feeding the 4 crystal cores to the coal ball, Xiao Yang hurriedly pulled Mu Wanqing back to his bedroom. He closed the door. Mu Wanqing broke free from Xiao Yang's hand, looking confused, and asked, "What are you doing?" Xiao Yang grinned and suddenly revealed a pair of black stockings. Mu Wanqing turned her face away at once, her cheeks turning red. Pretending not to see, Xiao Yang waved the stockings in front of her. Mu Wanqing quickly covered her face. Trying to back out? Hurry up and put them on. This is what you promised me yesterday. Seeing she couldn't escape, Mu Wanqing stomped her foot, took the stockings with reluctance, shot Xiao Yang a glare, and walked into the dressing room. After a moment, Mu Wanqing called from the dressing room. Okay, you turn off the light first. Xiao Yang thought, if he turned off the light, he wouldn't see anything. He quickly stepped into the dressing room. Are you bad guy? Mu Wanqing exclaimed. Wow. Xiao Yang thought that Mu Wanqing at this moment was like a beautiful piece of art, something that could not only be admired from afar, but also played with. Xiao Yang picked up Mu Wanqing and tossed her onto the bed. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Then a small whip appeared in his hand. In the quiet of the night, Mu Wanqing had already fallen into a deep sleep. Xiao Yang lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He couldn't fall asleep for a long time. His mind was filled with images of fighting the mutated python. He had been pondering the slow-motion scene when he killed the python. That kind of scene couldn't have appeared for no reason. If he had to explain it, it must be related to his spatial abilities. It must have been at the most critical moment that his body instinctively activated the potential of the spatial ability. Yes, it had to be that way. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly brightened. He took out the 4-star crystal core from the mutated python. The originally dark bedroom was suddenly illuminated by the 4 shining green lights on the crystal core. Xiao Yang's spatial ability had reached the maximum level of 5. With one more 4-star crystal core, it could be upgraded to level 6. Xiao Yang had been worried that using this 4-star crystal core would be a waste because the previous upgrades had only increased the size of his space without any other changes. However, this time, the battle with the mutated python made him vaguely feel that this spatial ability was not as simple as he had imagined. He had a strong premonition that upgrading the spatial ability to level 6 would definitely bring unexpected changes. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and directly placed the 4-star crystal core into his mouth. The green light points were instantly swallowed. The crystal core was a bit large, so Xiao Yang could only hold it in his mouth for a while, waiting for it to shrink before slowly swallowing it down. Buzz! A sudden roar echoed in Xiao Yang's mind. Then, he seemed to see light. He felt as if time was slowly slowing down. He seemed to grasp a hint of the secret of time order. He closed his eyes, carefully comprehending. An hour later, Xiao Yang suddenly opened his eyes. If you look closely, you will notice that Xiao Yang's eyes are brighter than usual, like a dazzling star in the night. Xiao Yang smiled, a smile so radiant. His spatial ability has finally reached level 6 at this moment, and he has surprisingly gained a preliminary mastery of the power of time. That's right, he can slow down time within a certain range around him, and it can be slowed down by up to 10 times. Chapter 67. Sister always believes in you, haha. Xiao Yang almost laughed out loud. He turned to look at the sleeping Mu Wanqing. An idea suddenly struck him. If he used this skill with Mu Wanqing and was a bit faster, wouldn't she just fly into the sky? Wow, just thinking about it excited him. However, he still restrained his impulse to try it out. After all, Mu Wanqing was already very tired, so he shouldn't disturb her. He decided to wait until dawn. When it was light, he would have Yiling give Mu Wanqing a massage to help her with the bruises on her body. Then at night, he definitely had to give it a try. The night was long, and Xiao Yang couldn't sleep. He finally fell asleep in the early morning. He dreamed of everyone in his team. In the dream, he was using his time abilities to spar with them. Xiao Yang showcased his various skills, defeating them one by one. Behind him, the 4 female nurses stood in a row, cheering him on. Mu Wanqing was so scared that she was hiding everywhere, repeatedly shouting, "Xiao Yang, don't come over. Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang was jolted awake by Mu Wanqing, and the dream was interrupted. He felt a bit unsatisfied, a mischievous smile still on his face. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw a flustered Mu Wanqing anxiously looking at him, repeatedly calling his name. "What is wrong?" "Xiao Yang asked gruggily. "Xiao Yang, do you have a sanitary pad?" I got my period," Mu Wanqing said, lowering her head shyly. "What?" Xiao Yang sat up abruptly. I said I got my period. Do you have a sanitary pad?" Mu Wanqing commanded, her voice growing softer. Xiao Yang instinctively glanced down at her. She was still wearing the torn black stockings. However, there was a bit of bright red on the bedsheets. Oh no! Xiao Yang suddenly felt a bit disappointed. It was over. His plans for tonight were completely ruined. He couldn't think about it for the next few days either. Xiao Yang's distress was not without reason, since his time energy had risen to 1,000 years. He found his needs particularly strong. Moreover, the duration was longer. To be honest, if he didn't cherish Mu Wanqing with her small frame, she really wouldn't be able to handle his desires. However, having something was better than nothing. They could make do, but if he had to wait a few days, Xiao Yang was genuinely afraid he wouldn't be able to stand it. Xiao Yang looked at Mu Wanqing's cherry lips. When God closes a door, he always opens a window. Thinking positively, he immediately took out a pack of sanitary pads from his space and handed it to Mu Wanqing. "Here, take it. Ask me for more when you run out." Mu Wanqing took it, her face filled with joy. The once insignificant sanitary products before the apocalypse now seemed so important in this world. She happily leaned over and kissed Xiao Yang on the cheek. "Thank you, Xiao Yang. I really love you." After saying that, she hurriedly ran towards the bathroom. Watching Mu Wanqing's back, Xiao Yang sighed helplessly. Damn period. Xiao Yang had lost the desire to continue sleeping and dreaming. He got up, dressed, and went downstairs. When he reached the living room, he found that the 4 little nurses were already up and busy. Li was also working in the kitchen. Her back looked as good as ever. "Young sister, you were injured yesterday, so you don't need to get up so early to cook." Xiao Yang approached Lu Yu from behind, expressing concern. Hearing Xiao Yang's voice behind her, Lu Yu turned around, shook her arm, and smiled. "Look, I'm all better now. Yiling's medical skills are amazing. Besides, I'm not that delicate. My body is quite sturdy." Huh. Seeing Lu Yu swing her arm, Xiao Yang was worried she was overdoing it. He quickly grabbed her arm, saying, "All right, don't move so much. You still need to be careful." "I know, my little brother," Lu Yu sweetly replied. Xiao Yang reluctantly let go of Lu Yu's soft arm. After thinking for a moment, he decided to share the good news about mastering his time abilities with her. "Young sister, I have good news to tell you." Just as Lu Yu was about to turn back and continue cooking, she quickly turned around. Her face filled with curiosity as she asked, "What good news?" Xiao Yang smiled, leaned close to her ear, and softly said, "Last night, my space abilities broke through to level 6. Plus, I activated a skill that allows time to slow down within a certain range around me." Lu Yu felt a tickle in her ears from Xiao Yang's breath, her ears turning red as she muttered in confusion, "Slow down time?" Suddenly, she recalled the scene from yesterday when Xiao Yang struck down the mutated python at the last moment. Could it be that you were able to kill the python in one hit because of this skill? Exactly, but that was just a reflex, and now I've completely mastered it, Xiao Yang said confidently. "Oh, wow." Lu Yu suddenly exclaimed joyfully and then hugged Xiao Yang tightly, her body bouncing with excitement. "That's great. Little brother, congratulations. In the future, we won't have to be afraid of those monsters anymore. You're amazing." Lu Yu was genuinely happy. She was still haunted by the memory of the mutated python. That kind of power was beyond her capacity. If it weren't for Xiao Yang, they would have likely been wiped out. Although they eventually defeated it, they had paid a considerable price. Now that Xiao Yang had mastered such a powerful skill, She naturally understood its significance. So, she happily hugged Xiao Yang without being able to contain herself, with her soft body in his arms. Xiao Yang was a bit taken aback. Sister Yu was too enthusiastic. The key was that she was still bouncing. How could Xiao Yang handle that? He had his arms outstretched, unsure where to place them. However, after a moment's consideration, he decided to wrap his arms around Lu Yu's waist. I won't let you get hurt anymore. Trust me, Xiao Yang said sincerely as he held Lu Yu tightly. Lu Yu suddenly stopped bouncing, her body becoming a bit tense. She suddenly felt that hugging Xiao Yang like this was somewhat inappropriate. If Wanqing saw this, she would definitely misunderstand. Thinking of this, Lu Yu hurriedly pushed Xiao Yang away and looked outside nervously. Luckily, the little nurses were busy elsewhere, and no one saw. Little brother, I got a bit too excited just now, but I will always believe in you, Lu Yu said awkwardly, her expression embarrassed. But her eyes looking at Xiao Yang were very determined. Xiao Yang smiled. It's fine, we're not outsiders. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and Xiao Yang directly made an excuse to go feed his coal balls. Meanwhile, the 4 little nurses on the first basement floor were gathered together, cleaning and whispering. What you saw just now, don't go spreading it around. Don't worry, we're not that silly. Oh, it's not a big deal. It's normal for a man like him to have several women. Sigh, I really wish you would hold me. Chapter 68. Guzi Xiao Yang naturally didn't know that the 4 little nurses were gossiping about him. He was currently affectionately stroking the little coal ball. It shouldn't be called the little coal ball anymore. Its size was now as big as a hen. Its feathers were shiny black, and its 2 little eyes always sparkled with wisdom. At this moment, the coal ball was standing on Xiao Yang's arm, tilting its head to look at him. Xiao Yang took out 4 crystal cores and waved them in front of its eyes. The coal ball's eyes lit up, and it excitedly flapped its wings. Call me Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Oh, so good. Xiao Yang rewarded it with a crystal core. Say welcome. The coal ball rolled its eyes and tilted its head in thought. Welcome. The word thank you came out of the coal ball's mouth quite clearly. However, it sounded just like Xiao Yang's tone. Awesome. Xiao Yang was overjoyed. Ever since the coal ball ate these non-star crystal cores, it had indeed become smarter than before. It wasn't like those parrots that just mimicked human speech. It could understand the meaning behind Xiao Yang's words. If it were trained further, it could have normal conversations with people in the future. This was only with ordinary crystal cores. If it were fed-star crystal cores. Right, Xiao Yang suddenly thought. If he gave the coal ball a 1-star crystal core to eat, would it mutate too? If that were the case, wouldn't having a mutated pet be quite impressive? If he had more 1-star crystal cores in the future, he would definitely try feeding them to it. However, the most urgent matter was to help Mu Wanqing and the others level up their abilities. Especially Lu Yu's lightning ability, if its level was raised. Its power would be formidable. After rewarding the coal ball with 2 more crystal cores, Xiao Yang looked down and found the police dog Yang Yang sitting on the ground, looking up at him with eager eyes. Its eyes occasionally glanced at the remaining crystal core in his hand, saliva dripping from its mouth. Xiao Yang smiled and said to it, "Want to eat?" Yang Yang whimpered twice, its front paws patting the ground back and forth, wagging its tail. "If you want to eat, you have to change your name. You need to understand the taboos. If it weren't for your mistress, I would have thrown you out long ago." Xiao Yang mumbled, not caring whether it understood. A dog's name sounding the same as his was ridiculous. What if someone called Yang Yang and both he and the dog turn around? That would be a joke. What should he rename it? Da Wang? Wang Fu? No, too glitch. Xiao Yang dismissed those ideas. Tian Lang? Xiao Tian? No, that was too grand. You can't handle it. It could kill you. Xiao Yang was troubled. Sigh. Naming is the most annoying thing. It's a good dog. Why give a human name? How about calling you Guzi from now on? What do you think? Yang Yang looked confused, its eyes only on the crystal core. Xiao Yang shook the crystal core in his hand and raised it in the air, saying, "Come on, Guzi, stand up." Yang Yang was stunned. I'm not called Guzi. But seeing the crystal core, it obediently stood up. Guzi, lie down. Although Yang Yang didn't know why Xiao Yang called it Guzi, it followed the command for the sake of the crystal core. Xiao Yang was very satisfied. Indeed, no matter how much a dog gnaws on bones, it can't grow a backbone. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before this dog would consider Guzi its name. Xiao Yang rewarded Yang Yang with the crystal core. From now on, you will have a new life. Your dog life as Guzi begins now. Guzi excitedly swallowed the crystal core in one bite. The coal ball saw Guzi eating a crystal core and immediately felt displeased. The coal ball, trying to snatch food from me? Just wait until I peck you to death. The coal ball let out a couple of sounds, flew to Guzi's back, and began to bite its tail with its long beak. Guzi was no match for the coal ball and immediately cried out in distress. At this moment, Mu Wanqing and a few others came downstairs. Once Liu finished preparing breakfast, everyone surrounded the table, which was full. After seeing that everyone had eaten enough, Xiao Yang spoke up. Come on, let's have a meeting. The girls all put down their bowls and chopsticks. Obediently sitting up and looking at him, Xiao Yang first pointed to the 4 nurses and said, from now on, you 4 will be divided into 2 groups to take turns training with us. Those who don't go out will stay home and do some chores. Prepare the ingredients before we come back to save Sister Yu the trouble. The 4 nurses quickly nodded in agreement. Now, Xiao Yang was like their sky, so they would do whatever he said. Seeing their attitude, Xiao Yang was very pleased. He then looked at the others and said, our most important task now is to gather supplies, kill zombies, and seize crystals. You've all seen that there are already people outside who know the secret of the crystals. In the future, competition will only grow, so we need to hurry. Moreover, more people outside are awakening their abilities, and we must continuously improve our strength. This way, we will be safer. The girls nodded. Xiao Yang took out all the crystals he had obtained yesterday from his space and placed them on the table. You 4 little nurses haven't awakened your abilities yet, so each of you can take 10 to raise your energy level to over 10 years. The others, let Tang Ying and Yi Ling use them first. Once their energy exceeds 100 years, you can split the rest. Okay, after arranging this, Xiao Yang went to the living room. He took out several sets of equipment from his space, preparing to give them to Yi Ling and the little nurses. Then he also took out a compound bow and a set of arrows. Once they had all absorbed the crystals, Xiao Yang called Tang Ying over. He handed the compound bow to Tang Ying and said, your strength lies in shooting, which is a form of long-range attack. In the future, if there's an emergency, don't get too close. You need to learn to hide. We just need to cooperate. Although the power of this compound bow wasn't greater than that of a handgun, it was enough for killing people and zombies. Tang Ying took the compound bow, looked at it, and was quite satisfied. Yi Ling, come here. Xiao Yang called Yi Ling over and said to her, in the future, take 2 nurses and team up with Tang Ying. Practice with Tang Ying more. Even if you don't speak, your combat power will be strong. Just be able to protect yourself. Okay. Yi Ling nodded. I have a Babo's off-road vehicle in my space. When we go out, you will drive this, following behind my car. In case of an emergency, act according to the situation. Got it. After giving these instructions, Xiao Yang distributed the equipment to them, letting them change into it. He loaded all the handguns with bullets and returned them to them. He left 2 of the little nurses to guard the house while the others got ready to set off. Xiao Yang ran to the yard and took out the Babo's off-road vehicle. After that, everyone was divided into 2 groups and drove out. When they reached the guardhouse, they picked up Su Tong. Let's go. Head towards the university town. Chapter 69, the pickup truck team. Xiao Yang drove at a steady pace, with Tang Ying following behind, maintaining a distance of 200 meters. After discussing with Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, Xiao Yang decided to head to Haiqing Art Academy, where both of them studied. The reasons were twofold. First, they were familiar with the academy and its layout, making it easier to navigate. Second, since there were many students at Haiqing Art Academy, it meant there could be many zombies, but it also meant there might be more survivors. If there were more survivors, they would likely recognize Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. How could anyone not know 2 campus beauties? This way, if they encountered any awakened ability users among the students, recruiting them would be relatively easier. Thus, they agreed to make Haiqing Art Academy their first stop. The off-road RV was cruising steadily on a small road leading to Haiqing Art Academy when suddenly, a few pickup trucks appeared several hundred meters ahead. The women in the vehicle became alert. Xiao Yang, there are vehicles. Lin Shishir pointed ahead. I know, there are vehicles. I'm not blind. Everyone sit tight. Don't panic. It's quite normal to encounter survivors on the road at this time. As long as everyone keeps to themselves and goes their own way, generally nothing will happen. Besides, with Xiao Yang's current strength, who can pose a threat to him? Tang Ying, there are other vehicles passing ahead. Be careful. Xiao Yang reminded Tang Ying and the others via the walkie-talkie. Received. At that moment, the people in the oncoming vehicles also spotted Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road RV. In the leading pickup truck for men were seated. Zhanggu, a truck is coming. Should we intercept it? The driver asked the man in the passenger seat. The man called Zhanggu leaned forward to observe carefully. Don't panic. Let's see if there are any more vehicles behind them. If they're also a convoy and outnumber us, we would be courting death. That's reasonable. Zhanggu is smart. No wonder Hong Jie values you so much. The driver flattered. After just a few seconds, the 2 convoys met. Xiao Yang noticed that the opposing convoy consisted of 5 pickup trucks. It was rare to find so many operational pickup trucks after the severe cold wave. Many vehicles had broken down due to the extreme cold of -70 degrees. This was also why Xiao Yang kept his heavy-duty off-road RV and Brabus off-road vehicle in storage. If they were outside and something went wrong, it would be a hassle. The heavy-duty off-road RV passed by the 5 pickup trucks without stopping, and neither side halted. Then, Tang Ying's Brabus off-road vehicle also crossed paths with the 5 pickups. Again, neither side stopped, and everything was peaceful. Just as Tang Ying's vehicle passed, someone in the back seat of the leading pickup truck spoke up. Hang Yi, I just saw that the one driving the off-road vehicle is a woman. I saw that too. It seems like there's another woman in the passenger seat. Moreover, the heavy-duty truck that just passed looks like an RV. So impressive. A man should drive such a powerful off-road vehicle. The one behind isn't bad either, a Brabus. I bet that woman is either a rich second generation or a mistress. Damn it. These people have barely survived, and they're flaunting it out in the open. The 2 men in the back exchanged words, their faces filled with jealousy and indignation. Zhang Ge, what do you think? The driver looked at Zhang Ge, making a grabbing gesture with his hand. Zhang Ge was somewhat tempted. However, he remained cautious. Let's drive a little further and see if there are more vehicles behind them. All right. After driving a bit further and seeing that there were no more vehicles behind, the group began to feel anxious. Zhang Ge, there are no more cars. It's just those 2 vehicles. Let us go for it. Yeah, Zhang Ge. This time Hong Jie sent us to Haiqing Art Academy to find out if there's a survivor named Mu Wanqing. But that damn academy is crawling with zombies. We lost 2 brothers trying to break in. It won't look good if we return without completing the mission. If we can capture a few women and drive back in these luxury cars, I think Hong Jie will not only forgive us, but also look at you differently. Zhang Ge. That's right, Zhang Ge. You know what Hong Jie needs? She needs a lot of girls. Zhang Ge was clearly hesitating. He was originally a very cautious person, but with a little encouragement from the others in the car, he began to feel tempted, especially if it could impress Hong Jie. His future days would be much easier. Seeing that Zhang Ge was taking too long to make a decision, the driver was getting anxious. Zhang Ge, hurry up and make a decision. Otherwise, they get too far away. And we want to be able to catch up? Yeah, Zhang Ge, once we grab those 2 women, you can take them to the RV up front and enjoy first. Once you're done, we can clean up the mess. Anyway, bringing those women back is just a bargain for someone else. Damn it, let us do it. Turn around. Upon hearing that there would be fun in the RV, Zhang Ge was instantly excited. The women under Hong Jie were too expensive. They either wanted food or drinks, or they wanted time on their arms. Although he was one of Hong Jie's trusted men and could get discounts, in this environment, supplies were precious. Before the disaster, they had fought for survival every day. Now that the world was like this, could he still spend his life working for women? If there was something free, why not take it? Once Zhang Ge made the call, everyone in the car immediately cheered. Being able to help out was a huge deal for them. The lead vehicle suddenly made a sharp turn on the road. Then, it signaled to the 4 following pickup trucks. The 4 vehicles turned around on the spot and followed suit. Let the last 2 vehicles not stop the Brabus. Let the 3 vehicles in front intercept the heavy-duty off-road RV. Okay, once Zhang Ge made the call, someone in the back seat immediately opened the window and signaled to the back. Then, the 5 vehicles clearly divided their roles and began to chase after Xiao Yang and the others. Tang Ying kept a close watch on the movements of the vehicles in the rearview mirror. Initially, she thought they had driven far away and didn't think much of it. But now, she suddenly noticed that the pickup trucks had turned around and were chasing them. She immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie to call Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, those pickup trucks have turned around and are chasing us. What should we do? Xiao Yang coldly smiled. Heaven has a path, yet you choose not to walk. Hell has no door, yet you insist on entering. People always lose their rationality in the face of temptation. Anyone who comes at us will be killed without mercy. Chapter 70. How are you so fast? Received. Tang Ying received the order and told Yi Ling, Su Tong, and the 2 nurses in the car, buckle up. The 4 hurriedly complied, feeling extremely tense. At that moment, 3 pickup trucks passed their vehicle and chased after Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road camper ahead. The 2 pickup trucks behind moved to block their escape. One in front and one alongside on the left. The window of the left pickup rolled down, revealing a fierce-looking man holding a knife, gesturing for Tang Ying and the others to stop. Fool! Tang Ying cursed, sharply turning the steering wheel to the left. The left pickup, caught off guard, was sent careening off the road and crashed into a tree. Tang Ying smirked. As the captain of the Haicheng City security team, someone dare to play card games with her? They should know their own weight. Seeing their companion pushed off the road, The pickup in front quickly swerved towards Tang Ying and the others. Tang Ying aimed for the rear left of the other vehicle and pressed the gas pedal. The pickup in front was sent spinning sideways, drifting towards the curb. Bang! The pickup flipped over, landing on its roof with all four wheels in the air. The two pickups behind were stalled. Should we help the front? Tang Ying called over the radio. Nice work. Don't worry about me. Deal with them. Received. Tang Ying got out of the car with her compound bow. The other four also got out with knives in hand. Stay behind me. And if you see anyone still alive, finish them off. Tang Ying instructed the four women, drew her bow, and aimed at a man who had just crawled out of pickup. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang found himself sandwiched between three pickups, one in front, one behind, and one on the left. Xiao Yang was puzzled. Did they know what it meant to attack a stone with an egg? Trying to stop his over 23-ton off-road truck with pickups? Let them see the difference between a golden needle mushroom and a cucumber. Xiao Yang turned left, pressed the gas, and sent the pickup in front flying far away. Then he turned the steering wheel left, sending the pickup on his left crashing onto the curb. Next, he slammed the brakes, and the rear pickup failed to stop, crashing into the back of the heavy-duty off-road truck. Xiao Yang immediately shifted into reverse, pushing the rear pickup all the way to a tree on the roadside. A tree as thick as a person was broken, and the pickup was crumpled like a twist of dough. The entire sequence of actions was seamless. The three pickups were utterly defeated. The occupants of the first two vehicles were dazed, while the people in the rear pickup were likely already out of it. Xiao Yang stopped the vehicle and got out with his knife. Mu Wanqing and the others followed suit, their expressions cold. Damn, this driver is so fierce. Not a word said, just crashing in. Look, they've stopped. They're getting out. Damn, so many women. We're in for a big score, Zhang. Hurry and grab your weapons. This idiot actually dares to get out. So brainless. It's no wonder we brothers are getting lucky. 10 people got out of the two vehicles, wielding machetes and cursing as they charged toward Xiao Yang. Kid, you dare not stop when I told you to? You must be tired of living. The men behind shouted. Ladies, step aside. Once we chop this kid up, we'll take good care of you. This group completely treated Xiao Yang as a surviving rich second-generation heir. Such a wealthy young master, besides being able to sleep around, had no other skills. So, seeing Xiao Yang holding a knife, they weren't afraid. Afraid of a knife? What joke? Who in Haiching's biggest nightclub, Royal Number 1, wasn't a tough guy? Kill him. At Zhang Ji's command, the other 9 excitedly charged forward with their knives. Swish, swish, swish. Before Xiao Yang could strike, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Lu Yu directly stepped forward, each swinging their knives. The men charging from behind hadn't reacted, yet when they suddenly saw the heads and arms of the three brothers fly up, blood sprayed from their necks, splattering the faces of those behind. Even though they had seen bloody scenes before, they were still stunned by the sight before them. The key was that it was 3 women who had struck first. However, before they could regain their composure, they suddenly realized Xiao Yang was moving. The front few men felt as if something had pierced through their bodies, and before they could look down, they felt something being pulled out from inside them. In just a short moment, the 4 in the middle were gushing blood from their stomachs and chests. Xiao Yang's series of actions had directly pierced through the 4. They fell down with looks of disbelief on their faces. Zhang and the remaining 2, seeing this, were already terrified and turned to run towards the front pickup. Encountering tough resistance, it would be foolish not to run. Whoosh! 2 arrows flew through the air, striking the back of the heads of the last 2 men. After 2 muffled grunts, they fell into the snow. Xiao Yang glanced in the direction the arrows had come from and saw that Tang Ying had finished dealing with the rear and had time to shoot 2 arrows. Xiao Yang nodded in approval. He turned to see the last straggler trying to run towards the pickup. Want to escape? Huh! Xiao Yang suddenly activated his time-slowing skill, which perfectly enveloped the man within its range. Xiao Yang estimated that the skill covered a radius of about 30 to 100 meters. At that moment, the fleeing man was only 30 meters away, and his movements were as if in super slow motion. Meanwhile, Tang Ying, over 100 meters away, moved freely, unaffected. This gave him a rough understanding of his skill. In the future, he would know how to use it. He raised his knife and slowly walked up to the last man. Although it took him 20 seconds to reach him, to that man, it felt like only 2 seconds. When the man saw Xiao Yang approaching, his expression slowly changed. Confusion, panic, and fear played out in slow motion. Xiao Yang raised his knife, pointing the tip at the man's chest. Then, he retracted the skill. The man's forward-running motion didn't stop, and he crashed directly onto the tip of the knife. The blade pierced through his chest. The man incredulously looked down at the knife handle in his chest, then looked up at Xiao Yang, who was smiling. Why? He strained to utter his last words. Because you brought this upon yourself. Xiao Yang shrugged. It was unclear if the man heard him, but once Xiao Yang finished speaking, he fell straight down, dead without closing his eyes. Xiao Yang pulled the knife from the man's chest and walked back. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir stared wide-eyed, their expressions exaggerated as they looked at Xiao Yang. How did you suddenly run over there? I didn't even see it clearly. Mu Wanqing asked in disbelief. Yeah, how are you so fast? Lin Shishir also asked. Only Lu Yu, looking at Xiao Yang, smiled faintly. In her eyes, there was nothing but pride. Chapter 71. A photo of Mu Guang. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, my space ability has reached level 6, and I've mastered the skill of slowing down time. Don't worship me too much. Xiao Yang said with a cheeky grin. Wow, that's impressive. Lin Shishir exclaimed in surprise, punching Xiao Yang lightly in the chest with her delicate little fists. Xiao Yang pushed her hand away, saying, Get your little paws off me, stop touching me all the time. Lin Shishir was displeased and shook Mu Wanqing's hand, complaining. Look at you, man. He gets praised and he floats away. Mu Wanqing smiled and said to Xiao Yang with mock annoyance, I think you're really floating now. My Shishir is known as the Chue Xiao goddess at school. I don't know how many boys ask her to teach them every day. And you're still not happy. What a fool, right, Shishir? Exactly. Lin Shishir said proudly, giving Xiao Yang a glare. Xiao Yang shrugged it off, teasing, I've seen people playing the flute. They're all gentle and demure. Why are you so lively and active? I like it. Lin Shishir was at a loss for words, her face turning red with anger. At that moment, Tang Ying drove over. She got out of the car and approached Mu Wanqing, pulling out a photo from her pocket. Guess what I found? What is it? A photo? Mu Wanqing asked, puzzled. Xiao Yang also leaned in to see what good stuff Tang Ying had discovered. Tang Ying slowly turned the photo around, showing the front to Mu Wanqing. Upon seeing the photo, Mu Wanqing suddenly became excited and snatched it into her hands. She never expected that the photo Tang Ying found was a picture of her and her brother Mu Guang together. Tears welled up in Mu Wanqing's eyes as she gently touched Mu Guang's face in the photo, crying out, Brother! Xiao Yang was taken aback, wondering what was going on. He gently pulled the photo from Mu Wanqing's hands to take a closer look. Nearby, Lin Shishir and Lu Yu squeezed in, curiously peering over. In the photo, Mu Wanqing and Mu Guang were both smiling. Lin Shishir, seeing this, exclaimed, Wanqing, how do they have a photo of you and your brother? I don't know either. My brother always kept this photo in his wallet, Mu Wanqing choked out. Where did you find this photo? Xiao Yang Frowanet. Looking at Tang Ying. Tang Ying pointed behind her, saying, I found it on one of the people back there. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were both stunned, exchanging worried glances. Xiao Yang thought to himself, damn it, the people in those 2 pickup trucks behind can't be Mu Guang, can they? Tang Ying doesn't know Mu Guang, what if? Xiao Yang's head began to ache at the thought, and he hurriedly ran towards the 2 pickup trucks. Mu Wanqing quickly followed behind him, anxious. Xiao Yang was now in a state of turmoil, his mind racing with various scenarios. What if Mu Guang was among them and had been killed by Tang Ying? How would he handle that? Although Mu Guang didn't seem like that kind of person to him, people's hearts could change. Or perhaps Mu Guang was just being coerced or had no control over the situation. He really hoped that wasn't the case. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing ran to the pickup truck that Tang Ying had overturned and began to check it carefully. Near the first truck, they found several corpses lying on their backs, each with a hole in their foreheads, clearly killed by a single shot. Mu Wanqing felt anxious as she carefully examined each one, relieved to find that none of them were her brother Mu Guang. Next, they ran to the second truck and, after a thorough check, also found no sign of Mu Guang. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing breathed a slight sigh of relief. But wait, they hadn't checked the truck that had been squished by Xiao Yang's car. Xiao Yang took Mu Wanqing back to inspect it closely. Although the bodies inside were almost deformed, their heads were still distinguishable. At this point, they had turned into zombies, but because their bodies were stuck, they couldn't escape. Thankfully, after careful identification, Mu Guang wasn't among them. Xiao Yang then checked the last 2 pickup trucks for any clues. Unfortunately, aside from some debris, there were no valuable leads. Mu Wanqing, looking at the photo of her and her brother, started to sob. The other girls rushed over to comfort her. What should we do? Is something happening to my brother? He never casually gives his photo to anyone. Lin Shishir hugged her, comforting her, don't think too much. There are still people here who aren't your brother. Your brother will be fine, Tang Ying added. Xiao Yang, standing by, mentally sorted through the information they had discovered. He then approached Mu Wanqing seriously and said, Wanqing, don't be too sad. Let me analyze this for you. There are no signs of your brother or his vehicle among these people, but we found a photo of you and him. In this apocalypse, who would still have the presence of mind to carry someone else's photo around? So, I speculate that these people either know your brother and were sent by him to find out about you at the Haiching Art Academy, or your brother has been captured by them for some reason, and they're using your photo to find you. Besides, it's south so close to your academy. My guess should be pretty accurate. The others nodded as they listened to Xiao Yang's analysis, especially Mu Wanqing, who wiped her tears and asked excitedly, "You mean my brother is still alive?" Xiao Yang nodded seriously. Although he wasn't sure if Mu Guang was indeed alive, he believed it was better to give Mu Wanqing some hope. Seeing Xiao Yang's determined gaze, Mu Wanqing felt a bit more at ease. What Xiao Yang said must be right. Let us check all the cars and corpses again carefully to see if we missed any clues, Xiao Yang instructed. His intuition told him that these people must have some connection to Mu Guang. Subsequently, they turned over all the pickup trucks and bodies once more, but still found no useful clues. Sigh. Xiao Yang regretted not leaving a survivor earlier. But who could have predicted such a situation? Mu Wanqing felt a bit down. She knew her brother was alive, but she didn't know where he was. She was anxious. Since the apocalypse began, she had been missing her brother every moment. However, she understood that she couldn't ask Xiao Yang to do nothing and search the entire city for her brother. Haicheng, known as the magic capital of Long Country, was so large with so many bathhouses. How could it be easy to find one person? Moreover, who could confirm that her brother Mu Guang was definitely in a bathhouse? So, she buried her worries and longing for her brother deep in her heart. But today, she suddenly saw the photo of her and her brother. This long-suppressed longing has finally erupted violently. Chapter 72. The survivor in the security room, seeing Mu Wanqing's face full of melancholy and sadness. Xiao Yang came over and hugged her, stroking her head and saying, "Don't worry, your brother has such good character. Good people have their own protection. He won't come to harm." Mu Wanqing buried her head deeply in Xiao Yang's arms and responded softly. "By the way, let's first head to Haiching Art Academy. The direction these people came from points to your academy. Who knows, there might be some clues there. It's possible your brother went there to look for you." Mu Wanqing immediately straightened up, her eyes sparkling. "Yes, let's hurry," she urged. All right, everyone got in the car and continued towards Haiching Art Academy. When Xiao Yang and the others arrived at the entrance of Haiching Art Academy, they found many zombies wandering around. The iron gate had been smashed open. Looking at the clothing and appearance of the zombies, Xiao Yang realized they were all university student zombies. Long skirts, shorts, short-sleeve t-shirts, and even some wandering around in just their underwear. Some were completely naked, clearly those who like to sleep in the buff. Alas, what a pity. They're all dead. The female zombies here clearly outnumber the males. From Mu Wanqing and Lin Shi, he learned that the female dormitory was nearby the entrance. It seemed that these female zombies had all run out from the girls' dormitory. Estimating, there were about 200 of them. Xiao Yang and the others got out of the car and began to clear them out one by one. In no time, the zombies gathered at the entrance were cleared out. However, two zombies caught Xiao Yang's attention. These two were older male zombies, clearly not university students. Moreover, it looked like they had just been bitten and infected, with their clothes still stained with fresh blood. On the ground, Xiao Yang also saw two cleavers. From their appearance, they looked identical to those used by the people they had encountered earlier. He immediately thought that these two might be part of the same group. They just hadn't managed to escape. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Xiao Yang carefully looked around and noticed many overlapping tire tracks, indicating that many vehicles had passed through here. This confirmed to him that the group they had just seen must have come here before. They must have been attacked by zombies, resulting in 2 deaths before they fled. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang immediately called Mu Wanqing over and shared his speculation with her. After hearing this, Mu Wanqing's mood improved significantly. "So, you mean those people came to the academy to find me, and they are likely acting on my brother's instructions?" "Yes, that's pretty much it. That's great. As long as my brother is still alive." Mu Wanqing's previous gloom lifted, and her mood brightened considerably. "All right, let's go in and take a look. If there are any surviving students, we can ask them." Okay. After finishing the conversation with Mu Wanqing, Xiao Yang instructed Yi Ling and the nurses to collect crystals and get used to it. To his surprise, the 3 of them worked quickly and efficiently, showing no signs of discomfort. Suddenly realizing their identities, he thought, right, what kind of injured people haven't they seen? Would it be afraid of blood? After collecting the crystals, they handed them over to Xiao Yang. Just as they were about to get back in the car and continue into the academy, Xiao Yang inadvertently noticed someone in the security room at the entrance peeking out at them through the window. There's a survivor in the security room? Could it be someone from that group who couldn't escape and is hiding inside? Thinking of this, Xiao Yang immediately slammed on the brakes and stopped the car. Then, he got out and headed straight for the security room. The others, not understanding what was happening, could only get out of the car and follow him. Without saying a word, Xiao Yang kicked open the door of the security room and charged in, kicking open the door to the lounge inside. Inside the corner of the room, there was a man wrapped in a security coat, holding a rubber roller and looking at him in panic. Xiao Yang drew his knife and walked towards the man. Upon seeing the knife, the man trembled in fear. Hey, big brother, let us talk this out. I didn't provoke you, right? The man shouted nervously as he realized he had nowhere to retreat. Xiao Yang stopped, not intending to kill him just yet. If this was someone from the pickup truck group, he needed to get some clues about Mu Guang from him. Are you with the people from the pickup truck that just came? Xiao Yang asked coldly. Pickup truck? The man repeated in confusion. Are you talking about the group that just ran away? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang confirmed that the pickup truck group must have been here. Yes, but the man quickly waved his hands, saying, Big brother, I'm not with them. I've been in this security room the whole time before they came. Xiao Yang carefully examined the man's expression and saw he didn't seem to be lying. He looked at his clothing and asked, Are you a security guard for this academy? The man hesitated and said, Well, not exactly. Xiao Yang's face turned cold immediately. Then what are you? I'm here to find my newlywed wife. The man suddenly gritted his teeth and said angrily, Huh? Xiao Yang was confused as to why the man was so furious. Newlywed wife? Is your wife a teacher at this school? No. She is a student here. The man said coldly. A university student? Newlywed wife. You got married so early? Xiao Yang was somewhat skeptical. He signaled for Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to come closer. Then he asked the man, What is your wife's name? Which department and class is she in? Xiao Yang wanted to test if he was lying. With Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir here, if he couldn't provide a clear answer, his lies would be exposed. To his surprise, the man immediately stated his newlywed wife's name without hesitation. Her name is Wang Jia, second class of the performance department. As soon as the man finished speaking, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir opened their mouths in surprise. What? Wang Jia? You're her husband? Lin Shishir said in disbelief. Xiao Yang was puzzled. Why did Lin Shishir and Mu Wanqing react so strongly to Wang Jia's name? What? Do you two know her? Of course we know her. She lives in the dorm next to ours. She is definitely from the performance department. What? Xiao Yang and the man both looked at Lin Shishir. But we haven't heard that she got married. She has dated several boyfriends in our academy. Hearing this, the man became anxious. Several? Damn, that bitch. The man immediately squatted down, holding his head and rubbing his hair in frustration. Xiao Yang said coldly, You're lying. My friend says Wang Jia isn't married. Tell me, who exactly are you? The man seemed to be quite shaken by the blow. He was no longer tense in response to Xiao Yang's scolding. He steadied his emotions and sat down on the ground. My name is Chun Bo. Wang Jia is really my newlywed wife. We've been married for almost 10 months. Chapter 73. The warrior charging for love. Xiao Yang glanced at Mu Wanqing, who immediately understood and used her telepathic ability on Chun Bo. After that, she nodded at Xiao Yang. It seemed that Chun Bo wasn't lying. Since you came to find Wang Jia, how did you end up in the security room? Xiao Yang asked. To his surprise, Chun Bo became agitated again. Damn it. Just thinking about it makes me mad. I accidentally saw a short video posted by Wang Jia's friend in my moments, and found out she was being intimate with a guy. To clarify things face to face, I rode my bike for 3 days and nights to get here. Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir were all taken aback. Chun Bo was really dedicated, riding for 3 days and nights just to confront Wang Jia. One obsession. But when I got here, the security guard at the door wouldn't let me in. I had no choice but to climb over the wall to find her. And there she was, kissing a guy passionately under the dormitory. Chun Bo seemed to recall that moment and became emotional. I was so green, you know? That is, brother. Cough, how should I put it? To live a good life, you have to carry a bit of green. Xiao Yang really didn't know how to advise him. After all, in the past, he used to be the one who turned others green. But when Chun Bo heard this, he became even more distraught. Brother, is that a bit of green? I've turned into the Hulk. I've been working hard to make money, and I only keep 300 yuan for living expenses each month, using the rest to support her education and daily expenses. I even worked extra hours to buy her gifts for every holiday, just to give her a better life. But my efforts resulted in her treating me like this. As Chun Bo became emotional, he couldn't help but roar. The worst part is, I caught her in the act, and instead of feeling remorse, she had that guy call 4 or 5 others to gang up on me. That damn bitch. If she hadn't run away, I would have killed her. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir exchanged shocked glances. This plot was too outrageous. They never expected Wang Jiejia to be such a person. And what happened next? Lin sure. Now a curious bystander couldn't help but ask. Haha then, those 5 guys were just a bunch of useless fools. I took them all down by myself. Especially that guy who kissed her. I stomped on his groin a few times. Damn, that felt good. Chunbo laughed, as if this was the only thing that could make him happy. And then, Lin sure continued to pry. Then, the school security and teachers came. They tried to catch me, but I ran as fast as I could. They couldn't catch me. In the end, after running around half the campus, they finally surrounded me with their numbers. Then they brought me to this security room. It just so happened that it was midnight, and suddenly it got really cold. All the security guards were busy maintaining order, leaving me locked in the security room. I haven't seen anyone come back since. If I hadn't found 2 boxes of instant noodles under the bed, I would have starved to death. After listening to Chunbo's story, Xiao Yang couldn't help but give him a thumbs up at his heart. What a man, stepping up when needed. Xiao Yang could imagine Chunbo riding his bike day and night to the academy, then fearlessly charging towards those 5 men who wanted to gang up on him, and finally, struggling to escape from the crowd. This kid truly was a warrior charging for love. What a slut Wang Jiejia is to do something so shameless. She really hides her true self. Lin sure was infuriated, unable to bear it even as a woman. Did you see Wang Jiejia again afterward? Mu Wanqing asked. No, but I know she's still alive. A few days ago, a surviving student came out, and I learned from him that Wang Jiejia is still alive. She is hiding in the academy's supermarket with those guys and a group of other surviving students. That's why I've been staying here. I must see her and those guys, and personally take revenge to ease my anger. I see. Chunbo explained clearly why he stayed in the transmission room. Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing, and Lin sure understood. By the way, did the people in that pickup truck find you? Xiao Yang still wanted to ask if Chunbo could provide some clues about those people. Of course they did. They thought I was one of the surviving security guards and asked me where the girls' dormitory was, and if I had heard of a female student named. What was it? Chunbo momentarily couldn't remember the name. Is it Mu Wanqing? Xiao Yang filled in for him. Ah, yes, that's it. Chunbo exclaimed. How do you know? Because I am Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing frowned. She knew that the people in the pickup truck were indeed looking for her. She felt both happy and worried. The happy part was that everything was as Xiao Yang had predicted. Her brother was very likely still alive. However, she was worried about why her brother hadn't come to find her personally. Was something wrong? Seeing Mu Wanqing's worried expression, Chunbo reminded her, I see. Beautiful lady. You need to be careful. Those people are clearly not good. They wanted me to join them before, and when I refused, they even tried to kill me. Luckily, I've been running faster than before. Otherwise, I wouldn't have avenged myself, but would have met my end instead. When Xiao Yang heard Chunbo say he was running faster than before, he immediately thought of how he charged for love. Xiao Yang smiled and said, You run faster than before? How fast can you be? Chunbo, seeing Xiao Yang laugh at him, immediately stood up and said, Bro, don't doubt me. I can show you how fast I am. Xiao Yang chuckled. You can outrun Bolt? Unless you've awakened a speed-related ability. Huh. Xiao Yang suddenly took another look at Chunbo. To be honest, this kid really might have awakened a speed ability. Then show me how fast you are. Okay, bro. Let's go outside. Chunbo walked towards the security room exit. Bro, watch closely. I'm about to run. Chunbo took a starting position, and after seeing Xiao Yang nod, he dashed out with a whoosh. Xiao Yang and the others were taken aback. It was indeed very fast. This speed was no worse than Bolt's. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Xiao Yang felt something was off. They'd already run so far. However, how is this kid still running? Goodbye. Chunbo, who had already run over 60 meters away, suddenly stopped, turned around, waved his hand, and shouted toward Xiao Yang. Chapter 74. The clue from Chunbo. In fact, Chunbo's idea was quite sudden. Although he didn't think Xiao Yang and the others seemed like bad people, they were definitely not someone he could provoke. If he couldn't provoke them, could he not hide? He was very confident in his speed, thinking of himself as a man like the wind. No one could catch up to him. He planned to wait until Xiao Yang and the others left before coming back. However, Xiao Yang was infuriated. Damn, that kid Chunbo wants to take the chance to escape. Just as he was about to turn and run away, Xiao Yang quickly activated his time-slowing skill. Looking at Chunbo, his movements were now as slow as a turtle. It seemed that this distance was still within the range of his skill. Without a second thought, Xiao Yang ran straight over, reaching in front of Chunbo and waiting for him. At this point, Xiao Yang could see the smug expression on Chunbo's face. When Chunbo saw him, his expression gradually shifted to one of surprise. Xiao Yang wasted no time, grabbing Chunbo by the collar and then stopping the skill. due to his body's inertia. Chunbo was still lunging forward, but was quickly pulled back by Xiao Yang, with Xiao Yang's physique enhanced by over 1,000 years of energy. Grabbing him was like catching a small chick. If it were someone else, they would have been flung away by now. At this moment, Chunbo's expression was completely replaced by fear. Brother, are you even human? Chunbo stammered. He thought he was fast enough, but he never expected Xiao Yang to arrive in front of him in the blink of an eye. How could he not be shocked? Xiao Yang said irritably, "Why are you running? I was just scared of you guys. I just wanted to stay away from you. Truly no ill intentions." Chunbo explained, flailing his hands. Xiao Yang dragged him back to the communication room and tossed him to the ground. "If you dare run again, I'll make you regret it." Xiao Yang waved a gun in front of him. The moment Chunbo saw the handgun, his eyes widened, and he didn't dare to move. "Brother, I promise I won't run again. If I do, I'm a grandson." Seeing that he was genuinely honest, Xiao Yang directly asked, "I'll ask you one last question." "Sure. Go ahead. You said that group of people in the pickup trucks wanted to recruit you. Did they tell you who they were? Or where they came from?" Xiao Yang didn't let him run, just to ask this question. Unexpectedly, a little incident almost made him escape. Chunbo obediently sat up and recalled carefully. Oh, I remember. They seemed to say they were from some nightclub. What was it called? Oh, right, Royal Number 1. They said they were from the Royal Number 1 nightclub. As soon as Chunbo spoke, Xiao Yang was taken aback. The Royal Number 1 nightclub? Why does that sound so familiar? It seemed like he had been there, but it was too long ago to remember clearly. Royal Number 1? I know. At that moment, Tang Ying spoke up. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up as he looked at Tang Ying. Of course, in the entire Haicheng, there wasn't a place that Tang Ying didn't know about. Mu Wanqing also anxiously looked at Tang Ying, as she knew her brother Mu Guang was very likely there. Where is it? In the city center? It's a bit far from here. Hearing Tang Ying's answer, Mu Wanqing was immediately excited. Can we go there now? She asked anxiously, looking at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang didn't immediately reply to Mu Wanqing. He pondered carefully. After a while, he made a decision. Wanqing, now that we know where your brother might be, but the situation there is unclear. Since we're already at your academy, let us clear out the zombies here first, gather more crystals, and enhance our strength. We'll come back tonight, make a proper plan, and go tomorrow. That will be more prudent. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, Tang Ying nodded and added, Wanqing. Xiao Yang is right. The Royal Number 1 is not simple in Haicheng. Just the headquarters has thousands of employees, and it has a notorious reputation. We've received calls to investigate several times, but we're obstructed by the forces behind it. They can send out 5 vehicles of people at once to gather information. Just think about how powerful their influence is. We really need to discuss this carefully before taking action. Hearing Tang Ying say this, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but become serious. With Tang Ying's understanding of Haicheng, the situation couldn't be wrong. Although she was extremely eager to see her brother, if they went recklessly without understanding the situation, it indeed wouldn't be wise. She couldn't let her personal desires endanger everyone else. Xiao Yang was right. The priority was to enhance their own strength first. That way, they could calmly deal with any unexpected situations. Okay, I'll listen to you, she said. As long as I know my brother is still alive, I feel at ease. At least for now, he's safe. Seeing that Mu Wanqing could think this way, Xiao Yang felt relieved. Good. I'm glad you can think like that. Let's go. Since we're here, we should clear out the zombies first. We can't make the trip for nothing. All right, let's go. With Xiao Yang's call, the girls immediately began to act. Hey, brother, can you take me with you? I want to see how that slut Wang Jiajia is doing now. Chunbo hurriedly stood up as he saw Xiao Yang and the others getting ready to leave. Xiao Yang glanced at him from head to toe and said, Do you have any other skills besides running fast? Chunbo thought for a moment. It seems like running fast is my only skill. But don't worry, big brother. I won't cause you any trouble. If the situation looks bad, I'll just run and won't create chaos for you. Xiao Yang knew that Chunbo must have awakened a speed ability, and this ability only had speed as an advantage. However, if he leveled up, his speed would increase even more. A sneak attack would still be possible. Then do as you wish. Xiao Yang didn't pay him any more mind. If he wanted to follow, then so be it. His life or death was not his concern. Xiao Yang and the others got into the car and continued toward the girls' dormitory area. Chunbo picked up a machete that had been dropped by someone from the pickup truck and quickened his pace to catch up. The girls' dormitory had about a dozen rows of buildings, each 6 stories high. Clearing them one by one would be too troublesome. Xiao Yang still used the original method, having Lin Shishir play a flute tune to lure the zombies over. Then they could take the opportunity to kill them. They had long been accustomed to cooperating, and Xiao Yang also let Yiling and the 2 nurses take action to train. After they had killed all the zombies that could be lured out of the girls' dormitory, it was already 3 hours later. After counting, Xiao Yang found that their harvest was quite substantial. They had obtained a total of 2,000 crystals this time. Meanwhile, Lin Shishir was severely exhausted, almost out of breath. However, it's still early, and Xiao Yang doesn't want to end things too soon. There must be quite a few zombies in the boys' dormitory behind him. He doesn't want to make another trip. However, if he makes noise to attract the zombies, the risk is too high. This is completely different from Lin Shishir's ability to blow Xiao. One comes running to attack you directly, while the other stands there dumbly for you to kill. Can they be compared? Chapter 77 Chinbo helps Chinbo, who had been following closely behind Xiao Yang and the others, was shocked to see them harvesting zombies as if they were cutting leeks, reaping one batch after another. He was at a loss for words. What kind of people are they? They are so extraordinary. Fortunately, he had been relatively honest and hadn't offended them. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he would die. At this moment, seeing Xiao Yang and the others stop, he took the opportunity to walk up to them. Big brother, you guys are really impressive. I truly admire you, Chunbo said with a grin. Xiao Yang glanced at him but ignored him. Chunbo continued with a smile. Big brother, are you facing some difficulties? Why aren't you continuing? My friend is tired and can't attract zombies. Xiao Yang pointed to Lin Shishir, who was sitting aside resting. Chunbo looked at Lin Shishir with admiration. He had just witnessed her abilities firsthand. It was because of her that Xiao Yang and the others could work so efficiently. Without her, they wouldn't have been able to attract so many zombies. Can't attract zombies? Chunbo's eyes lit up at this thought. Brother, I think I can help you attract the zombies. Hearing this, Xiao Yang looked at him in confusion. You? Yes, brother. I run fast, and those zombies can't catch up to me. I can lead a wave of them to you. No need for too many at once. Just a few trips will do. Chunbo expressed his idea. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's eyes brightened. Not to mention, this method is feasible. It seems that this speed ability still has its uses in the early stages. Then, why not give it a try? Xiao Yang said with a smile. Okay, you all get ready, I'm going. With Xiao Yang's approval, Chunbo immediately grabbed a knife and dashed out. He ran all the way to the entrance of a dormitory building, picked up a basin that had fallen on the ground, and began to beat it with his knife to attract the zombies. Before long, some zombies heard the noise and charged out. Seeing this, Chunbo immediately ran back towards Xiao Yang and the others while continuing to bang the basin. The zombies behind him chased after him, likely numbering around 100. Due to the varying speeds of the zombies, they formed a long line. Xiao Yang nodded approvingly. This was good. The zombies wouldn't swarm them all at once, making it safer to clear them out. As the zombies approached, Xiao Yang and the others immediately drew their knives and began a harvest. In just a few minutes, this wave of zombies was cleared away. During this time, Chunbo also learned from Xiao Yang and the others, using his speed advantage to run behind the zombies and chop off their heads. Although his technique was clumsy at first, he gradually became more skilled with practice. What surprised Xiao Yang the most was Su Tong. He noticed that her performance today was many times stronger than the last time. Could it be that she had awakened an ability as well? Xiao Yang decided to ask her about it on the way back. After that, Chunbo continued to use this method, running back and forth at least 20 times, finally attracting most of the zombies from a boys' dormitory. When Xiao Yang and the others did a final count, they had harvested over 500 crystals. Along with the over 2,000 from the girls' dormitory, they totaled over 500 crystals. Today could be considered a bountiful harvest. Of course, this was also thanks to Chunbo's contribution. Xiao Yang decided that after they cleared all the zombies in the academy, he would share some crystals with Chunbo. They couldn't let him work for nothing. After a short rest, the group headed towards a large supermarket not far from the dormitory. From a distance, the supermarket looked quite large. After all, with so many teachers and students in the academy, a small supermarket wouldn't suffice. Upon arriving at the supermarket entrance, Xiao Yang discovered that there were quite a few zombies that had been killed there. However, the crystals in their foreheads had not been dug out. It seemed that the people here still did not know the use of crystals. At this moment, Chunbo was gritting his teeth, staring into the supermarket in a daze. He knew that his wife, Wang Jiajia, should be inside the supermarket. Today, he had to settle all grievances with her. Inside an office in the academy supermarket, there was an iron basin on the floor with burning wood inside. Although the room was not very warm, the temperature was bearable. Wang Jiajia was lying on the sofa, panting heavily. Surrounding the sofa were 5 men, all of whom were enjoying a cigarette with satisfied expressions. If Chunbo saw this, he would definitely recognize these men. They were the 5 college students who had been beaten up by him that day. Among them, the man Wang Jiajia had cheated with was smiling at the others. How about it? I'm good to you, right? Sharing everything with you. The other four men quickly responded with flattering smiles. Great. Qinggu is mighty. This is so enjoyable. The flattery made the man named Qinggu feel quite pleased. There's still many female students in the supermarket. When are we going to gather them all? One of them said eagerly. What's the hurry? Take your time. We need to let them willingly come to us. Qinggu replied leisurely with a lewd smile. Wang Qing, you really have no shame. How could you do this to me? At this moment, Wang Jiajia, lying on the sofa in disarray, spoke up angrily. Wang Qing glanced at her and snorted, Humph. Don't act coy. So many people are serving you, and you're still not satisfied. You really think too highly of yourself. Because of you, I'm still in pain down there. Thinking back to the night he was beaten by Chun Bo, Wang Qing became furious. Wang Jiajia had never told him that she was already married. When her husband came looking for her, she even argued that he was just her ex-boyfriend. Otherwise, he would have called his four brothers to beat him up. You're still playing both sides with me? Now I'll make you play 5 sides. Wang Qing was determined. In this chaotic world, women were like worthless clothing. It was more reliable to win over his brothers' hearts with them. Without strength, one wouldn't survive. Inside the supermarket, there were no less than 100 students gathered, along with a few teachers. Now, everyone was in competition with each other, scheming against one another. Therefore, to stand firm here, one needed to rely on numbers. Wang Jiajia was left speechless by the rebuttal. She tidied her clothes and sat up. She regretted her affair with such a scumbag. She remembered Chun Bo's kindness to her. Yet she still cheated on him. But what could she do about her regrets now? In this world, she still needed to rely on these men. Without them, her fate would surely be worse. Moreover, Wang Qing seemed to have developed special abilities. Without him, she wouldn't be in this office in the supermarket. This was already the best room in the entire supermarket. Forget it. Women are destined to suffer. As long as one can live, it's better than anything else. As for her husband Chun Bo, perhaps he has been dead for a long time. Chapter 76. Why did you betray me? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Wang Qing and the others hurriedly pulled up their pants and opened the door. Brother Qing, there's a group of people outside the supermarket. Guess who I saw? The speaker was a male student, one of Wang Qing's recently recruited subordinates. Who? Seeing him act mysterious, Wang Qing couldn't help but become curious. Our college's campus beauty, Mu Wanqing, and the music department's goddess, the flute goddess Lin Shishir. As soon as the male student finished speaking, Wang Qing and the others were immediately taken aback. Really? 2 of the 3 beauties in our college are still alive? Wang Qing said in disbelief. Yes, they're right at the door. And guess who else I saw? The male student, after speaking, glanced at Wang Jiajia, who was sitting on the sofa. Who? Stop keeping us in suspense. Hurry up. Your husband, Chun Bo, the guy who fought with you that night. As soon as the male student said this, Wang Jiajia immediately stood up from the sofa. What did you say? Chun Bo is still alive? Wang Jiajia's voice trembled. She never expected her husband would still be alive. Moreover, he even came to the supermarket. Deep down, she didn't want to face Chun Bo, perhaps out of guilt, perhaps because she looked down on him. In short, she didn't want to see Chun Bo again. If he were dead, that would be best. Damn it, that kid is still alive. Let's go. I'll make sure to kill him. Wang Qing was furious. Last time I was careless, and he beat us up. This time, I will avenge my humiliation. Wang Qing looked at Wang Jiajia and said, No, I won't kill him right away. I want to capture him and then toy with his wife in front of him. I want him to wish he were dead. Haha, just thinking about it is exciting. Wang Qing laughed lewdly, while Wang Jiajia frowned upon hearing this. Let us go and meet them. Wang Qing didn't care about Wang Jiajia's thoughts. In his eyes, Wang Jiajia was just a toy. After Wang Qing and the others left, Wang Jiajia hesitated for a moment but still walked out. When Xiao Yang and the others reached the supermarket entrance, some survivors inside had already spotted them. When the people inside saw Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, someone opened the door from inside. Oh my god, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, you 2 are still alive. A student exclaimed in surprise. Wow, 2 of the 3 goddesses of the college have come at once. If teacher Jiang is still alive, the 3 goddesses would be complete. Look behind, there are a few more beauties. Damn, those 3 aren't any less beautiful than our college goddesses. This is exciting. Who is that handsome guy in front? I'm in love. Hey, isn't that the guy who was caught by the security guard that night? He is still alive and came back. Wang Jiajia happened to be there. There's going to be a good show to watch. A large crowd of students, both male and female, gathered inside, whispering to each other. Get out of the way. At that moment, Wang Qing led a few people and forcibly squeezed through the crowd. He first smiled and greeted Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, then turned to Chun Bo with a fierce expression. Chun Bo glared back and said, Where's my wife Wang Jiejia? Tell her to come out. Oomph, your wife is now ours. Kid, I didn't expect you to dare come back. Let us see how I deal with you today. Wang Qing deliberately emphasized the word ours, clearly insulting Chun Bo. Chun Bo's face turned ugly, and he stepped forward, confronting him. Deal with me? I was able to beat you guys up before, and I can do it again today. Wang Qing scoffed, haha. Then today, you'll get to experience the power of my wind blade. Wait. Just as Wang Qing was about to make a move, he heard Wang Jiejia's voice. The crowd parted, and Wang Jiejia squeezed out from the back. She decided to face Chen Bo, but it wasn't to apologize. Chen Bo, you Shu Ti have come back. You're no longer their match. You will die a terrible death. Wang Jiejia looked coldly at Chen Bo. Seeing Wang Jiejia, Chen Bo was instantly filled with rage. His eyes turned red as he shouted at her. Wang Jiejia, you finally dare to show your face. I just want to ask you, what did I do wrong to make you choose to cheat? This was the question Chen Bo had always wanted to ask her. He simply couldn't understand why. Despite being so good to Wang Jiejia, she still betrayed him. However, Wang Jiejia showed no remorse for Chen Bo's questioning. She coldly replied, you treat me well, but so what? As soon as these words left Wang Jiejia's mouth, the surrounding students began to murmur. Wang Jiejia was really something. Xiao Yang also looked at Wang Jiejia and saw that she was quite decent looking. But why was her face so thick? Chen Bo was infuriated by Wang Jiejia's attitude. He shouted, I work day and night just to earn more money to support you in school, to help you fulfill your dreams. I take on 3 part-time jobs, and all my salary goes to you. I even buy you gifts and surprises on holidays. I really can't understand why you would betray me. Seeing Chen Bo ranting like a madman, Wang Jiejia took a step back. However, her face showed no expression. She coldly said, since you want to know why, I will tell you, and you will understand when you die later. Because you're not as handsome as him. Because you're not as capable as him. Because your education is low. Because you're so subservient in front of me that I can't get excited about you. Is that enough? Every word from Wang Jiejia was like a thunderbolt, striking Chen Bo's heart. His expression was shocked. It was only then that he realized how dissatisfied his wife was with him. Then why did you choose to marry me? Chen Bo suddenly felt a bit inferior. He realized he seemed so worthless in his wife's eyes. Why? Because your family offered a lot of betrothal gifts. Because you're willing to be a big fool. Earning money for me to spend. With someone to support me, I can pursue my dreams and have fun. Isn't that great? Wang Jiejia said this without a hint of shame, looking down at Chen Bo as if everything was owed to her. Slap. Suddenly, Chen Bo struck Wang Jiejia's face with a slap. The force was quite strong, and Wang Jiejia lost her balance and fell to the ground. You filthy woman. I really must have been blind to have liked you. Chen Bo gritted his teeth and glared at Wang Jiejia. I told you, your wife is now our woman. How dare you hit her? Just wait and see how I'll kill you. Wang Qing, seeing Wang Jiejia being hit, suddenly became furious. This was simply a slap to his face. Wang Jiejia sat on the ground, one hand supporting herself and the other covering the half of her face that had been hit. At that moment, she looked at Chen Bo with a venomous gaze and said, I don't want to see him again. Kill him. Kill him. Chapter 77. Wind Blade. Chen Bo looked at Wang Jiejia's resentful expression and finally understood what it meant to have the most poisonous woman as heart. While he was lost in thought, Wang Qing and the others had already surrounded him. Kid, I'm gonna make you wish you were dead. As soon as Wang Qing finished speaking, he raised his right hand and waved it at Chen Bo. A visible crescent-shaped airflow shot out from Wang Qing's hand, quickly striking towards Chen Bo. Just as the crescent airflow was about to hit his face, Chen Bo instinctively raised his right hand to block it. Sizzle. His sleeve was easily cut open by this airflow. Ah! Crash! A piercing pain surged through him, and the machete in Chen Bo's hand fell to the ground. He staggered back and looked at his arm, only to see that the struck area was already drenched in blood. The wound was deep enough to see bone. Xiao Yang frowned at this scene. He hadn't expected that Wang Qing had actually awakened his powers. Moreover, it was a spell-type ability known as Wind Blade. This Wind Blade ability could condense airflow into the shape of a blade and then attack the intended target from a distance. The higher the level, the longer the attack range, the faster the speed, and the sharper the blade. It seemed that Wang Qing's Wind Blade ability was only at level 1. Otherwise, his arm would have been severed by now. The crowd around them, witnessing Wang Qing injure Chen Bo with one move, looked at Wang Qing with a lot more fear. Some of them had seen Wang Qing use his powers before. He was the one who had killed the zombie at the entrance. However, it was now evident that Wang Qing had become increasingly proficient in controlling his powers. He had already dominated in this supermarket, and if this continued, no one would be able to compete with him, and the entire supermarket would become his territory. Sitting on the ground, Wang Jia, who had been staring at Chunbo, suddenly burst into laughter when she saw him injured. Haha, I told you that you would die a miserable death. You didn't believe me. Now you've seen it, right? Unfortunately, it's too late. Her words immediately drew many disdainful glances from the crowd. This woman was truly shameless. Not only did she refuse to repent for her wrongdoings, but she also wanted to put her husband in danger. It was quite enlightening, seeing Chunbo injured. Wang Qing smugly said, "Kid, surrender obediently, and I might leave you with a whole corpse. Besides, I can let you see some absolutely stimulating scenes before you die, haha." The thought of playing with Wang Jia in front of Chunbo filled Wang Qing with excitement. Meanwhile, Chunbo wrapped his wound, enduring the pain as he replied, "Just now I was careless and fell for your trick. It's not over yet. Who dies is still uncertain. Haha, still stubborn even when death is imminent. Then I'll cut off your legs and see what else you're capable of." Wang Qing laughed loudly, his face showing fierce intent. He raised his hand again to send a wind blade towards Chunbo's thigh. However, Chunbo was already prepared. He quickly accelerated and dodged out of the way. The wind blade lost its target and floated forward, hitting a small tree, which was instantly severed. Seeing that his attack had missed, Wang Qing immediately chased after Chunbo, continuously sending out wind blades. However, he underestimated Chunbo's speed. Each time the wind blade nearly hit him, he managed to evade it. Wang Qing's team members, seeing this, also began to surround and chase Chunbo, wanting to take him down by using their numerical advantage. Thus, they put on a show of cat and mouse in front of everyone. However, even after they were exhausted and nearly out of breath, they still couldn't catch Chunbo. At this moment, due to excessive blood loss and having run for so long, Chunbo was also nearly out of strength. Both sides couldn't do anything to each other, and they faced off at a distance. "Kill him! Kill him! Hurry up and kill him! Why have you stopped?" Wang Jia, seeing Wang Qing and the others hesitating to act, anxiously stood up and shouted at them. "Wang Jia, I didn't expect you to be so malicious. He is your husband." At this moment, Lin Shishir could no longer hold back and scolded her. Upon hearing this, Wang Jia glared at Lin Shishir and said, "Who are you to meddle? You better not interfere. Otherwise, once I'm done with Chunbo, I'll let Wang Qing take care of you." Seeing Wang Jia's expression, Wang Qing couldn't hold back any longer. She tugged at Xiao Yang's sleeve and said, "Xiao Yang, why don't we help Chunbo? Wang Jia and the others are too despicable. Moreover, Chunbo had helped them lure the zombies in the afternoon." Xiao Yang nodded when he heard Wang Qing's words. Although he was interested in the grievances between others, he still felt inclined to support Chunbo. Especially when he saw Wang Qing and his group ganging up on Chunbo, it angered him. This bunch of trash had no one braver than Chunbo. Thinking of this, he walked directly to Chunbo's side, took out 20 crystals, and placed them in front of Chunbo, seeing Chunbo's astonished expression. Xiao Yang said calmly, "Here, these are what you deserve. Do you see the numbers on these crystals? Remember them. Then hold the crystals in your left hand and silently recite this sequence of numbers. Speed it up." Although Chunbo didn't know what this would do, he understood that Xiao Yang was helping him. He didn't think too much and took one crystal, following Xiao Yang's instructions. An energy entered his body, and Chunbo felt that some changes were happening to him. He quickly absorbed another crystal, and the changes in his body became increasingly evident. He felt that his physique had become stronger. He glanced at Xiao Yang in surprise. Seeing Xiao Yang looking at him expressionlessly, he didn't ask further. He just hastened to absorb the remaining crystals. "Yiling, come here." Seeing the wound on Chunbo's right hand, Xiao Yang called over Yiling. "Help him treat his wound." When Yiling approached, he instructed, "Okay." Yiling tore open Chunbo's sleeve to expose his arm. Then, she placed her hand on Chunbo's wound. Meanwhile, Wang Qing and the others were furious to see Xiao Yang standing next to Chunbo. How dare someone openly stand with Chunbo? That was a provocation against them. However, they were too exhausted at this point and had to endure their anger. Wang Qing decided that once he finished off Chunbo, he would take care of this man he had never seen before. He had already noticed that Xiao Yang and Wang Qing were in cahoots. He was the only man among that group. Once he dealt with him, wouldn't Wang Qing and Lin Shishir have to obediently submit to him? They were all school beauties, far superior to that woman Wang Jia. Thinking of this, Wang Qing suddenly felt less angry. If Xiao Yang didn't make a move, he had no reason to tear his face with him. But now, didn't he have a reason to do so? Before long, after resting, the group stood up and walked towards Chunbo. At the same time, Chunbo finished absorbing the last crystal. He was now shocked beyond words. These crystals could actually make his physique incredibly powerful. He felt that he could crush those people's necks with just one hand. What shocked him even more was that the wound on his right arm had actually healed. Chapter 78 Betrayers. Damn it, Chinbo's mind was a bit short-circuited. He couldn't understand why. He suddenly felt that Xiao Yang and his group were terrifying. Fortunately, he had left a good impression on them. Seeing Wang Qing and the others charging over, Chinbo quickly collected his thoughts. Now, he was filled with power and had become more confident. Those who were unrelated to this matter should quickly step aside. Otherwise, don't blame my wind blade for being indiscriminate. Wang Qing corset et Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang ignored him and handed the tang knife in his hand to Chinbo brother. Your own grievances should be resolved by yourself. I can only help you this much. Xiao Yang patted Chinbo on the shoulder, then turned and walked back with Yi Ling holding the heavy tang knife. Chinbo was filled with gratitude. Wang Qing and the others, seeing Xiao Yang give Chinbo a tang knife, were instantly furious. Isn't this clearly helping Chinbo? All right. After we deal with Chinbo, the next one will be him. Chinbo.D. Wang Qing decided to leave no survivors. He wanted to end this quickly. A wind blade shot out, aiming directly at Chinbo's face. Chinbo sneered, sidestepped, and avoided it. Wang Qing and the others were surprised. How did Chinbo seem to have gotten stronger? It's time to settle this. Chinbo sneered, suddenly accelerating. He maximized his speed, and before Wang Qing and the others could react, he had run behind one of them. He raised the tang knife and struck down without hesitation. Puff! The head fell to the ground. This shocked Wang Qing and the others. What a fast movement, what a sharp knife. The few of them became inexplicably tense, starting to huddle together to deal with Chinbo's attacks. This scene left the onlooking students dumbfounded. Chinbo, who had been at a disadvantage before, suddenly became strong after Xiao Yang left. What was going on? Who was that man? They couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang noticed the curious looks from the crowd, but didn't mind. He just focused on Chinbo's side. At this moment, Chinbo was using his speed advantage, constantly darting left and right, and in no time, more people from Wang Qing's side had been knocked to the ground. Now, only Chinbo and Wang Qing were left standing. Wang Qing was becoming increasingly afraid. He had used wind blade too many times, his mental energy was depleted, and he could no longer unleash wind blade. Moreover, without the help of his team members, he understood that he was not far from failure. He shot a fierce glance at Xiao Yang. It was all because of him. Without this man, Chinbo would never have become this strong. He suddenly shouted to the crowd, "Fellow alumni, are you just going to watch as outsiders bully our academy's people? We're all in this together. Why aren't you stepping in to help?" Now, the only ones he could rely on were these surviving alumni. As long as they were willing to help, he still had a glimmer of hope. However, when those students heard his plea for help, they all wore indifferent expressions. Even the two surviving teachers in the crowd remained silent, not speaking. No one paid him any attention. In their eyes, it was best if Wang Qing died. That way, there would be one less formidable opponent. Moreover, Xiao Yang and his group were extraordinary. No one was willing to make enemies for someone else. See that? You know how bad your character is now, right? Not a single person is willing to help you. You trash, just die. Chinbo suddenly launched a fierce attack, putting Wang Qing in a state of panic, unable to cope. Finally, Chinbo seized the opportunity, suddenly appearing behind Wang Qing. Then he stabbed the knife into his back. The tip of the knife pierced through his chest. Wang Qing looked down at the knife tip in disbelief, then spat out a mouthful of blood. He tried to turn around, but after just one move, he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Chinbo looked at Wang Qing's corpse with disgust, pulled the tang knife from his body, and wiped the blood on his clothes. Then, he walked towards Wang Jiajia. At that moment, Wang Jiajia, having seen the earlier scene, was already so scared that her legs went weak and she sat down on the ground. Seeing Chinbo approaching with a knife, she trembled in fear. She never expected that Chinbo would become this strong. She felt immense regret in her heart, regretting that she shouldn't have been so ruthless. Now, there was no way back. "Chinbo, husband, I was wrong. I was wrong, please forgive me." When Chinbo reached her, Wang Jiajia suddenly pleaded for mercy. Chinbo looked at Wang Jiajia's pitiful appearance and felt disgusted. Just before she had wanted others to kill him, now she was begging for mercy. Truly, her change of heart was faster than the weather. "Weren't you wishing for my death before?" Chinbo said coldly, looking down at her. "I was wrong, husband. It was all Wang Qing and the others who forced me. They defiled me. I had no choice but to do it. Husband, please forgive me. I know you treat me the best. I will definitely be good to you in the future. I am willing to work hard for you, to repay you." Wang Jejia clung to Chun Bo's leg, begging. Chun Bo sneered, I don't have the ability to make big money. I'm not handsome. You can't even get excited about me. Why do you have to lower yourself to beg me? Upon hearing this, Wang Jejia immediately cried and pleaded, I was wrong, husband. Those were just my angry words, not my true intentions. Please don't take it to heart. Let the past be the past. From now on, I will wholeheartedly live with you, okay? Wang Jejia raised her face, looking at Chun Bo with a pitiful expression. Wang Jejia, if you had known this earlier, why did you have to be so ruthless in the first place? Unfortunately, it's all too late. If it were before, you might have had a chance to live. Now, haha, betrayers can only die. Chun Bo stopped wasting words with Wang Jejia and mercilessly stabbed the knife into her body. Wang Jejia suddenly felt something pierce through her body, and then it seemed like all the blood in her body was flowing out. Her face was filled with expressions of unwillingness, shock, and regret. Slowly, she loosened her grip on Chun Bo's leg. Her body slumped to the ground, lifeless. Chun Bo took a deep breath, pulled out the tang knife, and without looking back, walked back to Xiao Yang. He returned the knife to Xiao Yang and gratefully said, Brother, thank you. Xiao Yang took the knife, nodded, and said nothing. Brother, I have a request. I don't know if you can agree. Chun Bo continued to ask. Speak. I want to join you guys, is that okay? I know you are all very strong. My skills are insignificant to you, but I can run errands for you. In the future, I am willing to serve you tirelessly. Just leave the physical work to me. Is that okay? Seeing Chun Bo's eager gaze and recalling how he attracted the zombies before, he felt that taking Chun Bo in would still be very useful. So, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 79 Chun Bo and Su Tong joined, seeing Xiao Yang agree to his request. Chun Bo was overjoyed. Mu Wanqing and the others also smiled and nodded at him. Looking at the sweet smiles of the few beauties, Chun Bo felt a cloud of gloom lift from his heart. The onlookers, seeing the battle had ended, included some students familiar with Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, who began to come over to greet them. Wanqing, Shishir, where did you come from? Is it from the cafeteria? Wanqing, do you and Shishir want to team up with us? Shishir, come over here. We have plenty of food to share with you. Who are those beauties behind you? Call them over too. Many people were inviting Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to join them, indicating that they were quite popular and charming. However, not a single person took the initiative to invite Xiao Yang and Chun Bo. They seemed to be wary and dismissive of Xiao Yang and Chun Bo. We came from outside, and we have our own shelter. Thank you for your kindness. Mu Wanqing politely declined. Upon hearing that Mu Wanqing had shelter outside, some people became interested. Where's your shelter? Is it safe? Can we go there? Well, Mu Wanqing hesitated and didn't answer, but instead turned her gaze to Xiao Yang. She still wanted to hear Xiao Yang's opinion. After all, he was the one in charge. Seeing Mu Wanqing seek his input, Xiao Yang smiled. He stepped forward to stand beside Mu Wanqing and said to the students, Our shelter is on Purple Gold Mountain, where there are many villas, and it's very safe. You can go, but hearing that they could go made some students particularly happy. However, when they heard Xiao Yang say, but, they knew there must be conditions. Seeing many people waiting for him to finish, Xiao Yang continued. But only those who have awakened their abilities and are willing to join us are qualified to go. As soon as Xiao Yang spoke, the people opposite him exchanged glances. They knew that the abilities Xiao Yang referred to were similar to the wind blades emitted by Wanqing. This was quite a threshold. Among this group of students, very few had awakened their abilities. Moreover, anyone who truly awakened their abilities like Wanqing would not be willing to be subordinate to others. The crowd stirred, but soon quieted again. Xiao Yang saw that no one stepped forward to join, which he had anticipated. He didn't expect others to willingly join him so quickly. All right, for those who have awakened their abilities, the doors of the Purple Gold Mountain villas will always be open to you. Xiao Yang didn't want to continue talking to them, and, after finishing, turned to Mu Wanqing and the others and said, Let's go. It was getting late, and there were still many wandering zombies in the academy. Xiao Yang wanted to clear them out quickly. After Xiao Yang left, the surviving college students in the supermarket began to discuss among themselves. Who's that guy? Why do Wanqing and Shishir seem to listen to him? I don't know. Could it be that both of them have been taken by him? All right, let us not worry about others. Now that Wanqing and his group are dead, we need to find a way to compete for the small area he occupied. Right, let us hurry back. These people seemed to have thought of this together and began to rush into the supermarket. Before long, sounds of fighting could be heard from inside the supermarket. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang and the others had already arrived at the academy playground, where college student zombies were wandering everywhere, at least 3,000 of them. Now that Lin Shishir had rested, and with Chun Bo's assistance, they employed their old tactics and cleared the zombies from the playground before nightfall. After collecting all the crystals, Xiao Yang counted and found they had harvested 500 crystals this time. Adding the previous 620, they had a total of 150 crystals today. He gave Chun Bo 20 crystals, leaving him with 100 crystals in his space. This was the largest harvest since the apocalypse. However, everyone, including Xiao Yang, was exhausted. Moreover, it was getting late, making it unsuitable to continue clearing. After all, the zombies inside wouldn't escape. They could leave them for next time. Thus, Xiao Yang called everyone to start driving back to the villa. He let Chen Bo follow Tang Ying in the Maybach, while he called Su Tong to the off-road RV. On the way, Xiao Yang asked about Su Tong's condition since he noticed her impressive performance today. Su Tong, have you awakened your abilities? Su Tong looked puzzled upon hearing this. She replied uncertainly, I don't know. It just felt like my strength suddenly increased many times when I woke up this morning. I thought it was because my time energy had increased. Hearing Su Tong say this, Xiao Yang guessed it was probably true. It was unlikely that her limited time energy could suddenly become this powerful in such a short time. She likely awakened a power-type ability in the strength category. Having this kind of ability meant that even if your time energy was low and at a beginner level, you would still possess the strength of someone with 100 years of energy. Moreover, if her level increased in the future, she could almost take down enemies barehanded without any weapons. This was the type of player suited for close combat. However, her ability was relatively common in the apocalypse. It wasn't particularly rare, but if she was lucky and upgraded quickly, she could still stand out among others. Su Tong, you've awakened a strength ability. Hearing Xiao Yang's certainty, Su Tong was instantly overjoyed. Have I finally awakened my abilities? Does that mean I can officially become a member of Xiao Yang's team? She eagerly asked, so, do I have the qualifications to officially join you? Xiao Yang smiled, of course, welcome to join. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's response, Su Tong was overwhelmed with joy and tears. Xiao Yang took out 100 crystals from his space and handed them to Su Tong. Take this and absorb all these crystals. In the future, you'll still guard the gates of the villa area. Additionally, I will arrange for Chan Bo to go over too. This way, you'll have more manpower. Su Tong accepted the crystals, tears streaming down her face, and quickly nodded in agreement. She didn't expect to live in Xiao Yang's villa. She just wanted to earn his recognition and be willing to guard the entrance for him. Su Tong, congratulations on awakening your abilities. Yes. Your strength ability sounds really impressive. The girls congratulated Su Tong one after another, making her feel delighted. The two cars drove towards the purple gold mountain villa. After arriving at the entrance of the villa area, everyone got out of the car. Xiao Yang took out the prepared sleeping bags, solar panels, mobile batteries, a stove, a bag of charcoal, food, drink supplies, weapons, etc., and placed everything in the guardhouse. Chen Bo, from now on, you and Su Tong will be responsible for guarding the gate. If anything happens, just call me on the intercom. Chen Bo naturally obeyed Xiao Yang's arrangements unconditionally and quickly nodded in agreement. After explaining these matters, Xiao Yang drove back to the villa. Chapter 80. How pleasant it is back at the villa. Everyone changed into comfortable clothes and sat on the sofa, not wanting to move. Two nurses quickly brought tea and water to everyone and tidied up their discarded clothes. Xiao Yang asked them to fetch a lot of food from the storage room to share with everyone, telling them to fill their stomachs first. After that, Xiao Yang took out all the crystals he had obtained today and spread them across the floor. There were about 8,000 crystals here. Wanqing, Shir, Yojia, Tangying, Yiling. Each of you take 400 and absorb them. Seeing Xiao Yang's generosity, not only Tang Ying and Yiling, but even Mu Wanqing, Lin Shir, and Liu were a bit surprised. These weren't just dozens or hundreds. This was several thousand. Was Xiao Yang really that unconcerned? Even if he was willing to share, they felt embarrassed to take so many. It was Liu who spoke first, saying to Xiao Yang, Xiao, I think it's enough for each of us to have 100. You don't need to give us so many. It's better for you to keep them to improve your own strength. After Liu Yu finished speaking, Lin Shir quickly added, yes, keep them for yourself. We're not in a hurry. Tang Ying also expressed her reluctance. You just gave us some in the morning. I feel really embarrassed to ask for more. I just got here, so I definitely can't take more, huh? Yiling also waved her hands at Xiao Yang. Seeing them being so modest, Xiao Yang felt quite appreciative. It was good that they weren't greedy. However, he still advised them, just listen to me and quickly divide them up. I have my reasons for doing this. Hearing this, the women looked at him curiously. Xiao Yang cleared his throat and explained seriously, today we learned about Wanqing's brother's whereabouts. So, I've decided to check out the Royal No. One nightclub tomorrow. As soon as Mu Wanqing heard Xiao Yang mention her brother, her eyes lit up. Xiao Yang glanced at her and continued. But we don't know the situation there yet. From what we encountered with the truck convoy today, it seems there are likely quite a few people over there. Therefore, for safety's sake, it's best for you all to raise your time energy to over 500 years. That way, your physiques will reach another level, and you'll be able to protect yourselves in case of danger. I'm doing this for your own good, understand? After hearing Xiao Yang's words, the women fell silent. They realized that Xiao Yang had their safety in mind, and he was never stingy. They were deeply moved and felt fortunate to have met him. They also felt proud to be part of such a team. Mu Wanqing, hearing that Xiao Yang was arranging this to help her find her brother, was instantly overwhelmed with emotion and tears welled up in her eyes. She discovered that she was falling more and more in love with Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, thank you. Mu Wanqing sat next to him, buried her head in his arms, and said, choked with emotion, we're a family. We don't need to say anything more. We're a community, and your brother is our brother. We're all in this together. Xiao Yang gently stroked her head and said softly, all right, everyone hurry up. With so many crystals, it will take quite a while to absorb them all. Seeing that Xiao Yang had said this, the others stopped declining and each took their share. Then, they returned to their rooms, concentrating on absorbing the time energy. As for Xiao Yang, he sat in the living room and began to absorb the remaining 6,000 crystals one by one. It was indeed a mental task. Halfway through, he felt a headache coming on. Noticing the two nurses standing a short distance away, staring blankly at him, Xiao Yang called them over. Do you two know how to massage? The two nurses nodded eagerly. One of you give me a foot massage, and the other one give me a head massage. I want to see how good your techniques are. Hearing Xiao Yang's request, the two nurses were overjoyed. They couldn't wait to serve him. So, Xiao Yang lay back on the sofa, being attended to by the two nurses while continuing to absorb the crystals. What a delightful experience. To be honest, their techniques weren't bad. Although not very professional, they were adequate. Indeed, once a person feels comfortable, their efficiency in work increases dramatically. By the time Mu Wanqing and the others had absorbed their 400 crystals, Xiao Yang had also finished absorbing the 6,000. When Mu Wanqing came downstairs and saw Xiao Yang being attended to by the two nurses, she felt no displeasure. She thought that Xiao Yang deserved this. It was like in ancient times. Every family had a maid or two. Having these two nurses to massage his feet and legs saved her effort. Aside from the two nurses, everyone's physique had undergone a significant improvement. Especially Mu Wanqing and her 4 friends. They felt an unprecedented change. This was a qualitative leap. Their physical strength was now sufficient to withstand cuts and blows. They no longer feared the bites and scratches of ordinary zombies. Moreover, they vaguely noticed that their figures had also undergone some small changes. How to put it? They had become more curvaceous. Their skin had also become fairer and smoother. This made the women incredibly happy. Wasn't this far better than doing yoga? Achieving a perfect figure and skin was a lifelong pursuit for almost every beauty-loving woman. This would make them feel more confident and proud. With over 500 years of time energy, the spirits of the women also improved significantly. They all appeared vibrant and radiant. Luyu was especially happy and rushed to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Watching the graceful figures moving around the living room, accompanied by laughter from the women, Xiao Yang felt very satisfied. After sending the two nurses away, Xiao Yang took out 4 crystal nuclei. These were the last 4 nuclei. Upon seeing the nuclei in Xiao Yang's hand, the previously listless coal ball, hanging on the rod, suddenly perked up. Daddy, daddy. Coal ball excitedly flew to Xiao Yang's arm, affectionately calling out. Xiao Yang smiled and stroked its feathers, saying, I see you're just a little one who thinks having crystal nuclei makes you my child. He fed 1 crystal nucleus to Coal Ball, and at that moment, Guzzi saw it and scampered over to Xiao Yang's feet. Seeing that Xiao Yang ignored it, Guzzi barked twice. It wanted to call Xiao Yang daddy just like Coal Ball, but it didn't know how. When Xiao Yang still didn't respond, it stood up, stretched out its front paws, and started scratching at Xiao Yang. Hey Yang Yang, don't be rude. Tang Ying suddenly saw this scene and quickly reprimanded. Upon hearing its owner's scolding, Guzzi immediately laid down on the ground, whimpering in protest. Xiao Yang, with a face full of black lines, realized that when Tang Ying called Yang Yang, he almost turned around. That was a bit awkward. Xiao Yang took out a crystal nucleus, shook it in the air, and said to Guzzi, from now on, you'll be called Guzzi. If anyone calls you Yang Yang, you mustn't listen to them. If you understand, bark once. Guzzi looked at his astonished owner, Tang Ying, and then at the enticing crystal core in Xiao Yang's hand. Finally, it wagged its tail and pleaded with Xiao Yang. Barking Wolf. Chapter 81. hoarse voice. Seeing Guzzi bending down for a crystal core, Xiao Yang felt a sense of accomplishment. Haha, as expected of Guzzi. Here, eat up. Xiao Yang generously rewarded it with a crystal core. Guzzi, looking dignity, swallowed it in one gulp and then looked at Xiao Yang with drool dripping from its mouth, tilting its head. At this moment, Tang Ying couldn't bear to watch any longer. She walked over and twisted Guzzi's ear, looking at it as if it were a disappointment. Yang, don't you have any pride? Are you willing to give up your name just for a crystal core? Cough, it's not called Yang anymore from now on. It's Guzzi. Xiao Yang Zhou Get, Ramin Ding Tang Ying. However, Tang Ying completely ignored him and kept teasing Guzzi, saying, come on, Yang hug. The dog ignored her. Come on, Yang kiss. The dog still ignored her. Come on, Yang lick. The dog not only ignored her, but also started turning its head everywhere. Tang Ying followed Guzzi's gaze and saw Xiao Yang waving a crystal core in his hand to attract its attention. Tang Ying was immediately furious and slapped the dog on the head. I won't pay attention to you anymore. She completely disregarded the bewildered dog and stood up angrily to leave. As she brushed past Xiao Yang, she muttered through gritted teeth, stinky Yang. Xiao Yang was taken aback and turned to look at Tang Ying's retreating figure, confused. Hey, who are you cursing at? Tang Ying twisted her waist and replied without looking back. Whoever is called Yang is whom I'm cursing. Wow you. Xiao Yang was left speechless. The other girls saw Xiao Yang being at a loss and burst into laughter. Xiao Yang, too lazy to deal with them, turned back and continued feeding a crystal core to Cobalt, then awarded the last crystal core to Guzzi. Good job, keep it up Guzzi. Guzzi barked in response. Cobalt, seeing that Guzzi had eaten 2 crystal cores today, immediately became unhappy. Competing for my affection? Go to hell. Cobalt started to bite Guzzi's tail, but Guzzi didn't care at all, frantically turning in circles. Xiao Yang watched the scene of the bird and dog fighting and noticed that Ruyu had already prepared a meal. Everyone was not polite, each taking 2 bowls of rice and starting to eat. After the meal, the 4 nurses cleaned up, while the others sat down on the couch in the living room to listen to Xiao Yang's plans for the next day. Tomorrow, I, Wan Qing, and Yu Jia, along with Chun Bo, will drive the heavy-duty off-road RV in front. Tang Ying, sure, and Yi Ling, you 3 will drive the Brabus off-road vehicle behind. When we arrive, we will take the lead, and you will keep your distance from us, just staying within Tang Ying's shooting range. If any special situation occurs, Tang Ying, you can choose to shoot on your own. If any of us get injured, sure, and Yi Ling will be responsible for rescue. The girls listened carefully to Xiao Yang's arrangements and nodded in agreement. After discussing the route, everyone dispersed. The 4 nurses had already cleaned up and stood in a row, waiting for Xiao Yang's instructions. You don't need to follow tomorrow. Just stay at the entrance and help guard. Xiao Yang thought that since tomorrow's trip was a bit far, it would be better to leave more people to guard. Naturally, they obeyed Xiao Yang's arrangements without question. After a few people went upstairs, Xiao Yang followed closely behind and arrived at the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door, he found the lighting in the bedroom was a bit dim. Mu Wanqing had changed into a set of yoga clothes and was kneeling on the bed. In the dim light, she appeared particularly enchanting. Xiao Yang quickly closed the door, surprised. Wanqing, what are you doing? Mu Wanqing shyly smiled without speaking. Instead, lying on her side, propping herself up with one hand and resting the other on her yoga pants. She slightly parted her red lips and softly said, I ran out of stockings. Don't you like seeing us in yoga clothes? I'm letting you enjoy it today. What the hell? What the hell? Has Mu Wanqing's brain opened up? Xiao Yang was genuinely astonished. Did girls gain insight after becoming women? Xiao Yang felt a bit restless and really wanted to take a right there. However, since Mu Wanqing had relatives visiting, Xiao Yang had to hold back. No, wait. There are things that can be tolerated, but this cannot be tolerated. Xiao Yang walked to the side of the bed and pulled Mu Wanqing over. The next morning, everyone woke up early. Since the past 2 nights had been relatively quiet, everyone slept well. Where's Wanqing? Why hasn't she come down? Lin Shishir curiously asked when she saw Xiao Yang coming down alone. Xiao Yang smiled and said, Oh, she's brushing her teeth. Lin Shishir didn't ask further until Ruyu brought breakfast to the table and saw that Mu Wanqing still hadn't come down. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Shishir asked, What is up with Wanqing? Why is she taking so long to brush her teeth? Before Xiao Yang could reply, Mu Wanqing came down. Seeing that Mu Wanqing looked unwell, Lin Shishir asked with concern, Wanqing, what's wrong? Mu Wanqing suddenly blushed and hoarsely said, It's nothing. Should we take some medicine for the inflammation? Yi Ling quickly asked with concern. No need. Xiao Yang already gave me some. Mu Wanqing said. Let us hurry and eat. Hearing Mu Wanqing say this, the others didn't think much of it and began to eat their meals. Only Ryu looked at Xiao Yang with a meaningful smile. Seeing Ryu's gaze, Xiao Yang awkwardly smiled and quickly buried his head in his food, inwardly lamenting. This woman seems to understand everything. After breakfast, Xiao Yang and the others put on their gear and set off. After dropping the 4 nurses of the guardhouse, Xiao Yang gave each of them a knife. Then, he took out his revolver and handed it to Su Tong. Keep an eye on the house. If someone comes with ill intentions, keep it for self-defense. Su Tong took the pistol and nodded heavily at Xiao Yang. With determination in her eyes, she said, "Don't worry. As long as I have a breath left, I won't let anyone step half a foot through this door." Good. Xiao Yang patted her shoulder and then took Chen Bo with him, driving down the mountain. Following the route they agreed upon last night, the 2 vehicles took the Ring Expressway. This way, they could avoid the city roads as much as possible. Although the journey was a bit longer, it would definitely save time. Moreover, relatively speaking, this road was safer. Their only goal today was to gather information on Mu Guang. If possible, they would bring Mu Guang back to reunite the siblings. The 2 vehicles traveled along the Ring Expressway. Indeed, aside from the occasional scattered abandoned cars, they encountered almost no obstacles. After getting off the Ring Expressway, they had only 10 kilometers left to the location marked on the map, Royal No. 1. However, the last segment of the journey became troublesome. There were scattered debris and damaged cars all over the road. The storefronts on both sides had long been smashed and looted. Along the way, they occasionally came across groups of zombies. However, Xiao Yang and the others had no intention of clearing them. He simply chose to step on the gas, pushing aside the obstructing vehicles to clear a path for Tang Ying and the others, heading towards their destination. Chapter 82. First Order Corpse King Royal No. 1. Before the disaster struck, was one of the top entertainment venues in Haicheng, featuring a complete range of services including bars, dance halls, dining, KTV, bathing, and foot massage. The building itself was quite impressive, and from a distance, Xiao Yang could see the golden sign on the rooftop. After driving a short distance forward, Xiao Yang parked his car on the roadside opposite the entrance of Royal No. 1. Looking across the road, he noticed that the main door of Royal No. 1 was wide open. More precisely, it appeared to have been smashed open, as the glass door was shattered. However, the situation inside remained unknown. Tang Ying, find a suitable spot to park. We'll go in and take a look, Xiao Yang instructed through the intercom. Received. Be careful, came Tang Ying's reply. Xiao Yang then drove the car to the side of the entrance of Royal No. 1. This position did not obstruct Tang Ying's line of sight, and in case of any unusual situation inside, they could quickly drive away. Xiao Yang led the way out of the car and walked into the lobby. It was a scene of chaos, with bloodstains all over the floor and several mangled corpses scattered around. It looked like a fierce battle had taken place. Mu Wanqing felt a wave of anxiety upon seeing this. Could it be that zombies have already overrun this place? What about my brother? She anxiously looked at Xiao Yang, who was then instructing Chen Bo. Chen Bo, did you see these bloodstains? You're quick. Go follow them and see what is happening inside. Report back immediately if you find anything. Got it. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's orders, Chen Bo adjusted his clothing, grabbed his weapon, and began to follow the blood trail inside. Xiao Yang, along with Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, cautiously followed behind. As they walked, Xiao Yang realized he was somewhat familiar with the place. However, after so long, his memories were not very clear. The 3 of them continued walking until they saw Chen Bo rushing back. Brother, there's a situation, Chen Bo said, slightly out of breath. What did you find? Xiao Yang asked, but Mu Wanqing was quicker to inquire. There's a corridor ahead. Seems to be the bathing area. The lights are still on inside. There are many corpses in there, and the battle seems to be ongoing. I didn't dare to go in, so I rushed back. Chen Bo explained in one breath. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing exchanged glances and said, let us go see what is going on. If your brother is inside, we'll rescue him. Mu Wanqing nodded eagerly and quickly followed Xiao Yang as they moved deeper inside. When they reached the entrance of the corridor, the scene before them was indeed horrific. The not-so-wide corridor was filled with bodies, some with shattered skulls, and others with their abdomens split open, intestines strewn about. From inside, the sounds of fighting and screams echoed. They didn't stop, quickly stepping over the corpses and dispatching a few zombies crawling on the ground with broken legs. After making their way through the corridor and reaching the end of the door, they found it much brighter inside compared to outside. However, the sight was even more gruesome. In a changing area right after entering, there were many body parts scattered around, and lockers were toppled over. Further inside was the main hall with the bathing pools, which was also littered with corpses. It was clear that the previous battle had been exceptionally intense, and the sounds of shouting and fighting continued from upstairs. Not daring to waste time, they hurriedly made their way to the second floor. This floor was the foot massage area. Although it wasn't as brutal as the first floor, Xiao Yang noticed that there were more dead women here. Moreover, several women had just transformed into zombies right before their eyes. It seemed they had just died not long ago. Chunbo and Lu Yu stepped forward and decisively eliminated them. After confirming there were no zombies or survivors, they followed the sounds to the third floor. On the third floor was a long corridor lined with small private rooms. The sounds of fighting were coming from the end of the corridor. Along the way, there were numerous female corpses, some of which were still barely alive. Xiao Yang didn't pay them any mind and quickly led the group to the end of the corridor, where they discovered a large hall. In the center of the hall, several men were fighting against two slightly larger zombies. Not far behind them, in a corner, stood a woman in a red dress, watching the battle warily. Behind her, a group of women were huddled together, trembling in fear. Xiao Yang shifted his gaze from them to the men in the hall. Upon closer inspection, he realized that not all of them were human. There were 6 survivors battling the 2 zombies. These 2 zombies were clearly larger, with red skin, and moved more agilely than regular zombies. What astonished Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu was that one of the zombies actually exhibited special abilities. They witnessed it raise its hand and slice a nearby man in half. After seeing this, Xiao Yang exclaimed, "Corpse King." Others might not understand, but Xiao Yang knew that a Corpse King is a survivor who awakens special powers and transforms into a zombie after accumulating a century's worth of energy upon death. The higher the ability level and the more energy accumulated, the higher the tier and strength of the Corpse King. Some higher-tier Corpse Kings can even retain a sliver of intelligence. They can run and are particularly difficult to deal with. Therefore, when confronting enemies, Xiao Yang always aimed for decapitation or headshots, never allowing them the chance to become a Corpse King. If 2 individuals with similar fighting abilities faced off, and one died and became a Corpse King, the survivor would be in serious trouble. Xiao Yang had encountered a maximum of a 5th-tier Corpse King before. That level of strength could crush him as easily as stepping on an ant. As for how to distinguish the tiers of a Corpse King, it was based on the size and skin color of the zombies. First tier is red, second tier is orange, third tier is yellow, fourth tier is green, fifth tier is cyan, sixth tier is blue, and seventh tier is purple. The 2 before him were clearly first-tier Corpse Kings. Xiao Yang, my brother. He is still alive. While Xiao Yang was recalling information about Corpse Kings, Mu Wanqing excitedly tugged at his clothes, pointing at the group of people. Xiao Yang quickly looked over and saw one of the figures suddenly enlarge, his hat falling off as it could no longer fit his head. It was then that they recognized the person's face. Upon closer inspection, it indeed resembled Mu Guang's. However, his face and body had grown to twice their original size, resembling a little giant. Huh? Giant ability? Xiao Yang was surprised. He had expected Mu Guang to awaken a giant ability. Impressive. As Mu Guang unleashed his giant ability, the 2 first-tier Corpse Kings, who had previously held the advantage, were now clearly at a disadvantage. However, it seemed that a winner would not be determined anytime soon. Xiao Yang, what happened to my brother? We need to help him, Mu Wanqing said, both surprised and worried. Chapter 83. Sibling Reunion. Just as Mu Wanqing was speaking, another Corpse King activated its powers. It suddenly threw a punch at a man. The man was directly sent flying, crashing into the wall before falling to the ground, motionless. Xiao Yang could tell this was a power-based ability. It was simply brute strength, able to knock someone out with bare hands. Su Tong's ability belonged to this category. Suddenly, there was one less person on Mu Guang's side, and the pressure increased significantly. Just as the other Corpse King was about to unleash its power against Mu Guang, Xiao Yang made his move. If he didn't act now, his brother-in-law would be in serious trouble. Time-slowing skill activated, and the scene in the hall suddenly became sluggish. Xiao Yang advanced with his knife, slashing down at the neck of the Corpse King, attacking Mu Guang. The blade sliced through the neck, and Xiao Yang could see the Corpse King's head slowly beginning to separate. Without time to observe further, Xiao Yang swung his hand again, severing the neck of the other Corpse King. After completing these actions, Xiao Yang took a step back, leaning on his tang knife, standing there as he stopped the skill. The heads of the 2 Corpse Kings were thrown into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. This series of actions felt like it took 10 seconds in Xiao Yang's eyes, but to everyone else, it was merely a second. As the 2 Corpse Kings fell, the people across from them finally saw Xiao Yang standing there with his knife. It seemed they had noticed a shadow flash by, And then the two corpse kings had their heads severed. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, they were left speechless in shock. This man drew his knife so quickly. Meanwhile, Mu Guang had stopped his giant ability, returning to his original size. When he saw Xiao Yang, who was smiling slightly across from him, he was suddenly taken aback. Brother. Before Mu Guang could react, Mu Wanqing suddenly ran over, crying. When Mu Guang heard Wanqing's voice, his whole body trembled. No one knew that voice better than he did. He could certainly tell who it was. When Mu Wanqing reached him, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After seeing Mu Wanqing's appearance clearly, this big man suddenly had tears welling up in his eyes. He stepped forward and embraced Mu Wanqing, crying with joy, "Sister, you're alive." "That's wonderful." Mu Wanqing tightly hugged Mu Guang, crying, "Brother, I thought I would never see you again." Upon hearing this, Mu Guang immediately felt tears of guilt, saying, "It's all my fault, brother. I should have gone to find you sooner. I'm so useless." After saying this, the siblings embraced and cried together. Xiao Yang watched the long-lost siblings reunite, feeling deeply moved. They should be considered lucky. After the disaster struck, countless people around the world experienced separation and loss every day. Many would never see their loved ones again once parted. At that moment, Lu Yu and Chun Bo walked over. Habitually, they drew their knives and extracted the crystals from the foreheads of the two corpse kings, handing them to Xiao Yang. They then stood to the side, quietly watching the siblings in the center. Lu Yu, influenced by the emotions in the air, secretly wiped away a tear. The three remaining people beside Mu Guang saw that Xiao Yang was with Mu Guang's sister. So they relaxed their vigilance and hurried to check on their companion, who had been knocked away by the corpse king. The red-clad woman behind them, seeing the danger had passed, began to comfort the group of women in the corner. Once Mu Guang and Mu Wanqing finally calmed down, when Mu Guang looked at Xiao Yang again, he quickly walked over to Xiao Yang and shook his hand. "Mr. Xiao, I'm very happy to see you again. I have to thank you. If it weren't for that package of supplies you gave me that night, I would have probably died by now." Xiao Yang recalled that he had indeed given each of them a package of supplies, which included down jackets, stab-proof vests, and military knives. However, Mu Wanqing hadn't used hers. Mu Guang had, so his efforts weren't in vain. "Brother, actually, the reason I survived is also because Xiao Yang took me in. Otherwise, I would have died a long time ago," Mu Wanqing said with emotion. Unexpectedly, Mu Guang was even more shocked upon hearing this. The siblings had met Xiao Yang by chance, yet both had their lives saved by him. This was truly a tremendous favor. Mu Guang felt overwhelming gratitude and suddenly bent his legs to kneel before Xiao Yang to express his thanks. Seeing this, Xiao Yang was startled and quickly lifted Mu Guang up. "No way. If my brother-in-law kneels, it would be so awkward in the future. Brother, don't be so polite. I can't handle it." Xiao Yang laughed. However, Mu Guang was unwilling to let it go, saying, "Hey, you are the savior of my sister and me. I should call you brother." Xiao Yang was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. At that moment, Mu Wanqing tugged at Mu Guang's hand and shyly said, "Brother, actually, it's not wrong for Xiao Yang to call you brother." But Mu Guang disagreed upon hearing his sister's words. "Wanqing, we can't be impolite to our benefactor." Seeing her brother's serious expression made Mu Wanqing want to laugh. How could he not understand the underlying meaning? Forget it. She would have to show him through her actions. With that, Mu Wanqing directly linked her arm with Xiao Yang's and rested her head on his shoulder. Then, feeling a bit shy, she said to Mu Guang, "Brother, Xiao Yang is now my boyfriend." When Mu Guang saw his sister's expression and actions, he immediately understood. He glanced between Mu Wanqing and Xiao Yang. Incredible. He took a job and ended up with his sister involved. But then he thought without Xiao Yang, he and his sister might not even be alive by now. Moreover, Xiao Yang seemed quite likable. In terms of looks, he was deserving of his sister. Besides, Xiao Yang was not just good-looking just moments ago. He had effortlessly taken down two zombies that even several of them couldn't handle. Thinking about this, Mu Guang's face broke into a broad smile. He nodded, looking satisfied. "Yes. I said Mr. Xiao is talented and handsome. You two being together is definitely a match made in heaven. I wholeheartedly support it." "Thank you, brother," Mu Wanqing said sweetly. "Thank you, brother," Xiao Yang echoed. Mu Guang felt a bit awkward hearing Xiao Yang call him brother, and he shyly said, Mr. Xiao, huh? Then I accept it." Of course. Xiao Yang and Mu Guang exchanged smiles, feeling that their relationship had become much closer at that moment. At that time, the red-clad woman who had calmed the group of women approached them. She first glanced at Xiao Yang's group and finally focused on Mu Wanqing, her eyes filled with admiration. "Ah Guang, is this your sister? She really looks like a fairy," the woman said with a smile. Xiao Yang looked at the red-clad woman. She was definitely a stunning beauty comparable to Lu Yu. However, in terms of temperament, she seemed to slightly outshine Lu Yu. The aura of the woman in red carried a strong sense of the martial world. She obviously belongs to the role of a big sister figure.